Yo guys, it's RyugaXD. You already know YouTube has its limit size, so if you want to see the spicier, uncensored, and exclusive stuff I can't post here, check out my Patreon. That's where I drop all my 18+ lemon content, early uploads, and more. Links in the description. Come join the fun. Unbeknownst to the village, the sentient god tree, Jura had made the decision to strategically withdraw, giving the hidden leaf a brief respite after a very trying time. After being hit by a powerful and precise chakra beam from Jura that barely missed his vital areas, Boruto was on the verge of death. Jura said he was shocked that Boruto's vitals were unharmed despite his long-range vision, not that it was an intentional miss. When she attempted to pick up the soul thorn that held her father Sasuke Uchiha's chakra, Jura sniped her arm, which Sarada Uchiha was holding. At the moment, Konohamaru Sarutobi was standing and giving Boruto a perplexed look. He was unaware that he was being influenced by the shinjutsu known as omnipotence, which led him and the rest of the world to believe that Boruto Uzumaki was merely an unappreciative outsider who murdered his adoptive parents, Hinata and Naruto Uzumaki. Top-tier Jonin Konohamaru was once a student of Naruto Uzumaki, with whom he had a close relationship and who, as a young man, looked up to him as an older brother figure. With his hands shaking from confusion and rage, Konohamaru thought bitterly, he did save Sarada, but Boruto is still the brat who is a criminal in Konoha who tried to kill Kawaki and is the reason Lord Seventh is gone. When Boruto Uzumaki passed out from his injuries, Sumire Keikei, a young girl of about 16, was holding him in her arms and allowing him to lie on her lap. An 2. Sumire harbored an unspoken affection for Boruto, or more specifically, Boruto Uzumaki. Boruto was no longer regarded as Naruto and Hinata Uzumaki's biological son because omnipotence had impacted the collective memory. Even though the collective no longer believed Sumire and Sarada's claims, they remained unaffected and kept their original memories. Then, squatting to check on Sarada's arm, Konohamaru approached her. Konohamaru looked at his student worriedly and said, "It looks like the shot missed any of your bones directly, but nerves are pretty bad, you still need to get your arm checked out." After flinching, Sarada shook her head. About 15 years old and a genin, Sarada Uchiha was the only child of Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. As Boruto was being held by Sumire, Konohamaru scowled and turned to face Sarada. "This wound is nothing. Worry about Boruto. He needs help," Sarada insisted. Konohamaru muttered, Boruto," as he struggled to decide whether to assist a well-known criminal with whom he had personal animosity due to crimes he thought he had committed. Himawari Uzumaki, the only daughter and second child of Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga, abruptly woke up. Her father's blue eyes and whisker markings, though only 2 instead of 3, and her mother's indigo hair were passed down to Himawari, or Hima as she is more affectionately known. Even as she waved him away, the sensory-type leaf ninja assigned to her protection, the Nishi, fussed over her, making Hima wonder, "Ow, what happened?" Konohamaru asked his mentor's daughter, Himawari, "Are you okay?" With obvious concern. Hima reassured him, "Konohamaru-sama, I am all right. My wounds have healed." Her eyes widened as she saw Sarada's bleeding arm. "Those injuries, they don't appear to be deadly." With serious eyes, Himawari observed, "I should be able to heal them with Kurama's chakra." High in the sky, hidden from everyone else's view, was a man dressed in black pants and ninja sandals, his face completely concealed by a brown cloak. I think this might be the first time I have actually seen the sensory barrier surrounding Konoha. It's rather intricate and refined. I suppose it makes sense as this Konoha is a few years more advanced than the one I came from after all. The individual noted that he had revealed 2 distinct eyes. 3 stretched triangles, each curved at the top to form a circle, were evenly spaced around the pupil of the man's red right eye, which had a black pinwheel. It was a Mangekyo Sharingan that resembled Obito Uchiha's right eye. In the meantime, the man's left eye was purple and had 6 rings that were smaller the closer they were to the pupil. Each of the 3 inner rings contained 3 tomo, for a total of 9 tomo. An 3. Naruto's special Rinnegan was the one who was seeing the chakra sensory barrier that surrounded Konoha. As his right Mangekyo Sharingan seemed to spin to support his claim, Naruto muttered to himself, "I love to chan an old man second seemed like a cool albeit uptight guy and I love using flying Raijin. However, I will say Obito's Kamui right eye's ability to move to any place without having to use a marker sure is useful and cool to use. Not as fast as flying Raijin but being able to use it freely like this sure is nice." Naruto crossed his arms and stared at the different wounds. Naruto looked down with a sorrowful and empathetic expression on his face and said, "It seems Boruto took some serious damage from Jura's beam attacks and is about to collapse. He got shot in the chest, but it appears by sheer luck or perhaps destiny itself it missed his vital points." Naruto sighed and said, "Hima has just woken up due to Kurama's knew Kurama's chakra being replenished enough to heal her wounds. She isn't my kid, but I can't help but worry about her." Sigh. He laughed a little and displayed a proud, fatherly expression. Naruto couldn't help but snicker at the daughter of his best friend from another world and remarked, "Sarada is mostly okay except for her right arm, which got shot through. It seems it went through her arm but didn't sever it or anything, so it will be an easy fix as well." Naruto scowled down at his adopted son, his alternate self, and thought, Kawaki's injuries are already fully healed, and he had an annoying smirk on his face. I guess his priorities of killing Boruto hasn't changed despite the danger of the God Tree, children. With a proud smile on his face at the idea of his apprentice being a jonin in this world, Naruto asked himself, Konohamaru. I wonder if he will freak out if he sees me. Will he recognize me now? He is technically older than I am, at least physically, so this might blow his mind. Naruto chattered happily, Sumair. So cute. I mean, she isn't my kid or anything, but she is so cute. I wonder if she has a fan club or anything. She probably doesn't realize how pretty she is or how lucky anyone who dates her will be. But realized he was about to start a long tirade and coughed. AN4. While they were both flying, Delta kicked Naruto in the back, and Naruto ducked without looking. Delta said, "Consider that your only warning," as she recovered from sailing past Naruto, who was still wearing his hood. With a raised eyebrow that Delta couldn't see, Naruto shot back, "Isn't a warning supposed to come before you attack? Or has Konoha changed its rules?" But Delta seemed to get even angrier at this question and tone. Delta put her hands on her hips and yelled, "Hey you! I don't who you are, but if you a threat to Ada or Kawaki, I will kick your head clean off." With a furious expression. As he skillfully sidestepped several of her kicks while keeping his hood down, Naruto remarked, "Ah yes. Delta, the cyborg who has been enchanted by Ada and only cares about Kawaki due to Ada asking you to protect him. Stop dodging and take it like a man, you pest." Delta yelled, spinning to launch a more powerful kick. Naruto simply stood there, not bothering to dodge this time, when Delta kicked him with all of her strength from her right leg. Delta grinned because she believed she had the enigmatic man on the rope and that he couldn't possibly take the kick at close range. To her surprise, Naruto immediately stopped the kick by extending the back of his left hand. Naruto was unfazed as he caught her kick with the back of his hand despite a huge shockwave of air curving around him and booming behind him. With a hint of fear on her face, Delta yelled, "What? That's impossible. What are you?" Naruto said stoically, keeping his face down, "Is that all you have? You aren't on my level because you aren't on the same level as Kawaki, let alone Boruto." AN5. Delta screamed as she launched another full-power kick with her left leg, which Naruto deflected with an open palm before grinning menacingly. Delta screamed, "Take this and vanish," as chakra infused her eyes and they glowed pink. They briefly throbbed several times as pink chakra accumulated. As pink chakra beams erupted from her eyes and flew in Naruto's direction, Naruto simply lifted one eye. Naruto just extended his right palm and let go of Delta's legs. When her beams struck their target, a huge explosion occurred, and a smokescreen appeared as Delta stretched her legs, causing her to yell in triumph. It felt like hitting metal warm, whoever that guy was. Delta thought, I don't know what he was made of, and winced a little as her legs hurt from striking his arms. She laughed with her arm closed, though, and showed no signs of weariness. Before opening her eyes and narrowing them in response to a gust of wind from the smoke, Delta boasted, "Take that, you asshole. My destruction beams negate any sort of regeneration, so not even the damn Hokage could heal from the damage. There is nothing left to bury except a pile of ash. Impossible. I know my aim was perfect. There is no way you could have survived," Delta exclaimed, standing guard with her arms in front of her. As he waved his left hand to push aside the smoke cover, Naruto taunted, "Hokage huh? I am guessing you mean Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage. I can only assume you don't mean the 8th Hokage, as he not really a frontline fighter anyway." This showed Naruto fully unharmed by the destruction beams, with his right palm out. "That is not possible. Even if you used your arm to absorb the hit, that arm should be gone. There is no way you are unharmed. You must somehow dodged." "Well, dodge this," Delta asserted, raising her beams in denial. Naruto simply hovered in the same spot with his palm out while she sent her destruction beams continuously this time. Naruto sighed as his left Rinnegan seemed to spin its tomo out of Delta's line of sight. Okay, I'll tell you what happened this time. Her pink destruction beams appeared to be absorbed into Naruto's hand, almost like water draining away, to Delta's dismay. When the beams subsided, Delta's eyes widened as Naruto effortlessly absorbed her chakra, causing her to stop breathing heavily from the drain. Panting and glaring, Delta demanded, "Pant. Pant. What is that power?" Without saying anything, Naruto struck Delta in the stomach with a single fist before appearing to disappear in an instant that Delta was unable to react to. Delta screamed, "Cough, bullig," as she fell onto Naruto's arm, her body lying on his fist lodged in her stomach. You might know this as it's not popular in the history books at how powerless the previous Kage were against Madara Uchiha. However, Madara absorbed Old Man Anuki's dust style, atomic dismanting jutsu, a jutsu that turns anything including chakra into literal dust with a single palm. Madara was a reanimated corpse, so he wasn't even at full power, unlike me who is most certainly not a corpse. I simply used the same ability to absorb your jutsu. It might be produced from a ninja tool from your enhanced eyes, but it's chakra, so I could absorb it. Naruto spoke before he noticed that Delta was unconscious after the blow. She lay like a bag of potatoes against Naruto's shoulder after he moved her. Gazing at his right hand, which had absorbed the chakra, Naruto thought, even without the Rinnegan I could have simply had it phase through me using Kamui, but hey, if I can have practice using these abilities I might as well take it. Naruto put his right hand on his hip and grinned, tilting his head up. Naruto looked down at the village in the distance and said, "Ah, I see, Delta's little tantrum has alerted the Sensory Corp about me. Might as make my official appearance inside the village." Returning with Kawaki and other people, everyone in the small group looked up before Himawari used her newly discovered healing ability as the Kyuubi Jinchuriki to heal Sarada's arm. They were mentally informed by someone from the Sensory Corp, "Attention Kawaki and Konohamaru-san. Delta's chakra was just active and spiked a minute ago." "Delta," Kawaki muttered, frowning and appearing indifferent. Konohamaru questioned gravely, "Her chakra spiked. Does that mean she is fighting someone outside of the village?" The sensory ninja's urgent response put everyone at ease. "It appears so, but their fight was rather short. Delta's chakra has plummeted, which means she was likely knocked out. Her opponent chakra only appeared for a short moment, but whoever they are very strong. Their chakra is off the charts," she said. With an uneasy look, Sumair observed, "Delta-san was knocked out instantly. Who could have done that? Her combat prowess is one of the highest in Konoha, and for her to be knocked out means they are very strong." Ignoring the irritated look Sarada was giving him while clutching her arm in agony, Kawaki questioned angrily, "Oi! Where are their chakras? You can still find them, right, even if Delta is knocked out, right?" Kawaki ought to stop talking. He would be imprisoned and unable to issue commands as he should if he didn't attribute everything to Boruto. Sarada thought bitterly as she suppressed the hatred that was brewing in the back of her mind. The whole group was on edge when the sensory ninja warned, "You see, the thing is, their chakra just vanished just now. Completely gone. We cannot sense them at all." As he frowned down at the unconscious Boruto, Konohamaru observed, "To hide from the sensory core like that must mean they have the ability to completely extinguish their chakra, like the Otsutsuki clan, like Boruto for example." Sarada responded, "Or Kawaki too." Kawaki gave her a sour look, and Konohamaru sighed. As Sarada bit her lip to respond, Konohamaru lectured, "Sarada, whatever issues you have with Kawaki can wait. This is urgent issue. Regarding Boruto, you ought to heed your own counsel, sensei." Sarada pondered fiercely. Naruto, who was only a few feet away from the group, said, "Or they can use space-time jutsu to appear out of nowhere." A ripple in the air caused everyone's eyes to widen, and Naruto emerged in a swirl that progressively grew bigger until he materialized in the flesh with Delta in his arms and his cloak on. AN 6. Despite being knocked unconscious, Delta appeared to be relatively unharmed when Naruto gently placed her against a wall. Kawaki's left eye changed into Kokugen, or black eye, as the iris turned golden and 8 spokes emerged from the pupil, which was a circle of gold in the center. The spokes emerged from the pupil, encircling his eye like a wheel. Kawaki stared at the stranger's chest, his left eye pulsing. Kawaki sent chakra through his eye and thought, "Sukuna Hikona." In order to react as quickly as possible, he launched tiny chakra rods at the stranger. When they got close to the stranger, he enlarged them with the intention of sending the rods into their body and making them return to normal size. Since the rods would grow to the size of swords while inside the victim's flesh, this would result in serious harm. His goal was to swiftly and effectively defeat the enemy. This occurred more quickly than most people could react, but to the surprise of Kawaki and everyone else, Naruto moved to the right with ease as the chakra rods sped by him and re-enlarged to their original size on the ground behind him. So fast, I couldn't even see Kawaki-kun's rods until they hit the ground in normal sword size, but whoever this person is dodged them while they were in their tiny size. Sumair said with amazement. Damn it, another guy who could avoid them. Kawaki growled at the failure of the method he inherited from Ashiki Otsutsuki. It first failed against Jura, the leader of the God Trees, and Hidari, Sasuke's God Tree clone. Then it failed once more against Boruto, who he reluctantly acknowledged had grown stronger over the previous 3 years. Also this as the chakra rods shrunk using Sukuna Hikona, and returned to normal size using the same technique. They are stored in the Daikokuden alternate dimension till they are needed, correct? It is certainly an impressive jutsu, and for many a death sentence, as most people cannot see the rods and feel them until they are already inside of you, ready to be essentially detonated when they return to normal size and tear flesh apart. Naruto said in an impressed tone and lowered his head. Kawaki's left eye was still in its Kokugen, black eye, state when he demanded, "How do you know about that?" The public isn't aware of this. In particular, Daikokuden. He couldn't possibly know that I kept them in Daikokuden. As he pictured Naruto and Hinata simply hovering there motionless in a place where time itself did not pass, Kawaki thought in terror. Konohamaru made hand signals and yelled, "Kawaki! Stand back!" As Kawaki leapt away, Konohamaru yelled, "Fire style, majestic flame jutsu," as he unleashed a stream of reddish-orange flames in Naruto's direction. The intensity of the flames forced Himawari, Sumair, and Sarada to shield their eyes with one hand. Naruto quickly formed signs as well, displaying no fear. Naruto responded, "Water style, water wall jutsu," as he created an all-encompassing water shield out of the air. When the fire struck the water, it immediately evaporated, creating a massive steam cover. Konohamaru stared into the steam and exclaimed, "Damn it! This guy can use space-time jutsu, can move fast enough to dodge Kawaki attacks, and even use water style powerful enough so my fire style cannot get past." This was shocking. Unbeknownst to the others, Naruto used Kamui to slip into the ground gradually until he completely disappeared, using the steam as a cover while his right Mangekyo Sharingan Tomo spun. You can say whatever you want about Obito, but this is definitely a stylish way to travel, Naruto remarked with a laugh. The steam quickly dissipated as Kawaki waved his arm, turned it into something like a broadsword by the body modifications. When he saw the enigmatic man was gone, he snarled in rage. "Where did you go? Come out, coward!" Kawaki angrily demanded, extending his arm with a blade. Kawaki largely disregarded Konohamaru's reprimand. "Kawaki, calm down. Whoever this person is clearly very dangerous. We need to take this time to plan out instead of waving your arms in anger." Even as Sarada braced her broken arm with her fist, she clenched it. Sarada thought bitterly, Konohamaru-sensei would not be giving him so much leeway if he were not affected by that, which makes him believe he is Kawaki's older brother instead of Boruto. Sumair yelled, "Sarada-chan! Watch out!" to get Sarada's attention. Like some kind of ghost emerging from the solid earth like water, Naruto swiftly emerged from the ground, head first. Sarada's wide eyes caught everyone's attention. Naruto said kindly, "Now then. Time to heal you up, Sarada-chan." Sarada was still terrified because she didn't know who it was. Sarada winced in agony even after Naruto gently grasped her broken hand. "Sarada-chan, leave her alone," exclaimed Sumair, worried about her friend. When golden chakra was released from the enigmatic man's right hand and placed into Sarada's fractured arm, her eyes grew wide. Even though he wasn't even looking at Kawaki, he released her arm a moment later and used the same hand to bat away more of her shrunken chakra rods. Kawaki angrily exclaimed, "Damn it! He can even parry them without looking. What a troublesome asshole," as the Kokugen in his left eye pulsed, sending a dozen shrunken chakra rods that had expanded after being batted away by the stranger's hand. When Konohamaru launched a volley of kunai at Naruto's feet, he leapt away. Sumair and Himawari ran up to her and squatted next to her sitting form, asking, "Sarada-chan, are you alright?" Sarada simply stared at her arm in shock, without saying a word. "Sarada-chan, Himawari inquired anxiously as she got ready to treat her as she had originally planned. As she stood up and repeatedly moved her arm without flinching to demonstrate that it was healed, Sarada said, "Sorry, actually, my arm is fully healed. Whatever that man did fully healed my arm in an instant. Matter of fact, it feels like I am well rested." "Who exactly is that man? My Vey soul tells me that he isn't an enemy even though he doesn't remove his hoopty," Sarada pondered in awe. Naruto leapt to get near Himawari, who appeared startled. Blue eyes gazing into her own were the last thing Himawari saw. Naruto snapped his thumb and right middle finger together before anyone could respond. As Naruto looked down at Himawari, whose eyes were partially rolled up the back of her head as if she was going to sleep, time itself seemed to stop. Everything stopped moving, even the tiny bit of dust in the air. Naruto said, "Thanks X-Blade for stopping time for me. This will help me get a private conversation with Hima without interference." His heart began to beat warmly in response to his words. Naruto nodded appreciatively as the X-Blade feminine voice warned him, "Take your time, although as soon as your talk is done time will resume." The entire world including the other dimensions located inside this world has been frozen. Naruto grinned as he gazed into Hima's half-lidded eyes and felt light appear in his eyes as his and her consciousness blended together. Within their common mindscape, Himawari blinked, surrounded by a bright room that resembled a blue sky. Behind her, the dog-sized Kurama appeared equally perplexed as she did. Himawari looked down at Kurama with a questioning expression and said, "Kurama, did you bring me here? All I remember is that man in the hood looking at me and then I woke up here." As he bit his lip intently, Kurama confessed, "No, I did not bring you here. I do not know where we are, but this does feel familiar for some reason." There was a chuckle, and they both turned around. Kurama got into a protective stance and leapt in front of Himawari, growling and raising his tails. With his hood still covering his face, only Naruto's voice could be heard as he explained, "I brought you both into this shared space so we could talk without any interruptions or fear." Kurama gave the hooded Naruto a suspicious glance and ordered, "Himawari, stand back. This guy feels dangerous." As Naruto raised his head and his hood dropped to his shoulders, he questioned, "You sure are protective, huh, Kurama?" Kurama hissed, "It can't be, you cannot be here." As Himawari's eyes grew wide, Himawari shook her head and said, "Papa, you're the one who helped out." "No, you are not Papa. Papa is much older than you. However, he resembles Papa. His blue eyes are instantly recognizable, and he shares Papa's spiky blonde hair. He also has Boruto's appearance." Himawari was unaware that she was equating Boruto with her father because omnipotence was still affecting her perception, making Kawaki her older brother and preventing her from remembering details like physical differences. Putting one hand under his chin and using the other to massage his forehead as though he were trying to relieve a headache, Naruto acknowledged, "Sigh, about that, I guess you could say I am not your father but I am Naruto Uzumaki." The smaller Kurama hissed, revealing his tiny but pointed teeth in a menacing growl. Kurama yelled angrily, "You dishonor everything he stood for by wearing his face, especially to his daughter and me." Himawari's perplexed expression disappeared as she assumed a position, leaning forward with one leg behind her and holding one fist in front of her and the other behind her. Instead of being angry, Naruto simply put his hands on his hips and looked at something behind them with amusement. Both Himawari and smaller Kurama fell to their knees as they felt a killer intent like never before, and Naruto playfully reprimanded them, saying, "Calm down. Kurama, they don't mean any harm. I haven't properly explained it, so it's on me." Hima muttered, This feels so intense, like there is a building trying to crush me." Kurama snarled and then turned to face Himawari, his eyes wide. Himawari and smaller Kurama were able to stand up when the aura disappeared, and when they turned around, they saw a huge kitsune fox with 9 tails that was darker orange. He resembled the Kurama standing next to Himawari, but he was much larger. Hima's eyes widened as the smaller Kurama scowled and crossed his little arms, saying, "So big, we feel so tiny compared to him. Together Kurama and I are not even the size of one of his eyes." The smaller Kurama nodded, and the larger Kurama grinned toothily. "He definitely feels like me when I was complete, and I can sense trace amounts of something around him. That is probably chakra inherited from Naruto due to being Jinchuriki and tailed beast. That is good enough for me." Hima glanced at the smaller Kurama first, then the larger one, and finally at Naruto, who was grinning down at her. As she glanced at each individual, her expression grew increasingly hopeful until she turned to Naruto in a nearly beseeching manner. Himawari put her hands together in prayer, looked away as though she couldn't believe in a false hope, and asked, "Are you really someone like Papa?" With a smile on his face, Naruto put a hand on Himawari's long, soft hair and rubbed it tenderly, causing Hima to turn to face him. She blushed slightly and felt a familiar sensation in her stomach. Hima gazed into the recognizable blue eyes and whisker marks and thought, he feels so much like Papa. As he removed his hand from Hima's blue hair, Naruto said, "I am not your father, but I am Naruto Uzumaki. We have all the time to talk, so let me tell you a story. The story of Naruto Uzumaki, the savior of all the worlds out there and the inheritor of the X-Blade." Hima pouted and complained. Hima said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to do that." But her blush indicated that she was relishing the little love she was receiving. Himawari sighed with satisfaction as Naruto laughed and returned his right hand to her long hair, ruffling it once more. The smaller Kurama raised an eyebrow and said, "X-Blade. What is that term? It does not seem to be something related to chakra or even those jerk 10-tail clones." The larger Kurama yawned as he gently lifted his smaller counterpart and returned him to Hima's arms, even as Naruto ruffled her hair. "Calm down. You should know by now if Naruto says he will explain something, he will do it." All right, the story begins with the X-Blade, which was basically the start of all worlds seeing a vision of a savior. Hagamoro Otsutsuki, the sage of 6 paths, also heard about this vision. Naruto began, a prophecy of a savior being born as a boy who frolics with tailed beasts who would save the world. Hima appeared intrigued, and both Kurama nodded. Naruto smiled sadly, while Kurama and Hima narrowed their eyes and said, "The difference is in this world it only referred to Naruto Uzumaki saving this world from threats like Madara Uchiha and Kagaya Otsutsuki, but in my world it referred to me rising above my world and being the one to save many others as well." As Kurama and Hima were engrossed in the tale, Naruto remarked, "My history bears remarkable similar oath as your father pretty much to the end of the 4th Ninja War, where I learned about my destiny and a truth that was hidden from me by the X-Blade itself." After a series of explanations, "So you've never had to deal with a Shiki at all?" Both Naruto and his Kurama nodded as the smaller Kurama questioned in shock. "You're correct. Even though there are numerous versions of events that are similar to what happened in this world, it's one of the ripples that makes my world so special. Before they consumed the chakra fruit, Kagaya defeated a Shiki in my history. She even completely destroyed him, making it impossible for him to obtain a vessel or kama to prolong his life. But as a result of defeating a threat that was supposed to be stronger than her, Kagaya ended up becoming much stronger." Naruto clarified this while his Kurama exhaled in frustration. AN 7. According to what we've seen of him in different incarnations, including the Ashiki who passed away, Kagaya was undoubtedly someone else, but she was ultimately far superior to Ashiki. Naruto's Kurama snarled, appearing disgusted when he mentioned Ashiki and irritated when he mentioned Kagaya. Thudamon was truly the worst of the worst. Ashiki sounds like a real work, man. After his death, he's still causing trouble for this world, huh? With his counterpart daughter and both Kurama incarnations behind him, Naruto remarked as he took a seat. Himawari's much smaller Kurama was sitting on top of Naruto's much larger Kurama, who appeared amused, in a rather amusing pose. "Papa, I mean, Naruto-san." Himawari began clumsily, looking surprised at how at ease she felt in the company of a younger, different version of her father, even though she had only recently met him. After a moment of hesitation, Himawari nodded and sat next to Naruto, who placed a hand on top of her head, causing her to flinch before settling down when she leaned into his touch. Naruto gave her a kind smile and held out his hand, indicating the spot next to him. "May I tell you something, Hima-chan?" Hima gazed up at him naively as Naruto asked with gentle eyes. "Yes, well," Hima decided to simply address him by his first name and asked, "Naruto, I feel a little envious. Your father did achieve his dream of becoming Hokage and starting a family with 2 amazing children, despite what has happened to him. Admittedly, I'm envious that he had a daughter as lovely as you. It's still difficult to accept that a person who is a part of me is out and about in Datbeo." The Kurama laughed as Naruto continued to babble on with pride. "You know how embarrassing that is. You don't even look that old, let alone be as old as Konohamaru ni-chan. It's strange and extremely embarrassing to be called pretty." As she fanned her red face and turned her head away from Naruto's playful grin, Himawari whimpered, her double-whiskered cheek showing a noticeable flush. "But it's not that you are a Jinchuriki like no other or that you carry a mix of Hinatas in my blood that most impresses me about you. Would you like to know what I find most impressive about you? Naruto asked, his eyes turning slowly and yearningly. Well, what about me impresses you? Himawari asked, looking genuinely interested as her blush subsided. Well, it's your generosity. You continue to smile and do not despise the world in spite of what has happened to you and your family. Many people wouldn't have that. It's much simpler to be angry at the world for taking away your possessions than to be optimistic about a better future. With pride gleaming in his blue eyes, Naruto assertively stated, your true strength, Hima-chan, is kindness. Himawari looked down at her hands and patted her cheeks, her eyes widening. Himawari mumbled, Papa, as she saw the longing in the young girl's eyes, causing Naruto's eyes to widen. Naruto muttered, Hima, as he extended his hand, appearing to touch Himawari's cheek, but he restrained himself and kept it a foot away from his counterpart's daughter. Sigh. Despite your increased strength, Naruto, you are fundamentally human. Unable to express your true feelings because you're afraid of how other people will react. The Kurama inside Naruto sighed and waved his enormous tails idly. Kurama. Naruto shot a cautionary glance in Hima's direction as she clasped her hands together and looked down. Himawari, he is correct. You should just say or do whatever you want to. With a soft voice, the smaller Kurama who had been reincarnated told Hima, nobody here is going to judge you or anything. Naruto looked up at how soft-spoken this Kurama was, and when he turned to face the inner Kurama with a questioning expression, Kurama scowled and averted his gaze. Himawari bit her lip and cast a beseeching glance up at Naruto, whose face softened as he extended his arms to greet her. Dad! Himawari let out a cry and ran into Naruto's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. As the young girl buried her face in Naruto's stomach, he held her and gave her a gentle back rub, saying, Hima, I am here for you. Kurama smiled softly as they watched their respective Jinchuriki embrace and console one another. They both had an understanding expression on their faces, knowing that Naruto and Himawari knew this was not the reunion they needed, but they still took each other's emotions in stride. Each Uzumaki simply stood there and took in each other's warmth for as long as they could in this frozen moment, which could have lasted a few seconds, minutes, or even hours. Papa, I really miss you. Even though you're not my biological father, your embrace makes me think of him. Even though her tears had mostly stopped, Himawari's voice betrayed her loneliness and hurt. Himawari sighed as she continued to savor this fleeting solace, and Naruto simply closed his eyes while using his right hand to dab away her tears and placing a gentle hand on top of her head. The other me who has this amazing daughter who adores him so much makes me envious. As Himawari blushed but remained in the embrace, Naruto told her earnestly, one of my goals is to have a family, and if my children are even half as wonderful as you, then I would consider myself lucky. Both Uzumaki had broad smiles on their faces as they appeared much more relaxed now, and after another indeterminate period of time, Naruto withdrew while maintaining her at arm's length by holding her shoulders with his hands. When Naruto saw what his daughter was wearing, he scowled. That shirt is much too short for someone your age, but the pants are okay. After releasing Himawari's shoulders, Naruto crossed his arms and said, I can see your stomach and that means everyone can. Eep. Avoid looking. Papa Baka. Himawari put her arms across her chest and exclaimed, her cheeks flushed bright red. While Himawari's Kurama had an irritated expression and appeared to want to sink into the ground, Naruto's Kurama laughed heartily. Hima, proving my point. You are still far too young to date, let alone expose yourself like that, Naruto said sternly, a fatherly tone seeping in without him realizing it. You are a growing girl, and I can understand that. Hima pouted and complained, sounding like a young child being told no by her father. Papa. Sigh, I'm curious as to where you found this dress code. When Hinata was your age, she and your mother, after all, covered up almost everything. As an image of Hinata at the age of 15 emerged in their mindscape, Naruto remarked, even when she was a few years younger, she still wore fully covering clothes that covered almost every inch of her skin aside from her face. He waved his hand idly. Himawari's eyes widened when she saw a picture of her mother years before she was born. She wore blue pants that hung down to about 2 inches above her ankles, black low-heeled ninja sandals that ended a few inches below her pants, and a lavender and cream hooded jacket with cream-colored sleeves that was partially unzipped, revealing her leaf headband wrapped around her neck over mesh armor. Hinata had the same dark blue hair as her own, with a Heim-style cut in the front that exposed a portion of her forehead without hiding her eyes. She was a few inches taller than Hima, indicating her slightly older age. Given that her breasts were visible bumping against her jacket and that her jacket was form-fitting, Hinata had a notably curvy figure. As the image of Hinata smiled gently, Hima remarked in awe, "Ka-chan, she looks so beautiful and happy." After giving Hinata a longing glance and waving his hand to make the Imagine disappear, Naruto nodded and grinned. Hima looked at the Imagine for a few moments before sighing and turning back to Naruto. "Your mom is unique." With a kind grin, Naruto reassured her, "I have seen your father's memories, and I can safely say Hinata is the love of his life, and you and your brother are everything to him." Himawari muttered, "Ni-chan too," as she briefly appeared unsure. For a brief moment, Himawari failed to notice Naruto's ugly expression of rage as he clenched his fist. Naruto hissed in rage before controlling his temper with a soft smile. "Kawaki, you baka," turning the pure love Hima has for Boruto and turning it on its head. Himawari's Kurama gave Naruto an inquisitive look that was accompanied by a look of anger. Then Himawari bit her lip tensely, causing Naruto to look at her with concern before Hima turned to face him. Papa, if Auntie Kairi had seen me, do you think she would have liked me?" Naruto looked at her in surprise when Himawari asked, and he smiled when he saw how nervously she was playing with her hands. As a picture of the 7th Hokage and his wife appeared in Naruto's eyes, he thought, just like a younger Hinata, although I can sense she is a lot like me too. Quite the perfect blend of us, or rather them. Remember that I haven't met Kairi in person. The purpose of this entire journey, or at least this series of journeys, is to establish my merit for meeting her at that particular moment. Datbeo. Naruto acknowledged, making Himawari laugh when he used the pronoun, Yano, the way her brother Kawaki did. However, judging by what I have seen of her and the way she is now. Himawari smiled broadly and blushed slightly as Naruto remarked, "I am pretty sure she would adore you even though she isn't that much older than you are either, so she might be a bit creeped out being an aunt already." Himawari babbled, "Auntie Kairi, I mean your sister Papa, I mean," as she realized she was having trouble telling who belonged to her family and who didn't, which made Naruto smile and shake his head. "It's okay." Himawari looked wide-eyed before a few tears flowed down her cheeks as Naruto said, "We might not be your real family, but I know it would make us both happy if you consider us at least your friends." Himawari hiccuped as Naruto simply grinned and wiped away her tears before patting her cheeks, which caused Hima to laugh. "Hi, I understand Papa. When you find her and rescue her from the fate she faces, do you think she might come here?" Naruto sighed and returned his hands to his chest as Hima nervously asked. "I am unable to make any promises. To be honest, I have no idea what Kairi will do once the war is over. It is possible that she will just return to the friends she has made and go back to Destiny Island and live her life there. That might actually be her home. Not Konoha, a place she has never really visited, or Radiant Gardens, which she hardly remembers." Naruto calmly acknowledged, but he couldn't help but have a dejected expression, which caused Kurama to frown but remain silent. "It's unfair. You're risking everything for her, including your own happiness, and you're suggesting that she might simply abandon you and return home to a place she was familiar with before realizing the truth." Hima yelled, causing Kurama to grin a little, but Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "Hima, her choices are whatever they may be. I won't make her come back to Konoha just because it's where my home is," Naruto stated firmly, but Hima shook her head. "Why do you look so depressed if that's really how you feel? With you and Kurama on all these worlds you will have to visit in order to have the opportunity to save Kairi, don't you feel lonely?" Himawari looked up into Naruto's blue eyes with her own and asked passionately. Naruto appeared truly shocked by Hima's remarks, but he fell silent, unable to respond. "I am the savior and I've grown accustomed to being flawless so that everyone can rely on me. It's such an easy reflex at this point. But with one glance, this child, a child of a different me, has seen through all these walls and seen what is truly in my heart. What a child, she truly is a kind child," Naruto thought with pride and realization. Naruto acknowledged, looking down in shame and with a few tears streaming down his face, "Yeah, it does get a little lonely and yeah, I can admit I am not so perfect. It wouldn't break my heart if Kairi ended up choosing her new life and forgetting the bond we should share as siblings." Hima closed her eyes and buried her face in Naruto's chest, and Naruto's eyes widened as he felt Hima's small body tackle him and give him a warmth and comfort he hadn't felt in what seemed like ages. "Don't worry, Papa, you feel this way because of Oki. If anything, your admission of such things makes me like you more. It gives me the impression that, instead of being the savior, you are just Naruto Uzumaki." Himawari exclaimed with pride. Naruto put his arms around Hima's shoulders and said honestly, "You truly are a kind child and I am happy the other me has such a sweet and pure daughter." The Uzumaki simply embraced, allowing their suffering to subside. As they watched their Jinchuriki console one another for what could have been minutes or hours, both Kurama had proud expressions. Hima continued to hold Naruto before tilting her head to look at his right arm. "Papa, would you mind answering this strange question for me?" Naruto arched an eyebrow as Hima asked, grinning nervously. "Yes." With a kind smile and a nod, Naruto reassured her, "I feel like we trust each other at this point, so ask away and I will do my best to answer honestly." "Well, why are there no bandages on your arm?" "Papa's right arm has been covered in bandages from the elbow up ever since I can remember, and he never removed them," Hima inquired, her eyes shining with innocence and curiosity. "I'd also like to know that. I have previously observed that the chakra of Hashirama Senju is absent from that arm." Kurama remarked, "It feels like an arm that is naturally part of your body," with a curious expression. After fighting the impulse to swoon over the younger girl's cuteness, Naruto exchanged glances with the larger Kurama, who rolled his eyes. Indeed, Naruto Uzumaki lost his right arm in this world as a result of his battle with Sasuke Uchiha at the Valley of the End, which also destroyed Sasuke Uchiha's left arm. The dominant arms of both fighters were lost. Later on, Hashirama Senju cells would be used to create a replacement arm for Naruto Uzumaki that would be able to process and function his chakra almost as well as his own original right arm. Sasuke Uchiha, on the other hand, chose not to get a prosthetic and instead adapted by using his weaker right arm as his only arm. Naruto nodded and revised his fighting technique to use one hand and one-handed hand signals. Kurama, who was smaller, just raised an eyebrow at the description, but Hima briefly appeared dejected. "Are you implying that you did not also lose your arm like Sasuke did?" Kurama made the suggestion, but Naruto surprised him by shaking his head. "No, as in your case, we ultimately destroyed each other's hands." Naruto laughed and demonstrated his point by rubbing his cheek with his right hand. "It's just in mine. I used Six Paths powers to restore our arms to their original state, although I admit it took a vast amount of chakra even for someone like me," he said. Hima looked questioningly at the smaller Kurama. "Why didn't Papa do it in our world if this Papa could?" Innocently, Hima asked Kurama. "Well, we never imagined that such a thing could be accomplished." As he frowned down, Kurama acknowledged, "Honestly, it sounds ridiculous if you are not the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, but hey, this proof it is possible." "Kurama, don't be depressed. I still think you and Papa are fantastic." Hima reassured the diminutive-looking Kurama, who smiled slightly but closed his eyes. "Maybe in your world, Naruto's Six Paths chakra merged with Kurama's and his own, making it impossible to activate it to the same extent during the Fourth Ninja War." As smaller Kurama showed interest in his theory, Naruto made a suggestion. "AN9. Hima merely laughed at Naruto's agitated expression as he hurriedly added, "Of course, that is just speculation as despite what people think I don't have all the answers and can only make guesses." Hima replied sweetly, interspersed with little giggles, "All right Papa, we will just accept your answer." Naruto grinned. "It makes me think. The power of the Six Paths can bring back the life forces of those who are still alive and return missing pieces of people to their original state. Thus, when I save Sasuke, I will return his left eye to its natural condition." Naruto said, his eyes softening as he uttered Sasuke's name. "You're capable of that." Sasuke's left eye was reportedly totally destroyed. Naruto nodded, and smaller Kurama observed, "Healing ninjutsu would not be able to heal that sort of damage. Sasuke's eye is a part of who he is, so I can fix it." As smaller Kurama nodded, Naruto explained, "I couldn't restore Kakashi-sensei's Sharingan that Madara stole because it wasn't his original eye, but I could restore Kakashi-sensei's original left eye because sensei is alive." "All right, Papa, I think that will make Sarada happy." While Naruto winced momentarily when she added the "kun" to Boruto's name, Himawari brightly observed, "I know she misses him dearly despite him being treated as a criminal for helping Boruto-kun, he is still her father." "That's correct, Boruto. Since his right eye was cut, I will also need to repair it when I have the opportunity," Naruto said somberly. "Boruto-kun, I have no problem with you healing him or even replacing his eye, but I have a feeling that many Konoha residents will be upset if you do that. After 3 years of him leaving the village, they still really dislike him and even continue to call him a traitor," Himawari said, her face appearing to be a mixture of sympathy and sorrow. "Hima, Her memories of Boruto are swapped out with Kawaki, so she probably doesn't hate Boruto like the rest of the world, but she doesn't love him like she should. To her, Kawaki has always been her brother and Boruto is the boy that her parents adopted and that she grew to like as an adopted sibling. Naruto noted as he resisted releasing killer intent at the injustice of it all. The larger Kurama gave Naruto a pitying look, as if he could read Naruto's mind. For a brief moment, Hima's Kurama narrowed his eyes at how furious Naruto felt. Hima, as he let go of the girl sitting next to him, Naruto asked gravely, "Can I ask you something? It's very important that you answer me honestly." "Yes, Papa, what do you need to ask me?" With eagerness, Hima inquired. "I realize that Boruto is regarded as a national hero. No, a global criminal who ought to be executed there. Even after assisting Konoha, he will probably have his chakra sealed and be questioned once time has been unfrozen." Naruto began, closing his eyes but still being able to clearly sense Hima's anguished feelings. The fact that the X-Blade could freeze time for an entire world and even dimensions in the wider world impressed Kurama, Naruto's reincarnated counterpart. Hima muttered, "Boruto-kun," as Naruto opened his eyes to see her gaze down at her lap, where she had placed her hands and played with them apprehensively. "Well, how do you feel about Boruto? Not what Konoha or anybody else says about him, but how do you feel about him at the moment?" Naruto asked in a firm yet gentle tone, indicating that he was looking for an honest response. Hima appeared to be giving the question some serious thought before opening her eyes and grinning slightly but painfully. "I can still clearly recall my first encounter with Boruto-kun. Despite his seeming rudeness, particularly toward Kawaki Ni-chan, his loneliness is what I remember most about him. He gave off the impression of having no family or friends. It appeared that he kept everyone at a distance of 5 feet in order to prevent disappointment." When she said, "Kawaki Ni-chan," smaller Kurama became enraged once more. "But I also remember he sacrificed his own arm to save me and Papa from Delta Sand chakra beams but still tried to play it off as something inconsequential," Hima began to explain. "I can even tell my other self is feeling indignant, although I cannot understand how Naruto can love one child of his counterpart but be annoyed at another child." Hima's Kurama thought, narrowing his eyes for a moment. Why does he keep getting so angry when she refers to Kawaki as her brother? He is not mad at her but rather at the phrasing itself. Everyone claims that Boruto-kun killed Papa and Mama 3 years ago and attempted to kill Kawaki Ni-chan beforehand. But I still believe that Mama and Papa are still alive and that Boruto-kun must have gone down a dark path to want to harm Ni-chan or them. Hima softly grinned and said, "So, if it's possible, I want him to change to be the person I considered a friend if not a secondary older brother." AN 10. I know there are people in Konoha who think I am being naive and would be angry if I said these things to Hokage-sama or Konohamaru-sensei who hold Boruto responsible for these crimes. Hima said with a scowl. When Naruto put an arm around Hima's shoulder and leaned in to comfort her, she sighed with relief. "To be honest, I think you're really kind and strong. It is far simpler to follow the herd and to assume that someone is bad without question. A Jinchuriki like your father and I are the only ones who can relate to that kind of mindset. As we grew up, the vast majority of Konoha detested and disregarded us because it was widely believed that we posed a threat and should be feared." As Hima looked down in sorrow, Naruto told her, even the kids who didn't understand why their parents or adults hated us simply picked up on it and followed the adults' lead. With a single nod from the larger Kurama, Hima's Kurama remarked, "He's right, Hima. Both of Naruto suffered due to this village but they chose to not let that hate consume them." Hima leaned into Naruto's warmth and whispered, "Papa." After a minute of silence, Naruto admitted, "I really didn't want to be the one to tell you this, but you and Boruto deserve to know this." He now appeared somewhat hurt but determined in his resolve. "Well, is there a connection between Boruto-kun and me?" Seeing how hurt Naruto appeared, Hima said, "I don't want him to get hurt or anything." "Is there anything that we are unaware of?" Kurama's full-size counterpart clicked his teeth in response to Hima's question. Kurama growled, causing Hima and her Kurama to stare at him bewildered. Sigh. This all happened because of one idiot's selfish desire and ignoring what someone wants to keep them alive. "Papa," Hima nervously asked Naruto, who inhaled deeply while gazing into the eyes of her counterpart's daughter. "There is a truth you must know even if it's painful, as I know keeping the truth hidden doesn't make it go away." Naruto broke down in tears. "Boruto, not Kawaki, is your biological brother." With his eyes full of pity, Naruto revealed firmly that Boruto Uzumaki is the firstborn son of the 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki and the Hyuga princess Hinata Hyuga Uzumaki. Well, what are you discussing? I am aware of how awesome Boruto-kun is, but to refer to Kawaki ni-chan as not my true brother. Naruto looked down as Hima gasped and appeared hurt. Hima, it's not your fault that you can't recall the actual events. When Hima got up and gave him a suspicious look, Naruto flinched as he attempted to explain that the entire world had been duped. Naruto realized, damn it, even in this space, since her mind was already affected by Ada's omnipotence, her heart is already starting to fight to keep the deception up. I'm not sure what you're implying. Are you implying that genjutsu is affecting not just Hima but the entire world? Kurama in Hima crossed his tiny arms and asked doubtfully. Naruto's Kurama remarked sardonically, the fact that you are asking that means you are affected as well. Hima's Kurama sneered. You are who I am. I don't have any powers, even if you didn't break yourself, get reborn, and have some abilities. At our core, we are the same tailed beast. You and Naruto would also be impacted if you were somehow under a mind-altering genjutsu, Hima's Kurama shot back, sounding quite defensive. Kurama, who was staring at Naruto expectantly, tapped his cheek impatiently. Naruto turned to face Hima, who was still observing him cautiously but unsurely. Hima, have you ever questioned why Sarada-chan and Sumire-chan are so opposed to the directives to kill or capture Boruto? Naruto smiled sadly as he asked Hima. Hima tapped her cheek, tilted her head, and blinked. Sarada-chan may be moving on to Boruto-kun, but I always assumed she had a thing for Kawaki ni-chan. The thought of Sarada-chan liking ni-chan so we could be sisters kind of appealed to me. Hima said with joy, oblivious to the fact that her eyes were glassy as omnipotence rewrote her memories to change everything Boruto did with Kawaki. As a result, emotions that had previously been directed at Boruto were now directed at Kawaki, as though they had always been. Even so, I am aware that Sumire-chan enjoys Kawaki ni-chan. I don't really know what happened, but I can tell she really likes him because he saved her from that whole new incident. However, it's strange that she is so protective of Boruto-kun. Hima went on, her eyes glassy. AN 11. Naruto rubbed his head in exasperation and sighed. Hima, I regret to inform you that you have the opposite. Because of Boruto's actions, Sarada and Sumire both feel a connection to him that goes beyond friendship. They most likely despise Kawaki at the moment, or at the very least want him to change his ways. Naruto attempted to clarify, but Hima shook her head angrily. That isn't possible. For me, Kawaki ni-chan has always been there. At night, when Papa was too preoccupied with his job, he tucked me in. He chastised Papa for not being present on my birthday. He and Uncle Sasuke put their lives in danger to protect Papa from the bad aliens. Are you saying that none of those memories are real? Hima screamed, appearing terrified and perplexed. Hima. When Hima covered her left eye and cheek with one hand, Naruto looked sad and said, you just can't understand what is happening to you and everyone else right now. As Naruto watched his counterpart's daughter pant heavily and her visible eye kept darting around as if searching for something she wasn't finding, he thought sadly, this must be how Sumire and Sarada felt trying to explain things to people affected by omnipotence. People who retain their original memories must seem crazy to people whose memories and perception affected by omnipotence is to the people affected. This is the way it has always been. Those who are immune to that jutsu appear to be the most impacted because they are the ones who are aware of the truth while everyone else is living in deception. Kurama pondered while Naruto nodded numbly. When Hima collapsed to her knees, appearing to be in pain, with one hand covering her eye, Kurama was about to respond, but he became alert. All of this cannot be false. I adore Kawaki-kun. Together with Mama, he is the one who has always supported me. I would have felt so alone without him. He must be my brother, Hima said, gasping in agony as her visible eye began to well up with tears. Himawari. Hima's Kurama yelled as he leapt off Kurama's head and landed defensively in front of her, his tails ready to move behind him. Naruto extended his arm as though to give the younger girl a hug, but he refrained. Naruto, you and I both know that unless you release her from its influence, even if you persuade her of the truth, she will soon be rewritten. Kurama frowned and pointed out. I understand. After all, this is the reason I entered this world. With a determined expression and bright blue eyes, Naruto said, to put things right. Hima, all you need to do is put your hand on mine and have faith in me. That's what you need to do, Naruto begged, bending over and extending his hand, gesturing for Hima to take it. Although Hima's Kurama snarled at Naruto, he refrained from acting until Himawari gave him the order. A convincing voice whispered into Hima's ear, "Don't trust him. He is lying to you. Trust in Kawaki. He is the brother you want and love. He is to be trusted, not this stranger who is questioning Kawaki." Hima kept holding her face in agony while staring at Naruto with a bewildered and hurt expression. "How can I have faith in you?" Hima said. "You may have Papa's face, but you are still a stranger." Her eyes betrayed her uncertainty, even as the voice in her head grew louder, causing her to gasp in agony. "Hima, I won't force you to trust me. Right now, I just want you to make your own decision. Who do you really care about? Who are you interested in caring about?" As he closed his eyes and awaited her response, Naruto asked. Instinctively, Hima said, "Kawa," before pausing, much to the ire of the voice. Hima closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, thinking, is Kawaki really the one who has been there this entire time? What is truly in my heart? Well, you know, despite how she looks, she can get pretty scary when she snaps, so you really shouldn't mess with. Kawaki observed. Hold on. Demon, don't tell me that you believe Hima's, Kawaki said, his eyes widening with insight. What? Demon asked, staring at Kawaki, in amazement. Oh no, not at all. You know that Big Bro will never approve of you. Kawaki yelled as he held Demon in place by his armpits. What are you talking about? As Hima clutched groceries and appeared completely bewildered, Demon demanded. Before a throb of agony entered her head and heart, Hima thought, why am I thinking of this memory? I have seen Kawaki every day since that day. Boruto suddenly took Kawaki's place. Hima opened her eyes, ignoring the voice in her head that was giving her a terrible headache. Hey Boruto, please tell me the truth, Papa, Hima asked, her eyes wide with terror as she forced herself to suppress the sensation that Kawaki was once again the center of her universe. Naruto sensed that omnipotence was attempting to control Hima's thoughts because he could practically see an invisible image of an evil-looking Ada with black eyes behind Hima, her hands above her head with strings attached, as if she were a puppet master manipulating Hima's thoughts. I can't let this opportunity slip. Hima, wake up, Naruto shouted as he rushed forward and covered Hima's outstretched hands with his own. A bright blue light filled the mindscape, and Hima and Naruto's Kurama shielded their eyes with their arms while Hima gazed trustingly at Naruto. No, the image of her controlling Hima vanished as the light consumed it, leaving behind a ghostly wail that sounded like a distorted Ada. Despite the intense light, Hima caught a glimpse of Naruto grinning down at her while closing his eyes in a eye wink. Don't worry, Hima. As Hima grinned and closed her eyes, soaking in the light, Naruto reassured her, you will remember what is truly in your heart and not what omnipotence has been telling you. As the image of Kawaki was replaced by a younger Boruto with both eyes and nothing but a smiling face, Hima thought, it's so warm and comforting. It's almost like getting an embrace from Papa, Mama, and Boruto as well. In her head, Boruto said, welcome back, Hima. Have you been good Dadbasa? Hima mumbled, Ni-chan, as a single tear trickled down her cheek. After about 30 seconds, the light faded, revealing Naruto clutching an apparently unconscious Hima in her arms while grinning down at the girl with her head resting on his shoulder. The X-blade appears to have done its job. I assume you also recall what reality is supposed to be. Naruto Kurama, his diminutive counterpart, looked down and asked. Yes, it's as though the fog that has been obscuring my thoughts for the past 3 years has finally cleared. It's unbelievable that I, of all creatures, was impacted and thought that Brat Kawaki was Naruto's real son, Hima's Kurama said, rubbing his eye drowsily with one paw. TCH. Don't stress over it, Naruto is only unaffected by the X-blade influence, even though I would be strong enough to recognize that I was being influenced. Even though Naruto gave him the finger, Kurama asserted, not that an idiot like Naruto would believe me. AN 12. With a faint smile, Hima's Kurama said, it seems that the me inside Naruto is just as close as I was to the Naruto I knew when I was still sealed inside of him. Himawari yawned and blinked multiple times, waking up. How is your sleepy head feeling? As he rubbed her forehead to remove some perspiration that had accumulated from her struggle against omnipotence, Naruto asked softly. Well, Hima confessed while still in Naruto's arms, but her eyes were filled with shame and guilt. It's like I just woke up from a dream and was able to think clearly for the first time. She turned to face Naruto with teary eyes, and Naruto wiped away her tears. Hima, you cannot hold yourself responsible for Boruto's fate. Naruto told her politely, I know for sure he definitely doesn't blame you. Hima looked down as she moved out of his arms, but she was sad the next time. Whether or not it's my fault is irrelevant. Despite my best efforts, I lost a lot of faith in Ni-chan after 3 years of trusting those memories. Everyone was talking about how much of a traitor he was and how he should be put down if he ever returned. Hima laments, even though I didn't believe Boruto killed my parents, or rather our parents, I never spoke out in defense of him. Naruto sighed, but he put a hand on top of her head. Himawari, it would have made no difference. We are aware that the purple-haired girl and the Uchiha girl have been attempting to persuade the 8th Hokage for years without success. Hima gruffly remarked, your voice alone, even if you were under control, would have only made people think you were crazy or delusion. Hima grinned pitifully at him. You mean Sarada-chan and Sumire-chan Kurama. Naruto and Hima spoke at the same time by instinct, getting both Kurama to roll their eyes. Even though Hima's cheeks blushed slightly, Naruto grinned broadly at her shy smile. I was able to recall what Boruto meant to me because of Papa. Hima sighed and gave Naruto a grateful look, but when she mentioned Kawaki's name, her eyes darkened. Kawaki is the one who started this mess and he blamed it on my dear older brother. When Naruto shook his head, Kurama grinned. In actuality, it was your heart that prevailed. This battle was won for you by your heart. I just used the power of the X-blade to push it, Naruto said, drawing Hima's wide eyes. My heart prevailed, Hima asked, looking utterly taken aback. Your heart, indeed. Your heart began to understand your sibling feelings for Boruto on its own after I simply forced you to think about him. The X-blade would have had a much harder time taking away your omnipotence and it would have hurt you if you didn't really love him from the bottom of your heart, Naruto said firmly, wearing a proud yet joyful expression. Naturally, that's in part because I've never had to take away someone's omnipotence. Hima looked up at Naruto, then giggled. Next time, I am sure I can remove it from the world nearly painlessly, he added with confidence. All right, Papa, Hima answered, I believe in you, to which Naruto grinned. To the Kurama's amusement, Naruto and Hima simply exchanged identical smiles, their whiskered cheeks puffing out in the same manner. Hima, outside of our mindscape, time has stopped. Right now, right after I brought you here, time will flow once we depart. Thus, no time has passed for Kawaki and the others. As far as they can tell, I hurt you in some way, and they will still view me as an enemy, Naruto said gravely to Hima, who first appeared shocked before vehemently shaking her head. Papa, you could never harm me. You don't have to worry, I'll keep them informed. Hima cheerfully reassured Naruto, but Naruto shook his head. Hima, you can clarify things or at least give Sarada and Sumire, who are impervious to omnipotence, or at least the version cast by Ada, a hint that Boruto is innocent. But don't tell anyone else, especially Kawaki, that you're awake. Hima became irritated when Naruto told her sternly, I intend to allow myself to be captured by them in order to guide me back to the Hokage Tower. But that would mean I would have to, Hima said, her face sad. Yes, it would entail treating Kawaki as if he were your brother and protector, while I am just a stranger who arrived in Konoha following a significant attack. It's okay, I can assure you that everyone will soon learn the truth, which we already know. Hima bowed her head and sighed, but Naruto said softly, we just need Kawaki and Ada to be put together in the same place and time so we can reveal their crimes to the world. Why don't you just beat that kid and put him in his proper place since you appear to be far stronger than Kawaki? The charm of Ada probably doesn't affect you either, so you could probably beat her up too. Hima's Kurama inquired, appearing particularly irritated at the reference to Kawaki. Isn't it clear? Naruto will appear to be a villain if he attacks Kawaki or Ada while omnipotence is active. Getting the world to view him as a villain is not worth it. Hima and smaller Kurama exchanged a worried glance as Kurama revealed, Naruto needs them to believe he is cornered so he can release the omnipotence all at once. When Naruto noticed how dejected Hima appeared, he pulled him into another hug, which she gladly embraced. It won't last for very long. The girl grinned when she heard Boruto's name, and Naruto reassured her, I will make everything clear so you and Boruto can be a family together along with your parents. Ni-chan, Hima muttered, Papa, Mama, we will be together again soon, while Naruto gave her a kind smile. Naruto pondered sadly before shaking his head, this is how family is supposed to be. I wonder if Kairi, Namin, and Zeon will look like this when I reunite with them. I don't care what they think of me, all that matters to me is that they are happy and alive, Naruto thought resolutely. As though he could sense Naruto's emotions, Kurama sent Naruto a pitying glance. Papa, you must also meet them. I will not let them know that Papa was the one who connected us. Then, with a determined expression, Hime continued. What? Getting to know them as well? As he ruffled his spiky hair, Naruto sheepishly admitted, I didn't really intend for that to happen. I was just trying to set things right and didn't really think of meeting my counterpart and his family. He looked genuinely perplexed. You have no other option. All you have to do is meet them. Hime laughed at his confused expression and insisted. While Hime and her Kurama shared smug expressions, Naruto and Kurama had almost the same frustrated expression. I guess there is now a victory against you, huh? With a cheer from Hime, Naruto said, okay, I'll make sure to greet them too after Omnipotence is released and I released your parents from Daikokuden dimension where Kawaki has had them stored up for the last 3 years. Her frustrated expression subsided when she saw how content and joyful Hime appeared. When Naruto and Hime's Kurama gave each other a fist bump and a nod of recognition, they exchanged a final embrace. As the entire mindscape began to fade away and turn into light, Naruto said to Hime, until we meet again soon, dear Hime. Papa, thank you for everything. I have faith that you will eventually find your family. Hime brightly responded, I know it, and Naruto's eyes widened at her admission. Naruto said, wait, one last thing Hime. He and Hime were on the verge of vanishing entirely from the mindscape. Both of them were only doing waist-ups. Hime asked with a cute head tilt, is something the matter, Papa? Naruto grinned, but then his expression became serious, making Hime and her Kurama appear concerned. As Hime swallowed and looked to the larger Kurama for assistance, Naruto said gravely, there is something I need to ask you not to do when you return. Something that is deeply important to me. However, Kurama simply closed his eyes and rested on his paw. The Kurama appeared to be undamaged, in contrast to Naruto and Hime, indicating that they were not merely guests but rather residents of the mindscape. Hime gaped at Naruto, who whimpered, you better not think Sasuke is super cool. Definitely do not get a crush on him, you hear me, Dadbeo? Hime asked in jest, using her grandmother's verbal tic, where did that come from and what are talking about, Databane? Without giving it any thought, Naruto appeared irritated, crossing his arms and pouting. I know girls your age start to look up and even crush on older men. It's just a natural thing that Hinata and Sakura-chan told me about once. When I was growing up in the academy, besides your mother, all the girls fawned over Sasuke over and over again. It was always, Sasuke-kun is so cool. Sasuke-kun is so handsome. Sasuke-kun, will you be mine? Over and over again, that is all I heard when I was growing up. Naruto lamented that Hime was still staring at his youthful side. Naruto Kurama sighed and nodded alongside his larger counterpart. I told you to get over it, Naruto. You are in the international hero who everyone looks up to, while Sasuke past is still something people are wary of. Himawari asked awkwardly, Papa, what does you, having issues with Sasuke-san have to do with me? She seemed to be discovering a previously unknown aspect of Naruto that she found charming despite being strange. After coughing, Naruto met Hime's eyes directly. The point is, Hime, I don't want you be like other girls and judge someone based on their looks. I know Sasuke purely on a physical level is what girls your age fawn over. I don't want that for you. I want you have a real relationship based on trust and mutual interests and love. Naruto replied with fatherly affection coursing through his facial expressions and voice. Hime blushed and muttered, Papa. She felt a little touched by this version of her father giving her wise counsel. But Hime dropped her head in shame at the next words. Of course, I mean way down the line. Like years and years before you should date anyone at all, let alone think of making love or anything of the sort. Even kissing or holding hands with a boy should not be on your pure mind. You are far too young and innocent for anything of the sort. Naruto said with conviction in an inflexible manner. Hime glared at her alternate father and said, Papa, I don't have those kinds of feelings. Plus Uncle Sasuke is pretty much family. I wouldn't have a crush on him in any way. That is gross. She pouted adorably but leaned into Naruto's hand as he smiled and patted her head, letting out a sigh of relief. With a playful smile that widened when Naruto cocked his head, Hime said, anyways, if anything, I feel girls my age or Sarada-chan age will more likely get a crush on you, Papa, than Uncle Sasuke. Really, the girls in my age group have commented on Sasuke's good looks but never really on mine. Although several girls from outside the village seem to be rather fond of me, so maybe Konoha girls are simply too used to me to think of me as good looking. Naruto raised his eyebrows. AN2. When both Kurama rolled their eyes, Hime laughed. That is putting it lightly, Naruto. It seems that the girls in Konoha could only see you as a pest for acting like an idiot, or the hero could be depended on. Outside the village, however, it seems the looks you inherited from your parents and your tendency to save girls is actually charming traits for them. Naruto, Kurama said with a grin. I can see why other girls would find you attractive, Papa. You seem to attract trouble and solve issues wherever you go. That makes you quite the hero, huh? Hime smiled. With only their heads remaining in the mindscape, Hime and Naruto were almost awake when Naruto laughed. With identical smiles, Hime said affectionately, see you when I wake up, Papa. Hime, remember, as far as anyone knows, this conversation hasn't happened. You are still Kawaki's sister until I undo omnipotence. As far as anyone knows, Himawari Uzumaki doesn't hate Boruto, but she's still wary of him. Kawaki won't know you are not being affected by the switch. Naruto cautioned her and looked sadly at her as Hime raised her eyebrows. Hime sadly said, I know. Boruto Ni-chan has been alone all this time and I want to hug like before closing her eyes. However, for the sake of the world I can wait just a little longer. Sarada-chan and Sumire-chan have believed in Boruto Ni-chan when no one else did, so I will give them a clue that I know Boruto is innocent. Hime said with determination. Hime heard Naruto's voice again just before they both disappeared entirely. Naruto addressed her with pride, saying, that's my girl. I am proud of you. I couldn't ask for a better daughter if I could ask for one. Hime exclaimed, I am proud of you too, Papa. You might not think you are worthy of Auntie Kairi, but you are worthy in my opinion. With tears of joy and pride in her eyes. Hime-chan, you truly are a good child. Boruto and you as a family, huh? After saving Kairi, I don't know what the future holds, but if I could wish for anything, it would be to travel to this world and others. As he started to awaken, Naruto thought, if only to say hi again. AN3. As X-Blade promised Naruto that time would return to normal, Hime awoke. Naruto was standing in front of Hime, his hand in front of her face as she fell to her knees. Hime's heart began to race as she realized, Papa, everything that happened in there happened in less than a moment, but it felt like a world of experiences with him. As she glanced over at Boruto, who was lying in Sumire's arms with his head cradled in her arms and his body leaning against her, Hime thought, Boruto Ni-chan is hurt, and until Papa released omnipotence on me, my feelings of love for Boruto felt muted as they were what I had for Kawaki, not the real feelings I had. It appeared as though Hime had been struck by something, as she was overcome by her rekindled feelings for Boruto. Himawari-chan, Konohamaru exclaimed in alarm as he saw his sensei's daughter drop to her knees, expressionless. When he looked at her, did that guy use some kind of genjutsu to strike her? Having heard tales of the Sharingan's notorious ability to use genjutsu simply by making eye contact, Konohamaru thought. The urge to defend Himawari surged through Kawaki, and he narrowed his eyes. Kawaki's voice was calm but angry as she threatened, get away from her. In order to swing at Naruto in a downward slash, Kawaki changed his right arm into what appeared to be a gray scythe with 3 prongs. Kawaki's swing created a tiny crater from the impact, but Naruto easily leapt up to avoid it. Kawaki was chasing Naruto and jumped after him in midair, but Naruto demonstrated his agility by swerving to dodge his swings and landing back on his feet. To Kawaki's ire, Naruto swerved and bobbed casually away from his swings. Himawari and Sumire seized the chance to leap forward, seize Himawari, and pull her to safety by her arms. Sarada worriedly said, Himawari-chan, are you all right? To the younger girl. Himawari muttered, Sarada-chan, as he gave Sarada a weird look that made her even more worried. Sumire put a hand on her forehead to see if she had a fever and asked, did that guy do something to you? After shaking her head, Himawari motioned for them to approach with her hand. Her eyes widened, and the faces of Sarada and Sumire were beside her lips. Himawari's expression was serious as she watched Naruto, Kawaki, and Konohamaru with hawk-like eyes. Act natural. Don't make any sudden moves. I know Boruto is my real brother and not Kawaki. I remember the truth. As though she couldn't believe what Himawari was saying, Sarada questioned incredulously, what? Are you talking about Hime-chan? Stay quiet and calm. We can't speak freely right now in case someone from the sensory unit or the Yamanaka clan is listening in. I am no longer under the effects of omnipotence as Papa undid them on during that brief moment of visual contact. Himawari murmured into their ears. When Himawari said, Papa, The girls were even more shocked than they had been before learning the news. Sumire pleaded urgently, "Wait Papa, you mean Lord Seventh? He is under the hood." Himawari nodded and gave a slight shake of her head. Himawari whispered, referring to Boruto as her brother once more, "It's complicated. I am sure he will explain once he lets himself be captured to go to Lord Eighth. Just know he is not our enemy and it's because of him Boruto Ni-chan can be saved." To give the impression that they hadn't been speaking, she shot them a covert glance. As Sumire let go of Himawari's forehead, Sarada and Sumire glanced at each other and nodded. Sumire exclaimed loudly, "It's okay Konohamaru-sensei. It appears Himawari-chan hasn't been hurt. She was just taken aback by the enemies appearing out of nowhere." Konohamaru sighed in relief. Naruto continued to dance around Kawaki's erratic but swift swings on the ground while wearing his hood up. "It seems you are mostly self-taught when it comes to your fighting style, Kawaki. Perhaps instead of trying to fight the Otsutsuki you should get someone to teach you," Naruto said, displaying his strength by using his forearm to parry a blow from a scythe-like arm without getting cut. "Grr, shut up, you, Boruto, those stupid trees, and code. All of you should just vanish and get out of my way." Kawaki yelled in a fit of rage as he attempted to use Sukunahikona with his left eye to launch a barrage of rods at him. Rather, as Kawaki's eye began to pulse, Naruto sent him flying with a straightforward kick, causing him to crash into a trench and moan. Kawaki's lack of focus caused the black rods to revert to their normal size, clanging uselessly around him. Naruto apologized, giving him a pitying expression that Kawaki was unable to see because of his hood up. "Sorry about that. Even if I couldn't sense your chakra building up, your moves are rather easy to predict." Konohamaru tapped under his ear, indicating that he was using a headset to communicate with the sensory core, and said urgently, "Sensory team. There is an unknown person in the leaf. He has defeated Delta and making quick work of Kawaki. Tell Lord Eighth and see if we can get a match for his chakra." Then, behind him, Naruto emerged, gazing sorrowfully at his grown-up apprentice alter ego. Naruto delivered a swift and effective chop to Konohamaru's neck, causing him to collapse in a single blow before he could mount a defense. As his blue eyes momentarily closed, Naruto said, "It's not your fault you can't see what is really happening, Konohamaru, and I don't really want to fight you or even Kawaki if I am being honest." Konohamaru muttered, "Who are you? Why does it feel like I should know?" as he attempted to glance up at Naruto, who was visible from his vantage point beneath his hood. Naruto began to say, but then his chin moved as he glanced up at the direction he had sent Kawaki. Kawaki had gotten to his feet, his face icy and irate. Because of the changes made to his body, he was able to regenerate and heal damage more quickly, which helped him avoid harm, especially since Naruto wasn't really attempting to hurt him. This brat doesn't seem to be able to stay down, and it seems like he's going to keep this next one. Naruto thought glumly, Kawaki really needs to think before he acts because this is why he makes enemies so easily. With a dark, fleeting glance at the unconscious Boruto, Kawaki said, "You really should get out of my way. Anyone who is a threat to him will be erased. I don't care if you are my mother, father, child, or even brother. I will get rid of any threat." Naruto noticed the faintest trace of sadness in Kawaki's expression. Naruto thought pityingly, he really is only focused on protecting the Naruto from this world, regardless of whether that is what he wants or not. Kawaki held out his left hand, revealing a black diamond in the palm while facing Naruto. His kama was physically represented by the marking. It glowed and shimmered before turning red and enlarging the markings around his eye, which was still in its Kokugan black eye form, as well as across his left arm and the left side of his face, giving his expression a more menacing appearance. As his red markings glowed from his kama, Kawaki began to accumulate chakra in the palm of his hand, which appeared to increase his power. The chakra took the form of a dark red beam that rapidly increased in strength and size. "Kawaki, stop, you can't release that in the village. You will destroy a large portion of it at this range," Sarada yelled at him. As he continued to gather chakra in the palm of his hand, Kawaki remained silent, seemingly ignoring everyone else and concentrating only on the hooded Naruto. Konohamaru staggered to his hands and knees, staring at Kawaki feebly as he muttered, "Everyone, run." As he unleashed the chakra in the form of a red chakra blast that zoomed towards Naruto, who scowled, Kawaki said ominously, "Be gone." As Konohamaru stared at him bewildered, Naruto remarked, "Tch brat. To think he would stupid enough to release that inside the village. He claims he wants to protect the village but doesn't seem to have any issue destroying it as well. As Naruto's right eye momentarily transformed into its Mangekyo Sharingan form, suggesting that he could use the long-range or short-range versions with that single eye before it returned to his blue eye, he thought, I could blow it away by sending it into Kamui's dimension. For a moment, Naruto contemplated taking a marked kunai out of his kunai pouch, thinking, I could use a teleportation barrier using Flying Rajan to move it a marked kunai I have somewhere else. As his left eye briefly transformed into a Tomo Rinnegan form, Naruto thought, I could just absorb it using the Preta path through my Rinnegan just like absorbing a destruction beam or dust release. No, these are the dull choices. Naruto made the decision, if I am going to come out as Naruto Uzumaki, I gotta do something only he would think of. He approached the red chakra blast calmly and worry-free, demonstrating that everything happened in less time than the chakra blast took to approach him. Sumair yelled, everyone get down. As she and Sarada seized Himawari and bounded off. Gathering yellow chakra in the shape of a ball in the center of his palm, Naruto placed a hand behind him. The chakra quickly changed into 4 shuriken-like blades that curved around the center while maintaining its ball shape. Then it changed once more when Naruto added more chakra right away, taking the wind release, Rasengan to the next level. Kawaki's red chakra blast began to grow and burst as it continued to fly in Naruto's direction. Even as Himawari's whisker marks widened and her teeth began to turn into fangs, indicating that she was using Kurama power, Sumair and Sarada covered her. Sarada screamed, Kawaki you idiot! While shielding her eyes from the explosion. They were bracing themselves, anticipating that the blast would destroy the city block surrounding them. Due to everyone's attention being drawn to Kawaki's attack, nobody noticed that Naruto Wind Release, Rasengan had evolved into the Wind Release Rasen Shuriken as the shuriken-like blades grew enormous and made a screeching sound. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the explosion and impact, Naruto casually threw the Rasen Shuriken into the blast. As the blast began to be pushed back and eventually upward by an opposing yellow force of chakra slamming into and pushing it back, everyone suddenly felt a massive burst of wind. Even though he had been strengthened by his Kama, Kawaki felt his full power chakra blast overwhelmed by a single attack, causing him to yell, What? What kind of power is this? With a mixture of fear and rage. With awe, Himawari wrote, Kawaki-kun blast as being overpowered. She used kun rather than ni-chan, indicating that she was simply in awe and not currently focused on playing the role. Sumair continued, her eyes glimmering with joy as she clasped her hands together, looking rather cute if anyone was looking. So powerful, she added. Kawaki's chakra blast was overpowered after a short while, and even as he attempted to strengthen it with more chakra, the blast was launched into the air far above Konoha. It was then launched into the air, along with the smaller yellow blast, far from Konoha. Naruto gave them a serious warning with a hint of amusement, especially when he noticed the amazement on Himawari and Sumair's faces. Everyone, he said, you might want to brace yourself. The explosion is rather intense especially for people seeing it for the first time. He looked at Sarada, who was clinging to her wounded arm as though she instinctively expected it to hurt, as she cast a worried glance at Boruto. Konohamaru was still panting, but he was clearly relieved, while Kawaki was just snarling and clenching his fist. After making hand signs so quickly that they seemed little more than a twitch to someone without a form of the Sharingan to decipher his hand signs, Naruto put his hands on the ground. As the yellow overshadowed the red chakra, everyone heard the screeching sound intensify dramatically as the Rasen Shuriken began to totally overwhelm Kawaki's red chakra beam. As the Rasen Shuriken grew and exploded, there was a loud noise. Everyone in the village could hear the sonic boom and the enormous explosion in the distance, even though the Rasen Shuriken carried the blast miles away from the village and deep into the forest. An entire side of the wall facing the blast was covered by an earth-style wall that Naruto had constructed, which was significantly higher than Konoha's walls. What kind of blast was that? Mommy, I am scared. Ninjas and random civilians screamed in terror, covering their faces and having loved ones cover them with their bodies. Is this another attack? They exclaimed. Sumair held down her short skirt and Himawari held down her loose shirt along with any females wearing loose clothes to prevent them from getting lifted up from the wind blast that shot through the village as Naruto's earth wall had diverted the blast away from the village and only wind had gone into the village. Sarada said in amazement and terror, I can't believe his attack did so much damage even after destroying Kawaki's attack. To the astonishment of Sarada, Sumair, and Himawari, Konohamaru stumbled to his feet and rubbed his neck, indicating that he had recovered enough to be upright. Actually, we are lucky wind is all that came down at us. So don't complain. It's only because he aimed it far away from the village and created these earth walls to divert whatever residue explosion away from the village. If anything, Kawaki is kinda to blame as he was aiming his chakra blast inside the village and this guy blast diverted it away from the village. Konohamaru observed as Sumair and Sarada exchanged gaze. As Sumair nodded her head, Sarada muttered, even though Konohamaru-sensei is still under omnipotence, he is actually reprimanding Kawaki and praising this guy. Speaking of Kawaki, he attempted to take advantage of the situation by transforming his arm into a scythe once more and slicing off Naruto's head while he was not looking behind him. Naruto simply sent a foot into Kawaki's stomach again, making him cough up a small trial of blood down his stomach. As a result, Kawaki-kama retreated into his palm, and his Kokugan black eye reformed into his left natural eye. As he got up and untangled a knot in his neck, Naruto remarked, "Sheesh. I keep forgetting how powerful my jutsu are when I am not keeping them under control. No wonder I don't use them inside the village and have to fight in an empty battleground or at least divert them away like I just did." Himawari and Sumair were clinging to their baggy clothing when a strong gust of wind blew through at that moment. Then Naruto's hood finally fell down to his shoulders, revealing his spiky blonde hair, his notable 3 whisker marks and his striking blue eyes. Naruto smiled easily and said, "Oh well. It was going to happen sooner or later. Huh, I guess nature itself finally revealed me." A member of the censor team said, "Everyone. Sorry for the wait, we finally identified the stranger's chakra. It kept vanishing but now we have a solid read on it after the last blast and earth walls." As the group's eyes gleamed. It is a bit different and seems to have chakra signatures that are a bit odd, but there is no doubt about it. The stranger chakra is, the same individual stated. "Lord 7th, Sarada exclaimed, covering her mouth with her hands as Himawari's claim that her father had been set free appeared to be true, even though he was younger than she remembered. "Hokage-sama," Sumair asked, repeatedly glancing at him and Boruto and noticing their similar features. "Lord Hokage," exclaimed Nishi, the leaf ninja with the sensory type. "Master, Naruto ni-chan," Konohamaru asked, glancing at his younger master and his older brother figure, who gave him a soft smile. "Hey Konohamaru Gaki, well, I guess you are not quite a brat anymore. It seems you have grown up quite a bit and become quite strong." Naruto grinned with pride. At last, the sensory ninja declared, "It is the chakra of Naruto Uzumaki. There is no doubt about it." As Sarada blushed a little at the praise, Naruto exclaimed, "Ha Sarada-chan. You really do have the perfect blend of Sasuke and Sakura-chan. It is quite impressive their love gave birth to you. You truly are the apple in your parents' eyes. Sumair-chan, you have also grown up to quite the beautiful young woman. I am sure you will be breaking hearts soon enough, hehe. You might need to have a bodyguard to keep the love letters." Naruto laughed out loud. "Eep, don't say things like that," Sumair squealed, covering her cheeks with her hands as she felt them burn. Wearing knee-length black ninja boots that showed off her pink toenail polish, she swayed a little. She wore a purple dress with a miniskirt that hung down to her lower hips, a white dress shirt, and a tie with stripes of yellow and dark blue. From the bottom of her skirt to just below her knees, where her boots ended, a pact of skin was exposed. Each of her wrists was adorned with a silver bracelet. Her purple hair, tied in twin tails that reached her lower back, matched the color of her eyes. Naruto turned to face Himawari, who had been staring at him with a slight smile on her face before opening her eyes. Since they had already communicated what they needed to before the others knew, Naruto said softly and with a slight smile, "Hima-chan." With only a tiny smile and a hint of surprise, Hima whispered, "Papa. You really are here." Naruto could see that she was holding back from embracing him as she had in the past, which would have made him proud of her. Ada and her younger brother Demon were watching the events in her apartment, primarily through Ada's Senrigan comments. Demon asked idly, without fear but with a chuckle, "So, is that really the Hokage out there, Ne-chan?" "It doesn't really matter. No one compares to me, not even Boruto, the god trees, Kawaki, Code, or even the Hokage." Smugly, Demon thought. He does appear to have Naruto Uzumaki's chakra, but he is far younger than the Hokage that the village knows. He is closer to my age than the 8th Hokage Shika-chan. Ada said while using her Senrigan. With her eye picking and choosing at will, Ada was able to see any current or past events up until her birth thanks to the Senrigan, a dojutsu that gave her the ability to see global surveillance at once. Her natural left turquoise blue eye changed as a result. She is able to perceive events occurring anywhere in the world or in the past and make educated guesses based on this information because her left eye's sclera becomes galaxy patterned and her iris becomes bright blue with a dark crescent moon design, 2 white orbit-like dots at either side, and a large planet-like pupil in the center. However, he does seem very strong. He knocked back Kawaki-kun twice with simple taijutsu twice and even knocked away Kawaki-kun's strongest chakra blast enhanced with Kama with one jutsu. Ada said while Demon whistled. Sounds so cool, I wonder if he would actually be a challenge if we thought he. Demon laughed, apparently delighted by the prospect. Ada was a fairly attractive 19-year-old who liked her brother, a cyborg who had had her abilities enhanced by a mondo. Ada's long blue had loops at the tips and flowed freely down to her knees. Because her hair was cut in the Heim style above her forehead, exposing her face, it also had pink streaks. Ada is dressed in a bishop-sleeved off-the-shoulder crop top blouse and a necklace featuring a tiny star pendant and a crescent moon. She matched her pink fingernail and toenail polish with her pink lipstick. Her legs were bared by her black shorts until she put on light blue, high-heeled black sandals. Her pink toenail polish was visible because these heels were toeless. She accessorized with matching pinky and ring rings. Beneath her eyes, she applied a thin layer of blue mascara. She had a patch of tiny blue bracelets on both wrists. Her mature charm was enhanced by a pair of blue shooting star-shaped earrings that she wore on both ears. Nei-chan, why do you bother to try to dress up? You could wear a garbage bag and everyone would still call you the most beautiful woman in the world. Demon said with a yawn. Ada gently bit her lip and clenched her fist for a moment before whispering, "Quiet, Demon. It matters to me." Ada bitterly thought, I don't need another reminder of the curse that damn Amando forced onto me, as she was compelled to always have a charm that made everyone around her effectively enslaved to her whims and desires and love her. Ironically, this prevented her from experiencing true love, unless it came from Otsutsuki like Kawaki and Boruto or from blood relatives like her brother Demon. She discovered that her charm was really a subconscious manifestation of her artificial omnipotence ability to find true love, making everyone love her to her detestation. While Boruto was an ungrateful brat who was taken in by Naruto and betrayed him, the omnipotence that spread throughout the world led people to believe that Kawaki was the real son of Naruto Uzumaki as Kawaki Uzumaki. She used her power to grant Kawaki's wish to kill Boruto without Konoha or those who would have previously loved him interfering, giving her omnipotence. Now where did this Naruto Uzumaki come from? He is clearly not the same Hokage but looks and feels like him. He just appeared out of nowhere likely using some sort of space-time jutsu but why now? What does he want? Also what happened when he stared into little Hima's eyes? Did they have a conversation my Senrigan could not see inside their minds? Ada continued to observe the present incidents with her Senrigan. Demon asked, still grinning and laughing, hee. Sounds fun. Keep my updated okay Nei-chan. I want to hear all about it. Naruto and the group are back. After unzipping and removing his hood, Naruto sealed it back into a scroll that disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Hee, I can still use it to conceal who I am in the future. When I can freely conceal my chakra, it's really helpful to conceal my appearance, Naruto thought. When Naruto's clothing beneath his cloak was exposed, Sarada and Sumire's faces instantly flushed. Himawari's soft smile changed to a playful, amused grin as she observed her senior female ninjas becoming agitated upon seeing a younger, different version of her father. I told you, Papa. It is you who gives the impression that girls my age, or even Sarada-chan or Sumire-chan, are extremely attractive. It seems like Sumire-chan and even Sarada-chan think you are rather dashing, Himawari thought, grinning in a way that would have made both Naruto Uzumaki smile proudly. Not me, of course, as you're still my papa and that's super weird. Ada was fanning her face when she saw Naruto, but the others couldn't see her. Ada's rosy red cheeks made Demon frown as she stammered, oh wow. Talk about a handsome man. He is quite dashing. Demon gritted his teeth and said, HMPH. I don't care how he looks as long as he stays away from you Nei-chan. If he makes a move on you, I will destroy him. Although her cheeks were still a little red, Ada said, quiet Demon, let us to continue to watch for now. She bit her lip in concentration for a moment, and her voice seemed to skip a beat. Naruto had decided to dress in dark blue jeans, ninja sandals, and a dark orange hoodie with the hood dangling from the back. Naruto's attractive face, which he inherited from both parents, complemented his enormous height. Sarada muttered, drawn to her hero Naruto Uzumaki's younger form, Lord Seventh. As she fumbled with her fingers while looking away, Sumire appeared to be attracted to Naruto as well. Her cheeks were flushed as she kept glancing over at him. As he noticed Himawari's knowing glance and his subtle head tilt toward the two young women, Naruto said kindly, "Naruto is fine. I am not really after that." Naruto dashed forward as he put his hands over Sumire and Sarada foreheads as he gave them a hum. With a gentle and worried expression, Naruto said, "You don't seem to have a fever but your cheeks are red. Are you okay?" When Sumire and Sarada made close contact, Sarada looked away, and their faces turned a deeper shade of red. Sumire said, looking rather awkward and with her cheeks still flushed, "We are okay. Thank you for helping out." Naruto nodded his approval and grinned at them both. As they blushed once more, Naruto said, "All right then. Try to keep yourself safe as it would make me sad if such talented beautiful young women such as you got hurt." Does he find me attractive? With a hint of jealousy and embarrassment, Sumire thought, I know everyone looks at Sarada-chan as super pretty, but nobody really seems to notice me. What's wrong with me? The most important thing at the moment is Boruto, but this guy who resembles Lord Seventh is making me feel like I'm back at the academy. Sarada looked at Boruto, who had been unconscious when she and Sumire went to defend Himawari, and thought shamefully. Konohamaru grinned as he recalled the numerous love letters his big brother received from a national hero 2 years after the Fourth Ninja War. Then Konohamaru saw Naruto's arms, more specifically, his right arm. When everyone noticed that Naruto's right arm was unbandaged and appeared to be the same color and size as his natural left arm, Konohamaru said, "Wait. I know you seem younger than Master, but what happened to your right arm?" Naruto began to explain, but he stopped when he saw Kawaki stand up calmly. "Oh, it's nothing really big or anything, but I suppose it's different for people here. You see, a younger version of Kawaki's idol stood in front of him as if it were nothing, and he asked with wide eyes, "Lord Seventh. How are you?" Naruto turned to Kawaki and said, "Kawaki, you," with a dejected expression. "No, you are not him. You might wear his face, but you are not Lord Seventh. You can't be," Kawaki said, narrowing his eyes. "They remain in the alternate dimension of Daikokuden. I sense it. Despite having a face, the man in front of me is not my father." The image of the unconscious Hokage and his wife hovering in the alternate space-time flashed through Kawaki's mind once more. "Kawaki-kun, what are you saying?" Sumire angrily yelled at the young man who had initially made her crush leave the village. Kawaki gave her a frustrated look before turning back to Naruto, who was still staring at him with a sad expression. Kawaki said, "How do we know you are really Lord Seventh, huh? You could be one of those disgusting trees who got his chakra somehow, and that looks more like a person than the Uchiha." Konohamaru and Nishi, the sensory-type leaf ninja, nodded in agreement. "Wow, omnipotence is truly extraordinary," Naruto noted. I know Konohamaru would point out that Naruto Uzumaki was reported dead 3 years ago by Ada herself, but the effects of omnipotence are making him agree with Kawaki without thinking about how stupid he is sounding. He resisted the urge to face palm. Since they were not influenced by omnipotence to automatically agree with Kawaki, he could tell Himawari, Sumire, and Sarada were observing Kawaki with fatigue. As he crossed his arms and scowled at Kawaki, Naruto firmly explained, "Tch. Let me put this clear, Kawaki. I am Naruto Uzumaki and not one of those disgusting trees. It's just I am not the Naruto Uzumaki you know. I am one who came from a different world." As his Kama activated once more and his left eye transformed back into Kokugen, black eye form as he formed chakra once more, it appeared that this triggered Kawaki even more. Kawaki said, "Then you are nothing to me. I will destroy you," to the dismay of Himawari, Sarada, and Sumire. "Get over yourself, Kawaki. You can't make a decision like that by yourself. He is an ally of Kohono." Sarada glared at Kawaki. Kawaki clenched his left hand, choosing to ignore that statement. Konohamaru said, "Kawaki, you know it's protocol to capture people who have not done things to Konoha and not kill them without a trial first. Or at least an order from Lord Eighth." As Kawaki turned to face him with a neutral expression. Turning back to Naruto, Kawaki said obstinately and angrily, "This is not time for protocol, Master Konohamaru. This is an emergency, and if someone complains they can tell me afterwards." Naruto responded with a sign, "Ooh, scary Mr. Otsutsuki Destroyer, but unlike other people, I do not answer to you." When he actually closed his eyes and placed his palm over his forehead, as though Kawaki had just irritated him, he further aggravated Kawaki. Himawari fought the urge to laugh, but Sarada and Sumire grinned broadly at Naruto despite the circumstances. Konohamaru appeared unsure of whom to reprimand at the moment as he cast doubtful glances at both Kawaki and Naruto. With his left eye pulsating in its Kokugan, black eye, state, Kawaki declared icily, "If you will not leave then you keep simply die in Konoha. That is all I will offer you. This chakra, he's going to use Daikokudan, huh?" Naruto reasoned that he could sense Kawaki's chakra buildup and predict his actions based only on the chakra. As both of their whisker marks thickened, indicating that they had accessed Kurama's chakra from within themselves, Naruto turned to face Himawari and met her gaze. In contrast to Himawari, who had 2 whisker marks on each cheek, Naruto had 3. "Hima, I'll lend you chakra if you come over." As Himawari blinked and nodded, Naruto told Himawari in his head, "We will stop Kawaki together." Himawari retorted, "For the sake of Konoha." Just as Kawaki was about to strike, Himawari rushed forward, appearing as a blur. Kawaki exclaimed, "Begone, Daikokudan," with a pulsating left eye. Himawari arrived at Naruto's side in time to see a dozen enormous black cubes with red and white outlines. They appeared high in the air and began to descend, giving the impression that they were going to crush Naruto and eliminate his chances of escape by showing up in a large area. Approximately the size of a full-size building, each cube was enormous. Even though a cube was right above them and appeared to be prepared to crush them, Himawari stood by Naruto's side and bumped fists with him. With a click, yellow chakra instantly encircled them after forming from their joined fists. Apart from Kawaki, everyone else yelled as they leapt far away, seemingly demonstrating that none of them could halt the cube's descent. Sarada covered her eyes and yelled, "Kawaki, you idiot! You are going to crush the village too," anticipating the destruction of buildings. Thump, thump, thump. The group opened their eyes and gasped as there were loud thuds but no collision. Fortunately for Naruto and Himawari, the yellow chakra cloak covered their entire body, creating a noticeable jacket that was open in the front. The whiskers on Himawari's and Naruto's cheeks were noticeably thicker. The leaves of their jacket flowed almost to their hands, turning their blue eyes orange. Himawari looked at her hands in wonder and said, "I feel so powerful. So this is the power of Kurama to such a degree." Her voice was noticeably deeper. Naruto and Himawari were most notable for having 6 golden yellow chakra tails that extended from their backs. Each of these tails caught one of Kawaki's disruption cubes and held it high in the air. "Impossible. They caught them," Kawaki exclaimed, his mouth hanging open in shock. "This is Kyuubi chakra just like Lord Seventh's. Both Naruto-san and Hima-chan have it and control so much chakra with such ease." Sarada exclaimed, trying not to fangirl at what she saw. As the sensory ninja trembled in terror, Konohamaru exclaimed, "Incredible. That is definitely Kyuubi chakra, so he really is a version of Master, but how did Himawari get Kyuubi chakra?" Nishi the sensory type remarked, his mouth hanging open, "The amount of chakra they are letting out is insane, it baffles that people can have this amount of chakra." Sumire blushed slightly as she said, "Hima-chan, you." This was partly because she thought Naruto was a hero, but also because Himawari had undergone a noticeable physical transformation and received a chakra cloak. As Naruto smirked down at his daughter, Himawari said in a noticeably more mature voice, "I do feel a bit different and not just the chakra. Papa, you are not quite so tall compared to me." Himawari, who was 13 years old at the time, now looked roughly 16 years old. The yellow chakra had obscured her hair color, but her dark blue hair was now knee-length and in the shape of 2 twin tails that appeared to be held in place by the chakra itself. Her waist and hips had become more mature to reflect her advanced age, and her face had also developed a more mature expression. Her breasts appeared to have grown somewhat, as evidenced by the way they protruded in her chakra cloak jacket, even though she still had a small frame. Instead of her father's waist, she was now nearer his shoulder, and Sumire remarked, "You are older now. Like my age." Himawari cocked her head and gazed expectantly up at Naruto. Himawari asked sweetly, and Naruto gave her an equally sweet smile. Papa, do you know why I aged up? I just accepted Kurama chakra inside of you and bonded it to the Kurama chakra inside of me, and this happened." When Himawari's Kurama said, "It's still weird to get chakra from another me, but it does certainly feel not bad," with the chakra and compatibility you and Naruto have, you are stronger right now than when you accessed my power against that one sentient god tree. Naruto and Kurama heard this because their chakras are currently linked to Himawari's. Himawari giggled as Naruto's Kurama boasted, "What did you expect? They are father and daughter after all. Parents and children tend to have similar chakras and we are fundamentally the same being. Of course, the chakra we shared with you would be most optimal." As Naruto and Kurama exchanged a mental glance, Himawari's Kurama remarked, "I am not sure exactly how powerful that god tree jerk we fought at full power, but the way we are now I am certain together the four of us could definitely defeat that god tree if he fought the same way as before." "That won't be needed. Naruto can slay all the god trees himself. He wouldn't have come to this world if he couldn't solve the issues, especially as he is full of chakra right now." Naruto's Kurama clarified as he nodded. Because they share a chakra and are Jinchuriki and tailed beasts, they were essentially using tailed beast telepathy, which is why the entire exchange took place in the one instant they exchanged glances. As the two Jinchuriki effortlessly held his disruption cubes with just one chakra tail each, Kawaki was snarling. When they disregarded him entirely, as if he posed no threat, he became even more irate. "Well, Hima-chan might have full access to Kurama's power, but I did boost up her and Kurama chakra, but quite a bit. I can only assume her body had to age up a tad to handle the excess power. When I was Hima's age I didn't use any near as much Kurama chakra as she did. Perhaps she surpassed her limit and her body adapted accordingly," Naruto thought as he cocked his head. As Sarada and Sumair blinked and their eyes glistered with respect and wonder, Konohamaru remarked, I suppose that is possible. Jinchuriki who have full control over their tailed beasts are incredibly rare, and you both have Kyuubi chakra inside of you, so that could be a factor as well." Kawaki took a step forward and growled, then blinked in perplexity. At the end, Kawaki glared up at Naruto and growled, "Himawari. What are you doing? Why, are you on the side of him?" Himawari glared at Kawaki, shocking everyone and causing Kawaki to recoil in disbelief. Naruto was the only one who didn't appear shocked as he proudly looked down at Himawari. Himawari responded with noticeable rage, crossing her arms, "I am protecting Konoha Kawaki, Ni-chan. Just like we all supposed to. I will not allow anyone to take her away from me." The idea of losing his real, but actually adopted sister made Kawaki envious. Ping went through the minds of all the Konoha ninjas in the vicinity before Kawaki could respond. "This is Shikamaru. What is going on here? I just got a report about a huge amount of Kyuubi chakra being released in the area you guys are in. Along with a red chakra blast, yellow explosion and red and black cubes. What exactly is going on here?" demanded Shikamaru as he ordered Ino to use the mind transmission jutsu to establish a mental link that would allow him to broadcast his voice in a manner akin to a radio. "Keep your eyes on Naruto cautiously to avoid Himawari's accusing gaze. Lord Eighth, keep it down. You might be heard," Kawaki said softly. Ignoring Kawaki's remark to keep quiet, Shikamaru questioned, "What is going on, Kawaki? Was that you releasing those jutsu inside the village?" Kawaki appeared hesitant to respond until Naruto laughed. Everyone stared in shock as Naruto casually revealed, "Don't bother being quiet. I can hear and sense what you are saying even when you use the mind transmission jutsu. I don't mean to spy or anything, but I think there is no point of hiding it." Naruto raised an eyebrow when Shikamaru asked, "Who are you? Not even Ada Senrigan can hear this. Are you the one who was responsible for the large output of Kyuubi chakra?" He had Ino send a private chat to Naruto's location. "It's unbelievable that you, of all people, don't know who I am, Shikamaru. Nice coat for the 8th Hokage. You look good in it. He probably wants it more than you, but it's almost as good as the 7th Hokage. It appeared that you were a competent Hokage aide. I'm glad you chose to pursue that dream following the 4th Ninja War, buddy," Naruto said to himself, grinning. "Naruto, is that you?" With incredulity and hope in his voice, Shikamaru said, "You sound younger than what I remembered, but I get the same feelings of camaraderie I had with him." "Naruto," Ino added incredulously, "I assumed he was dead or at least sealed away in some way. I'll go over everything. Just know that, unlike everyone else, I am not subject to omnipotence." Naruto calmly explained, "I can see and feel things as they should be instead of the way they are now. I see that you resemble Sarada, Sumair, and Boruto. Normally, I would be dubious, but I think I can believe what you say." With a hint of amusement and fondness, Shikamaru said, "Naruto." They could hear Ino giggle uncertainly in agreement. Request that Kawaki and the other ninjas seize me and deliver me to you. If Boruto is left alone so I can heal him, I will arrive discreetly. Shikamaru took a moment before nodding, but Naruto assured him, I will let him have his chakra sealed as I can release any restraints afterwards, but if anyone puts a hand on him then I will retaliate. Excellent. That makes sense. As you are undoubtedly aware, Kawaki is regarded as the son of the former Hokage, while Boruto is a criminal. As Naruto nodded, Shikamaru observed, you won't be able to easily convince other people to give Boruto the benefit of the doubt, especially from Konoha. Naruto appeared to be able to multitask in the real world, as evidenced by his amused gaze on Himawari. Hey Hima, I'm growing a little weary of keeping these building blocks in place. Would you like to take them somewhere? Naruto shrugged his shoulder in an exaggerated display of fatigue and asked cheerfully. Yes, Papa, just as cheerfully, Himawari responded, I think people are already freaked out so putting them somewhere safe would be best. The destruction cubes flew out of Konoha at high speed and landed in an empty forest many miles outside the village, but Naruto's cubes landed in neat piles of 3, stacking neatly on top of each other, whereas Himawari's cubes landed in random piles. Himawari nodded, and Naruto pointed with his hand to a space outside of Konoha. They flicked their tails as there was a burst of wind. When Himawari used her Byakugan, she was astounded by how easily Naruto was able to control the cube's direction. Himawari exclaimed in amazement, wow, you were able to stack them so effortlessly, while I was only able to toss them. As they both shed their chakra cloaks, Naruto gave her a pat on the forehead, causing Himawari to notably revert to her base state in her former physical age. You may possess complete control and the capacity to fully utilize Kurama's chakra, but you lack the ability to perform subtle tasks. Hima, don't worry about it. Himawari smiled up at Naruto, who said, I will make sure to teach you control and the ability to use Tailed Beast chakra most effectively so you are not just wildly flinging it around. Kawaki glared at the exchanges and appeared to be about to attack Naruto when a voice was heard by all. Kawaki, hold on, I'm not sure who that man is, but for the time being we'll let him return to the Hokage Tower so we can have a conversation. Lying about not knowing who Naruto might be, Shikamaru ordered, do not attack him, and since he has shown no acts against Konoha, I will allow him to not have his chakra restrained. Konohamaru glanced at Kawaki, who grunted before nodding. All right, master, I mean, Naruto-san. With a nervous sigh of relief, Konohamaru said, if you come quietly, we won't restrain you. Naruto nodded. Then Naruto leapt forward to where Boruto was causing unease among everyone. Why do you have Boruto with you? As his resentment toward Boruto began to seethe beneath the surface, Konohamaru shot back, he is still a criminal to Konoha, so he is our responsibility to handle. Don't be concerned, I will simply bandage him sufficiently to prevent any harm to his life. As he gently lifted Boruto into his arms and allowed him to rest against him, Naruto calmly explained, I will even accept that he needs to be restrained as he is under Konoha jurisdiction. He then carefully placed his hand over the hole in Boruto's chest and channeled Kurama's yellow chakra, which instantly healed Boruto, although he was still unconscious and noticeably less stressed. Naruto moved Boruto enough that Konohamaru could reach his arms and place the special cuffs on him, and Konohamaru nodded. Konohamaru, master, Sarada yelled angrily, but Konohamaru shot her a displeased glance. This isn't personal, Sarada. Using these unique cuffs that Amando made that seal off all jutsu, it's just standard procedure to keep a possible threat to Konoha at bay, Konohamaru told her sarcastically. Sumair desperately glanced at Naruto to step in, but his expression was expressionless. Naruto used chakra to send Sumair, Sarada, and Himawari a mental message informing them that he was on their side. It will be okay. I know he is innocent and everything will be okay. I won't let him suffer anymore as he is my son after all. Kawaki, in the meantime, approached Himawari, who sighed before grinning at Kawaki as usual. Himawari, avoid that man. Himawari scowled and then sighed, but Kawaki cautioned, he is dangerous and we don't know his motivations yet. Ni-chan Kawaki, you acted a little harshly today. While Kawaki sneered, Himawari observed, Boruto was assisting us, but you still seem to think he is a threat to us. Boruto will eventually have to be defeated in one way or another because, despite his ambitions, he is still an Otsutsuki. Himawari scowled but nodded as Kawaki said bluntly, but he does have intelligence, so I will let him live for another day. Himawari clenched her fists and fought the urge to slug him in the face, but Kawaki was unaware that she was glaring at him. The group was about to depart when they were surrounded by dozens of ninjas and civilians, followed by hundreds. Konohamaru, Master, what has transpired here today? Boruto is a traitor. Why is he here? Who is that blonde-haired man? With a wary look, Inojin, the son of Ino and Sai, asked urgently. Before long, everyone was chatting, but Konohamaru stopped them all by raising his hand and clapping. I understand that the events of today have left everyone perplexed and anxious, but it's okay. The traitor Boruto has been restrained and is no longer able to harm us after the intruders have been driven out. As the audience applauded, Konohamaru spoke loudly. When the crowd continued to applaud Boruto's restraint, Sarada and Sumire clenched their teeth in rage, but Naruto quietly shook his head to indicate that he was not yet ready to speak. Lord Eighth has instructed me to bring Boruto, Kawaki, Sumire, Sarada, and the new man to him for interrogation. You can be confident that everything is under control. Although I don't know who the new man is, Lord Eighth has ordered that he be treated as a guest for the time being. Konohamaru said, as the audience exchanged glances before nodding in agreement with the head aide of the 8th Hokage. Chocho, Choji and Karui's daughter, blushed and had a dreamy expression as she gazed at Naruto. This guy is really dreamy, whoever he is. When Chocho saw Naruto up close, dozens of young women blushed, but no one seemed to notice that he looked like the 7th Hokage, with the same blonde hair, blue eyes, and whisker marks. He is like Lord 7th Hokage, but closer to our age, so that makes him even more a catch, Chocho swooned. While Sarada and Sumire appeared somewhat embarrassed for also almost fangirling over Naruto when they first saw him without his hood, her teammates sighed at Chocho without seeming surprised. Thank you, as Himawari smirked at her alternate father for once again being uninformed about his attractiveness drawing young women, Naruto responded, appearing perplexed by the attention. As the small group made their way to the Hokage Tower, Konohamaru coughed. Although everyone stared at Naruto with interest, he did not miss the sneers and glares directed at Boruto in his arm. Naruto did not respond, but he did twitch briefly at the overt animosity directed at the son of his other self. They don't know any better to them. Boruto is the man who killed Naruto Uzumaki and attempted to kill their beloved 7th son. They will know better soon when I release omnipotence from the world itself, thought Naruto with sympathy instead of rage. But even though Boruto had returned to save them, Sumire and Sarada could hardly help but growl at the villagers for their lack of gratitude, and Kawaki, who was ignoring the villagers' questions about his well-being, was only grunting indifferently while constantly glancing at Boruto with suspicious looks. Then Shikamaru mentally communicated with Kawaki. Kawaki, in order to confirm this man's identity and see if his story is credible, we will need to bring Ada here. In order to show that he did not yet fully trust Naruto, Shikamaru used Ino's mind transmission jutsu to tell Kawaki, we will also need to bring Demon in case things get out of hand. All right, Lord Eighth. You tell me this, but why? You're just talking to me, based on everyone else's lack of response, Kawaki asked in a somewhat impolite manner, displaying his negative attitude. Sigh, tone Kawaki, I'll forgive you. Shikamaru explained in a weary tone, I need you to be in a chat with Ada so she can come to the Hokage Tower because she will only come if you ask and Demon will only do as she says. All right, in any case, simply send them a link, and I'll tell them to meet us there. Kawaki agreed, saying, after all, Ada can fly, and Demon can just be the baby he is and ride in her arms like usual. Shikamaru nodded to Ino, who quickly gestured with his hand to connect Kawaki to Ada and Demon, keeping them in the call. Hello, dear Shika, do you require anything? Ada said in a light-hearted manner, it appears that a lot of interesting things happened recently, all in the same day to boot. You were obviously observing like a jerk, Ada. In any case, you must visit the Hokage Tower. Please do this favor as requested by the Hokage. He wants to confirm that guy's story, Kawaki said snidely, displaying little affection for Ada, who regarded his tone with a dejected expression. Hi, Kawaki, be mindful of your tone. I'll send you packing if you upset Nei-chan. Kawaki laughed as Demon yelled angrily in support of his sister. As Ada held up her hand to a silent Demon, Kawaki shot back, I told you before if you get in my way, I will get rid of you too. It's okay, Kawaki-kun, I'll head straight to the Hokage Tower. Keep your mouth shut, Shika dear. Ada shuddered and said, people drooling over me is so creepy and it's such a turn off, while Demon laughed in the background. TCH, every one of you is a real pain in the neck. How annoying. Please just go over there. With a sigh and his catchphrase, Shikamaru signaled to Ino, who used a hand signal to end the call. They walked to the Hokage Tower in the following formation: Himawari on Naruto's right, Konohamaru at the back, who appeared to be watching Naruto and Boruto, Ada and Demon, Naruto with Boruto in his arms, Sumair and Sarada walking side by side with Sumair to Naruto's left, and Kakai in the front, who was complaining to himself after speaking with Shikamaru. Naruto was grinning politely and cheerfully as he chatted with Sumair, who appeared happy to have Naruto talking to her in such a casual manner but also blushed occasionally when he complimented her. Naruto would then turn around and chastise Himawari politely but with a sigh of playful annoyance when she smirked and made fun of him. "Hima-chan, I'm not attempting to flirt with anyone for the last time," Naruto persisted, causing Sumair to blush a little once more. "I am just being nice and saying the things that are quite amazing about Sumair-chan." "Well, Himawari responded sarcastically, laughing into her hand, "It definitely doesn't sound like flirting to me." Unbeknownst to the girls, Naruto raised an amused eyebrow at Kawaki for a moment. "Interesting. Does Shikamaru really not trust me, or is this an act to appeal to what he thinks Kawaki and Ada would expect him to do?" Naruto thought, then shrugged his head. Just told Shikamaru I can listen in on their transmission even if they are private, and yet Shikamaru just told Kawaki to get Ada to check my background. I can't save this world while omnipotence makes Boruto the villain of the story after all. It doesn't matter anyway, Naruto decided as he carried on enjoying his conversation with the daughter of his alternate self and her friends. The truth will be revealed eventually. Naruto twitched as the group made their way to the tower, then jumped back to everyone's surprise. With his fist buried in the ground, Rock Lee emerged in a blur, leaving a tiny crater where he stood. Sumair exclaimed, "Lee-san, what are you doing?" in disbelief at the renowned taijutsu practitioner who was regarded as the village's strongest taijutsu master. Lee, who was devoid of any of his eccentric behavior, grunted and pulled his fist out of the ground before saying, "Forgive me. I know Boruto is here and I cannot bring myself to let him go without getting at least one punch in." An. Konohamaru put his hands together to indicate that he was prepared to use ninjutsu. "Rock Lee, did you not hear what I said? Lord Eighth has orders to bring in Boruto and our guest alive and unhurt. We already restrained him with chakra restraints. Stop this now," he ordered. Rock Lee clenched his jaw and cast a shamed glance down. Rock Lee yelled, "I know Guy-sensei would not approve of my unyouthfully actions, but I cannot forgive the person who took Naruto-kun from us. I cannot." As he charged forward, appearing to everyone as a blur with his fist ready to strike Boruto as Naruto touched down. Himawari, Sarada, and Sumair all exclaimed, "Boruto!" in shock. Rock Lee's right fist was about to strike the unconscious Boruto's head when it was abruptly stopped by an iron grip on his wrist. Lee exclaimed in disbelief and shock, "I was stopped. At this speed and range." Before he shuddered reflexively at the sound of a growl. "That's enough, Lee. If you continue to be a vengeful fool, I will stop you myself, Baka." Naruto yelled, glaring at his buddy. Lee stared at Naruto with wide eyes full of fear and hope. "Naruto-kun. You are here. How? That's impossible. Why are you so young? Who are you?" Lee babbled in shock. As he released Lee's wrist, Naruto said, "Sigh. I would prefer to explain to your Hokage and he can share with you what he wants." However, his footwork revealed that he was still tense. While Sarada had a slight smile of approval, Sumair almost squealed at how cool he looked, barely managing to blush. When Lee saw Naruto's eyes narrow for a second, he backed up and asked in shock, "What is going on here?" Kawaki sneered, ignoring the glare he received from Sarada and Sumair, "Tch. Don't be too impressed. He might look like Lord Seventh but it's not him. Just someone who for some reason doesn't want Boruto to die." "Ni-chan, you shouldn't talk that way," Himawari reprimanded, her expression briefly becoming irritated before returning to one of concern. As Himawari winced and clenched her hands for a moment, Kawaki calmly said, "Himawari. You are being soft. It doesn't matter who it is but I will slay all Otsutsuki like Boruto one day. That is a fact you will have to accept." Now that the situation was under control, Konohamaru put his hands down and chastised Lee-san, saying, "Sigh. Like I was trying to tell you, Lee-san. I have it under control. That was going too far, attacking a valuable prisoner on his way for interrogation." Lee blinked and bowed, saying, "Forgive me, I was out of line." Sarada's eyes narrowed, and Naruto grinned. "Master Konohamaru, You need to arrest Lee-san for attacking a disarmed prisoner. He went directly against Lord 8th orders to let us pass, Sarada demanded. In actuality, she is Sakura's daughter. The same irate expression and intense feelings. Naruto said, I'm happy. Unexpectedly, Lee nodded as he extended his arms and clenched his fists in preparation for being restrained. Lee, who appeared rather sheepish and embarrassed, acknowledged, she is right Konohamaru-san, I acted rather unyouthfully like due to my anger. I was not acting like a jonin should. Konohamaru, to everyone's surprise, bit his lip and appeared unsure and undecided. Konohamaru looked at Sarada and said, normally, Sarada, you would be absolutely correct and Lee-san would be at least suspended for several days for disobeying a direct order from Hokage-sama. However, he turned away when he noticed that she was staring at him accusingly. Before Sarada stomped her foot in frustration, Konohamaru said, but in this case. Sarada yelled, but, what sensei? Is it because Boruto was attacked? That makes it okay. As Konohamaru turned away from Naruto's dismayed gaze and instead looked at Boruto and the others. It's not like that, Konohamaru claimed, but his furious expression at Boruto's unconscious state revealed that he was not being entirely truthful. Sarada turned to glare at Kawaki, who merely grinned back. TCH, Master Konohamaru is absolutely right that the rules don't apply here. You are the naive one Sarada. Kawaki sneered. Why you little? Sarada clenched her fist and hissed. Face the facts, it is because of Boruto, Lord 7th is gone. Nobody in Konoha would bat an eye if Boruto got what he deserved besides you two. You think anyone cares if someone attacks him even if it's unprovoked? You think anyone will punish Rock Lee for doing what everyone wants to do but won't admit it? Kawaki smirked as he saw Lee lowering his with shame. Sarada approached Kawaki and gave him a fierce look. Sarada responded, receiving a nod from Sumair and even a grudging one from Konohamaru. That kind of thinking goes against everything Lord 7th believed in. He would never accept this sort of treatment for anyone regardless of what crimes they may or may not have committed. Himawari grinned slightly in agreement, but Kawaki merely squinted. Kawaki said, unflinching and icy, he might have thought that but because of Boruto Lord 7th is no longer here to show his disapproval. Hence bringing Boruto to justice is more important than how we get that result. In order to glare into Kawaki's emotionless eyes, Sarada blinked as her two-tomo Sharingan activated in both eyes. Kawaki appeared unimpressed, so Sarada warned, one day you will get what's coming to you Kawaki and you will only have yourself to blame when that day happens. Konohamaru sent a chakra pulse that caught everyone's attention just as it appeared they would blow. Konohamaru commanded, enough, put away your Sharingan away Sarada. Kawaki, that is enough, we are all allies here so talking that way is not productive. Sarada scowled but gave in and turned off her Sharingan. Kawaki refused to apologize and simply scoffed while crossing his arms. Rock Lee appeared lost, but after a moment of hesitation, Konohamaru nodded, and he ran off. Sumair turned to Kawaki, whom she had come to detest for his behavior and his unfriendly, unrepentant demeanor over the years. With barely controlled rage, Sumair hissed, Kawaki-kun, as Kawaki hardly gave her a glance. What do you want? Kawaki asked impolitely, disregarding Sumair's viewpoint. Sumair smirked as Kawaki's expressionless face broke and he clenched his hand in rage. And 3, I wonder, why do you call Naruto-sama Lord 7th? He is your dad, right? It just seems so formal I have never heard you call him even father, instead of a title. Makes you wonder just how close you and Naruto-sama were before he vanished. Himawari concealed a smile behind her hands, but Sarada grinned broadly, clearly pleased with Sumair. Naruto found Sumair's sass to be a rather endearing feature of her adorable personality, so he refrained from laughing. Konohamaru just clapped a hand over his face at the children's bickering, in annoyance. Kawaki glared at Sumair, who winced at the memory, saying, you little. You have no right to say his name let alone question my relationship with Lord 7th. You once threatened the village and only by the grace of Lord 7th are you still free. AN4. Sarada sent Kawaki an irritated look and placed a comforting hand on her friend's shoulder. Sarada used her previous title and nickname to gently tell her friend, don't listen to him class representative. This made Sumair smile. After letting out a sigh, Naruto made a well-known hand gesture that caused one shadow clone to appear, causing Konohamaru to frown. Ignoring Sarada and Sumair's scowls, Konohamaru warned, Naruto-san. Lord the 8th of May think of you as guest foe now, but you still cannot do whatever you want in the village, especially with the traitor Boruto in your arms. Don't worry about it. I saw that Inojin-kun was hurt from the last attack. I know Himawari doesn't have much experience healing, so I just want to offer my clone's assistance in finishing off the healing. I promise that is all he is going to do. If you want, you can have Sakura-chan watch over him if you want, calmly said Naruto as his clone gave a smile. Konohamaru frowned before he tapped his forehead to get a connection to Ino and Shikamaru. As Naruto and his clone watched placidly, Konohamaru questioned, "What do you think, Lord 8th? Ino-san, should I allow Naruto-san clone to offer his assistance?" Naruto and the kids were able to hear Ino's comment, "Naruto. This might be a different Naruto, but he isn't exactly known for healing and subtle things like that. That might have been true for the old me and Lord 7th, but I took a different route in my studies. There is something I need to do that the me you know didn't. Healing jutsu is just another thing I learned and adapted for that goal. Before you ask, I will explain everything in the Hokage Tower and not in the streets," calmly explained Naruto as a picture of Kairi appeared in his head. "My goal," Naruto thought as he smiled a little at his sister's smile. After a brief exchange of glances, Shikamaru and Ino nodded. Naruto's clone nodded as he made his way to the hospital by himself. Shikamaru said, "Very well. I will allow this, but I will warn you that if you try anything, we will be forced to consider you an enemy." Naruto. In order to heal her son, Shikamaru nodded to Ino, who left the office to meet with Naruto's clone and take him to the hospital. "Shikamaru, I'm just communicating with you through my chakra. This cannot be tracked or logged, in contrast to the mind transmission jutsu. I can respond if you just think your thoughts." As Shikamaru blinked and maintained a neutral expression, Naruto thought, "They might not be able to tell, but I can tell those old geezers, the so-called advisors, are in your office. I should have anticipated this from you. Yes, I can't ignore them even as Hokage. Even the fire daimyo pays attention to what they have to say, and they still have a lot of influence over the older generation." As the two ancient elders sat down with stern expressions, Shikamaru admitted, fighting the urge to sigh, "They might be trouble because they truly wish to kill Boruto, and they might even try to put a bounty on you if you intervene." The group kept walking, and by the time they entered the Hokage Tower, Naruto responded to Shikamaru right away. "TCH, simply be ready, Shikamaru. I will definitely do something like Naruto." With a tone of amusement, Naruto cautioned, "I am not Hokage yet after all." They heard a dispute as the group came to a stop just outside the door. Kaharu, the female elder, reprimanded Shikamaru, who merely stared at her in blankness. "Shikamaru, you might be 8th Hokage or at least interim 8th, but you cannot just give a stranger guest right by yourself. You have no idea on the goals on this stranger besides his chakra-matching Lord 7th. Shikamaru clenched his hand and said firmly, "What did you expect me to do? You all heard the report. He has Kyuubi chakra and has shown no ill will to Konoha. I will not start a war if I can avoid it." Homura, the male elder, reprimanded Shikamaru, making him look irritated. "You don't want to start a war, but offering a stranger sanctuary in the village at such a turbulent time is reckless. You are just as reckless as Lord 7th for offering sanctuary to Boruto when he was chased by Kara and even putting his one family at risk." Like everyone else, Homura's memories were altered to suggest that Boruto, not Kawaki, was the child Kara desired. Apart from Naruto, everyone appeared offended by Homaru's remark, including Kawaki. Shikamaru growled in rage, causing the elders to frown but give in when they realized they might have gone too far. "You can chastise me as much as you want, but do not bring Naruto into it. Whatever decisions he made were in the best interest of the village." Konohamaru knocked on the door while coughing. Pretending not to hear the argument, Konohamaru said, "Lord 8th. I brought Boruto and our guest as requested. Boruto is still unconscious and restrained as requested. Could we please come in?" Shikamaru gave the elders a fierce look before nodding. With a courteous but firm tone, Shikamaru said, "Please come in." "You were right on time, Konohamaru." A seal appeared to lock the door behind Sumire as she gently closed it after the group had entered. The elders nodded to Konohamaru, smiled briefly at Kawaki, who ignored them, looked disappointed at Sarada, who glared back, and ignored Sumire, who scowled and gave Himawari a fleeting glance as if they weren't sure of her. They glared angrily at Boruto before turning to watch Naruto. When Shikamaru coughed, everyone's attention was drawn. Naruto smirked as Shikamaru apologized, notably displaying a lack of genuine respect for the elders by saying, "Sorry to be unclear, but the honored elders will be joining us for this meeting." As Konohamaru nodded and Sarada and Sumair appeared prepared to slug the elders, Homura angrily said, "So, the traitor is back. A good portion of Kohona and even the Fire Daimyo wants us to execute Boruto on the spot. However, we do recognize the need to extract the intelligence from him before deciding to kill him quick or slow." Naruto gently placed Boruto on a chair and turned to frown at the elders, saying, "I won't let that happen. As long as I am here, no violence will happen, especially to those who can't fight back. So you are the one who has the chakra of Naruto Uzumaki. You even appear to have Kyuubi chakra inside of you if the reports are true. However, your word means nothing here as you are not the Hokage, and it is only due to the 8th Hokage caution that we do not restrain you. Do not mistake this as a gift to run your mouth," Koharu said in an attempt to inform Naruto, who looked at him. Before doing the most startling thing, Naruto was silent for a while so that the tension could be released with a knife. Naruto-sama, Sumair asked, appearing to want to take his arm but restraining herself. Naruto pointed at the elders as if they were the funniest people he had ever seen, laughing until he had to hold his stomach. Kawaki's eyes were wide, and Konohamaru and Shikamaru's jaws dropped. While Sumair and Sarada continued to exchange quick glances with Naruto, Himawari barely suppressed a laugh, almost as if she had anticipated this. Before the irate elders finally had enough and glared at Naruto, this continued for 30 seconds. Koharu yelled angrily, "Enough! We shall not stand still and let this so-called guest laugh in our presence." As Naruto's laughter subsided, Naruto laughed, making Sumair, Sarada, and Himawari cover their smiles with their hands. "More like sit in your presence, all-knowing elders," Shikamaru asked in a courteous and diplomatic manner. "Naruto, or rather person who looks like Naruto, could you please show respect to Kohona's council elders?" But Naruto could see his amusement concealed in his eyes. To everyone's surprise, Naruto's snickers stopped as his face grew icy as he gazed at the elders with notable disgust. "Papa appears frightful at the moment," Himawari thought to herself. "I know he's not my papa, but I never thought he could look like this aside from bad people like Ashiki." Looking at them as if they were bothersome, Naruto asked bluntly, "Now why should I show any sort of respect to geezers like them? What have they done to deserve my respect, let alone my reverence?" The elders were agitated by this and clenched their hands in anger. "You little brat, how dare you! We are students of the 2nd Hokage Tobirama himself. We aided in man decisions of the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen. We advised the 5th Hokage Princess Tsunade. We gave advice to the 6th Hokage Kakashi and 7th Hokage Uzumaki. We are still here as honored guests as the 8th Hokage," Homura exclaimed with pride. "You are just a brat who needs to learn respect. You will show us respect or we can demand you be locked up for treason," Koharu said with a smile. Only Naruto saw Shikamaru's knowing expression as he whispered, somewhat insulted, "Actually, only I can make that decision." With Konohamaru looking horrified and the elders looking scandalized, Naruto said bluntly, "So, all I see are geezers who have lived for a while and have no right to advise the current Hokage or anything, let alone make demands of him." Naruto crossed his arms and said, "As I have explained, I come from a different world that is pretty closely identical to this world up to the end of the 4th Ninja War. I am aware Kakashi-sensei became the 7th Hokage and several years ago my counterpart here became the 7th Hokage." A smirk then appeared on his face. "However, it seems unlike this world my 6th Hokage made the right call. He dismissed the so-called elders and they retired. It seems in this world you are still grappling for power you have no right to. If you truly cared about Kohona you would retire and let the younger generations take charge with previous Hokage like Tsunade Ba-chan and Kakashi-sensei as advisors, not you old cronies," Naruto said, making Shikamaru unable to conceal his. The younger generation actually looked at Naruto as though he had said something logical, and even Konohamaru appeared somewhat intrigued, while the elders looked horrified and annoyed. When Naruto clenched his fist, Koharu hissed and grinned, saying, "Then your 6th Hokage made a mistake dismissing the other us. I wonder how your Konoha survived if brats like you were in charge without any sort of guidance from those wiser than you." Pointing to his forehead with his thumb, Naruto pledged, "I am not Hokage yet, but when I do become Hokage I will make sure power-hungry geezers like you stay out of power. Unlike your power, I know what Hokage actually means." Sarada caught everyone's attention by coughing before the elders could respond, and Naruto turned around and grinned. Sarada smiled softly and turned her head away, biting her lip gently. Naruto said cheerfully, "What is it, my dear Sarada-chan? Is there something you want to ask me? Ask away." "Naruto-san, what does becoming Hokage mean to you? Is it simply a way to gain power or is there something more to the title?" Sarada asked seriously as her wish was to become a Hokage like the 7th Hokage. Naruto nodded in approval as he flicked his wrist, and to the anger of the elders he flicked his wrist, and with a puff of smoke several chairs appeared out of nowhere and landed on the floor. The seats had leather-like or at least comfortable padding, and they were pretty comfy. Koharu yelled, "Shikamaru, act like Hokage and teach this youngster a lesson." While Shikamaru sat down in the Hokage seat with a neutral expression and raised an eyebrow. "What exactly has Naruto done that is a crime? He has been a bit rude to you, but since it is not a crime to be rude to someone who is not Hokage, I do not see the issue. He has not made any sort of threat to Konoha, so I do believe I have any thoughts of arresting someone who yet to act against Konoha itself." Shikamaru remarked that the elders were growling, but everyone in the group except Kawaki thanked Naruto as they sat down, and Sumire flushed when he grinned at her. Sarada blinked at the mention of her deceased uncle, while Sumire and Himawari gaped at him, calling Tsunade-sama a granny. Naruto proudly admitted, "Sarada, your father's brother Itachi was a great ninja and, in my opinion, would have been a great 5th Hokage if Tsunade-ba-chan didn't need to take the position due to the circumstances." The elders objected to Naruto disclosing details about the deceased Itachi, but Naruto had already written a great deal about him to dispel his reputation as a villain while he was Hokage. "This is what he told me when he revived as reanimated Edo Tensei Shinobi. You do not become acknowledged once you become Hokage, Naruto. Rather, to become Hokage in the first place you have to be acknowledged by everyone. That is what Kakashi-sensei, Chusan and your Naruto did. They got everyone in the village to acknowledge them first and became Hokage due to being acknowledged. I also believe in this philosophy." Naruto disclosed this to Sarada as she gasped. When Naruto nodded down at her, Sarada gasped, looking rather touched by the story and grinning. "That was what Uncle Itachi said?" she asked. "This is what I told Obito Uchiha about being Hokage. He told me as Hokage I would end up watching all my friends and comrades die, but I had different idea. I told him, you will never bury your comrades as Hokage as you will be on the front line. So you will never have to step on your comrades' bodies even as yours is stepped on as you be in the front taking on all the pain." Naruto said with conviction because even Kawaki had to look at him with awe. Shikamaru smiled subtly, Himawari smiled proudly, Sarada gazed at Naruto as if he were a hero, Konohamaru had a proud expression, and Sumire's cheeks began to flush as her admiration and opinion of Naruto increased even further. The elders, however, were not particularly impressed. Homura lectured unimpressed, and Sarada glared at the elder as he disdained the concept of Hokage she also believed in. "That is simply idealism. If a Hokage dies, then the village falls into disarray and chaos as clans and individuals vibe for power. It has been proven again and again that the Hokage and the council is the only thing that keeps the greedy individuals in control and village stable. Then you don't have any idea on what Hashirama believed in. He never believed all the power should be any one person's hands or having people with their interest like you controlling the village in the shadows. Even if the Hokage dies, someone will be there to pick up the mantle. The idea of being Hokage will never die out," Naruto said as the elders glared at him for what he had said. "Sigh, what a drag. It seems having both of you here is causing issues in getting intel. It seems you cannot cooperate and not snipe at each other," Shikamaru said with a face palm. Naruto looked at Shikamaru as he should have, and the elders grinned, assuming he would have to leave. The younger generation, including Kawaki, grinned at Shikamaru's courteous command, "Honorable elders, please leave. I do not need you for this meeting. I know your objections and I will keep them in mind." The elders appeared horrified. "8th Hokage, you cannot simply dismiss us like that, especially with such security risks like that boy and Boruto in the same room." Koharu exclaimed, furious at the Hokage's boldness. As Konohamaru appeared unsure of what to do, Shikamaru repeated politely but impatiently, "Please do not make me repeat myself. Please leave so I can start the questioning in peace." While Sarada stared at Shikamaru in shock, the elders scoffed and treated him like a child. "Would I still have to hear these outdated croons if I were made Hokage? If they would still attempt to veto my decision because of their outdated mindset, what good would it do?" Sarada thought in annoyance. When it seemed the elders would not leave peacefully, Shikamaru made a hand sign as the seal on the door vanished. What do you plan to do, 8th Hokage? You cannot lay a hand on us simply due to being Hokage. You will face consequences for your recklessness, Homura sternly warned. To their surprise, Shikamaru simply grinned. Please come in. Ada, demon, the door is open, Shikamaru yelled, much to everyone except Naruto's surprise, who already sensed them. The siblings entered through the open door as Naruto magically conjured up 2 additional chairs. Demon exclaimed, grinning, so, this is the other Naruto Uzumaki. You do seem strong, as he assessed Naruto with a grateful expression. Ada's response, on the other hand, was much more noteworthy since everyone in the room was mesmerized by her charm and inherent beauty, with the exception of Kawaki because she was Otsutsuki and Demon because she was her brother. Unaffected as well, Sarada and Sumire tried to appear agitated in order to maintain their disguise. As he attempted to avoid looking at Ada, Konohamaru's cheeks flushed, almost like a schoolboy who has a crush on the popular girl. Because he was able to convince himself that the attraction was fake, Shikamaru only blushed slightly. Despite their advanced age, even the elders appeared a little agitated simply by observing Ada, who appeared to be unimpressed. As Kawaki hardly gave her a glance, Ada said worriedly, Kawaki-kun. You seemed healed. Kawaki responded angrily, demonstrating that his crush on Ada was primarily one-sided and that, at best, he found her annoying. Yeah, and I heal fast and it's not like I am going to die from such wounds anyways. Ada shook her head and held out her hand as Demon and Konohamaru appeared prepared to reprimand Kawaki. Ada said quietly, it's alright. As long as you are okay. Her brief expression of sadness was only noticed by Naruto. She seems to be experiencing buyer's regret by pursuing Kawaki, the only man she believes can love her, truly, because, aside from Boruto or her own brother, he is unaffected by charm, or rather, omnipotence. Seeing Ada's response, Naruto reflected, it's kind of sad to be honest to love someone, or at least think you love someone with all your heart, but for them to reject you so often and truly. When Ada noticed how normal Naruto and Himawari seemed around her, she arched an eyebrow. How strange that they are not in any way enchanted with me. Maybe I could comprehend how Himawari-chan's influence on Naruto Uzumaki from a different dimension affected us the last time we were in the same room. Even though she didn't want to jump into my bed, she still viewed me as a big sister she loved. Around me, she seems to be normal. Maybe whatever exchange she had with Naruto that I had previously been unable to witness had an impact on her. Ada decided to leave it alone because she didn't want to deal with the conversation that would arise if she brought it up. Better not bring it up. Ada-san has a different opinion. Although she appears to be a normal woman now, her charm is still evident based on everyone's responses. Maybe Papa accidentally rendered me immune to all forms of omnipotence, including charm, when he freed me from omnipotence. Ada's thoughts were inadvertently confirmed by Himawari. Ada placed her hands on her attractive hips and scowled at the elders. Ada asked boredly, tilting her head toward the doors, could you please leave? You are making this place depressing and I am not in the mood to listen to old people stink up my presence. The elders appeared prepared to leave, but they shook their heads, as if their pride got in the way of their desire to win Ada over. Kaharu shouted, now look here. Even you cannot just order us around like dogs, Ada. You are simply a guest in Konoha and you cannot give us orders. Despite feeling charmed by Ada, Kaharu had significant difficulty speaking. Konohamaru exhaled deeply as Ada grinned on her stunning face, trying not to gasp at her beauty. As she pointed to the door with a painted fingernail, Ada observed, well, you have a choice then. You can leave freely because I asked nicely. Ada pointed to Demon and Naruto with her head, saying, or you can leave by force from them. While Naruto grinned as if to say, if you give me a reason, I will do it, you know. Demon grinned bloodthirstily. The elders stood up after a minute and grabbed the door to leave. They gave Naruto, Shikamaru, and Ada a very resentful look before they departed. As Shikamaru nodded his head, Kaharu cautioned, just remember Lord 8th. This will not be over. There will be consequences for your lack of actions today and this will not be forgotten. When the elders eventually departed, Shikamaru said, I understand and I won't forget. When the seal reappeared on the door, Shikamaru made a hand gesture. Shikamaru sighed, his eyebrow twitching before he realized what he had said, not that I really care what old geezers like you say or do. Shikamaru screamed, damn it Naruto. You are rubbing off on me. I am Hokage, not a brat anymore. While Naruto merely grinned. As Shikamaru simply palmed his face, Naruto winked and teased, "Well, if it gets you to be yourself more, I am more than happy to be a bad influence, Lord Eighth." Shikamaru sighed and smiled slightly. "Sigh, you really don't change no matter what dimension you come from, huh, Naruto?" she said. As Ada took a seat in one of the remaining seats with Demon in her arms, Shikamaru said, "Now then we are all here, we can discuss what to do, everyone. Let us begin." As Naruto simply nodded his head, Ada said courteously, "Thank you for the seat, alternate Naruto Uzumaki." For the first time, Naruto got a good look at Ada, and he was the first to acknowledge that, despite her charm, Ada probably would have a lot of boys vying for her hand in marriage based just on her attractiveness. Ada was a fairly attractive 19-year-old who liked her brother, a cyborg who had had her abilities enhanced by a mondo. Ada's long blue had loops at the tips and flowed freely down to her knees. Because her hair was cut in the Heim style above her forehead, exposing her face, it also had pink streaks. Ada is dressed in a bishop-sleeved off-the-shoulder crop top blouse and a necklace featuring a tiny star pendant and a crescent moon. She matched her pink fingernail and toenail polish with her pink lipstick. Her legs were bared by her black shorts until she put on light blue, high-heeled black sandals. Her pink toenail polish was visible because these heels were toeless. She accessorized with matching pinky and ring rings. Beneath her eyes, she applied a thin layer of blue mascara. She had a patch of tiny blue bracelets on both wrists. Her mature charm was enhanced by a pair of blue shooting star-shaped earrings that she wore on both ears. As the group turned to face Naruto, who arched an eyebrow, Shikamaru began, "Now let us start with Naruto Uzumaki. Why are you here?" Naruto responded in a rather childish manner, crossing his arms and using air quotes in the same manner as Shikamaru, saying, "Wow, that is hurtful. Shikamaru, just because I am not your Naruto doesn't mean I am not Naruto Uzumaki. I should bring you to my world and see how it feels, my buddy." To express how obnoxious Naruto was being, Shikamaru and Konohamaru slapped their heads with their palms. Himawari found it amusing, and Kawaki stared at Naruto in shock. Before a faint giggle escaped their lips, Sumire and Sarada snorted. Ada frowned as she studied Naruto closely, while Demon simply grinned broadly. Shikamaru gave in, but Naruto raised his hand and said, "Well, I guess you are Naruto from some other reality, as only he would be this annoying while in technically enemy territory. Going to clarify something here, Lord Eighth. Just because I didn't grow up in this world doesn't mean I consider Konoha my enemy. I still consider you my allies. I already told you that my life up to the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War was nearly identical to my counterpart here, besides a few differences. One big one is the power that actually allowed me to travel to this world, which in itself is pretty much a mirror of my world, firmly. By forming a one-tailed, version 1-foot cloak from Kurama's chakra, he appeared to validate this. This caused Himawari to naturally form her own one-tailed cloak, but unlike Kurama mode, it did not cause her body to age. As he nodded to Himawari, he released the chakra, and she inhaled deeply, allowing it to return to her body. With his elbows resting on the Hokage table and his chin resting on his folded palms, Shikamaru remarked, "That certainly proves you are Kyuubi Jinchuriki, but that does raise the question how Himawari has Kyuubi chakra, as in this world the Kyuubi died 3 years ago." Himawari and Naruto said, "Kurama," out of a protective instinct. Even Ada gave him a startled look at how aloof he sounded, and Kawaki sneered, "Why does that matter? They are tailed beasts which are masses of chakra, just not quite as revolting as those sentient god trees." Himawari turned to Kawaki and frowned, as if he was about to say something, but Naruto raised a hand. As Kawaki appeared prepared to slug Naruto in the face, Naruto said, "I suppose then you don't mind if I just call you Mr. Otsutsuki, right? If it doesn't matter what your name is and it only matters what you are rather than who you are." Konohamaru appeared prepared to make hand signals, but Kawaki and Naruto heard him crack his fists. As Naruto nodded and Kawaki scowled and simply crossed his arms, Konohamaru said, "That's enough. If you don't start to restrain you both, even you Kawaki need to learn how to at least pretend to be polite. Anyways, tailed beasts unlike even Otsutsuki can revive themselves if they are ever killed. Not even using Baryon mode can truly kill tailed beasts. It just usually takes hundreds if not thousands of years to revive themselves from such a state. The reason Himawari herself is a Jinchuriki is likely because she has trace amounts of Kurama chakra from being born from Naruto, or possibly due to her lineage of being both Uzumaki and Hyuga clan. Either way, her body acted essentially as a beacon for Kurama to latch onto and regenerate over time. Naruto said as Himawari nodded. Himawari put a hand to her stomach and said, "That is what Kurama told me too before I fought that really strong god tree, but I was powerless even with Kurama power once he got serious." Shikamaru looked interested as he and Konohamaru exchanged glances. As Sarada and Sumire turned to Himawari with inquisitive looks, Shikamaru remarked, "This does certainly make sense. Intel from Kumo during the 4th Ninja Report does support the idea of tailed beasts reviving themselves if they are killed inside of a Jinchuriki. Not that I agreed with Lord 4th Raikage's suggestion to kill Killer Bee, let alone Naruto, to buy time for Obito to not have the ingredients for Ten Tails revival, of course. Not that it would have mattered since Obito already had backup, and if we went with Raikage's suggestion we would have lost the war even before Ten Tails revival without Naruto's power." Shikamaru grumbled, but Naruto's he was saying. Sarada asked excitedly, "How does it feel being a Jinchuriki? Is it weird to have another being inside of you?" Himawari tilted her head, appearing thoughtful. As Naruto smiled softly, Himawari attempted to explain, "I don't know if it's supposed to be different, but for me Kurama has been nothing but helpful. He is like having a friend you can talk to whenever you want to. A tailed beast who works with a Jinchuriki is like having family who is always there for you. You won't find a better ally anywhere in the world. Kurama inside of your Naruto must have truly loved him to be willing to put himself through Baryon mode, as that mode destroys them more completely than simply dying inside of a Jinchuriki." Naruto elaborated as Himawari's eyes widened as she looked at her stomach. "Kurama, is that accurate? Were you willing to endure so much suffering because you truly cared about Papa?" Her tailed beast was asked by Himawari. I guess that Naruto can speak from experience, having a me inside of him. I suppose in human terms love was what I experienced within Naruto. However, don't mistake me being inside of you as my second choice. My time inside of Naruto is over and I am happy to be inside of you." Himawari Kurama sighed. Himawari's Kurama declaration caused a huge smile to spread across her face. Shikamaru couldn't help but smile as Naruto said, "This is simply talking to your tailed beast on good terms. I can do it as Kurama and I are a two-man team after all. That's most likely how Naruto was able to give us all access to Kyuubi chakra in the past." Shikamaru reasoned that since he and Kurama were partners, they could control the unstable tailed beast chakra and alter it so that non-Jinchuriki could use it to strengthen their abilities without risk. After clapping his hands, Konohamaru gave the unconscious Boruto a quick glare. Konohamaru looked around the room and said bluntly, "This is certainly instructive, but the real question is what to do with the traitor Boruto. He is much stronger than we expected after 3 years away from the village, but nevertheless he is weakened at the moment." With a resolute expression, Kawaki said bluntly, "We kill him after extracting all the intel he has on code and those stupid trees." With fire in their eyes, Sarada and Sumire approached him. "Just because you have a problem with Boruto doesn't change the fact, we are still alive because of him, Kawaki." Sarada cried angrily, fighting the urge to use her 3-tomo Sharingan to glare into Kawaki's heartless eyes. If it weren't for Boruto, Code and the god trees would have wreaked much more havoc in the village. Hekai and Hima-chan would have been consumed by those trees by now. Despite his apparent inability to choose a side, Konohamaru scowled at both of his students, but his sidelong glance at Boruto made it clear that he detested the young man. Konohamaru cautiously raised a hand when Sarada and Sumire instinctively said, "Lord 8th. I know the idea of killing Boruto might be distasteful, but we do have to consider what will happen if we let him go after the intel is given. Let us not think too much about it right now. For now, the enemies have retreated and that is what is important. We also have to think of what to do with this Naruto. He seems to be an ally for now and he could be helpful to deal with the situation right now." Shikamaru observed that Naruto was wearing a cautious. Sarada insisted, "We are not killing Boruto. He needs at least a trial. That is what Lord 7th would want." Kawaki glared at her, and Konohamaru had a pained look. As Sarada and Sumire scowled at him, Kawaki firmly asserted, "No matter what Boruto has done, it cannot change the fact that Lord 7th is gone because of him. The only way he can repay his debt is by dying. The only difference is whether I cut off his limbs first before his head or not." Himawari gazed at Naruto with beseeching eyes, while Konohamaru crossed his arms and closed his eyes. When Shikamaru saw Himawari's expression, he coughed to draw everyone's attention. Shikamaru rested on his palms and gazed at Naruto, saying, "Naruto. I meant it when I invited you as a guest. What do you think we should do? Naruto tapped his chin after taking a moment to look around and close his eyes. As Shikamaru's eyes briefly lifted before he nodded, Naruto said, "Please send Kakashi-sensei." "Oh, I guess Lord Sixth here. There is something I want to show you and it would be best for someone like him to confirm it. After all, he of all people would know what this power is and confirm it's really that." Shikamaru was about to call forth a shadow clone when Naruto outwitted him, but he concluded, "I suppose if I do trust you for now then Kakashi-sensei would be safe to have around." In an instant, Naruto transformed into a shadow clone, transforming Obito Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan form with his right eye. They exchanged a nod as the shadow clone's right eye began to pulse. To everyone's surprise, he was drawn into a portal and whirled away. Naruto nodded and grinned as Shikamaru speculated, "Was that time-space jutsu? I am guessing you are using some form to track and bring back Kakashi-sensei here instantly." Naruto stretched his arms above his head and remarked, "A very special time-space jutsu. One that Kakashi-sensei will be very familiar with." Naruto said, closing his eyes and opening them to reveal his amused blue eyes, "It's not the same one that Otsutsuki used though. That one isn't really my style. Hee I can't wait to see the look of Kakashi-sensei I mean Lord Sixth face when he sees what the jutsu is. I still have that habit where I am a motor mouth just like Mom was, so if I get a chance I just keep talking even if I am used." Himawari giggled and said, Papa. You are rambling again and people are looking at you weirdly." Naruto paused in the middle of his tirade, then smiled and approached Himawari to play with her long hair, making her laugh while simultaneously tickling her forehead. Shikamaru had a tiny smile behind his hands, Kawaki was snarling and clenching his hand, Sumair and Sarada grinned at the exchange between Uzumaki, and Konohamaru appeared unsure of the playful smiles they exchanged. Ada maintained a stoic expression while continuing to stare in Naruto's direction, while Demon was merely staring at him with curiosity and Himawari with interest and perplexity. Then, in a swirl, Kakashi Hatake and Naruto's clone emerged, creating a ripple. The Naruto clone gave Kakashi and Naruto a nod before fading away in a cloud of smoke. As the former Hokage, Kakashi received bows from everyone but Kawaki, Damien, and Ada. Naruto even bowed his head. Kakashi asked, both eyes wide with wonder and hope, "Naruto. Is that really you?" "I am not the Naruto you know, but I am assuming the relationship you had with the Naruto you had is pretty close to the Kakashi-sensei I know," Naruto said sorrowfully, rubbing his head and grinning nervously as he closed his eyes. "Oh, I mean Lord Sixth. I keep doing that. I mean the Kakashi-sensei I know doesn't mind, but it still is the proper way to refer to you. He is similar to Minato-sensei and Kushina-sama," Kakashi remarked. "At his core, he really is like Naruto that I know," as he imagined Minato grinning and Kushina massaging her head in the same manner as her son appeared next to Naruto. "I did heal the Kakashi-sensei I like he did with you after all. Sakura-chan was so surprised when I healed your rather other version of you eyes. I still think she didn't know how I did it despite me explaining how I did it," Naruto said with a smug smile while crossing his arms. Kakashi remembered that scene and started to perspire in his head. "Yes, you mentioned that you would use a piece of me to recreate the eye. Sakura's lack of understanding is not surprising. You and Naruto in general don't seem to understand how it works," Kakashi said, fighting feverishly while maintaining his typical grin. Sarada appeared to be about to inquire, but Shikamaru held up his hand. Before his eyes narrowed, Shikamaru said dismissively, "That is not important right now. What is it that you wanted to confirm with Lord Sixth that needed him? All it seems so far is you reminiscing about shared experiences between the Naruto and Kakashi of each world. That is hardly something you need the former Hokage here to ask in person." Shikamaru responded with anger. With a questioning glance, Kakashi nodded to Naruto, who grinned as he moved away from Himawari and toward the room's corner. Naruto turned to face everyone who could see his face. With his eyes closed and then opened, Naruto said, "I just wanted Kakashi-sensei here to confirm this. He should know it better than anyone else after all. He did have it at one point for quite some time." Everyone gasped when it was revealed that his left eye was a purple Rinnegan with 3 sets of tomo in the 3 innermost rings, indicating 9 tomo overall, and his right eye was the right Mangekyo Sharingan of Obito Uchiha. As he instinctively covered his left eye, which was Obito Uchiha's left eye 20 years prior, Kakashi exclaimed in shock, "That is Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. I thought your clone was using Kamui but I couldn't be sure until I saw it in your eye." Sarada also exclaimed, her eyes wide, you are just like Papa. He had a Mangekyo Sharingan in one eye and what he called the Rinnegan in his other eye. Before things went back to normal, she even had her own 3 Tomo Sharingan active for a short while. That wasn't a genjutsu. Like Papa and me, they practice authentic dojutsu. Sarada realized what she was thinking. With an angry expression, Konohamaru sat up and demanded to know, how do you have those eyes? If you are a Naruto Ni-chan, from another world, you should have the same basic powers as Lord Seventh. He never manifested even a single Sharingan, let alone Mangekyo Sharingan or Rinnegan in his eyes. Refusing to blush, Sumair bit her lip. Bad Sumair. He is not a powerful, attractive man, he is a stranger. I'm sorry, Sumair told herself. Konohamaru scowled but sat down with his arms folded when Shikamaru held up a hand and glanced at him. Kawaki clenched his hands and snarled, but he controlled his rage. Surprisingly, Himawari did not appear shocked at all because Naruto had previously informed her. When Naruto's dojutsu was revealed, Demon and Ada arched an eyebrow. The eyes challenged Demon, who smiled and laughed, oh, some real fancy-looking eyes you have, not 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. As she continued to stare at Naruto with her expressionless face, Ada added, interesting. That is another difference between you and the 7th Hokage. As Kakashi blinked and turned his eyes to their sky blue, Naruto firmly informed him, Kakashi-sensei. These are not implants. You of all people should know implants of Sharingan and Rinnegan cannot be activated and deactivated freely. Naruto then activated them once more to demonstrate his point. Almost instinctively, Kakashi closed his left eye with his left hand and nodded slowly. That's true. Non-Uchiha cannot deactivate a Sharingan, and from what we concluded Nagato could not deactivate his Rinnegan as they were implants from Madara Uchiha. Kakashi concurred, citing Konoha and Sasuke's extensive research into the relationship between Madara and Nagato eyes following the Fourth Ninja War. Shikamaru scowled as he turned to face Naruto. As all eyes were fixed on Naruto, Shikamaru said, that doesn't explain how you awakened them though. Even if they are truly your eyes like they are with Sasuke's, there is no evidence that Naruto Uzumaki could awaken them as you do not have Uchiha blood inside of you. With the exception of Himawari, everyone was shocked when Naruto turned away while using his dojutsu. His expression was noticeably dejected as he briefly bit his lower lip. That is something that is different for me than other versions of Naruto Uzumaki. The power that led me traveled here in other worlds. Let's say, inserted. That power inside of me, but I never could awaken until after the Fourth Ninja War. So similar to your Naruto, I did not have access to these powers while I fought beings like Obito, Madara and Kagaya. I had to rely on power that, Naruto Uzumaki, would naturally awaken. Naruto clarified as he briefly glanced over his shoulder. When Kakashi saw where Naruto was looking, he blinked. The Konoha Memorial Stone is what he's observing. He is therefore lamenting the fact that he was unable to use these abilities to save those who were important to him. With pity in his heart, Kakashi fought the impulse to embrace his student's younger self and realized, he is just like me who lives with survivor's guilt. Naruto thought, if I had these eyes back then, so many people would not have had to. Hundreds of faces flashed through his mind before Neji's perceptive face caught his attention. Himawari cast a sorrowful glance at her father, seemingly sensing his melancholy. She might be unconsciously receiving a weaker passive form of negative emotion sensing from the Kurama inside of her. One person in the room showed no pity and, if anything, gave Naruto a very angry look. Then you are nothing like Lord Seventh. He had to work for his powers, but here you with gifted eyes like Sarada and the Uchiha. You have not had to work for any of those powers. You are one of those people who were born lucky. Kawaki said with a sneer. Incredulous that his fictitious younger brother could be so direct, Konohamaru exclaimed, Kawaki. That is enough. Why would you say something like that? Kawaki answered indifferently, TCH. The truth hurts, Master Konohamaru. I am just willing to say it out loud. Glaring at Kawaki, who hardly gave her a glance, Sarada shot back, shut your mouth, Kawaki. You have no idea what you are talking about. Himawari had to hold her breath after striking Kawaki in the face, while Sumair gritted her teeth. Since he knew it was not his moment to speak, Kakashi closed his eyes. Ada barely managed not to give Kawaki a disillusioned glance, while Demon continued to gaze at Naruto with curiosity. With a stiff nod from Sarada and a shrug from Kawaki, Shikamaru declared, that is enough everyone. Such talk is not productive right now. What we need to do is decide what to do to get intel on our current circumstances. Naruto let out a sigh before turning to face Boruto. As Konohamaru and Shikamaru stared at him in shock, Naruto said, "Then this is a perfect time to wake up Boruto. Anything I need to say to you all he deserves to know as well." Before anyone could react, a swirl appeared in the center of the room, and Naruto's right Mangekyo Sharingan swirled and activated. A wooden table with a box of donuts that still looked too hot and smelled delicious emerged from the swirl. Naruto said, "There's something to bite on. Just a snack. A baker's dozen of 12. He picked up one that was white dusted and filled with jelly, based on the tiny hole where a tiny trail of strawberry jelly was visible. Naruto added, biting into the gooey treat to demonstrate his point, "It's not poisoned. I baked them myself before I left my world and they have stayed in perfect condition since then. Go ahead and help yourself. I have been told I have natural thumb for simple treats like this." Himawari grinned without hesitation and went to get a chocolate-dipped donut. To Naruto's delight, she bit into it eagerly and moaned softly. "Thank you, Papa, you were right, you do have a natural thumb for baking. You could probably set up a shop in Konohamaru and make a decent living just selling these," Himawari said with a chuckle. Naruto turned to face Kawaki, who was staring at him and licking his lips when he saw how hungry the donuts were. As he tilted his head to indicate the donuts, Naruto added rather matter-of-factly, "By the way, this is not donuts shrunk by Sukunahikona and retrieved by Daikokuden. Although like your jutsu anything I store in mine also stays in pristine condition like food for example. It's very useful for traveling if I have it ready for long trips across worlds and dimensions." After giving Naruto a courteous bow, Sarada and Sumair each took a plain donut with white frosting and a chocolate-glazed donut. They moaned softly and bit into theirs, which caused Naruto to smile at them. With a dramatic eye roll from Konohamaru and Shikamaru, Naruto said, "It's always nice to have your cooking appreciated. The biggest compliment a baker or chef can have is to have people enjoy their product." Demon pouted but didn't take one, and Ada briefly licked her lips as if she wanted one but restrained herself. With a serious expression that suggested a hint of nostalgia, Kakashi continued, "That jutsu, it is the long-range version of Kamui after all. It was the same as the short-range version of Kamui your clone used to bring me here in the first place." Naruto nodded and grinned as he gave Kakashi a sentimental glance before shaking his head. Naruto acrobatically added, "I knew you would recognize it sensei, Lord Sixth." Kakashi shook his head. Kakashi gave him his trademark eye smile, and said, "It's fine if you call me sensei like the Naruto I know does. I might not know you directly but I feel I can trust you. At your heart you are still my student as well." Himawari grinned broadly as she saw Naruto briefly on the verge of tears. As both Shikamaru and Konohamaru blinked while closely examining Naruto, Kakashi added sharply, "However, I would like to know how you can use both the long-range and short-range versions of Kamui when you are just using the right Mangekyo Sharingan. As each version is supposed to be linked to one eye." Naruto crossed his arms and turned to face the adults with a serious expression. He demonstrated his Kamui skills by using his index finger to wipe some jelly off his lip. Then, using a tiny Kamui ripple that was only large enough to absorb it, he sent the jelly into Kamui's dimension. That is true, for Obito and his eyes. However, mine eyes are different. After I awoke the eyes as Rinnegan I discovered the Mangekyo Sharingan of either I could use both versions of the Kamui at ill. I also could use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan while it was in its Rinnegan state but I usually for simplicity use Mangekyo Sharingan abilities in the eye that is currently in its Mangekyo Sharingan state." Naruto clarified. He demonstrated this by transforming his right Mangekyo Sharingan into a Rinnegan with the 9 tomo dispersed throughout its inner 3 circles. His left Rinnegan was then changed into a Mangekyo Sharingan form that also bore a resemblance to Obito Uchiha's shape. His left Mangekyo Sharingan then moved to face Himawari, who had cream on the corner of her mouth. He sucked in the cream at the corner of her mouth and sent it to the Kamui dimension through a ripple as he concentrated on the cream. It felt like a vacuum sweeping across her face, and Himawari blinked and laughed. Himawari laughed, and Naruto grinned at her with delight. "Hee that is quite a fun way to clean up Papa," she said. Naruto winked, revealing only his left Mangekyo Sharingan for a brief moment. "You see, using Kamui in either eye is quite easy for me. I just like the visual effect of using Mangekyo Sharingan to use Kamui instead of using it while it's in its Rinnegan form." Kakashi relaxed his shoulder and smiled again. Kakashi brightly commented with a thumbs up, saying, Well, that proves that he seems to be keeping his word and sharing information freely. He has my vote of confidence. Konohamaru frowned and crossed his eyes as he turned to face Shikamaru. Shikamaru shook his head when Konohamaru said, "Still letting him wake up Boruto is still a risk, Lord 8th. It's fine, Konohamaru. I will take responsibility if something happens. Boruto is still restrained from using chakra at all and we have Demon and Ada if something does happen." Shikamaru calmly responded. While Konohamaru scowled but nodded, Kawaki proclaimed, "I will kill Boruto if he does anything." Ada turned to Kawaki, her face expressionless. As Kawaki gave her and Demon a suspicious look, Ada cautioned, "Don't do anything rash, Kawaki. I want to see where this goes." Demon grinned mockingly and said, "Yeah, Kawaki. We wouldn't want any accidents or unexpected surprises to happen, do we?" Sarada and Sumair sighed in relief as Kawaki bowed his head despite his growl. With a curious expression, Naruto turned to face Ada and then nodded. Naruto approached Boruto, whose arms were bound behind the chair by special cuffs that contained his chakra. Naruto put a hand on Boruto's shoulder as he walked behind him. The hand on Boruto's shoulder glowed with yellow chakra as he closed his eyes and made a one-handed hand sign with his other hand. After a moment Boruto groaned and woke up. His hands were bound behind his back, despite his apparent instinct to rub his head. By the time Boruto awoke and stood against the wall, Naruto had taken his hand off his shoulder. He glanced at Sumair, winked at her, and put a finger to his finger. Sumair nodded rapidly and grinned at his apparent amusement. After a few blinks to get rid of his sleepiness, Boruto said, "I am healed." "What happened to the enemy?" Konohamaru looked at Boruto neutrally and said, "The enemy was driven off and so far, they have not made any attempts to re-enter the village. The sensory corp is on full alert in case they enter range of the village again." With a neutral expression, Boruto turned back to Konohamaru and nodded. Before turning to face the people in the room, Boruto asked, "What about everyone else, Master Konohamaru?" He could see everyone else, which caused him to raise his one remaining eye in surprise, but he was unable to turn around and see Naruto behind him. Shikamaru told him, his stoic, Hokage look, on his face. Inojin wounds were serious but they were mostly healed by Himawari. He is currently being healed completely. He should be fine with rest. Everyone else's wounds were fairly minor in comparison with neither Himawari nor Sarada being consumed as you can see. Boruto looked around, his face softening as he saw Himawari, Sumair, and Sarada. "That's good to hear, Lord 8th. I am actually surprised so many people are here to see me get interrogated." He asked. "Lord 8th invited us. The village elders were supposed to be here too, but Ada and Lord 8th shooed them away so it's just us here." "Are you all right, Boruto?" Sarada asked softly, biting its lip. "Brother." Himawari put a worried expression on her face and thought sadly, "You are okay. I'm sorry I can't hug you just yet with everyone else still under Kawaki control." Boruto smiled slightly and said, "A bit sore especially with my arms bound like this but I can't complain, Sarada. You seem to be well though." Sarada smiled back. "Even though it's subtle, I briefly caught a glimpse of Boruto's carefree self before everything went wrong and the world turned against him." Seeing Boruto as pleasant, Sarada thought cheerfully. Sadly, Kawaki looked at Boruto with disgust, displaying his own sass. As Boruto turned to Kawaki with a disinterested expression, Kawaki said icily, "You should be glad your arms are the only thing being restrained right now, Boruto. If it were up to me, you would have had my rods shoved into your limbs so you couldn't get away, but Lord 8th insisted this was all that was needed." Boruto remarked sardonically as he attempted to move his arms but was unable to do so due to the tightness of the bonds. "Ah, Kawaki. Your insults have not gotten over the years. It seems you took my sword and equipment away and this seems to be sealing away my chakra." Konohamaru sighed, crossed his arms, and gave Boruto a weary look. Konohamaru grinned proudly and said, "That's right. Those cuffs were specifically made by Amato and seal away your chakra completely. Not even your favorite teleportation jutsu can get you of them." Sumair shot back, "Master Konohamaru. I still think this is excessive. Boruto has shown nothing but to be helpful when he returned to Kohono." Konohamaru scowled at her. Sumair grinned at Boruto as he said, "Thanks class rep but it's okay. I get it from Konoha point of view I am still a criminal." Konohamaru yelled, "Hey, don't get too friendly, Boruto. Remember you are here to give intel, not to be forgiven." While Boruto merely sighed, Naruto shot back, causing Kakashi to smile in embarrassment, confirming that it was true. Brat, I am not sure what standards Kohona has now, but I know for a fact that Kakashi-sensei would not have let you torture Boruto for information. Boruto spun around, his shocked eyes clearly enlarging. Boruto stammered, then composed himself, Lord Seventh. No wait, you are far too young to be him. Before giving him a shoulder pat, Naruto smiled at him. Hey Boruto, I was the one who healed you, although I will tell you Himawari was going to do it anyways. You can just call me Naruto, as I am not the Naruto Uzumaki this world has gotten to know. I am from a different dimension, and I will say my world is a few years behind this one, hence why I look so much younger than the 7th Hokage. Naruto clarified with a grin. Boruto caught a glimpse of Himawari, who gave him a slight smile despite appearing embarrassed. Kojo Kashin never spoke of seeing another image of his father in any of his visions. Maybe this version of Dad doesn't show up in any of his visions, or is this something that no one could have foreseen? Boruto asked himself, maintaining a neutral expression. Boruto nodded in agreement. I see. Judging by everyone's expression, it does certainly appear to be the case. Naruto. Ada made the female cyborg the center of attention by clicking her teeth. That's all good and everything, but the real question is, what should Kohona do now? We have these two powerhouses, Boruto and a different alternative Naruto, who appeared to be at least willing to work with us. It is all rather tedious, but looks like there is a lot of threads happening at once right now. Ada breathed a sigh of relief as Naruto. First, we need to deal with Code. He may be a minor annoyance compared to the sentient god trees, but he does deserve to die for starting this entire mess. Plus, there is no point talking to him, as he is truly an Otsutsuki fanboy who cannot be reasoned with. Naruto said with a gloomy face. Ada shuddered after drinking her lemonade and remarked with disgust, "Tch. You got that right. He is truly a disgusting man who, even if he became an Otsutsuki, would not be any more worthy of my attention, let alone my affection." Aside from those who were unaffected by her charm, application of omnipotence, such as her brother Demon, Boruto, Sumire, Himawari, Sarada, and Naruto himself, she was notably regarded with varying degrees of awe and respect by everyone present. She raised an eyebrow at the quick glance Naruto gave her. Demon simply grinned broadly, as though the prospect of a fight pleased him. Does he feel sorry for me? Admittedly, that is a very different response from what I usually see. It's not as bad as when Kawaki-kun ignores me, but it's different. As Naruto looked away, Ada thought, I thought he was acting like wasn't affected by my charm, but it seems like he truly unaffected and sees me as a regular girl. Now, those girls, I informed them that I was prepared to ignore them, but it seems that neither my charm nor even the global omnipotence really have an impact on them. Ada thought as she turned to face Demon with a worried expression. To be honest, it feels good to now be fawned over because of some curse that Amato forced on me. But for the time being, I should keep this under wraps. Demon is genuinely overly protective despite his good intentions, as he might kill Sarada-chan and Sumire-chan in the unlikely event that they choose to physically harm me without being affected by my charm. Ada told herself, for the time being, I will act as though I am unaware that my only true friends are not under my spell, because I would have to constantly watch him to make sure he didn't go overboard, and that is such a pain. That is true. Code does intend to have either Boruto or Kawaki be eaten by one of those sentient god trees to absorb the rest of us to create chakra fruit. His claw marks are rather tedious to deal with, as he can use as markers to move freely and escape if he gets pinned down. Shikamaru said with an expression of sadness. Konohamaru joked, I guess Code is something like Lord 4th Legendary Flying Rajan huh? But regretted it when Naruto turned to face him and clicked his teeth. Naruto's eyes darkened to resemble the shadowy areas of the ocean, and he warned, don't joke about that, Konohamaru. My dad is nothing like someone like Code, even jutsu-wise. First of all, old man Tobirama, I mean Lord Second, was one who invented Flying Rajan. He just did not make the jutsu famous like Dad did as the yellow Floridas of the leaf. Second of all, the Flying Rajan markers never leave even if the user themselves dies, so if you are marked and the Flying Rajan comes back, you are screwed. As Dad's mark on Obito Uchiha remained on his back even after over a decade of being dead and then revived with Edo Tensei. They are not like Code's silly claw marks, which can be shrunken down with Sukuna Hikona. Naruto ranted as Kawaki frowned at the implied slight against his skill from Naruto's dismissive tone. Although I will say, since I am being honest here, that the Flying Rajan mark can removed if a person has tailed beasts sealed inside of them, like Obito mark vanishing when he became Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Or if a person loses their tailed beast like my marking vanishing when I lost Yonkurama for a while. However, those circumstances are far less likely to happen than having Code's claw marks being unusable. Naruto sighed indignantly. When Naruto felt Himawari tug his sleeve and smile nervously at him, he opened his eyes. Himawari said politely, I think they get the point, Papa. It is nice you are defending Grandpa, I mean Lord Second's jutsu. Naruto grinned almost exactly and rubbed the back of his head. As they laughed together, Naruto said, oops. Sorry Hima-chan, I guess I got carried away. I guess old man Second rubbed off on me when people forgot he invented a lot of famous jutsu hihi. At the exchange, Boruto's visible eyebrow went up. It appears that Naruto shares a lot of traits with his father. In other words, Hima has no problem accepting Lord Seventh as our father figure. Boruto kept telling himself that he was not Naruto Uzumaki's son in the eyes of the world. I suppose that is rather nice, he thought with a hint of warmth. Konohamaru appeared somewhat embarrassed, and Shikamaru sighed. As Sumair and Kawaki gazed at Naruto with reverence and wonder, their eyes seemed to shine. The other Naruto-san is really awesome, Lord 7H. He is like a walking knowledge base. The history books don't mention the things he is saying, yet he is spreading them as if they were well known. I've never even met Uncle Itachi, but he even knew things firsthand. Would he be willing to stay and share more stories with me that aren't found in history books? With her hands clasped together in anticipation, Sarada thought in wonder. Sumair appeared similar in the meantime, but her inner self was flushed. The other Naruto-san is really attractive, cool, and a good role model. He is incredibly kind and passionate. Dreamily, Sumair thought. Then Kawaki scoffed and gestured with his thumb to Boruto. Kawaki proposed, but most of the room appeared irritated. Why don't we just use Boruto as bait with his chakra sealed up? Code did come to Konoha in the first place to get this guy right. Best case scenario is Code kills Boruto first and then I kill Code while his guard is down. Both problems are solved, then I will deal with the god trees. Shikamaru and Kakashi both scowled, but Konohamaru appeared somewhat reflective. While observing Naruto, Ada and Demon raised their eyebrows without turning to face Kawaki. While Sumair and Sarada gave Kawaki a particularly hateful glare, Himawari clenched her fist but remained silent. Naruto calmly but darkly said, shut your mouth Kawaki. If Boruto dies then you will die. That is what will happen if you are stupid enough to go through your ideas. Naruto had his arms folded and his eyes closed. When Naruto opened his eyes, Konohamaru said, hey, you can't talk to Kawaki like that and expect Konoha to not take that as a threat. But he recoiled. Anger was evident in both of Naruto's eyes, which were in their 3 Tomo Sharingan form. His Tomo appeared to spin. Naruto shot a warning glance at each person before turning back to his blue eyes. That wasn't a threat, that was a fact of what would happen. If you don't want threats to happen to Kawaki then he should stop making threats in my presence. Now that is someone who is strong stare. I like you, you actually have the backbone to stick with your beliefs and strength to back it up. Demon exclaimed, grinning eerily. Demon rolled his eyes and thought, unlike Kawaki, who is too cowardly to own up to what he has done. Ada stammered, so cool, as her breath caught due to her intense attraction to Naruto and the difficulty of not blushing like a schoolgirl right now. As the focus shifted back to the 8th Hokage, Shikamaru coughed into his hand. How exactly are we going to go after Code? He likely has moved to one of markers far away from Konoha or even in a different dimension by now. Even if we get troops ready in time he can move to a different location at any time. Shikamaru reminded the group as Ada sang. Ada said, seeming to be bothered, well, I suppose if you ask nicely I can, but her flushed cheeks revealed that she was also anxious. She hardly glanced at Kawaki anymore, instead focusing on Naruto with curiosity. Ada seemed only interested in glaring at Boruto and Naruto, the latter sporting a noticeably wary expression, so Kawaki did not appear to notice his lack of interest in him. Even though Ada closed her eyes and smiled with satisfaction, Naruto interrupted, saying, I can track him. Kamui doesn't need a marker like Flying Rajan, so I can transport myself directly to his location as long as I can track his chakra. To be clear, I can track anyone's chakra in this world regardless of where they are or the distance. That is a perk of having my abilities. Naruto winked as his left eye closed and his right Sharingan changed into its Mangekyo Sharingan form. As he realized that Naruto could have maintained his eyes at full power, just like Sasuke did when he had both of his eyes, Kakashi thought dryly, Somehow I think he is flexing. He has 2 fully functional Mangekyo Sharingan and even Rinnegan that he can turn on and off without any drawbacks. Naruto crossed his arms and hummed, appearing to be concentrating. His right Mangekyo Sharingan narrowed as he peered far into the distance, and he tapped his right index finger against his left forearm. Found him. It seems he is quite a coward after all. He thinks he can keep using those claw marks and nobody can track him. Ha, he is about to find out that no matter where he goes destiny will find him and his destiny is to die before he can make this world an even worse place. Naruto sighed as he appeared to have an unsettling grin. With the exception of Himwari, who merely appeared worried, the rest of the group appeared uneasy about Naruto's darker side, while Demon and Ada appeared intrigued by it. Will Papa be able to restrain himself from going too far after completing this task? Because this world has been ruined by more than just code. Even though she acknowledged in private that she was also a little resentful of Kawaki, Himawari thought, Kawaki's self-centered desire to save my Papa, even if it ignored everything Papa wanted, is also part of the reason this world is messed up. As Kamui began to activate, Naruto began to transform his body into a swirl. He then entered Kamui dimension and used his chakra to transport himself to Code's location using the time-space jutsu. He turned to face the group, his left eye still closed and his expression serious, but he stopped in the middle. Before his right eye narrowed, Naruto clarified, "Let me make something very clear. I am going to deal with Code and bring back his half-dead body so I can execute him inside of Konoha as a criminal. While I am gone, if anyone hurts Boruto or anyone here, we will have words and they will not be pleasant ones. You might all consider Boruto a worse criminal than Code, but that is not the way I see it. If you take this time to vent your frustration against Boruto or interrogate him using violence, then I will take it you are not willing to meet me more halfway," Naruto said as the lightning chakra appeared out from his body as a sign. When Shikamaru discreetly nodded for him to accompany Naruto, Konohamaru scowled but nodded firmly. Kawaki scowled, especially when Boruto barely glanced at him, seemingly unconcerned by Kawaki's disapproval. With a detached look but a noticeable hint of nervousness in her tone, Ada said, "Ooh, a man who is direct on what he wants. That is quite refreshing. Very well, I and Demon shall keep everyone in line while you are gone, Naruto Uzumaki." Demon smiled eagerly. Himawari smiled and said, "Best of luck, Papa. Come back soon, okay." Naruto briefly closed his eye to smile at her. As Hima became agitated, much to his own amusement, Naruto reassured her, "Of course, Hima. I will be back before you know it. That is a promise after all, and having you frown in worry would break my heart. You smiling is a treasure that should be kept intact at all times." With a cute pout that made him laugh, Himawari muttered, "Papa shouldn't say things like that to his daughter. It could be taken the wrong way and it feels so weird to hear you say it." Boruto remained silent, seemingly attempting to take a nap during this brief respite by closing his eye. With an eye smile and a thumbs up, Kakashi gave Naruto a nod in return. Naruto said in a mysterious tone, "Boruto, you might think this, but things will turn out all right after all of this. I promise you that things will be the way they are supposed to be." Boruto gave him a quick, interested glance before falling back to sleep. To Naruto's delight, Sarada saluted him and exclaimed, "Show Code who is boss, Naruto." Sarada smiled up at Naruto when he said, "Haha, all right then. I wouldn't want to disappoint a future Hokage candidate after all." In the meantime, Konohamaru scowled at his pupil, who had become more and more estranged from him over the course of 3 years, to the extent that she proudly declared her intention to become a Hokage, like the 7th Hokage rather than the 8th Shikamaru. Sumire's cheeks flushed a little when Naruto smiled warmly at her worry. "Please be careful, Naruto-san. Code is someone dangerous who probably has nothing to lose at this point." She blushed even more when Naruto casually remarked, "Still such a pretty smile, Sumire-chan. The guy who manages to see it every day will be quite lucky in my opinion." His expression then became serious. Naruto reassured her before he started using Kamui again, saying, "Don't worry, Sumire-chan. I won't let him get away with what he has done, and this time there isn't a second chance." A moment later, Naruto was sucked up by the air ripple and vanished into a swirl. He transported himself to Code's location, briefly entering his entire body in Kamui's dimension before disappearing once more in an unknown place that seemed to be empty. Damn that Boruto. How did he track me especially back to that place? Even with time-space jutsu you still need to know where that place is to go there. Was it that toad that somehow a beacon for him to track me over there? Oh well, that toad vanished along with Boruto. Code grumbled as he looked around and gave a grin. It doesn't matter though. I won't let my guard down next time, and as long as a 10 tails eats Boruto who is an Otsutsuki, it shall become a true god tree and give me a chakra fruit. Then I can eat the chakra fruit and become a true and ultimate Otsutsuki like Ashiki wanted me to be. I will be far beyond that faker and ingrate Boruto ever was. Code said with a demented grin. Even though he was in a different time-space, he was still affected by omnipotence, and when it was cast, his memories of Kawaki changed to Boruto with jealousy. He truly hated Boruto for being the primary cause of Ashiki's actual demise and thought that he was an ingrate who was lucky to be selected as Ashiki's vessel. He detested Boruto for stealing Ada, who turned him down for Boruto when it was actually Kawaki. As Code turned around with wide eyes, Naruto said, "Nice plan, but sadly it is never going to happen. Your destiny is sadly going to end today instead of living forever." Code exclaimed, "You, the Hokage," because he thought the 7th Hokage had been killed 3 years prior, but now he was landing in front of him, emerging from a swirling ripple in the air. As he saw Naruto with a left 9-tomo Rinnegan and a right Mangekyo Sharingan in his eyes, Code remarked, "No. You only look like the Hokage, but you are not him, especially with eyes like those. You are also far younger than he was. He makes me think of Sasuke Uchiha when he was blind. But it makes no difference. I won't let anyone stop me from achieving my objective, no matter who it is," Code announced in silence. Code's hands transformed into sharpened, hardened metal-like claws before Naruto could speak or move. He sent a claw mark marking at Naruto's face and used his right hand to swipe at him, making the air seem to tear in the shape of his claws. As the claw mark sped toward Naruto's face, Rinnegan, who was hidden from Code, throbbed. A smirk of Code gave way to astonishment as Naruto tore up the ground in front of him. The claw mark appeared on Code's face as if it were reflected back at him. In addition, the shockwave sent Code flying backward, where he crashed through a pillar and out of a trench before slowing down. One must adore the diva path, particularly the almighty push. Naruto thought smugly, not that I rely on it exclusively or anything, because those 5 seconds are a giant window if you know about and only rely on it like Nagato diva path did. Damn it, a shockwave that repels anything that comes towards you. Are you like that ungrateful brat? Code gasped as he rose off the ground, leaving a trail of blood on his chin. Damn it, even though I am stronger than Ashiki, I am still being humiliated by Demon, Boruto, and even this Hokage wannabe. As he wiped the blood trail from his mouth, Code thought bitterly and furiously. Naruto smirked and spun his eyes to demonstrate his point. Brat, you mean demon? Nope, this is not a reflecting ability, but I won't tell you how my powers work. I am not a cliché villain who tells his enemies his abilities just because. Code snarled as he swung at Naruto once more. This time, however, he moved to the right, causing the claw mark to miss and fall to the ground next to him. As he swiped the ground beside him, Code made another claw mark appear on the ground, grinning broadly. He was a gopher as pieces of his body disappeared into the claw mark, part by part, and he then slid into it next to his feet, almost as if it were a hole. Then, using the components that had disappeared from the previous claw mark, he emerged from the claw mark next to Naruto. With his metal claws sharpened, he charged forward, aiming for Naruto's throat, but the latter merely arched an eyebrow. Naruto ducked beneath the swipe and extended his hand, palm facing Code, whose eyes grew wide. That stance. Damn it, not again, Code growled, recalling 3 years prior when Momoshiki materialized from Boruto's karma and took control of his body with enormous Rasengans that curved up the forest, forcing him to leap from claw mark to claw mark. Another memory then surfaced of Boruto in the present day using the Rasengan, Uzuhiko, and recently making him fear for his life. Then, using the other claw mark to gain distance, Code slipped back to his starting position before leaping back into the one he used to approach Naruto. He gave Naruto a mocking smile, which made him glare at him. Naruto crossed his arms and grinned amusedly, mockingly saying, "Wow, you are jumpy. Are you that worried about me using a Rasengan you would leap back just from me putting me palm towards you?" Code swung another claw mark in Naruto's direction and yelled, "Damn you. You bluffed to get me to back off." Naruto didn't even bother to think about it or dodge it, much to his annoyance. Rather, Naruto clapped his hands together and made quick hand gestures. Immediately, a huge piece of earth rose up out of the ground and served as a barrier between them. With a wave of his hand, the earth wall and the tagged claw mark were redirected and sent far away after the wall intercepted the mark. As Code snarled more loudly, Naruto grinned at him. It's really quite sad how much of a one-trick pony you are, and you think you have the right to consume the entire planet. Naruto asked, closing his eyes and placing a hand over his forehead. Is having scary claws and the ability to move through claw marks the only things you can do? Did having a white comma go to your head, especially as you don't have any limiters on your body? Code snarled as the white comma's power increased his base stats in a way that was comparable to Kawaki's use of his own comma, which was naturally black. Naruto yawned as he charged forward at full speed, then shifted slightly to avoid a swipe from Code's claws. Even when he used both hands, he avoided his fast swings. While they were close, Code attempted to apply a claw mark to Naruto, but Naruto countered by extending his hand palm forward and accumulating chakra. Before Naruto could finish charging his Rasengan, Code quickly swung his feet to the ground instead and used a claw mark to get away. Before his right hand twitched and his index finger pointed slightly, Naruto said, "Wow, so quick to run. You are skittish, huh? As soon as there is any actual danger you run with your tail behind legs. First against the Hokage and Sasuke, then Kawaki, then Boruto and now me. You really are nothing special, and being obsessed becoming a perfect Otsutsuki doesn't make you special." Code instinctively covered his face with his changed hands, which, because of their sword-like sharpness, were able to withstand dozens of wind blades that would have torn his face to shreds. He snarled and resisted the onslaught for a few seconds before it abruptly stopped, but the force of the blades did knock him to his knees. Naruto's hand twitched once more, but Code seemed more ready this time, as he collided with a claw mark and disappeared entirely, only to reappear dozens of feet away. Where Code had been standing, water suddenly materialized above his head and fell, creating a huge puddle that looked as though a water balloon had burst in midair. Code jumped back for no apparent reason as Naruto laughed and clapped his hands at the joke. "Let me ask you something," Naruto said calmly. "You want to kill me, right? You would still try to rip my head off my shoulder even if I spoke to you like a human being. Well, other than the fact that you are in my path, why would I need to kill an insect like you?" Code shot back, his expression wary but angry. "Sigh, I would like to ask you a question. Why do you flee from me all the time?" Code narrowed his eyes and raised his clawed arms in front of Naruto, who asked, "If you want to kill me, then you should be coming towards me instead of away from me. For individuals who are on the same level, distance only matters. You can't escape me, no matter where you flee. Particularly because," Naruto lectured, grinning dispassionately. Code's eyes widened as Naruto appeared to vanish from view, and as he looked down, he felt pain radiating from his chest. As soon as he was standing in front of Code, Naruto said, "I can reach you and slash your chest whenever I want." When Naruto put a hand on Code's shoulder, a slash appeared on his chest, causing a thin stream of blood to spill out and splash in the air. Code growled and tried to slash at him with a clawed hand, but instead a black rod was stabbed into his right arm. Naruto appeared next to Code with his back to him, and Code turned on the spot and tried to slash at him with his left hand, but another black rod was stabbed into his left arm. Before Code could react, 2 more black rods were stabbed into his chest, missing his vital spots, but he felt excruciating pain anyhow. Naruto grabbed Code's left arm by the wrist and then quickly spun, slamming him into the ground, leaving a crater as he groaned in agony. "What's this? I couldn't even sense your movements. Is this some kind of teleportation? Even though my senses are not warped, I was unable to respond at all." Glancing up, Code demanded to see that Naruto's eyes were both in their Rinnegan state. Instead of reacting, Naruto raised his leg and tried to drop kick his right heel into Code, but Code was able to react this time, creating a new claw mark beneath himself and slipping away into a distant claw mark for protection. Naruto's foot left a huge crater as it missed Code, causing him to smirk, but it disappeared when he turned to see something approaching. As soon as Naruto reappeared from his claw mark, he launched a yellow shuriken-like chakra projectile at him. Code ran into his claw mark and escaped just as the chakra shuriken flew past where he was standing. "You managed to avoid my Rasen shuriken, huh? Not bad, Code." Naruto gave him a mocking clap in sarcasm. When the Rasen shuriken sailed far enough away from its missed target to expand and explode in a massive torrent of chakra, Code, who had managed to reappear in a claw mark on the opposite side of Naruto, could only marvel at the vast circle of pure destruction as it expanded and seemed to vaporize the ground itself, leaving a giant crater after it eventually subsided. What unadulterated destructive power. Is this the Hokage's power when he isn't holding back? Before realizing that Naruto was no longer standing where he had previously seen him, Code wondered aloud. He vanished again. How can he keep vanishing from my sight without any sort of movement I can see? Code thought as he tried to leap into a new set of claw marks. But all he felt was pain as the two black rods in his chest were torn out and stabbed, this time into his back, and he let out cries of pain as Naruto thrust his knee into Code's chest while holding his arm to keep him from flying. Before Code could react to this vicious beating, Naruto closed his right hand into a fist and sent it slamming into his head with such force that the shockwave itself created a crater beneath of Code. Code lost consciousness as a result of this vicious attack, which made Naruto nod to himself. Then, as Code fell to his knees, Naruto created two more chakra rods and stabbed them into his back, joining the two he had moved from his chest. This left two chakra rods in Code's arms, one in each of them, and four in his back. That ought to suffice. I guess I should go back now that my gift to Konoha has been wrapped. As his Rinnegan appeared to hum with laughter, Naruto remarked, I did promise Sumair-chan that I would be back soon and that seeing Hima's joyful smile will be worth the pain this guy caused. As he picked up Code roughly, like a stack of potatoes with the chakra rod stuck in his body, Naruto's right Rinnegan spun before changing into its right Mangekyo Sharingan state. He looked at Code and focused his right eye on him, and a swirl appeared as he was sent into the Kamui dimension, where he would stay trapped until Naruto sent for him. Naruto then used Kamui on himself and returned to Konoha. Have you missed me? I'm sure you did. I already missed some of you, so it's okay if you missed me. As he reappeared in a whirl and ripple in the air and landed on his in front of the Hokage desk, Naruto's voice chirped. Ah, did nobody want to embrace me? How impolite, and I returned as quickly as I could. Naruto raised his arms expectantly and complained. Kakashi laughed into his hand, Sarada blinked at his return, Sumair blushed as she appeared to want to rush into his arms but stopped herself from running up to him. Konohamaru and Shikamaru sighed in frustration at Naruto's eccentric personality, Ada had a ghostly smile on her lips, and Demon just gave a bloodthirsty grin. Oh, Papa, Himawari freely acknowledged, I did miss you and I am glad you are unhurt and back so soon. Her smile, which was embarrassed but delighted, grew as Naruto turned to face her. Naruto grinned broadly and told her, that's my girl. As heartfelt as this is, Shikamaru remarked, you returned very quickly, even considering that time-space jutsu can travel great distances and even dimensions almost instantly. Naruto approached the wall by the window to face everyone in the room. I see. Before a nostalgic expression came over his face, Naruto said, I could have dragged out for a while to test different jutsu and abilities against Code, but I decided to just make it quick. I've already been too. I think the medieval world placed far too much importance on family names and bloodlines. It's a world of backstabbing and crushing everyone beneath you, even though you preach about being civilized and honorable. In any case, I battled a group of painless foes in that world, and their leader chose to stand aside so I could test out my new eye's capabilities. Although I acknowledge that there was no actual chance of me losing, I did test my skills by placing the world's fate on a scale rather than immediately dealing with it. Naruto sighed and missed. I suppose I can see the foolishness of doing that now, especially in this world. AN2. What kind of adversaries did you have to battle so that you wouldn't feel bad about killing them? With a noticeable expression of curiosity, Sarada asked in a low voice. White Walkers are ice zombies that have the ability to bring the dead back to life as walking corpses. Naruto brightly responded, think of Edo Tensei, but only their bodies that don't regenerate or have any feelings or human-like qualities. Shikamaru laughed after the room gave him a blank stare. I would say that is ridiculous, but considering that is not too far off from what we ninjas can do and that fact you are clearly not from this dimension, I have to believe that is the truth. Shikamaru stated with Konohamaru slowly nodding. But one person crossed his arms and was not amused. It is irrelevant. Code is where, at the very least, you should have a head to prove that you killed him. Boruto rolled his visible eye as Kawaki said bluntly and icily, I'm not going to take your word for it like the others. Kawaki, you still have a terrible attitude. It's no wonder no girls like you, Boruto thought sourly. Naruto smiled as he turned to face Kawaki. Yes, I did not claim to have killed him. I didn't want to hold on to him on the way here, so I just sent him ahead into my time-space. As his left eye pulsated and both of his eyes transformed into their Mangekyo Sharingan form, Naruto remarked, if you want proof of his defeat, then here he is. Another ripple appeared instantly, and Code collapsed onto his knees, unconscious, black rods in his arms and back, emerging from the swirl. Tada! I didn't have time to tie a ribbon around him, so I just wrapped him up. This is my present, the man who initially brought about the appearance of the mutated sentient god trees through his foolish actions. Code. With a joyful chant, Naruto extended his arm to gesture at Code. Demon's smile widened as everyone gazed at the unconscious Code with varying expressions of shock. You are strong enough to defeat Code with such ease, huh? As Naruto tilted his head at the title, Demon remarked, you might be fun to actually fight Naruto Uzumaki the not Hokage. Oh no, so disgusting. With contempt on her lovely face and a sneer on her lips, Ada said, Code is so pathetic that I regret working with him before, let alone helping him regain his true power, and even that power is still so sad. Code appeared to be awakened by her voice, blinking multiple times before he finally recognized that he was in Konoha. How did I arrive here? I'm back in Konoha, and it looks like everyone is here, including Ada, Code muttered, then turned his frown into a menacing smile as he turned his attention to the paralyzed and immobilized Boruto. Boruto, fate hasn't given me a chance to exact revenge for stealing everything from me. With a crazy, bloodthirsty smile, Code leapt to his feet and yelled. Except for Naruto, who appeared totally relaxed, everyone was paying attention. Perish. Everyone appeared prepared to step in and stop Code as he swung his clawed hand at Boruto. Everyone was expecting a claw mark to show up and attach itself to Boruto, who was currently chained to the desk. Everyone was shocked, especially Code, who stared at his claws in shock and disbelief after swiping and seeing no marks or anything. Shikamaru realized, did Kawaki use Sukunahikona to shrink his claw marks in midair? No, it cannot be, because the marks just did not appear at all instead of being shrunk by Sukunahikona. Why am I no longer able to use my claw marks? Code demanded as he swiped once more, but nothing happened. When everyone's focus came back to him, Naruto clapped his hands. Before you pay, I brought you here to see the people you have harmed. With his eyes closed, Naruto said, not for a crazy dog to lash out with his teeth. To respond to your inquiry, I placed chakra rods made by these eyes into your chakra points, disrupting your control completely, which is why you can't use your claw marks or even chakra in general, Naruto said, opening both of his eyes to reveal Toma Rinnegan. As he recalled the strange feeling he experienced when Pain stabbed a chakra rod into his shoulder during Pain's invasion of Konoha, Kakashi realized, this must have been what happened when I fought one of the 6 pans back then, except I could escape the rods by leaping away. It doesn't appear Code can remove those chakra rods by himself. Did you believe the porcupine look was merely a fashion statement? Code snarled at Naruto as he teasingly said, I hit specific points so you won't be able to mold chakra, let alone use or create claw marks, as long as the chakra rods are in your body. After a minute, Code panted and gave Naruto a hateful glare as he attempted to remove the chakra rod from his left arm with his right claw but was unsuccessful. What have you done to me? In addition to the fact that I can't take it off, my hands feel electrified or frozen whenever I touch those fucking rods. Naruto gave him a TS King sound and waved his finger at him as Code demanded. These rods aren't your typical ones. My Rinnegan uses the outer path to create these. You can't just cut them off your body like a nail or a sword. As Naruto wriggled his finger at the enraged Code, he lectured, you need to have your own Rinnegan or at least similar chakra levels as me. Trust me, our chakra levels are like heaven and earth apart. Sarada gleefully thought, he is so cool. To think he can use ocular jutsu so well and effortlessly. I wonder if he can help me with my own eyes later. While Himawari was beaming from ear to ear, Sumire blushed as she swayed, finding Naruto even more cool and attractive by the moment. All right, then, the only thing left to do, I suppose, is to decide what to do with Code now that he has been subdued by our guest Naruto. Since his crimes are well known and cannot be easily forgiven, I believe there would be no purpose in a trial. Shikamaru looked at the room, who nodded at him in different ways. He did try to use 10 tails to turn the entire world into chakra fruit for his own selfish desires, Shikamaru said. Kawaki extended his arm and took a step forward. I'll carry it out. I'll finally put an end to Code, who ought to have passed away 3 years ago. Kawaki glared at Code, who sneered at him, and said, anyone who poses a threat will be destroyed. Kawaki, is that your only skill? Killing an enemy after they've been vanquished by someone else? Kawaki's eyes narrowed and his right arm became a sword, pointing at Code while Code taunted. Kawaki, Hold on. Don't act hastily. Before we kill Code, we should consider this. Konohamaru cautioned Kawaki, who scowled but turned his arm back to its usual position. I assume you'll treat Boruto with the same decency before killing him. Additionally, don't assume that, after he has given intel, equates to giving him a chance. I have been tending to your wounds since I brought Code to you. Remember that before you start running your mouth, Konohamaru, Naruto said in a somber tone as Konohamaru gave him an uncomfortable look. Code is not the same as Boruto. Even though his crimes are well known to have an impact on the entire world, Boruto's crimes are far more heinous and vile. Konohamaru shouted angrily, and Kakashi appeared uneasy. Sarada and Sumire glared at this, and Himawari clenched her teeth, particularly when Kawaki smirked in approval. Boruto remained silent, his visible eye searching the area as if seeking a way out. Boruto thought gravely, I can't die yet, especially with those god trees out there. I just need to figure out my way out of this. My chakra is completely sealed up so I can't use Flying Raijin, but as long as I have intel they probably won't kill me right away. What evidence do you possess that Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage, and his spouse, Hinata Uzumaki, are truly deceased? Ada and Kawaki's word. Does Konoha Justice now use the words of two people as evidence? As Konohamaru scowled and Shikamaru and Kakashi exchanged a nervous glance, Naruto shot back. Kakashi sighed and put a hand to his forehead, saying, we have no reason to distrust Kawaki, especially with it being his father who was killed, and Ada has her Senrigan, which allows her to see current events as they unravel. Shikamaru cautiously added, those testimonies are hard to dismiss Naruto, especially when it comes to something like the murder of a Hokage. He had to remind himself that Boruto was trustworthy and that the Naruto he knew was still alive. So, where are their corpses? Unless, like Orochimaru, you are obsessed with studying their bodies and take their bodies after they pass away. Alternatively, if you had a device like dust release that could vaporize bodies down to the microscopic level, they would still be present. Boruto has not been proven to have either of those options. As Boruto's lone eye briefly widened at the defense before narrowing in resignation, Naruto made the observation. It simply conflicts too much with their altered memories for the proof to make sense, Boruto thought resignedly. No matter what proof you put in front of people bound by omnipotence, they will not accept it. While Konohamaru sneered, Sarada and Sumire nodded enthusiastically, Kakashi appeared intrigued, and Shikamaru turned to face Ada. Well, Ada said, appearing uneasy at all the looks, particularly after Kawaki glared at her and told her to stop talking. Hey, get out of here. It is not necessary for my sister to speak if she chooses not to. My fist is open to anyone who has an issue with that. Demon yelled, glaring at the silent room. Code appeared to be growing increasingly irritated during this time because, despite being in the room, no one seemed to give a damn. Everyone, I'll just stand there and take it if you're talking about killing me. After that, I'll have a companion with me. Code shouted to get everyone's attention. With his right claw poised in front of him, he sprinted ahead before anyone could react, outpacing Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu as the shadow missed him. Oh no, Shikamaru yelled as his jutsu missed Code. I forgot that even with his jutsu sealed, his arms and legs aren't bound. Everyone yelled Himawari's name in concern because they were unable to stop Code, who was only a few inches from Himawari's throat, as he rushed forward to stab her. Himawari saw the man approaching and felt Kurama's chakra flow through her instinctively. Just as she raised her arms to fight off Code, Code appeared to freeze in midair and fall to the ground. What's this? Even though I know I avoided the shadow, my whole body froze as if I had no control over it. From his kneeling position, Code looked around with wide eyes and shouted. Everyone in the room felt a chill as they turned to face Naruto, who was looking menacingly cold while holding out his hand and using his Rinnegan. No one, especially a worm like you, Code, touches Himawari. With utter hatred in his voice, Naruto declared, I will not allow anyone to harm her. After glancing at Naruto and then Code, Sarada activated her 3-Tomo Sharingan in both eyes. Amazing, Sarada exclaimed, I can see Naruto-san's chakra flowing from him into the black rods impaled in his body. Her Sharingan was able to observe the movement of chakra. Himawari focused on making her Byakugan activate after her Kurama chakra subsided. There's more. In addition, Code's chakra network is totally cut off, just as Papa claimed those chakra rods did. Himawari continued, Pod's own chakra is actively overriding and controlling Code's body from the inside. Her own dojutsu was able to see chakra more precisely. As Naruto's right index finger twitched, everyone stared in wonder, and to Code's surprise, his arms appeared to change from clawed to normal hands. Not possible, he's using these rods to control me, of all beings. As he attempted to stand up, Code demanded, but his body disobeyed his orders. Naruto moved forward until he was facing Code, who was glaring up at him. As Code slowly stood up, Naruto's finger twitched once more, and despite Code's obvious hatred, which showed that he disdained Naruto and wanted to kill him, he was compelled to remain motionless. For attempting to hurt Hima, particularly in my presence. Code, I'll make you pay a hefty price. Even as Code glared up at him defiantly, Naruto sternly warned, I am not the voice of reason right now. You believe that I will plead for my life. Me, Ashiki Otsutsuki himself chose me to continue the Otsutsuki legacy. I will obtain a chakra fruit and become a god, regardless of what you do, and you will all perish with this pitiful scheme. Before being cut off, Code let out a furious and raving tirade. As Code's hand encircled his own neck and began to strangle him, Naruto clenched his right hand. Quote exclamation mark. Code let out a yelp as he attempted to remove his hands from his throat, but despite his best efforts, this seemed to only cause his own hands to clench more tightly. Kakashi gaped, never imagining that his good-hearted student, even in a different form, would do something like this. Naruto is making Code choke himself to death using those chakra rods to control his body. Ada and Demon appeared relatively unaffected. Konohamaru and Boruto looked stoically but turned their heads away. Sumair and Sarada looked sick at the display, and even Kawaki's eyes were wide as he watched Code looking around desperately while his own hands were closing tighter and tighter around his throat. As she stood by Naruto and pulled on his leg pants, Himawari rushed forward. Please, Papa, stop. It's not the way. As she watched her alternate father take a very dark turn, Himawari begged, tears welling up in her eyes. Quote. Naruto's cold eyes softened but narrowed as he looked at Code, gazing down at his counterpart's daughter, whom, if he was being honest, he rather liked. While Code's hands remained on Naruto's throat, they were no longer choking him as he coughed in an attempt to restore his breathing. I will not allow him to harm you or anybody else in the future. I refuse to. Everyone here must pay for what he has done and intends to do. Naruto, panting, insisted. Himawari hugged him tightly, pressing her face against his chest. Please don't act this way. I know he was supposed to pay. I don't want you to make a mistake later on. Papa, please, for your sake, if not for mine. Himawari begged fervently, and Naruto could feel the tears on his hoodie. As he finished unclenching his hand and letting Code's hands fall to his sides, Naruto muttered, Hima, as his eyes softened even more. Damn insects, how dare you treat me like this, pant. Code gave everyone a hateful, angry glare while panting. Naruto encircled Himawari with his own arms and closed his eyes, embracing the young Uzumaki, who stopped crying as she nestled into his arms. I'm sorry you had to witness me in that state. No, I didn't. Chakra rods are something I have never really used to manipulate living individuals. As Himawari's head bobbed up to give him a charming smile, Naruto sincerely apologized. I didn't even know it could be used like this to such a degree. This is Papa Oki. I appreciate how much you care about me, even though I know you only did it to keep me safe. As he gave her a tighter hug, Himawari said, it feels good to be cared for like this. Hee, having a daughter like you would be a blessing for anyone. As Himawari started to cry a little, Naruto confessed, I am jealous of the other me and Hinata that someone like you was born from them, but I am also very happy you are alive. Ada and Demon appeared interested. Kawaki clenched his fist and growled. Konohamaru and Shikamaru smiled slightly at the interaction. Kakashi had a patented eye smile. Sumair and Sarada clasped their hands together and expressed their obvious awe at the scene, which they found to be very sweet and wholesome. That is really adorable. Even though Hima-chan is not Lord Seventh's daughter, he is exactly like him. Sarada gave a soft squeal. You're right, I have never met a sweeter man than him. Sumair responded, equally moved. One man, though, did not keep his disgust to himself. Despite having all the universe's power, you remain incredibly weak. Code hissed out of his stooped posture. AN3. Kawaki appeared prepared to put Code down, but surprisingly gave in when Naruto raised a hand, making him appear even more repulsive as spit began to pour from his mouth and he hissed like a snake. Hima, would you mind taking a little step back? You can all turn away or close your eyes if you don't want to see this. Naruto looked around kindly and said, I won't judge you or think less of you. Everyone nodded, And he sighed. Code, you may despise me and everything I stand for, but fortunately for you, you won't need to live to witness my strength or weakness. Naruto put his hands together and said gravely, your destiny ends now so you can finally be with the dead Otsutsuki you praise and revere so much. You are a rat, you look down on me, how dare you? This planet is doomed, even if I die. When everyone on this planet passes away, I will laugh untidily because the Otsutsuki will be carried out in one way or another. Now that the chakra rods were active, Code screamed maniacally, as if the only muscle he could move was his mouth. Sarada, in spite of herself, activated her 3-Tomo Sharingan and gazed at Naruto's hands, her eyes widening as he clapped his hands together to complete his hand signs. Sarada-chan, what's the matter? Even Boruto turned to face Sarada with concern as Sumire asked, observing the shock and surprise in her best friend's eyes. I was unable to. Even with my Sharingan, I couldn't read his signs. With a friendly chuckle from Naruto, Sarada showed everyone how surprised she was. Sasuke is my rival and best friend. Since I've even awakened my own Sharingan, I've improved my hand sign speed to counteract and outpace the Sharingan's ability to see and interpret my signals. Even Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't read my signs, so I'm sorry, but you won't be copying my jutsu. Naruto winked at her, his eyes still in their Rinnegan state. A transparent cube materialized between Naruto's hands and grew larger as he gradually separated them. This is it. Boruto's single eye widened in recognition and he muttered. Atomic dismantling jutsu. Dust release. As the cube grew to be bigger than a person, Naruto declared. That's the old Tsuchikage jutsu. Onoki-sama. Sarada and Boruto exchanged glances as Shikamaru observed. Old man Onoki taught me this before I moved away from home. Combining 3 of the 5 nature transformations to create a Keke Tota is not out of the question for me because I am able to use them all naturally. But since Onoki passed away a few years ago, I will offer my condolences, right? Naruto clarified while briefly closing his eyes to offer a silent prayer. AN4. A brief prayer was offered to the departed former Kage by Shikamaru, Konohamaru, Sarada, Sumire, and Boruto. When Code saw the cube, his eyes widened and he appeared to want to squirm away, but the chakra rods held him in place. Code, don't worry, your body will soon be reduced to dust, and it will be over. I dislike torturing and even killing people, despite what you have done. With a soft, regretful gaze, Naruto said, I just cannot let you live and cause further harm to this world. When Code turned to look around, he was met with icy glances. Please, Ada, your knight can still be me. I will be everything to you if you save me. You can have the entire world and I will cater to all of your desires. Code pleaded with Ada, who merely gave him a disgusted look. Demon looked questioningly at his sister, who shook her head. Code, it's sad how pitiful you are. I only joined forces with you to obtain what I desired and to repay you for bringing my brother and I out of jail. Paying off that debt meant releasing your full powers. Ada glared at the white-haired man and said, there is nothing more I would want from you than you shut up for once forever. Code glared at her and everyone else in the room, his dejected expression changing to one of rage. I curse you for your actions. The Otsutsuki will eventually make a comeback and destroy this pitiful planet. All I want is to be present when you all die. Before he was imprisoned inside the transparent cube after it had absorbed him, Code railed. Good last remarks. Goodbye Code. Die. Naruto firmly told him. Code's screams disappeared as the cube briefly glowed with a tremendously bright light that dimmed and revealed nothing within before the cube disappeared as dust flew into the air. Naruto sighed as he surveyed his surroundings. Himawari, Sumire, and Sarada looked away with pained expressions, but smiled at him when he appeared guilty. Shikamaru and Konohamaru gave him looks of appreciation. Boruto and Kawaki had similar grim expressions of satisfaction. Ada and Demon had pleased smiles. Don't worry, Papa, you fulfilled your obligation. You stopped someone who couldn't be persuaded and would sooner see the world destroyed than live in peace, even though I know you didn't enjoy it. As Naruto exhaled in relief, Himawari reassured him, thank you for doing this for us, Papa. Naruto-san, you looked really good just now. Sarada grinned broadly and said, I think you would make a great Hokage one day in your world. Indeed, Naruto-san, I am aware that you did so in the least painful way possible, and if Code had been able, he would have kept hurting everyone. Naruto nodded, and Sumire added softly, you stopped him for us. I sigh, at least we don't have to be concerned about Code returning. He was really annoying, but he's gone now. We owe you one, Naruto. Thank you. Shikamaru exhaled with relief. Kawaki looked at Boruto, who maintained a calm expression while he said, one less problem, but there are still others we need to deal with one way or another. Before Boruto coughed to get everyone's attention, Shikamaru boasted, this is a huge win for the Leaf and the entire world. Code was a danger to everyone, especially with his ability to travel to anywhere he placed a claw mark. You have my thanks, Naruto, for taking him out and proving his death without a doubt. Boruto clarified that the sentient god trees were pursuing particular individuals for knowledge by consuming them, saying, the real issue is the god trees, especially Jura. In particular, Sarada, Konohamaru, and Himawari were targets, and Ada shifted silently because she knew that the consumed bug, who had transformed into a god tree, was pursuing her. The real question is, how do we fight them? Even if we fight them as team against one of them at a time, they seem to be stronger than Code and have the abilities of those they absorbed. The one that looks like Sasuke used Chidori and fire style according to Sarada and Boruto. We were barely able to beat the one that looked like Sasuke, and even then, Jura did critical damage against Boruto with a long-range attack. Who's to say he won't snipe at us if we try to take down a sentient god tree one at a time? Shikamaru remarked before lowering his head to his desk as he raised his hand. Everyone gasped when Naruto appeared completely uninterested and began using a wave of his hand to create water creatures. Before he flicked his wrist to transform it into a bird that seemed to croon while Sumair caressed its head, it was a whale the size of his hand. Himawari and Sarada appeared enthralled with Naruto's mastery of water as well. With her violet eyes shining and Sarada and Himawari cooing at the bird, Sumair remarked, it feels so real. Despite being made of water, it feels solid and even soft like a real animal head. Naruto whistled, causing the water bird to fly out of his hand and land on Sumair's hand. Aw, thank you. Just another way to use water style. It's not all explosions, or floods are moving the earth. Chakra can be used for nice things too, like this. The bird rubbed its head against Sumair's cheeks, causing her to squeal with delight as Sarada and Himawari joyfully clapped. As Shikamaru raised his head and slapped his head angrily, he said, Naruto. Can you be serious right now? Naruto smiled and waved his hand casually, but he glanced at the kunoichi in the room knowingly. Oops, sorry, I already know all this about the god trees and everything, so my mind just wandered. Getting pretty girls to laugh is something very wholesome and fun to do. Sarada blushed slightly at the compliment, Himawari giggled, and Sumair's face flushed at the pretty remark. Ada maintained a neutral expression, but her blue eyes occasionally shot Naruto a sidelong glance with a hint of curiosity. Boruto raised an eyebrow and turned to Himawari, grinning, while Naruto ignored Kawaki's glare. Himawari's eyes grew wide and she cocked her head when Naruto winked and said, Hey Hima. Do you want to see something neat? Himawari chirped, neat. It seems everything you do is neat, but sure papa. Naruto grinned more broadly. She nodded curiously as Naruto whispered into her ear, watch carefully. You will probably be the only one to see what I do next. Then there appeared to be a sudden gust of wind, as the girls' long hair blew into their faces and some of the papers in the room fluttered. Fortunately, there was not enough wind to cause Himawari's shirt or Sumair's short skirt to lift. Naruto shook his head and Kawaki asked, unimpressed, was there a point to that besides you proving you can do some weak wind style jutsu a 10-year-old can do? Naruto tilted his head in Sumair's direction, who appeared slightly agitated when all eyes were on her. That wasn't wind style, Kawaki. Look closer. I added a little something. Sumair laughed nervously and said, Eep. What happened? Why does my hair feel a bit different? Naruto waved his hand as a ball of water materialized in front of Sumair's face. When Sumair saw her reflection, her cheeks flushed. Her long twintails remained in place, but a wreath of white flowers with pink stems that appeared to be beaming joyfully in the air was perched atop her head. With a happy smile and a bow that caused Sumair to cover her face with her hands, Naruto said, a wreath of flowers for an angel seemed fitting. Makes Sumair-chan seem even more pretty, Hima. Those are some really lovely flowers, and he called me pretty again. Sumair thought, they seem to go well with my hair too. Naruto's thoughtful gesture made her heart race. As Boruto's lone eye narrowed momentarily, Sarada asked in astonishment, how did you? I didn't see him move a single step. Himawari laughed as Naruto rubbed his head in shame, saying, she does look much prettier, papa. You have good taste, which is pretty weird as my papa doesn't really do that. With an expectant gaze on Himawari, Naruto said, Now the question for you, Hima, can you tell what I did? Himawari turned to face Naruto, whose eyes revealed that despite her incorrect response, he was still pleased with her, making her heart skip a beat. Prior to sensing a chakra pulse from Kurama, Himawari thought to herself, I didn't really see anything, and judging by Sumayor's expression, she didn't notice anything until he pointed it out. Himawari, I felt both Naruto's and my other self's chakra flare up for a brief moment. I doubt anyone else would have noticed it because it happened so quickly. He was the only reason I could feel it, it was like our own chakra. Himawari's eyes widened as Kurama mentally explained to her, this must be the answer. Naruto smiled broadly and said, ah, I think you have the answer, Hima. The trick I used and that I can teach you in the future. Everyone turned to the young Uzumaki girl who looked deep in thought. Himawari suggested, carefully looking up at Naruto with bright eyes. You used Kurama's chakra, right? For a quick burst of speed, right? You dashed forward, placed the wreath on Sumayor-chan's head and dashed back to the same spot before anyone could see. That's right. Man, talk about being proud. I think only you could have guessed that. Naruto said, putting his hand on Himawari's head and stroking her long hair with a broad, fatherly smile. While Boruto briefly gazed at them with a dejected expression, Himawari blushed but smiled broadly as she leaned slightly into his hand. Boruto thought for a moment, then steeled his mind, Hima, father. With Konohamaru nodding his head in agreement, Shikamaru remarked, I knew Naruto could use Kyuubi chakra fully, but to use it just for an instant in a burst that was pretty much undetectable is something else. That is something else. That must take incredible control and power to use so much chakra in just a moment and be able to transform in and out the chakra mode without anyone noticing. Kakashi laughed out loud. Kawaki sneered, attempting to appear unimpressed, but he did appear irritated by Naruto's interaction with Himawari. With unmasked delight, Sumayor and Sarada were grinning up at Naruto. Ada nodded slightly in agreement, and Demon's smile seemed to widen as he looked at Naruto with curiosity. After a moment of uncertainty, Naruto said, after this is all over, I should still be here, I hope, before shaking his head. Naruto promised the smiling Himawari, releasing her head but grinning warmly, I will teach you how to use Kurama's chakra in short bursts. This will allow you to fight for much longer periods of time instead of letting your chakra burn out, keeping the transformation active. A neat trick to use in a pinch while you should build up your base strength to maximize the gains from using Tailed Beast chakra. With a frown, Kawaki moved between Naruto and Himawari, pushing Himawari behind him. Himawari said, Ni-chan, trying not to show her annoyance by frowning at her adopted brother. As Sarada and Sumayor glared at him and Konohamaru's side, Kawaki made the decision, hey, back off. I will decide what is best for Himawari. Boruto remained silent while clenching his fist. Kakashi sighed and slapped a hand across his forehead. Sarada demanded, hey, what gives you the right to decide that? Hima-chan is old enough to decide who she wants to train her or not. Kawaki scoffed. Himawari inhaled deeply before approaching Sumayor and Sarada, who gave her a worried expression. She assured them that she was all right with a smile. I am the one who was taking care of her. Besides, how do we know this guy can even train anyone? He is barely older than me, so he has no right flexing his so-called experience. Kawaki laughed as Naruto sighed. With a hint of a smile, Naruto said darkly, Kawaki, you are the one who knows nothing. He understood that he was making a joke. An2. I am the only other Jinchuriki here, and I will tell you something. Only a Jinchuriki can truly understand another Jinchuriki. Maybe not so much in this time of relative peace where the countries are not using Jinchuriki as weapons, but there is a bond we share that no one else can understand. Besides, only a Jinchuriki who has unity with their tailed beast can teach another Jinchuriki who to use their tailed beast powers. I am the Jinchuriki of Kurama who is teaching another Jinchuriki of Kurama who to use their tailed beast power in different ways. Naruto said with a stern expression with a frown. Everyone looked at Naruto warily as he said, now then. Don't freak out, but this next part is something I need to do to confirm something. How far will Konohamaru go to correct and justify Kawaki's status as the son of the 7th Hokage? Naruto considered using the upcoming exercise as a test. With his eyes in their Mangekyo Sharingan form, Naruto turned to face the group. At that moment, everyone shuddered and then became motionless. As he walked around the room with a pitying expression, Naruto said, sorry about that. I just cast a quick paralysis genjutsu using my Mangekyo Sharingan to prove something. Don't worry, I don't plan to hurt anyone here, but I don't want anyone to cheat and pour chakra into each other before my point is made. Now that everyone is quiet and in place, I will say Jinchuriki can break my genjutsu as their tailed beasts can interrupt their chakra flow from inside, as my genjutsu will only affect the host's chakra. For example, like Hima's Kurama is doing now. Naruto said as he pointed to Himawari. Everyone's gaze shifted to Himawari, who grunted and shifted her shoulders to indicate that Kurama had broken the genjutsu on her. Her whisker marks were enhanced, and her eyes were covered in whiskers. Naruto looked at Kawaki sternly and said, "Now, Kawaki. You may despise Momoshiki, but he should be able to break you out of my genjutsu by using a burst of his own chakra since he is inside the kama." Kawaki clenched his jaw but only gave a glare in response. Ada looked worried, and Demon looked amused. Oh no, Ada thought anxiously, if Kawaki doesn't really use Momoshiki power, this could be trouble. According to his glance at Boruto, it was hidden from everyone else. As Boruto felt Momoshiki break the genjutsu, just as Naruto had implied he would have if he had been inside Kawaki's kama, he blinked. Himawari approached Naruto and pulled at his arm. Himawari pleaded, "Papa, please. Undo the genjutsu. This won't prove anything, and if you keep them trapped, they will start to distrust you instead." Her blue eyes had returned, indicating that Kurama's chakra was no longer flowing through her. Naruto looked at the group again, his Mangekyo Sharingan active, and scowled but nodded. As everyone stretched their arms from the stiffness of being paralyzed for a minute, the genjutsu instantly disappeared from them. Demon glared at Naruto and said, "Nei-chan. Are you alright? Do you want me to beat up this guy for making you unable to move?" Ada turned to face Naruto, who gave her a stern look, but to everyone's surprise, she smiled. The slightest hiccup in Ada's voice indicated that she was momentarily attracted to him. "No, it's alright, Demon. Honestly, with this curse I am used to everyone bending to my will, so it's actually refreshing being treated as someone normal." He cast the illusion on everyone when everyone else would have avoided me due to this curse. It is rather surprisingly nice to be treated just like everyone else for once. After blinking and nodding, Naruto turned to face Shikamaru and Konohamaru, who glared at him, while Kakashi merely gave him a curious glance. Konohamaru nodded with his arms folded, and Shikamaru questioned warily, "I will forgive this use of genjutsu just this once, but was there any real point to this besides the fact you could put us under a genjutsu with just a glance?" Kawaki glared at Naruto as he turned to face him. "I just thought it was odd that Momoshiki would let his only host be trapped in an illusion despite not knowing for sure if I was going to keep my word or break it. I could have easily hurt Kawaki while he was trapped, but there were no signs of him breaking my illusion," Naruto said with a wink. Before Konohamaru laughed, Shikamaru thought, Naruto is trying to suggest the facts do not add up with Kawaki being Momoshiki vessel. Kawaki hardly raised an eyebrow in recognition when Konohamaru said, "I don't know what you are suggesting, Naruto-san, but Kawaki would never willingly use Momoshiki power even for something like genjutsu release. I am glad my student showed restraint and not unleashed that damned Otsutsuki powers. Damn it, Sensei won't see the truth even with this proof. His omnipotence is actually preventing him from seeing facts that he would ordinarily be considering." Sarada thought bitterly as Konohamaru assumed Kawaki's side without question once more. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow as Naruto politely said, "Tch. Sigh, if you won't see what is right in front of you, I guess I might as well clean up Konoha before we move on. Shikamaru, could you please open the window?" He turned to face Kakashi, who gave a shrug but motioned for Shikamaru to comply. Naruto closed his eyes and inhaled deeply as Shikamaru opened the window. A moment later, Naruto opened his eyes, which were now a combination of a vertical slit in the center and a horizontal cross, and a burst of chakra. Notably, the cross is larger than the slit. Naruto's body was also covered by a yellow-orange chakra cloak. In the back of his body, 9 black orbs, about the size of a fist, glowed purple. When Naruto's chakra mode was released, everyone's eyes widened, and Demon's smile seemed to be about to burst. "We can feel the chakra flowing out of here like a beacon, but none of the people would be classified as sensory types, at least not in my opinion." Ada thought in wonder, it seems clear that Naruto isn't really releasing this chakra for battle, it's just how much chakra is naturally part of the transformation itself. Kakashi smiled and said, "Naruto. That is 6 Paths Sage Mode, or at least that is what Kurama told our Naruto the name of the transformation is." With 9 black orbs behind his back that glowed purple, Naruto nodded his head. Naruto crossed his arms and said, "Yeah, this is a form of 6 Paths Sage Mode. These truth-seeking orbs behind me are controlled completely by my will. This will allow me to clean up and wipe out all the remaining disgusting torn-off pieces of Code's 10 tails at once. The pieces he called claw grime. The orbs seemed to hum with power as they hovered behind his back. With a look of realization, Sarada covered her left open palm with her right fist. Looking curiously at the truth-seeking orbs, she had activated her 3-tomo Sharingan. Ah, that's right, those claw grimes all have Code's claw marks on them. If you destroy them, then those god trees won't have an easy way back into Konoha right away. Sarada said with realization. Those black eyes, I can't analyze them the way I can other jutsu, even with my Sharingan active. They are emitting a powerful chakra, but I cannot comprehend what they are made of. As her Sharingan flickered off, Sarada thought, amazing. Good try, Sarada. Truth-seeking orbs are not something you can simply form by looking and attempting to guess the chakra ratio, they require 6 paths powers. With a knowing smile, Naruto reflected, the Sharingan cannot break them down and form your chakra to match them. Ding ding ding, give the young lady a prize. That is correct, Sarada. Even if Code is dead, his claw marks are still active, so leaving those claw grimes active with their claw marks on them leaves an open target for the god trees to pop back here at any time. I don't have the patience for Kawaki to use Sukunehikona one at a time on the claw grimes lurking around. Naruto applauded as Kawaki scowled his skills. Shikamaru and Kakashi nodded in approval while Himawari, Sarada and Sumire were beaming up at Naruto. Because of the warmth of Naruto's 6-path Sage Mode chakra, Himawari in particular appeared prepared to run up and give him a hug. That will make things easier. Kawaki has already shrunken down the claw marks on the people who were tagged by Code by accident. Eliminating the claw grime and their claw marks does make sense to do, so we won't get another sneak attack, at least for now. Shikamaru agreed and Naruto nodded. Alright, this will be quick, as with my sensory abilities I have already found all them around the village and surrounding area. I can remote control my truth-seeking orbs from here to seek and destroy. Naruto revealed as he placed his right palm out, narrowing his eyes in concentration. At his command, Naruto's 9 truth-seeking orbs shot through the air and out the window. Naruto grinned as he used his mental location of each claw grime to control the orbs. They flew so fast that the residents of Konoha hardly noticed them. Like they were made of tissues, the balls destroyed claw grimes as they traveled in 9 different directions. The truth-seeking orbs were not even apparent to the first couple of claw grimes until Naruto nullified ninjutsu by adding yin-yang release to them, shredding and erasing them from the world. As they approached the claw grimes, the orbs transformed into knives and chainsaws, vaporizing the creature without causing any collateral damage, demonstrating Naruto's mastery over the orbs. A number of claw grimes saw the truth-seeking orbs and tried to consume them, but as soon as they came into contact with them, they were eliminated along with the claw marks. As soon as every claw mark was eliminated, at least along Konoha's borders and in the immediate vicinity, Naruto allowed not a single one to elude his attention. Additionally, Naruto removed the last of Code's claw marks from the trees and ground surrounding Konoha. He achieved this by having his truth-seeking orbs remove the claw marks themselves in just enough of the area they were adhered to. Naruto sighed and nodded, then said, "Okay, done. Sorry for the wait. I didn't want to cause a panic, so I went subtle instead of full-on explosions with my truth-seeking orbs." Really, he thinks it will take him 2 minutes to clean all the marks by himself. What a workhorse, Sarada thought sardonically. As Shikamaru received a message from the Sensory Corp, he pressed a finger to his forehead. While everyone else was still staring at Naruto, whose truth-seeking orbs had returned to his back, Shikamaru exclaimed, "Yes." What a sensory unit! He showed that he had control over them by having one transform into a snake that slithered in the air to the amusement of Sarada and Himawari. Sumire jumped and squealed in shock when the truth-seeking orb only crawled up her arm. Naruto then caused the snake to tilt its head, causing her to coo at the black-looking snake and even stroke its head. As the snake rubbed its head against her hand as if it were a real snake, Sumire remarked in wonder, "It's so lifelike. It's not made of stone, wood or skin, but it's definitely smooth and solid." The lone truth-seeking snake raised its head and slithered onto Sumire's shoulder, allowing Himawari to pet it as well. "So cute, I want to pet it too," Himawari exclaimed. Kawaki crossed his arms in annoyance, while Boruto smiled slightly at his real sister. Shikamaru sighed as the female member of Sensory Corp reported, "Lord 8th. There was a massive surge in chakra from the being who resembled Lord 7th from your office just now. Plus, massive numbers of chakra belonging to the beings called claw grimes vanished as reported black spheres seemed to turn them to dust. Yes, I am well aware. Please remain calm. I was well aware of the changes. For now, please consider it a sanctioned mission by the Hokage to eliminate threats to Konoha. Those strange beings from before one which had the chakra of Sasuke Uchiha should no longer be able to transport directly to Konoha with the destruction of the claw marks and claw grimes. Please have the sensory unit on standby in case of any more foreign chakra enters the barrier around Konoha. Shikamaru commanded in his Hokage voice. The same member of the sensory corps saluted and said respectfully, "Yes, sir." Consider it done. As the line died. Sigh. I forget sometimes that the sensory corp is not linked directly to this room, so they cannot hear when I give new commands inside this room unless I make a connection directly. Shikamaru sighed and smiled with a tired. As Naruto waved off his gratitude with a sidelong glance and a smile, Shikamaru observed, but this does confirm that Naruto did what he said and wiped out the claw grimes, so that is one less way for the god trees to invade Konoha, at least by surprise. As Kakashi smiled at Naruto, Naruto reassured Shikamaru, even though this isn't my Konoha, I still think of it as a home of sorts. I would never step aside and let it be destroyed while I am here. Ada tapped her chin and arched a delicate eyebrow. Interesting. He shouldn't be interested in this if he is from another dimension, because his own world wouldn't be impacted even if this planet were to be used for chakra fruit. I guess he's just being kind. Or foolish. Sometimes it's difficult to determine a man's true motivation. Ada reflected to herself. As he flicked his wrist and the snake flew off Sumire's shoulder and hovered back over to him, Naruto remarked, "Okay, that is enough playtime now." Theosnake, form of Naruto's truth-seeking orb, was transformed back into a ball that hung over his shoulder. Despite being entirely black, it exuded a powerful, purple aura. After that, Naruto deactivated his six-path sage mode, which caused his chakra mode and truth-seeking orbs to disappear. As he materialized behind Boruto, Momoshiki remarked, "This power. It feels similar to Otsutsuki powers, but he is not an Otsutsuki like you." He was warily observing Naruto. This fifth version, like Master Sasuke, Naruto-san possesses visual jutsu. Boruto was shocked to see Momoshiki's fear radiating from him despite his smirk and assured demeanor. He treats Himawari like he is her father. I am not sure if he is a threat or someone who is my ally. Naruto turned his head to face Momoshiki, one eye blue and the other in his Rinnegan form, surprising both Momoshiki and Boruto. Now that he didn't need to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan, he appeared to deactivate it rather than wearing them both constantly as he used to. As everyone else in the room watched Naruto and Boruto warily, Naruto calmly said, "I can see and sense you even without my Rinnegan, Momoshiki. Don't think you can hide from me." Konohamaru, however, appeared perplexed as to why Naruto was speaking to Boruto. To answer your question, this is Six Paths power. It is a form similar to Otsutsuki powers that is derived from Kagaya Otsutsuki, and her descendants are being the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Ten Tails is simply another form of Kagaya after all. For me, I gained access to both forms of Six Paths powers used by Hagamoro, but I will say I believe personally I would rather have these powers than Otsutsuki powers. Hagamoro and Hamura might have gained powers from being born from Kagaya, but it's a power they developed and trained for by themselves. It's not simply Otsutsuki powers being passed down by blood or akama. The way a golden chakra cloak appeared for a brief moment alongside his, the gaze turning to Rinnegan. To Boruto's surprise, Momoshiki said, "Damn it, this version of the Hokage is stronger than both the Uchiha and Hokage. He is dangerous even if I were to manifest completely through Boruto's body." He appeared noticeably irritated and even momentarily frightened. AN3. Hold on. Momoshiki is inside Kawaki, not Boruto. Why are you talking to Boruto like he has the Otsutsuki inside him? Demanded Konohamaru, as Naruto momentarily felt the influence of omnipotence without Ada's intervention. Shikamaru took a deep breath and covered his head with his hand in frustration. Just keep in mind that Boruto is actually Boruto Uzumaki. Remembering that makes everything make sense. That means Momoshiki is inside of him, not Kawaki, Shikamaru thought, fighting the urge to nod off for an inexplicable reason. Even though it doesn't make sense, I feel like I can trust Boruto, Shikamaru reflected wearily, recalling memories of Boruto as a Shiki's vessel. Naruto raised an eyebrow in Konohamaru's direction. With a knowing glance at Kawaki, Naruto asked in a suggestive tone, "Fine. Let's say I am wrong and Kawaki has Momoshiki inside of him. Why is Kawaki the one not being restrained if he can be possessed by Momoshiki at any time? He did try to kill the 7th Hokage, or did I get those facts wrong? What are you talking about? I trust Kawaki. Boruto is the one who was a threat regardless of if he saved Lord 7th before. Konohamaru insisted, reassured by his recollections that Kawaki was essentially his younger brother, whom he trusted with his life. Sarada and Sumire clutched their fists in rage as Boruto remained stoic in the face of his former sensei's constant glares. As Naruto broke omnipotence on her and promised to break it on everyone else, Himawari had to constantly remind herself to trust him. Kakashi's eyes were narrowed as he observed Naruto. TCH, I think this has gone on enough. I am getting tired of everything going over your heads due to you rationalizing any and all inconsistencies. I will admit I am supposed to not intervene with events that are supposed to happen, but I think I can make an exception on something as big as this. Naruto observed that his blue eyes were filled with frustration. Naruto looked at Kawaki sternly and said, Kawaki, enough. I won't let you continue to live with this lie, especially when you are willing to let people get hurt to keep this charade up. He crossed his arms, disappointment shining in his eyes. Is it possible he knows how things should be and is somehow unaffected? Kawaki glanced at Ada and Demon, thinking worriedly. Konohamaru appeared prepared to halt whatever Naruto was about to do, but he was taken aback when Shikamaru grabbed his arm. Lord 8th, we have to stop him. He is threatening Kawaki. Konohamaru insisted, but Shikamaru looked at him sharply. Shikamaru, who appeared to be in pain, ordered, as Hokage, I order you to stand down. I want to see where this goes. He covered his left with his free hand. Konohamaru said, Sir. Before Shikamaru squinted. Konohamaru stood back and reluctantly said, Yes sir. If I get what Naruto is saying, he will likely release Konohamaru and whatever is affecting my thoughts. Shikamaru panted silently as he tried to fight the urge to protect Kawaki, thinking, I have to let him do this even though my instincts are to protect Kawaki right now. Instead of focusing on Kawaki, Demon was staring at his sister Ada, seemingly anticipating her commands. Nei-chan, Demon inquired cautiously, but it was clear from his expression that he didn't think much of Kawaki. Ada exhaled and bit her lip. Ada ordered, somewhat grudgingly, Demon, please stop Naruto Uzumaki. Demon nodded and smiled as he appeared to disappear in a flash of speed. Himawari yelled, Papa, watch out, as Sarada and Sumire looked up in disbelief. Sarada told him, he can reflect anything that touches him, so dodge please. But Naruto's dissatisfied face remained the same. With a kick to Naruto's head, Demon seemed to reappear behind him. Demon apologized even as his kick was intended to knock Naruto unconscious, saying, sorry about nothing personal, but gotta do what Nei-chan says. Or something similar. To everyone's amazement, Demon's kick passed through Naruto as if he were either non-existent or a ghost. Before hitting the ground, Demon phased through Naruto, but before his kick could break the ground, he spun in midair, causing his hands to touch the ground before his kick did. Demon questioned in shock, what the? How did I though him? Is this some sort of trick? This is so he can say things like Obito and I did. As Naruto raised his head to reveal both of his eyes in their Mangekyo Sharingan forms, which resembled the shape of the late Obito Uchiha, Kakashi pondered. Naruto's right eye swirled, focusing on Demon before he could react. Naruto said, you have my apologies, but consider this a timeout for now. Kamui, as everyone watched in disbelief as Demon was drawn into a vortex and then entirely disappeared. As his eyes returned to their original blue, Naruto clarified, like I said, this is just a timeout. I didn't kill Demon or anything. He is just out of the way. While Shikamaru and Konohamaru were taken aback, Himawari, Sarada, and Sumire all had the same expressions of wonder. There was a faint grin of pride on Kakashi's face. Kawaki appeared unsettled by Naruto's display. With a rare shock of pure surprise and concern mixed with anger, Ada demanded, how did you do that? Demon can reflect anything that has the slightest amount of killer intent. Naruto cocked his head in Kakashi's direction. Kakashi-sensei should know the answer. Kamui doesn't inflict any sort of harm if it is aimed at the target entire body at once. I merely transported Demon into my Kamui dimension so that way he can't stop me. Since no intention to harm or kill Demon, his ability to reflect did not activate. You have my word he isn't harmed and will be returned. It's really no different than if Boruto or Lord 4th Dad used Flying Rajan to move someone to another location instantly. Naruto told Ada with a rather serious facial expression. In order to evade the demon attack, he most likely moved his own body into that dimension. Because Kamui's body is in a different dimension while an illusion remains in our dimension to appear as him when he is attacked, it is likely that Kamui can be used as a form of intangibility. Boruto unintentionally made the right assumption based on Naruto's statements. Kakashi nodded in agreement, but his face was bewildered by what was going on. With his Mangekyo Sharingan now in motion, Naruto turned to face Ada, who winced but nodded her head, easing her posture. Kawaki rushed forward with his Kama active after realizing that his allies were unable to assist him. I have to kill him now before he destroys everything, but Himawari will forgive me later. Realizing that there was a chance, however slim, that Naruto could eradicate omnipotence from the world if he did know the real history, Kawaki thought. Sarada yelled, "Kawaki, don't," as she saw Kawaki actually chopping off Naruto's head with his arm in the shape of an axe. Kurama's Himawari eyes indicated that she was ready to step in and help. Even as Kawaki moved closer with his axe-like hand, Naruto continued to stare at him. With a sigh, Naruto disappeared behind Kawaki in a sudden rush of speed. Kawaki moaned as several blows seemed to strike him at breakneck speed, causing him to drop to his knees as multiple blows struck his arms and chest. Naruto turned to Shikamaru and Konohamaru and said, "Now for you too. Don't worry, once it is over you will be yourselves and you will be thanking me." His Mangekyo Sharingan had once again been deactivated since he was no longer giving Ada a menacing glare. He also gave Kakashi an apologetic look. With a hand in front of him, Naruto illuminated the entire room, blinding everyone except himself. The chakra inside the room seemed normal to the sensory unit, but Naruto flashed hand signs quickly as the room was sealed off to keep out light and sound. He made eye contact with Kakashi, Shikamaru, and Konohamaru as they gasped, despite the fact that the light was blinding everyone and forcing them to cover their eyes. As the light grew brighter and a vision of a mad Ada, manipulating the men with strings like puppets emerged behind them, Naruto vowed, "Now to undo it. This will hurt just for Abed, but bear with me, okay?" Naruto sprinted forward to stand beside Himawari and touched her shoulder. Himawari removed her hand from her eyes and gasped as she realized she could now see through the light. Himawari whispered, "Papa, this is..." While Naruto nodded. "I am sharing my senses with you right now. The X-Blade's power is a part of me, so it doesn't affect me, and now for Abed it's a part of you. That Himawari is a manifestation of omnipotence visible to us. It, is projecting Kawaki wishes on every other living person on the planet besides the people in the room." Naruto replied with a sorrowful grin. Naruto clenched his hand and said, "Begone. I am releasing the Shinjutsu." Himawari could make out the outline of an odd-looking blade in Naruto's hand. That must be the X-Blade that Papa is always talking about. Himawari realized, he is using its power to release omnipotence on them, just as he did for me. The Ada behind the three men screamed in agony as the light surrounded her, and the strings that were fastened to her appeared to burn away as she screamed one final time, hurling blood, and then vanished. Shikamaru, Kakashi, and Konohamaru screamed in agony while holding their heads. Himawari noticed that Shikamaru's screams were the quietest, followed by Kakashi's and Konohamaru's, as if their pain thresholds differed. Even with their eyes closed, Sarada and Sumier yelled, "Lord 8th! Lord 7th! Konohamaru-sensei!" as they heard the men yelling in agony. Himawari worriedly questioned, "Papa, why are they in pain?" as the light began to dim and the screams seemed to stop. Because to them the truth of Kawaki being the son of the Hokage is the truth they have always known. To shatter that truth is hurting their minds like their reality is shattering in front of them right now. With you Hima, your heart knew the truth at the end, hence your love let you go along with the X-Blade's power to release you from omnipotence power. Naruto stated this with a slight smirk. Himawari whispered, "Ni-chan," as she glanced at her real older brother, who was blinking to get his vision back. Shikamaru blinked multiple times and grunted, "Ah, my head. It's like all these memories and thoughts are getting unjumbled all at once." Kakashi looked up at Boruto, whose lone eye widened, and whispered in horror, "What have we done?" "We hunted Boruto." "Wait, what are you?" Boruto questioned in astonishment as Ada's eyes widened and Kawaki growled. Ada muttered in surprise, "They are actually awake. This Naruto actually undid it." In the meantime, Konohamaru was kneeling with his face in his hands. His eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. No, I couldn't have. There is no way I could have ever. Boruto, I actually wanted to kill him. No. Konohamaru, who appeared to be a wounded dog trembling on his knees, exclaimed in shock. Sarada asked cautiously, "Sensei, you actually remember Boruto as Boruto Uzumaki?" Sumire also looked at the men with noticeable uneasiness. With a noticeable look of shame on his face, Shikamaru apologized, saying, "So. This all makes sense. You kept asking us to take down the kill order on Boruto because you remembered who he was. Sarada, Sumire, you were the ones who were right all along." Before the girls embraced each other and Shikamaru turned away in embarrassment, Sarada said with an emotional expression, "Yes, Sensei. We remembered everything as we were never under omnipotence, and it was so hard to see you all want to hurt Boruto when he was the victim, not the murderer you thought he was." When Kawaki got to his feet, Konohamaru gave him a hateful look and immediately got to his feet, holding one of Asuma's special trench knives. Kawaki flinched, his face displaying nervousness as he aimed the blade at her. As Konohamaru let out a growl of suppressed hatred, Kawaki cautiously asked, "Master Konohamaru, what are you?" With hateful eyes, Konohamaru screamed, "It's you. You and Ada did this to us somehow. You must have changed our memories, so we thought you were Naruto-sensei's real-born son and that all the things you did were done by Boruto." Kawaki recoiled, and Ada appeared uncomfortable. Actually, Ada used the Shinjutsu omnipotence to fulfill Kawaki's wish. They swapped the positions of Boruto and Kawaki in the collective memory, so Kawaki was always the 7th Hokage first-born child and that Boruto was a nobody who bit the hand who fed him and took him in. Ada then lied due to pressure from Kawaki to lie about Naruto and Hinata's death so you would never be able to forgive Boruto or give him a chance to explain himself. Naruto clarified by staring disappointed at Ada, and Kawaki said, Ada's eyes were slightly ashamed, but Kawaki bit his lip and refused to give up. This apparently enraged Konohamaru, who roared inhumanly and charged at Kawaki, his blade raised. Sarada's 3-tomo Sharingan is active, and she can see the chakra flowing along the trench knife's blade. That is the chakra of wind release. He is aiming for the kill. Sarada hesitated, realizing that she was currently unable to assist Kawaki. "Stop, Konohamaru, we need to think this over," Shikamaru commanded, forming the hand signs for his shadow possession jutsu with his hands together. With his eyes full of resentment and hatred, Konohamaru continued to dash with his trench knife, aiming to cut off Kawaki's neck, seemingly ignoring Shikamaru. In order to intercept, Kawaki stepped back and changed his arm back into its sword-like shape, growling. Naruto emerged in the center of the pair, holding them both back with his bare hands while using one to grasp the Kawaki transformed arm and the other to grasp the Konohamaru trench knife. "I believe your Hokage told you to stop. Last time I checked, regardless of these strange circumstances, you both should at least listen to him first," Naruto said with a sigh. "Naruto-san, why are you protecting him? He deserves to die for what he did and made us do for the last 3 years." Konohamaru yelled, his anger showing on his face. Ada and Kawaki both had wide eyes, and Kakashi was grinning slightly. Kawaki also whispered, "Why? If you know what I did, why are you stopping him?" As the wind caused them to split apart and go to opposing sides of the room, Naruto released his weapons but waved his hands. With hesitation, Ada stood beside Kawaki as Shikamaru and Kakashi turned to Konohamaru. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest and scowled, saying, "You brats. Sigh, if anyone gets to disperse justice, it's me. I won't let anyone hurt Kawaki until I decide what happens to him. That also means I won't let Kawaki hurt anyone else in the meantime, so don't think you are off scot-free, you brat." Despite Naruto's declaration, Konohamaru still appeared poised to attack Kawaki, and Shikamaru's shadow possession jutsu had to restrain him. Konohamaru angrily demanded, "He committed crimes against Konoha and the entire world. If anyone should get to kill him, it should be us." Kakashi and Shikamaru turned their heads away, indicating that, despite their more composed demeanors, they secretly agreed with Konohamaru. Kawaki frowned and turned his head away, but he returned his arm to its natural position. Konohamaru winced in realization as Naruto shot back, "If it wasn't for me, then you would still want to kill Boruto." After he coughed up intel, "So don't act all high and mighty, little Konohamaru." Naruto tilted his head and said, "Besides, isn't there someone else you should talk to know that you remember who he is? Someone who deserves your attention more than slugging Kawaki right now." Now that he was no longer resisting, Konohamaru slumped his shoulder in defeat, causing Shikamaru to release his shadow possession jutsu. Konohamaru turned to face the stoic Boruto, who gave his former sensei a detached look as though he were now more of an outsider. "Boruto, Konohamaru began to struggle for the right words to convey his apologies and apologize, but Boruto's expression didn't appear to change much. Himawari could no longer bear the fact that everyone in the room now knew the truth. With tears in her eyes, she rushed up to Boruto, rushing past Sumair and Sarada. Himawari babbled, "Ni-chan. I am back. Well, I mean you are back, but I remember everything. I am so sorry that you went through that all." As she threw her arms around Boruto's waist and buried her face in his chest, ignoring his handcuffs that prevented him from giving her a hug in return. While his sister kept her face in his chest, Boruto hesitantly and softly said, "Hima, you remember me. I didn't see the other, father. Release you from omnipotence." Additionally, he appeared hesitant to refer to a version of Naruto Uzumaki as father, as though he wanted to keep the idea of father aloof and unhelpful for himself. Himawari said, "Yeah, Papa released me from omnipotence when he first came to this world. While you were unconscious, but I had to act like I was still under it. It broke my heart I had to watch you from afar, but now no one or nothing in this world will break us up again, Ni-chan." Boruto looked stunned for a moment before his expression softened as he tried to put his own arms around his younger sister. After being separated for 3 years, the reunion of the siblings brought Sarada and Sumair great joy. There was a special sparkle in Sarada's eyes as she watched the person who meant the most to her get back together with his sibling, whom she also thought of as a younger sister. Ada was the only one who was not at all disappointed, if not angry, with Kawaki's head down and him on his knees, looking distressed. Shikamaru sighed after glancing at Konohamaru, who appeared to have lost everything. When Sarada and Sumair moved to stand between him and Boruto, he stopped. Before shaking his head, Shikamaru smiled a little at their protectiveness of Boruto. "Don't worry, I remember everything. No, even with omnipotent active I considered Boruto an ally of Konoha and possibly Boruto Uzumaki. However, that was only after he came back to Konoha, as my rational mind decided it only made sense if Boruto was Naruto's son, even if my memories screamed at me that Kawaki was Naruto's son. However, as Hokage I was limited on what I could do, especially with everyone else under Kawaki's control, so I could only do it from the shadows and not give my public support to him," Shikamaru said as Naruto and Boruto nodded, confirming his claim. As Boruto's lone eye met Shikamaru's, the two exchanged a sorrowful glance. With his head lowered, Shikamaru apologized, raising Boruto's eyebrows. "Boruto, I can never pay back the 3 years we took from you. I can understand if you hate Konoha, or even if you don't want to come back after this is all over. All I can do now is at least give you the option to defend yourself and leave if you want to." With a hint of sarcasm, Boruto said, "Are you okay bowing your head like that, Lord Eighth? Even if I am innocent, that is not a good look for a Hokage." Sarada smirked, and Sumair smiled subtly at the glimpse of the younger Boruto emerging. After coughing into his hand, Himawari released Boruto and moved aside as Shikamaru passed Sarada and Sumair. With his hands raised, Shikamaru entered the code 4306 into the cuffs, causing them to beep and then unclick. Ineffectively, the cuffs dropped to the ground. As Boruto rubbed his aching wrists to restore circulation, Shikamaru confessed, To be honest, if it looked like you were going to die in interrogation, I would probably find some way to slip the code to you or someone I trust so you could slip the cuffs. As long as you had flying Raijin you could escape, although I guess I would be blamed even as acting 8th Hokage. For what's it worth, I appreciate you looking out for me even if it was subtle ways, as I know your hands were just as tied as mine were. No one was going to believe you if you all of a sudden declared my kill order void even as the Hokage." Boruto responded with a touch of affection. Shikamaru moved aside to allow Himawari to give her brother another hug while bowing his head in gratitude. He was able to put his arms around her this time, which caused her to smile at him. Boruto remarked simply, "You gotten taller, Hima." Himawari also giggled. Himawari teased, You did too, Ni-chan. I am surprised Sarada-ne-san and Sumair-san haven't tried to make you their boyfriend already." Boruto arched an eyebrow. After Himawari's remark, Boruto turned his attention from Himawari to Sarada, who was stunned. As she shook her head, Sarada blushed too, but Boruto saw that she kept stealing glances at Naruto, who was wearing a calm expression. Naruto grinned proudly and said, "You both are heartbreakers. Well, Himawari, maybe in a few years, but you definitely are the best of both your parents." Himawari smiled shyly, and Boruto grinned a little. Himawari let out a sigh and tipped her head back after hugging her cherished older brother for 2 more minutes. Himawari stepped aside just in time to say, "Ni-chan. There is someone else who wants to hug you almost as much as me. She has been waiting for your return this entire time, which is longer than me. Boruto humped as Sarada crashed into him, pressing her face against his neck while his face softened and warmed. Boruto Baka, welcome home for real this time, Sarada exclaimed, hiccuping as her feelings suddenly spilled out of her like a dam that had been sealed for years. In a very intimate gesture, Sarada put her arms around Boruto's neck and he put his arms around her waist. Boruto joked, but his tone was gentle and loving. Sorry Sarada, I am glad you waited for me and I am back as I promised. I guess we just need Mitsuki back and Team 7 will be back huh? Boruto nodded in agreement as Sarada said, Baka, I need you with me when I become Hokage. If I have to become Hokage straight from Genin like Lord 7th, I don't mind it. He is my hero and the person I want to aspire to become like. So, aside from me, I suppose this Naruto truly did become a Hokage from Genin. From my perspective, that is both impressive and a little embarrassing. Naruto rubbed his head, embarrassed by Shikamaru and Kakashi's smirk. When Boruto gave him a perplexed look, Shikamaru sighed. Look, it is not one of my best moments, but while the entire world was under omnipotence we really did believe that you were a criminal who killed Naruto and tried to kill Kawaki. Sarada and Sumire the entire 3 years kept pushing for an investigation to be made about the incident, but the public and government was not interested in looking deeper into it. It got to the point where I decided as Hokage along with public pressure that Sarada was no longer qualified to be a Chunin and led Genin into the field. Hence, we demoted her, but Sarada claimed she didn't care and still pushed for your innocent Boruto. Shikamaru admitted, flinching when Naruto gave him an unimpressed look. AN5. As Sumire approached and gave Boruto an awkward wave, Sarada released Boruto, who grinned back at her. Sumire grinned and nodded appreciatively as Boruto said, still letting good class rep. Your long hair suits you well. Sumire nodded and said, thanks Boruto-kun. You really look like Sasuke-san and I think that is a good look for you too. According to Sarada, Shikamaru looked uncomfortable as he rubbed his head. I meant what I said, Lord 8th. Lord 7th is my hero and the one I want to learn from. So if he can become Hokage while still a Genin I will be the next one to do so. Konohamaru used this as an opportunity to get up and approach Boruto, who arched an eyebrow. As he knelt down, Konohamaru said, Boruto, I know nothing I say can make up for what I did and tried to do to you. All I can say is I am sorry and beg for your forgiveness even if I don't deserve it. Boruto grabbed his old teacher's hand, put it on his back, and raised him to his feet. As Konohamaru looked up at him with hope in his eyes, Boruto said, Master Konohamaru, I don't blame you. I understand you thought I killed father and that I tried to hurt someone important to you. If I were under omnipotence, I probably would have acted the same. If you need me to forgive you, I will. Konohamaru said optimistically, then you can call me Ni-chan, and everything will be the same as before. Boruto's expression softened but remained sympathetic. As Konohamaru winced and appeared to be struck, Boruto stated bluntly, Sensei. I am not a child anymore. I learned to live on my own with help, but I don't need my hand held anymore. Things can be friendly and cordial, but I am not the same boy who depended on you. Although Sarada sympathized with their sensei, she recognized Boruto's motivations. Himawari asked, trailing off with noticeable guilt, Ni-chan, who helped you? I want to thank them for taking care of you while we were not, but Boruto shook his head to indicate he didn't hold her responsible. Boruto hesitantly explained, I promised I wouldn't say their name, for their protection. Konohamaru gave him a strange look. Are you saying you don't trust us? Konohamaru asked, looking hurt, while Boruto just stared at him. Konohamaru and Shikamaru winced as they realized Boruto wasn't far away. Till 10 minutes, probably not with their identity, as I assumed you would execute me as soon as I gave you my intel. The elders sure as heck didn't seem likely to let me go no matter what I said. Boruto pointed out. It's Koji Kashin, the clone of Jiraiya Sensei created by Amato. He awakened the Shinjutsu 10 directions, an ability that allows him to say possible futures. He survived his encounter with Jigen, or rather Ashiki Otsutsuki, and awakened the hidden ability. Since he could see possible future, he foresaw Ada and Kawaki using omnipotence as one of the possible futures, so he knew that Boruto has always been the son of Lord 7th despite omnipotence trying to modify his memories. He used his newly awakened power to train and inform Boruto. Naruto explained helpfully as everyone including Boruto looked at him with wide eyes. With suspicious eyes, Boruto questioned, how do you know that? Kojo has never seen a future of a version of you coming here. As Naruto raised his hands in surrender, Naruto's eyes narrowed as he stared at Konohamaru and Shikamaru, who gulped and nodded. Don't worry, I am still your ally. The ability exclusive to me, the X-Blade, allows me to see everything, including the history of a world, so I saw your meeting with Kojo before I came to the world. Additionally, I will say this right now. Kojo is off limits. He is free to do whatever he wants, as he wants to destroy the god trees as well. With frequently nostalgic eyes, Naruto confessed, I know he isn't pervy sage or rather Jiraiya-sensei, but a part of me is happy that even a clone of him is alive in this world. Part of him is still alive, but I understand he isn't my master any more than I am To-chan. Boruto grinned at him. Ada looked up from staring at Kawaki's kneeling form and nodded stiffly as Naruto warned, also, as promised, Demon is released, but keep him in line, Ada, as I will send him back into Kamui dimension if he misbehaves. Obito's right eye swirled as a ripple materialized in front of him, signaling Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan to activate once more in the shape of his eyes. Demon staggered outside, scanning the area before sprinting in Ada's direction. Demon glared at Naruto, who appeared unconcerned, and said, Nei-chan. Are you all right? Did he do anything to you? Ada nodded and placed a hand on Demon's shoulder to stop him from attacking, particularly when the group cast a scornful glance at her, Demon, and Kawaki. As Kawaki panted with rage and frustration from his kneeling position, Ada sadly told him, It's all right, Demon. He released you like he promised. However, he can undo my omnipotent. I think the charade is over now. Oh, that's okay. I was never okay with Kawaki's cowardly plan. If he wanted to kill Boruto, he should have done it himself. Not relying on the world to hunt him down for him and pass on his stupid plots as if Boruto was the one who did them. Like making Nei-chan pretend that the 7th Hokage was killed by Boruto when they aren't even dead. Demon said, grinning broadly, as though he enjoyed it. The eyes of everyone but Boruto and Naruto widened as they gazed at the whistling demon. As Demon nodded, Shikamaru questioned urgently, Naruto and Hinata are alive. Before Kawaki got up with a frustrated look, Demon added with ease, yup, alive and well. Just trapped in a dimension by Kawaki before the whole swapping thing. He just had Nei-chan lie about Boruto killing Boruto to frame him, and so nobody would bother looking for them till he wanted to release them. Himawari asked sadly and with a hurt expression, how could you, Kawaki? They took you and raised you like another big brother for me, and you trapped them. Kawaki gritted his teeth, especially when Boruto stood between them, seemingly afraid that Kawaki would attack Himawari. I did it for them. I saved them because they were not okay with me getting rid of Boruto. He is still a threat, as Momoshiki can take over his body and he will kill them. Everything I have ever done is for the sake of Lord 7th. Killing Boruto and myself are the only way to prevent any more Otsutsuki from coming back. Can't you see, Himawari, I am doing this for your family. Kawaki became angry and turned away. TCH, what a drag. What do we do with Kawaki? Even if we can forgive his aggressive actions as some sort of overprotective urge to protect Naruto, something needs to be done. He has made it clear he will stop at nothing to kill Boruto regardless of what anyone else says. Shikamaru noted with a sigh. Shikamaru held up a hand when he saw Konohamaru get to his feet. As Konohamaru clenched his teeth in rage, Kakashi reprimanded him, saying, We are not killing Kawaki just because you feel guilty. Get over yourself, Konohamaru. We all sinned these 3 years. Killing Kawaki doesn't absolve us or everything what happened. With icy eyes, Sarada turned to face Kawaki, who gave her a chilly look. Don't expect us to speak on your behalf, Kawaki. I have always been on Boruto's side, so I have never for a second been okay with hunting him down even when everyone else turned on him. Sarada said with a stern face. Kawaki hardly gave Sumaire a glance as she continued, Kawaki-kun. No, Kawaki-san. I understand being indebted to Lord 7th, but I still think what you've been doing is something horrible. When Naruto opened his eyes and revealed that they were both 9 Tomo Rinnegan, Kawaki flinched slightly at the sight of his eyes. Now the question is what I should do to you, Kawaki. Like I said, I should be the one to decide your fate, as I am the one who undoing your mistakes. When Naruto's eyes returned to their typical blue hue, Kawaki remained as icy as before. Naruto snapped his fingers as a look of realization struck his face as everyone turned to face Kawaki. Naruto said, his eyes in their Mangekyo Sharingan state, daring anyone to disagree. Wait, I want to bring Koji Kashin here before we deal with Kawaki. Boruto is only as strong as he is now due to his guidance, and Konoha owes its survival due to Boruto's strength. I feel at the very least owe him sanctuary in Konoha. Boruto noticed that Kakashi and a hesitant Konohamaru both shrugged. Boruto explained, Master Konohamaru. Kojo apologized to me for attacking us when we first met. He had a mission to pretend to be loyal to Kara, and he will probably apologize in person if we let him stay here. Although Konohamaru appeared uneasy, he understood that this was just one of many things he could do to avenge Boruto. Himawari chirped, receiving a nod of approval from Naruto. I have no problem with it, as like I said, I owe this man a debt for taking care of Ni-chan while he was away from Konoha. Sarada added flatly, if Boruto can trust him, then I can let bygones by bygones with Koji Kashin as well. Sumair nodded, looking curious. When Kawaki appeared to be about to speak, Shikamaru raised a hand. As Ada sighed and Demon looked amused, Shikamaru added icily, do yourself a favor and don't talk Kawaki. You were on thin once before the swap, and so I really do not want your opinion right now. With a noticeable irritated expression, Shikamaru continued, besides, if Boruto and Naruto trust Koji Kashin, I can accept him as a citizen of Konoha if I was coerced into accepting someone like Amadou. Sorry, I know this is a pain in the neck for you, but trust me when I said this is for the best. Shikamaru. Naruto continued. We should go now to pick him up, as from what I can tell the god trees are likely to target Koji Kashin due to him being your intel. It's only a matter of time before his location, as they are relentless and have nothing really stopping them. Naruto continued while Boruto widened his eyes and his upper lip. He has a genjutsu barrier and probably a chakra suppression barrier on his hideout, so you probably cannot sense his location. However, I have a flying Raijin marker inside his base. I can get in and out of there with flying Raijin. Boruto admitted while taking a deep breath. AN2. Boruto took a moment to nod after Naruto said, alright. We will go together. It is safer with us both in case Koji is surrounded already, and plus I can warp you away with Kamui in case there is an ambush. Naruto gazed at Boruto for a moment before squinting his eyes. Momoshiki Otsutsuki. I will be honest. If you think being inside of Boruto will keep you safe from me, then you are solely sorry. I won't kill Boruto, but I can get you out of his body if I want to. Don't give me a reason to erase you quicker by trying to take over Boruto. Keep that in mind, Naruto said while Boruto was confused. Sarada urgently asked, wait, what do you mean by that? You can separate Momoshiki from Boruto without killing him. But Naruto dismissed her with a warm smile. Naruto said, we will talk afterwards. We have a pick-up right now. Shall we, Boruto? Boruto gave him a doubtful look before nodding. Now that he didn't require his Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto's eyes went back to being blue. As Boruto focused on the marker and made a one-handed hand sign, Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder. They were disappearing into thin air the next moment. Koji Kashin raised an eyebrow but did not appear surprised when they reached a cave. Naruto smiled and said, hello Kojo Kashin. I would expect you to ask for explanation, or at least for who I am. But I am guessing that mechanical toad you left in Shikamaru office transferred everything back to you. Koji gave him a fierce look. As Boruto leaned against the wall with his arms crossed and watched the two men blankly, Koji asked carefully, before we leave, Naruto Uzumaki, or rather Naruto Uzumaki from another world. I just need to ask. Why have I never seen in a single vision of mine, and even now since you arrived the future is uncertain and unclear for me. The X-Blade is both the recorder of all worlds, the key to raveling to any world that exists and shielding itself and its caster from any abilities that could foresee it. It matters not if you try to see it in the future or try to see it in the past. For example, Ada could use her Senrigan could only see the past of myself before I awakened the X-Blade power if she was in the same world as myself. So, my presence would not be visible to your 10 directions in any vision you might have. Also, abilities like omnipotence in any form that try to sway or change my perception do not work on me. Hence, I would never be enchanted by Ada or have my memories altered. Naruto continued, AN3. Of course, if you want to not believe me, I won't use an illusion to convince or farce you to see things my way. I am not like Kawaki, who felt he needs to bend people to his will to get his way. Naruto said while Boruto was looking down. After glancing briefly between Naruto and Boruto, Kojo nodded and took off his mask. I suppose if you already told my origins, this mask is no longer needed. I see no reason to not believe or trust you. Alternate Naruto Uzumaki. It is clear you value this world the way it is despite it not being your original. I can work with someone like you, Koji said with a nod of approval. Naruto took a moment to study Koji's face, then turned away with a warm smile and closed eyes. Before blinking and hitting himself on the head, much to the surprise of Koji and Boruto, Naruto said, I know I said I could differentiate you and Pervy Sage, but you do look exactly like him except younger. This is probably what Jiraiya-sensei looked like in his prime, and that is how Amato chose to create you. That was harsh of me. Sorry. I know everyone, no matter how they were born, are still living beings, so talking down to you just because you were created isn't cool. Forgive me, Naruto said with a sigh. You are truly a kind person. Let us go. Boruto Uzumaki and Naruto Uzumaki. Back to Konoha, Koji declared, receiving nods from both Boruto and Naruto. I do not possess any of Jiraiya of the Sannin's memories, but Amando made sure I went through his history. I can understand why he took such an interest in this, you and the other Naruto. He would be proud of you. Amadou also told me much of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, who was Jiraiya's prized student. Koji replied with a small grin. Naruto turned his head away, but he let out a little hiccup and let a single tear fall down each cheek, which Boruto and Koji could hear. Pervy Sage, Naruto thought, then wiped away his tears and looked determined once more. Boruto made his distinctive one-handed hand sign while Koji and Naruto put their hands on his shoulder and concentrated on the marker that was still on his sword in the office. After releasing Omnipotence, Sarada had Mitsuki retrieve his sword and effects. Kojo and Naruto nodded when Boruto said, okay, time to go. They disappeared once more and came to rest directly beside Boruto's marked sword. The sword was placed carefully on the table, and fortunately no one was holding it. Hanabi Hyuga screamed, you, Boruto, you dare show you face after what you did, and swung her hands into the gentle fist position, lunging at Naruto. That shot is lethal. I suppose Auntie Hanabi would be the one to murder me. As he reached for his sword and got ready to defend himself, Boruto thought, at least while she is under omnipotence. Shikamaru's quick reflexes worked in their favor because he was able to grab Hanabi's shadow and stop her mid-lunge by making the hand signals for shadow possession. Shadow possession successful. I knew it was too much to hope for nice reunion. I suppose I should have restrained you before he came back, Shikamaru said with a sigh. Because their shadows were linked, he put his hands on his hips, forcing Hanabi to put her hands on her hips as well. Lord 8th, let me execute this traitor. He deserves to die. My sister and Lord 7th took him and gave him everything, and he still betrayed them. My beloved older sister and brother-in-law are gone because of him. Hanabi pleaded, tears streaming down her face as she hissed angrily. Himawari, Sarada, and Sumair all appeared devastated as the resilient woman reached her breaking point while futilely battling the shadow possession. Himawari muttered, Hanabi Oba-san, as Hanabi turned to face her, his face sad but still irate. Hima-chan, you don't have to watch this. I know like Hinata-ne-chan you are kind-hearted. You don't need to watch me rip this beast limb from limb. Hanabi growled, her hatred seeping through as she began to appear insane with rage. Boruto cast a sorrowful glance down at his aunt, who was yelling obscenities and hateful remarks. Shikamaru sighed wearily as he continued to use chakra to hold Hanabi in place, asking, Naruto, could you please undo omnipotence on her? This is kinda getting troublesome holding her in place while she is trying to kill Boruto. But why does Lord 8th want to aid Boruto rather than murder him? Hanabi pondered before her eyes grew wide. Wait, did he just say, Naruto? Is it Big Brother? Hanabi tried to glance over her shoulder as she thought. With a bright, matter-of-fact expression, Naruto said, sure. I will also release it from Koji and Mitsuki as well. Like a combo plate. Don't mind the light K. He kept his eyes closed, but his eye smile made Kakashi return the favor. With a dramatic clap of his hands, Naruto exclaimed, 3 awakening coming up with the secret special power of Naruto Uzumaki. Don't mind the lights. Everyone in the room, with the exception of Hanabi, Koji, and Mitsuki, instinctively closed their eyes. Additionally, Himawari did not close her eyes, presumably because Naruto did not want to use the X-Blade power to blind her. Koji and Mitsuki, notably, only grunted in mild pain, but Hanabi let out an inhumane scream of agony. The 3 were on their knees when the light disappeared after a minute. It's almost like a fog has cleared. No, rather something pressuring me to think Boruto was Kawaki is now gone. I suppose that means omnipotence has truly been released from us. Koji sighed as he bent down first. When Boruto shook his head, Indicating that he had no ill will, Mitsuki smiled and apologized, saying, "Boruto, I can see you again. I mean, I can see you as the person who mattered to me instead of trying to fight the instinct to take your life. Sorry about that." Hanabi appeared to be broken as she lay on the ground, no longer resisting. Shikamaru nodded and unleashed the shadow possession jutsu after Naruto glanced at him. Before Boruto sighed, Hanabi whispered, "Boruto, I can't believe it, I really wanted in my very heart to take your life. I am horrible unforgiven person." He approached her and put his hand on her shoulder. "I don't hold it against anyone. You were under a big illusion after all, and I could see why you would want to hurt me," Boruto stated calmly. Hanabi flung herself at Boruto and sobbed on his shoulder, causing his eyes to widen. Himawari and Sarada exchanged a puzzled glance, but Sarada simply grinned back at him. While his aunt was still crying, Boruto gave her an awkward shoulder pat. Himawari and Sarada looked over at Naruto, who turned to them with a smile. After witnessing Koji dismiss it as a minor headache while Hanabi was in excruciating pain, Sarada asked gravely, "Why are different people having different reactions to having air memories restored from the fake ones caused by omnipotence?" "Oh, that is an easy one. It depends on how much you believe in the false memories. Like we saw with Konohamaru and Hanabi, they personally felt betrayal at the highest level and wanted to kill Boruto with their entire hearts. So, to them the illusion shattering warped their entire worldview, and hence why they felt so much pain. Shikamaru, Koji and Mitsuki found consistencies with air memories, so it was easier for them to shake off the illusion with help. For Himawari, her love for Boruto allowed her to break through the illusion at the very end, so it was quite painless when I broke the illusion on her," Naruto explained easily as Shikamaru nodded, finding this answer to be understood. With perplexed eyes, Hanabi turned to face Sarada and Sumire. With wide eyes, Hanabi questioned, "He didn't mention you too? You've been awake this entire time?" While Sarada and Sumire nodded gloomily and cast sorrowful glances at Boruto. Hanabi asked, "Then why didn't you tell me, anyone, about this?" Before flinching at Sarada's glare, which was still her trademark Uchiha glare even when her Sharingan was not active. Even though Sumire was more adept at controlling her expression, everyone could see the fury simmering in her violet eyes. "Why, you have no idea how much we tried. Every single day for the first year we tried to convince anyone that Boruto was innocent. Then we tried to at least give him a trial, or at least captured alive. What happened? Nothing. Nobody listened. You started to treat us like we were crazy or insane for wanting Boruto to live. You wouldn't listen. We tried everything we could to get someone to give him a chance, but nobody would bat an eye. Even pictures of Boruto standing with his parents were dismissed. So don't you dare pin this on us when you wouldn't shed a tear if he dropped dead," Sarada screamed in rage. Hanabi winced at Sumire's tirade, which she knew to be true. She and Himawari embraced Sarada right away, and she eagerly accepted their embrace. Konohamaru, Kakashi, and Shikamaru cast remorseful glances down. Kawaki was about to say something, but Ada gave him a look that seemed to take seriously and told him to stop talking. Koji grimaced as he stood against the wall, but his attention was solely on Boruto, who sighed. "Sarada, class rep, thank you, you stood by me even when you were outcasted for doing so. That means more than you can imagine," Boruto told them warmly as Sarada blushed, especially when Sumire and Himawari gave her teasing smiles. Naruto capped his hand with his eyes closed and a faint smile on his face. All right, that is enough. Like I said, if anyone is choosing Kawaki punishment, it's me. I don't blame what anyone was doing well under omnipotence, and I believe Boruto is the same way." Hanabi then gave Naruto a wide-eyed stare. After seeing Naruto for the first time, Hanabi looked surprised and said, "Naruto ni-chan. I mean, you aren't really the same one I know, but you still Naruto, right? You look younger than the one I know. He is quite attractive, though I probably shouldn't say that. Regardless of his appearance, I'm sure Nei-chan would adore the guy, but he did have a sizable global fan base. I'm just saying that, despite not being anything like Naruto Uzumaki, the man in front of me is likely to attract any woman with his attractive appearance." Hanabi chuckled to herself, "I think he shares the same heart as the Hokage Naruto." Naruto opened his eyes to face Hanabi after hearing her call out to him directly. When Naruto finally saw Hanabi, he paused with wide eyes. "Oh yeah, I am not the Naruto Uzumaki who was sealed away with his wife by Kawaki. I am from another world and everything. However, I am still an ally of Konoha," Naruto began. "Hanabi, that's really you," Naruto stammered, and to everyone's surprise, his whiskered cheeks were flushed. Hanabi responded with a cross-eyed, somewhat offended expression, placing her hands on her hips. Of course I am. Sheesh. You are acting like I am someone you never met before. I exist in your world right if you are a version of Naruto Uzumaki. Unbeknownst to Naruto, a puff of smoke appeared as a much younger Hanabi who appeared to be around 12 years old. AN4. Naruto pointed to the shadow clone and then Hanabi, shouting, "This is the Hanabi I know. She was a literal child and here you are a woman." Everybody gave him a weird look. As Naruto shook his head, Shikamaru said, Naruto. I am like quite a bit older than you now despite us being the same age group. You don't seem to mind that but Hanabi being a full-grown woman makes you freak out." As Shikamaru placed his hands in surrender, Naruto shot back, "Well, I knew that. Heck, the children here are not even born yet in my world except for Light Kawaki possibly. I just never thought I would meet Hanabi on my trip here and the fact she is a beautiful mature woman." Himawari and Boruto both had the same horrified looks, as if they were about to throw up. Are you guys okay?" Sarada inquired, failing to notice Sumire's irritated look. As Boruto shuddered, Himawari attempted to clarify, "I know he isn't our Papa but he's a version of Papa, it's just so weird for him to call Auntie Hanabi beautiful, when his counterpart here is married to her sister, it's like weird. Hanabi's irritated expression disappeared as a playful smirk emerged. "Oh, I am beautiful. I know I have some fans but I never thought someone as famous as the hero of the Fourth Ninja War would have an interest in me. I know the Naruto here is only loves Nei-chan but you seem different Naruto-kun." Hanabi purred as she was leaning against him. When Hanabi unsubtly puffed out her noticeably mature chest, causing his eyes to inadvertently peek at it, Naruto's blush increased. Shikamaru and Konohamaru exchanged uncomfortable looks, Koji simply raised an eyebrow, Demon and Ada cocked their heads, and Kakashi gave him a subtly encouraging smile. Sarada and Sumire tried to console Boruto and Himawari, but they appeared to want the earth to engulf them. At the age of 28, Hanabi was undoubtedly an adult woman without children. Even though she wasn't as tall as Naruto, Hanabi was still a very tall and thin woman. She possessed fully developed curves and breasts comparable to those of Maid Terumi during the attractive former Kage's prime. At the moment, she was dressed in a long black kimono that reached her wrists and a yellow kimono that hung down to her ankles. Instead of stockings or socks, she wore plain blue sandals with flowers on them, revealing her dark blue toenail polish. Strangely, she chose to wear a pair of blue star-shaped earrings that hung halfway down her shoulders on both ears. Several white flowers were also pinned to her hair. Her long brown hair was pulled back into a long ponytail that reached her lower hips. Her distinctive Hyuga eyes were full of laughter, and she had 2 braids down her face that framed her lovely face. Her fingernails were painted the same shade of blue as her toes, and she wore dark red lipstick. Rather than being an active kunoichi, she appears more like she is prepared for a date. As they stare at her chest and long for the gentle fist at their hearts, she may actually be excellent at assassination missions. Particularly with that in their face. Despite his willpower, Naruto's gaze strayed to Hanabi's chest. When someone first saw Hanabi, their attention would be drawn to her yellow kimono, which appeared too large for her and slipped down her shoulder, revealing a huge portion of her shoulders and enormous breasts. Because it was open and slipped down her top, the top itself only appeared to cover about half of her breasts. Naruto muttered, "So big," but Hanabi heard him, her smile growing to the size of a Cheshire cat. "Ah, Naruto-kun, thank you. It's nice to be appreciated especially for someone like you. Do you want to go out after this is all over? I am single and as far as I can tell you probably are too as this Naruto only just started dating Nei-chan when he looked like you." Hanabi purred while batting her eyes. Will this be how the Hanabi I know turns out? Naruto tried not to look at the Hyuga heiress's chest, thinking, she said she is single so either she is a flirt or she is very picky who she dates. Sarada said, drawing attention from the 2 adults as Boruto and Himawari covered their faces in shame. Sarada politely coughed and asked, "Could you not do that? Could you stop flirting with Boruto and Hima-chan's aunt? She is your Lord's 7th sister-in-law after all." Her blush indicated that she was embarrassed by the flirting between Naruto and Hanabi. As she moved away from Naruto, Hanabi pointed out her hip and said, "And Naruto and I do not share blood even in this world and this guy isn't even Nei-chan's Naruto." She then crossed her arms under her chest in a sensual way, causing them to bounce a little. The attractive Hyuga actions caused the adults, including Naruto, Shikamaru, Kakashi, and even Konohamaru, to blush slightly. Despite the accusing glances he received for observing his counterpart's sister-in-law, Naruto insisted, "I am not flirting with her. I am just surprised at how mature she is compared to the one I know." Naruto crossed his arms after shaking his head. "Kawaki, I know the other me despite everything would want to give you a chance. It seems fundamental both of us want to give people the benefit of the doubt. So, I will give you this chance. What do you have to say for yourself?" Naruto asked with a sigh as he looked. Kawaki got up, crossed his arms, and obstinately refused to respond. As Hanabi and Konohamaru appeared prepared to kill Kawaki right then and there, Shikamaru held up a hand. "I have always shown that Kawaki has always been someone who could be a danger to Konoha even before he swapped our memories. However, I also want to hear to what he has to say." Naruto, "Well, the Naruto I know forgave you for killing Boruto before, so why did you seal him away along with Hinata?" Shikamaru said with a scowl. With a somber expression, Kawaki said, "I would never hurt Lord Seventh, but he is too soft. He would never be able to bring himself to kill his own child, even if that child got possessed by a monster who wants to kill him in the village, he would put his life on the line for." He then turned to Boruto, who returned his glare with an expressionless one. As he approached Boruto, Kawaki said, "So, I took things in my hands. I promised him I would kill Boruto for him, kept him safe in a dimension where he would not age nor need food or water, and after this is over, he could take my life in return." However, everyone in the room, with the exception of Ada and Demon, took defensive positions. Reluctantly, the other members of the group dropped their stances when Naruto raised his hand. Himawari snapped, "You don't know anything about Papa, Kawaki. If you knew him at all, you know he would rather give his life than kill his children no matter what we did to him." Kawaki winced, then turned to Himawari to look at him coolly. "I didn't intend for the swap to happen, but I needed to kill Boruto, and you people would never be able to do it while Boruto was the son of the Hokage. You could kill him if he was just Boruto, the ungrateful brat who killed their beloved Hokage and their wife." Kawaki observed as everyone became enraged, but Boruto his head in agreement. Sarada glared at Kawaki before letting out a sigh at Boruto. "I know, bro, like I said to Ada, you did not do this to get my life as your own but to fulfill your own sense of justice. You would release Dad and Mom after you killed me in code, right? Then accept Dad taking your life as you promised him?" Boruto asked calmly. As Naruto smiled knowingly, Boruto's eyes softened and Sarada demanded, "You might be okay with being seen as some criminal, but I am not Boruto. I would find a way to save you from Momoshiki without killing you. Isn't that what it means to be friends? She doesn't realize how much she resembles him. She is more than just Sakura and Sasuke's child. She shares his goals," Naruto remarked, picturing the Hokage Naruto alongside Sarada, who shared a smile. Naruto asked his counterpart son, who blinked, "Boruto, come here for a moment." Himawari smiled encouragingly. Boruto approached Naruto, who grinned down at him before covering the slashed scar that had caused years of damage to his eye. Boruto gasped as he felt a throb across his face, and Naruto said, "Medical ninjutsu won't be able to heal this, but I have 6 paths chakra unique to me that can." Kakashi-sensei eye was slashed and even removed over a decade ago before the 4th Ninja War. It was an empty hole after Madara stole Obito's left eye, which was a Sharingan and even Mangekyo Sharingan. I restored his left eye completely despite it no longer being there at all. This will be easy by comparison, Naruto said as he felt his hand tremble before he took it out. Himawari, Sarada, and Sumair all let out happy gasps. The skin was fully healed, and the scar from the slash over Boruto's eye was no longer there. With considerable hesitancy, Boruto opened his right eye, which was intact in the typical sky blue color. Boruto thanked Naruto, who nodded and waved him off with a smile. "It's back," he said, "you restored my eye completely. Thank you." Boruto closed his eye multiple times and covered it with his palm as if to make sure it was back. As if to wink, Kakashi closed his left eye and said, "It's still amazing you can do that, as even Sakura and Tsunade-sama could never actually figure out how you did it." Kawaki crossed his arms, looking irritated and snarling. "Restore what you desire, but the reality is that Boruto is still a Momoshiki vessel, and he has the ability to take control at any time." Even as the room glared at him for his remark, Kawaki insisted, "He is still an Otsutsuki, and for this planet to have true peace, every one of them has to die. Naruto-san, You claimed that you could get rid of Momoshiki without killing Boruto before you got Koji Kashin. If you can save him, please. For being a vessel, he doesn't deserve to die. Sarada begged as Naruto's eyes grew softer before becoming more resolute. It probably wouldn't be feasible if it were someone else. Momoshiki won't be able to use the trick of making a Shiki reincarnate into a different vessel in order to destroy the other Kama and kill him before he can acquire another one. Since Boruto is currently his only vessel, he is unable to reincarnate because the Kama has already spread throughout his entire body. As a result, he is unable to mark anyone else with a Kama. As Boruto and Koji exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, Naruto remarked, Boruto is his only link to this world. Naruto noticed that Momoshiki was standing behind him, his eyes were noticeably blue, and he had leaned his head on Boruto's shoulder, looking smug. Based on Boruto's frown, he could also sense his unwanted companion appearing behind him. But I can use my abilities to take the Momoshiki soul out of Boruto and permanently destroy his Kama. The curse you put on him can be lifted from this world, Momoshiki. Naruto said, looking straight into Momoshiki's face as his smirk gradually disappeared. Naruto noticed Momoshiki's terrified expression as Boruto gasped and held his face while the majority of the room disappeared and even Kawaki briefly displayed a hopeful expression. No, leave, here, you're not wanted. As his recently repaired right eye closed, Boruto let out a feeble gasp as the Kama on his right hand came to life and moved up his arm until it reached his face. Ni-chan. Boruto stepped back and held out a warning hand as Himawari screamed. Remain back, Boruto said, he is taking over, again, as both of his eyes closed and his strength appeared to fade. Oh no, Momoshiki has returned. I was aware that I ought to have cut Boruto's head earlier. Kawaki clenched his fist and his own Kama and Jogan, black eye, both significantly activated, causing him to hiss. With his hands clasped together, Shikamaru prepared to use the shadow possession jutsu on the possessed Momoshiki as well as Kawaki. Hold on, let him come out, Naruto said calmly, but he unleashed a chakra pulse that frightened everyone, even Ada and Demon, who showed uneasy expressions. It was brief, but everyone appeared to be subdued, with Himawari, Sarada, and Sumire showing a milder reaction, suggesting he held back against them. All right, then, I'm here, not Naruto Uzumaki, the Hokage. The voice of Momoshiki Otsutsuki reverberated as Boruto opened his eyes, revealing that his right eye was now a Byakugan. A horn emerged from his forehead, pointing upward, reflecting Momoshiki's horn as a true Otsutsuki. Without wasting any time, Momoshiki launched his right fist at Naruto, who quickly tilted his head out of the way and used his left palm to block his left hand's follow-up swing. Momoshiki then flipped over to free his fist and launched a forceful kick into midair, which Naruto blocked with an elbow. Momoshiki then flipped over while hovering in midair. Oh, that's Mashiki Otsutsuki. Don't expect me to kiss your ass because I'm not Code and I'm not an Otsutsuki fanboy. To the surprise of Kakashi, Shikamaru, and Konohamaru, the former being there to battle Kagaya, and the latter two having first-hand knowledge of Kagaya's actions from Team 7, Naruto said, as horrible as Kagaya turned out, I know she had good intentions unlike you and the rest of the Otsutsuki clan. Kagaya, that betrayer whose bloodline and her chakra infected this planet. The combination of the Hokage and Hyuga bloodlines made this boy an ideal vessel for me, but I will still thank her for her negligence in retaining her chakra. Momoshiki grinned and said, it's almost like this child had both branches of Kagaya's bloodline divergent coming back together. Shikamaru realized that he must be talking about how Kagaya's two sons, Hagamoro and Hamaru, became the ancestors of two distinct bloodlines, and that since Naruto and Hinata were each descended from one of the two brothers, their Boruto blood and chakra inherited elements of both. As he raised his hands in amusement at the hateful glances directed at him, Momoshiki turned Boruto's body around. Do you think I'll be impacted by your little glares? I don't give a damn what other people think of me, not even other Otsutsuki. While humans at Beast can only partially imitate our abilities, Otsutsuki at least have the capacity to be something greater than your limited species. In their brief, feeble lives, humans must exert every effort to imitate a small portion of our abilities. Why should I give a damn about what people think if I don't respect Otsutsuki? Sarada and Kawaki snarled at Momoshiki as he posed a rhetorical question. AN5. He's merely attempting to agitate you. He's aware that all you're actually doing is staring at Boruto and attempting to get you to attack him first so he can take us down one by one more easily. To Momoshiki's dismay, Naruto said calmly, displaying a pitying expression. Just let me handle it, everyone. Growl. You make me the sickest. You have nothing to gain by saving this planet, but you come here to do so even though you are not from here. You would be happy to be like them even if you had the ability to take over the world or even steal the chakra fruit. As he formed a Rasengan in Boruto's right hand, Momoshiki let out a scream. The Rasengan died from the pain as Naruto released his grip on his wrist, causing Momoshiki to fall to his knees. He ran forward too quickly for most people to witness, but Naruto calmly caught his wrist with his hand before kicking Boruto in the stomach, causing him to cough. Momoshiki, don't you enjoy kicking people? Boruto glared up at Naruto, who thought, at least you did when you fought Kawaki before. After that, Naruto turned away from Momoshiki, who appeared even more incensed at the contempt, but he could sense Naruto's chakra almost as if it were judging him. Do you trust me, everyone? Especially Himawari, Sarada, Mitsuki, Konohamaru, and Hanabi? Naruto asked gravely as the aforementioned people gave him perplexed looks. The bright smile on Himawari's face was full of trust. Of course, we trust you, Papa. You have given us every reason to trust you. You are saving everyone, she chirped confidently. Naruto turned to face the other members of the group. Sarada nodded and blinked, indicating her trust in him. Mitsuki appeared unsure, but his primary attention was on the subdued Boruto. Though they bit their lips, Hanabi and Konohamaru nodded with noticeably less assurance than Himawari. Before his eyes blinked and opened in their Mangekyo Sharingan state, Naruto let out a sigh. Naruto observed that although his changed eyes appeared to unnerve a few people, Himawari and Sumire continued to show respect and affection. Momoshiki won't make this easy to remove him. I will need to fight him, but fighting him in the middle of the village will cause panic and destruction. Momoshiki has little to no reason to hold back against anyone, while I will be actively avoiding using big jutsu to avoid damage. I need to transport him to another place that is void of life. I need you to trust me that I will bring back Boruto as himself and not kill him to get rid of Momoshiki. Naruto said. Taking a quick look at Kawaki, who scowled, Naruto said, I am not like Kawaki, who will kill people to get rid of their burdens. I know why you did it before, but this time I can change Boruto back without killing him. Before his eyes widened, Kawaki said, listen you. Himawari, get away now, Kawaki exclaimed, startling and shocking everyone. When Himawari turned around, Boruto, or rather, Momoshiki, had a cunning smile and took advantage of the moment to seize Boruto's sword, leaving Himawari wide-eyed. With the sword aimed at Himawari's chest, Momoshiki charged forward. Momoshiki shouted, Die, sister of Boruto Uzumaki, as he swung the sword at Himawari, who was too close to escape or respond. I'm not going to make it, damn it. Momoshiki has access to all of Boruto's enhanced abilities, and Boruto is already too stringent. Shikamaru thought as Momoshiki outpaced him and his shadow possession was too slow. Momoshiki was being pursued by Sarada, Sumire, Kakashi, Konohamaru, Hanabi, and even Kawaki. But as the sword crept closer to Himawari, Boruto's post-training speed was evident. He was much faster than the others. Instead, Ada and Demon glanced at Naruto's location as he appeared to disappear in a sudden rush of energy. Spurt, gurgle, something dripping on the floor was heard. Himawari had shut her eyes in terror, but as she staggered a few feet away, she felt a small shove. Himawari opened her eyes and looked down at her chest, asking, Did I get hit? Why don't I feel any pain? She patted herself down and found no bruises or blood. When Himawari heard Sarada shout, Hima-chan, behind you, she was shocked. Tears streamed down Himawari's face as she turned around and gasped. Himawari cried out in agony, Papa, no, as Naruto's beaming face turned to face her. Naruto closed his eyes and said, Sorry about that, Hima, I couldn't stop him, so I had to push you aside. Forgive me, my dear Hima. Despite a trail of blood running down his face, he was grinning. His eyes were blue when he opened them, indicating that his Mangekyo Sharingan was no longer active. Apparently because of the deadly injury. Boruto's sword, which had pierced Naruto's chest and emerged from the other end, was in the hand of a smug Momoshiki behind Naruto. With a horrified and shocked expression, Sumire whispered, Lord Seventh. No, Naruto-san pushed you out of the way, and then Momoshiki used that opportunity to stab him right through the back and chest while his back was turned. Momoshiki's arrogant tone reverberated throughout the room as Shikamaru snarled while making hand signs for his shadow possession. Momoshiki said, Nah. No being naughty, my dear children. If I sense or see you mold chakra, I will pull this sword to the side and it will cut out Uzumaki's heart next time instead of just piercing it. You know I will do anything to win, so don't think I am bluffing. His right eye was in its Byakugan state, indicating that he could see chakra at a nearly 360-degree angle. Shikamaru snarled but acknowledged Momoshiki's superiority. Particularly when Momoshiki was committing these crimes using Boruto's body, Hanabi and Konohamaru appeared indignant. Mitsuki's hand was clenched in rage, but his eyes were wide at the sight. Even Kawaki appeared completely stunned by the scene and lost his temper. Ada and Demon's critical gazes were fixed on the actual wound. Sarada was furious, but she restrained herself because she knew that Momoshiki could stab Naruto once more before she could attack Momoshiki. As Sumire contemplated calling forth Nu in his actual form, she was overcome with rage, but she also understood that Momoshiki was not playing a bluff. Damn it, never again. Will Naruto become like Obito and be helpless to save him once more? In his mind, Kakashi saw a younger Obito pushing him out of the way of a cave that was about to collapse in order to save him, followed by Naruto's shadow clone pushing him out of the Jubi's tail. Don't worry, it's just a scratch. There's no need to worry, Naruto said, grinning while blood trickled down his chin from his mouth and the sword. Naruto didn't even bother to use his hands to hold the hole in his chest that was leaking blood quickly. Instead, he used one to wipe the blood off his face. Still acting tough, fox. Even you must be in tremendous pain and using everything you have to keep conscious. I told you, or rather the Hokage before, how much it would please me to see a son kill his father. The ultimate payback for being responsible for my death in the first place. Momoshiki responded in a sarcastic manner. Naruto moaned in agony as he twisted the sword in his face. Momoshiki's actions caused everyone in the room to wince, including the neutral Ada and Demon, who appeared irritated. Particularly when Momoshiki turned around to sneer at them, the rest of the room appeared to be murderous. Still, Naruto Uzumaki, I must commend you for giving me this idea. I care not the lives of the people here, but you clearly do. I knew if I targeted this vessel's sister, then you would rush in like a fool to save her. Humans are weak in that way of sacrificing themselves to save others, and it's so easy to take advantage of that over and over again. Momoshiki let out a sigh and continued to. As the blood stopped running down his throat, Naruto laughed with noticeably less weariness than before, saying, "Haha, Baka, you are the fool, Momoshiki." Himawari covered her mouth with her hands and asked, "Papa," with hopeful eyes, "why are you laughing? You are lucky to be alive right now. I know I stabbed you through the heart itself. The fact you didn't die instantly is a miracle in itself," Momoshiki said with a scowl. Naruto managed to spin around, and Momoshiki's eyes widened in shock as he grabbed his right wrist with his left hand. Naruto turned to face Momoshiki in spite of the sword further destabilizing him. Naruto smiled up at him and roughly grabbed his wrist. As he gripped his wrist, Naruto said again, "You are the fool, Momoshiki." Momoshiki didn't seem to be able to remove the sword or even move it inside of Naruto. Naruto said, blinking, "You gave me the perfect opportunity. You can't get away now at this range." His Mangekyo Sharingan came back into action. Momoshiki screamed, "Damn it, let go," but he couldn't break free from Naruto's hold. Momoshiki tried to use his free left hand to create a Rasengan, but Naruto was faster. "Kamui," Naruto exclaimed as Momoshiki was drawn into a swirl and portal into the Kamui dimension, and his right eye began to spin. Himawari exclaimed, "Papa, you are okay." With delight, Naruto began to be drawn into the void and portal as well, and she gasped. Sumire yelled, "Naruto-san, please let get Sakura-san to heal you first." As she started to chase after Naruto, who shook his head. Naruto told both girls, "I will be back. I will bring back Boruto as himself. I promise. Just wait on this side for me." Before he was drawn into the Kamui dimension. To stop Sumire from rushing into the portal and being drawn into the Kamui dimension, Sarada took hold of her wrist. When Sumire stopped struggling but cast a gloomy glance down, Sarada reprimanded him, saying, "Stop, class rep. You will only get in Naruto-san's way. He is way above us in strength." Class rep, to them, is that all I am? Since everyone was still in shock over Naruto being stabbed and then entering the Kamui dimension after sending Momoshiki there, Sumire's thought went unnoticed. Sarada said softly, "Normally I would be frustrated at my lack of strength to help Boruto, but maybe it's because Naruto-san and Lord Seventh are the same person deep down. Naruto-san seems like someone you can depend on to have your back. If he says he will do something, he will do it." Sarada gasped as Sumire left her and crossed over to Himawari. Sarada asked with genuine concern, "Class rep, is something the matter?" but recoiled when she sensed anger emanating from Sumire's back. Sumire asked icily, "How long are you going to keep calling me that?" "Class rep." Everyone was taken aback by the courteous and compassionate girl's outburst. AN6. With her back to Sarada, Sumire paused to laugh bitterly before Sarada hesitantly asked, "Sumire, it seems my title as class rep is the inky thing people remember about me. When Boruto-kun says it, it's rather sweet and affectionate, but when everyone else says it, it seems like that is all people think of when they look at me. Just the girl who got high marks, the girl who was manipulated by her father to destroy the village she loved, the girl who will never be as good as the beloved Sarada Uchiha no matter I do." Sumire began to snap softly. Sumire panted in anger as the buried frustration was coming to the front. Everyone looked shocked at Sumire, inner thoughts coming out. Shikamaru stammered, looking uncomfortable and unsure of how to respond to the younger girl, whom he admittedly knew very little about. "Sumire, this isn't really the..." Looking at Sumire with guilt, Sarada said, "Sumire-chan, I never knew you felt this way before. I don't mean to make you feel that way." "How funny," Ada thought, a tiny smile spreading across her face. "It appears that I am not the only one who feels they are being judged unfavorably compared to the beloved Sarada Uchiha." Given how little they actually interacted with Sumire, Kawaki and Demon appeared unconcerned by her outburst. Konohamaru and Kakashi exchanged a glance, appearing happy to let things unfold. Koji appeared intrigued by the development. Hanabi was devastated to see that her former pupil had suppressed all of this. Mitsusuke appeared uncomfortable as he continued to glance between Sumire and Sarada. "You didn't have to do anything. Even while the village was under omnipotence, everyone still loved you while they noticed me, but not really. You were still the last Uchiha, ever since Sasuke-san left the village and was declared a missing ninja for helping Boruto-kun escape." Sumire laughed bitterly. Himawari rushed forward, buried her face in Sumire's shoulder, and gave her an embrace before anyone else could speak. "Himawari-chan," Sumire stammered, utterly taken aback by the younger girl's embrace during her outburst. Himawari begged the taller girl to wait a little while longer, refusing to let go, saying, "It's okay, Nei-chan. I understand how you feel and you shouldn't have to feel like a shadow to anyone. I promise thing will be different after Nei-chan is rescued and the world is given a chance to learn the truth. Please just wait a bit longer, okay?" With a charming smile and a few tears streaming down her cheeks, Sumire said, "You really are very sweet, Hima-chan. You are just like both the Hokage Naruto-san and the Naruto-san who just left." After her confession, she felt her heart lighten and closed her eyes while returning Himawari's embrace. When both girls felt Sarada embrace them, they both grunted. "I am sorry, not just for making you feel that way but for not being a true friend. All this time we have been aware of the truth, but I have only been focused on Boruto and forgetting you needed me as well. We needed each other and I have been guilty of forgetting that. You are one of my dearest friends after all." Sarada apologized as she hugged them more tightly. Sumire acknowledged, "Thank you, Sarada. We can move past this." The three girls continued to embrace for 5 more minutes before letting go of one another. While Himawari laughed, they stood together as Sarada wiped away Sumire's tears, causing the girl to blush at the close contact. With Hanabi grinning broadly at her former student's smile, the room became more relaxed. Kawaki hissed, but his expression was more one of frustration than anything else. He went after Boruto. No Momoshiki in his condition, he really is a fool. After observing the girl's moment, he appeared eager to shift the conversation. Sarada asked, "Where did they go, Master Konohamaru?" Mitsuki and Sumire appeared interested as well. With a sigh of relief, Kakashi surmised, they entered a special dimension for Kamui users. "I believe Naruto plans to settle things there so no one else gets hurt." When Naruto's blood appeared to clean itself off and disappear into thin air, Shikamaru raised an eyebrow at the carpet. "Is this the X-Blade's power or something else Naruto employs?" Shikamaru pondered. "Don't worry, you were too worried to notice, but despite the area he was hit in, Naruto Uzumaki was already mostly healed by the time they traveled into the portal. I am guessing even with the sword inside of him Naruto's body was healing this entire time," Ada said with an uncommon expression of worry on her expressionless face. Demon laughed as if it were his birthday, beaming with pleasure. He now that will be a fun guy to fight. He can take a beating and deliver one too," he said. With a curious look on her face, Ada put a finger to her chin and said, his healing abilities are rather remarkable. Demon glanced over his shoulder at Kawaki, who was sulking. As he chirped, Kawaki growled as he desired. He didn't even need to have his body modified by that jerk Amato or having a comma with an Otsutsuki healing them to stay alive. She said. Koji's jaw tightened at the mention of his creator at the sound of Amato. Amato is probably watching the entire thing through Kawaki's modifications. I wonder what he will do now that he still needs Kawaki's comma, or rather the data inside of it of his beloved daughter, Koji thought, anticipating Amato's explanation of his daughter. Quote, will Naruto-san be, okay. The sword went with Boruto, no Momoshiki, that will give Momoshiki access to Boruto's excellent swordsmanship. Mitsuki sighed. Quote, all we can do is have faith in Naruto. No one else can access that dimension besides him. Koji said with a sigh. Konohamaru nodded numbly as Hanabi said gravely, please be okay. If not for our sake but the people who must love you back in your world Naruto. In the meantime, Kamui's dimension. Both Naruto and Momoshiki fell into Kamui's dimension, which was a dim area with platforms that resembled Earth but also sections that appeared to be bottomless or at the very least darkened. Momoshiki slid onto a platform and fell onto his back, expecting to be dragged by time-space jutsu. Instead, Naruto turned over and landed on a platform. As he flicked the blood off, which fell into the abyss, he snatched up the sword that had stabbed him through the heart and pulled it out. When Kakashi and Obito landed in Kamui's dimension during the Fourth Ninja War, neither Naruto nor Momoshiki realized they were in the same rough position. Naruto's advantage was similar to Kakashi's. As Ada indicated, Naruto's wound had largely healed, and after the sword was taken away, the scar and hole were covered, leaving only a tiny hole where the sword had pierced his sweater. Using his right hand to grasp the sword, Naruto flicked it before running forward and landing on the same platform as Momoshiki. Naruto was in front of Momoshiki before he could stand up and orient himself. Naruto thrust the sword at Momoshiki's throat while he was still on his back. Until Naruto stopped less than an inch from his, or rather, Boruto's, throat, Momoshiki was wide-eyed at the threat. Naruto said nothing, then took a step back and drew the sword. He was ready to defend himself with the sword pointing up in his hand, but he stopped thrusting at Momoshiki. Momoshiki grinned and mockingly spoke through Boruto's mouth. What a fool you are, not Hokage. You had a real chance to end me when I landed on my back. Was it sentiment or weakness that prevented you from slaying me? As he literally patted himself on the back before getting to his feet, Momoshiki continued, although I suppose since there is no way to kill me without killing Boruto as well, then your hesitation might make sense. Taking this boy as my perfect vessel was the best decision I have ever made after your other this boy killed me. Momoshiki crossed his arms over his chest and shook his neck, stretching out the kinks he had for the awkward landing. His smile was the more or less trademarked Otsutsuki smile. The X-Blade created a ripple that recorded the events in the Kamui dimension and sent it back to Konoha, but neither they nor Naruto could see it. Returning to Konoha, Kakashi cried out, wait, that's them inside Kamui, as Momoshiki and Naruto were revealed through a handy hole in the air. Shikamaru questioned, is this live? As they observed Naruto failing to kill Momoshiki, or rather, Boruto, when he had the opportunity. Since Naruto didn't seem to hear their voices, Sarada observed, Naruto-san doesn't appear to be aware we are seeing this. Ada stretched and sat back in her chair, grinning. While Demon was grinning at the showdown, Ada said with a satisfied expression, this is nice, I know Shikamaru-chan would have made me tell you a play-by-play of this using my Senrigan as it was happening. It's nice to watch something happen with my normal eyes like everyone else for once. Returning to the Kamui dimension, Naruto narrowed his eyes and said, laugh while you can, Momoshiki, but you are not getting out of here as you. I am bringing Boruto back with me, not you. Momoshiki grinned. With everyone but Koji looking worried, Konohamaru urgently questioned, wait. Momoshiki has access to all of Boruto abilities, right? Then doesn't he have access to Lord Fourth Teleportation Jutsu? In theory, it's not quite the same as the fourth or second Hokage's flying Raijin, but it was capable of traveling to the dimension where Kara kept their 10 tails. It might be able to escape back to this world through a marker. Koji said gravely. Shikamaru clenched his hand and screamed angrily, damn it. If he can just escape back here again, he can keep using Boruto body to attack us without regard of the consequences over and over again. Kawaki looked at his own comma with disgust and added bitterly, Momoshiki has that comma on Boruto's hand. He can make a rift using the Kama to access time-space jutsu like Ashiki and me. When Momoshiki saw the sword in Naruto's hand, he leapt back, landing on a different platform far enough away from Naruto to be safe. With his right hand, Momoshiki created a massive Rasengan, pointing it at Naruto, whose blue eyes indicated that he was not using any dojutsu at the moment. According to Momoshiki, who was twisting his right hand, "Farewell Naruto Uzumaki. With you out of the way there will be no one to stop me from whatever I desire." As it ripped through several pillars and landmarks on its way to Naruto, who was still grinning, the massive Rasengan was launched at him like a gigantic moving ball of destruction. As the massive Rasengan kept firing at him, Naruto said happily, "Sun says hi. I guess you wouldn't know what that means as you likely didn't bother to learn the tailed beasts' names." After forming a yellow Rasengan in a flash, Naruto changed it into a wind-style Rasengan, which then changed into the wind-style Rasen Shuriken, but he added a twist. Magma-like chakra emitted from the yellow shuriken-like chakra orb, turning molten red. Instead of adding sage chakra, Naruto shouted, "Lava-style, Rasen Shuriken," to demonstrate that he was using his own chakra that had been infused with Son Goku's Yonbi chakra. To Momoshiki's and everyone's surprise, his smaller shuriken engaged the massive Rasengan in combat before slicing through the much larger ball of chakra. Using his flying ability, Momoshiki was able to swerve away from the shuriken-like ball just before he shot skyward. Before the lava Rasen Shuriken exploded over a wide area, it sliced through a few more pillars. The heat and sheer chakra exploded, vaporizing and melting the area. In order to keep the damage largely contained within his Kamui dimension, Naruto had decided not to expand the shuriken. This is just like what Naruto used against Madara and Kagaya but not as strong. He probably held back once Momoshiki avoided the blast area. "This is lava style from the Four Tails," Kakashi and the others exclaimed in amazement. Sheesh, I know and trust Naruto-san, but that kind of jutsu makes me nervous for Boruto's safety. I know Momoshiki can absorb jutsu using the Kama, but still, if he doesn't absorb it fully, the explosion itself can still vaporize part of Boruto's body. Sarada expressed concern. She smiled as Himawari and Sumire took hold of her hands in support. Before making the special hand sign to concentrate chakra, Momoshiki snarled. Naruto crossed his arms as Momoshiki tried to fly away, his eyes growing irritated. Momoshiki mockingly said, "You are indeed powerful Naruto Uzumaki, but I have better things to do than waste me time in this lousy dimension. Farewell." While attempting to return to the normal dimension using Boruto's flying Ragen. Having trouble? You won't be able to escape with flying Ragen. Obito Uchiha had also had Kamui, and a dimension similar to this would have trapped the fourth Hokage Minato if he managed to capture him in Kamui. My father only escaped Kamui by using flying Ragen mid-transport, but once you are inside you cannot use flying Ragen to escape this dimension. At least that is what I think, as Obito certainly thought so, and Dad did seem pretty keen on not being inside of here. Although I guess Obito didn't know that flying Ragen marks don't vanish even if the user dies, so he isn't exactly the expert on flying Ragen. Naruto explained cheerfully as Momoshiki continued in vain to transport to a marker in the normal dimension. N7. As Momoshiki glared at him but gave up on attempting to teleport out there, Naruto grinned and said, "But I think we can conclude, at least for you, you can't use Boruto's flying Ragen to leave this place. It's just you and me right now, Lord Momoshiki." Momoshiki hardly had time to seize a kunai and deflect Boruto's sword before Naruto hurled it at him. Momoshiki grabbed the sword and swung it a couple of times as it swung in midair. Momoshiki pointed the sword at Naruto, who was shining despite the lack of light, and said, "This reminds me of that damn Uchiha brat a bit too much, but I will gladly use his sword. You and him are friends, correct? Then it will make me even happier to slay you in the body of your other self's beloved son using your other's best friend's sword." A sword materialized in Naruto's arm from smoke as he flicked his wrist, looking unimpressed. When the smoke cleared, Naruto's sword, a basic black dado with a cross guard and a short black chain, was visible. The silver keychain, shaped like a heart, was at the end of the black chain, which was only about 2 feet long. Strangely, the black keychain was contrasted with a red outline in the shape of a heart. Unbeknownst to everyone else, the red was the same shade as Kairi's red hair. Naruto said affectionately, "Not quite a keyblade, but something that can remind me of Kairi." While Naruto was preoccupied with his sword, Momoshiki hurried forward and swung Boruto's sword in an attempt to sever Naruto's head. With an almost lazy but graceful one-handed swing, Naruto effortlessly batted away Momoshiki's quick swing without looking up. They went on in a succession of quick swings that seemed to be merely blurs. Boruto's and Naruto's swords, respectively, created an almost artistic tapestry with the contrast of silver and black. Momoshiki taunted Naruto by forcing him into a blade-to-blade gridlock with one hand, saying, "Why give back this sword, Naruto Uzumaki? I have proven I can make you bleed with this sword, and that means I can kill you with this sword." On the other, he tried to stab Naruto in the neck with a kunai. In response, Naruto ducked beneath the blow and struck Boruto in the shoulder with an open palm with his free hand. Naruto turned on his foot and kicked Momoshiki in the side after he grunted in agony. Momoshiki was thrown backwards by this, but he was able to hold on to Boruto's sword. Naruto returned to a standing position with his foot extended from the kick and flicked his sword a few times, as if to test its weight. With the rest of his hand resting on the guard, Naruto used his right index finger to point at Boruto. Momoshiki instinctively placed Boruto's sword in front of his chest. This made it possible for him to block the almost undetectable wind blade that was pointed at his chest. Using his Byakugan, he was able to see the wind chakra, but this caused him to fall farther back from the blade's impact. Naruto sighed as he looked up at Momoshiki, who had recovered in midair and hovered using the Otsutsuki flight ability. "Don't think of it as charity, Momoshiki. I just want you to be on your feet as I defeat you, and that means you should have your best chance to defend yourself. I am not particularly sadistic and I honestly do not like to hurt other people. So, your options are either beat me to escape or get beaten and removed from Boruto. I may not be able to teleport out of here, but I can travel to different dimensions with a Kama Rift. It is not as instantaneous as the teleportation jutsu, though. I'll require a diversion. Damn it, I can't use any hostages in this empty space." Momoshiki, a Byakugan, searches the area with his right eye for anything he could utilize to his advantage. In a flash, Momoshiki collected chakra and changed it into lightning style. As blue lightning gathered in his palms, Momoshiki yelled, "Lightning style, thunderclap arrow," and hurled the lightning at Naruto. It was significantly larger than usual because it was in a fully manifested state with complete access to the Kama and Otsutsuki's power. Naruto looked up as it poured down at him, but it was many times bigger than him. Naruto formed one-handed hand signs with the hand on the guard itself while glancing at his sword and nodding. "Those signs, that stance, he is using," Sarada exclaimed, keeping up with hand signals while watching the battle with her 3-tomo Sharingan active. Although she was unable to see the hand signals directly, she was able to connect with him because she could see that he was developing lightning-style chakra. Naruto whispered, "Chidori, this for you, Sasuke." Blue lightning struck his blade, electrifying it and giving it the same strength as the Chidori. Utilizing the electrified blade, Naruto effortlessly sliced through the thunderclap arrow before quickly swinging it to neutralize the explosion. Sarada and Mitsuki gaped at Naruto's deft use of Chidori, which was on par with Sasuke's, while Kakashi watched with pride. The Naruto I taught never learned to use Chidori. It was not his style, and to be honest the Rasengan was both stronger and more to his style. However, it's not surprising this Naruto learned and can use Chidori. Kakashi said with a grin and pride. As Kakashi laughed, Konohamaru asked inquisitively, "What do you mean, Lord Sixth?" "As far as I know only you, Sasuke-san and Sarada can use the Chidori. I created the Chidori to protect my comrades and the fact I failed to add lightning style to Rasengan properly. However, to use the Chidori correctly you need the Sharingan or you will get tunnel vision and be unable to counteract while charging. While I had Obito's left eye this was non-issue, but now that I don't, I cannot safely use the Chidori. Since Naruto has demonstrated he can use the Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, and even the Rinnegan freely. That means he has more than enough tools to use Chidori like Sasuke can." Kakashi clarified. While Naruto was busy distributing the thunderclap arrow, Kawaki yelled, "Hey wait! Where is that jerk Momoshiki?" As the window revealed that Momoshiki had taken off. Momoshiki held the Kama in front of him with his right hand while he was in the air. Blue chakra poured out of the Kama on his palm, and he grunted. To everyone's surprise, including Momoshiki, the blue chakra quickly developed into a Kama Rift. As Momoshiki entered the Kama Rift, he said, "Well, it seems you cannot block this one, Naruto Uzumaki. Farewell. I think I will pay Kawaki a visit. I still need a sacrifice to create a true god tree and chakra fruit after all." After entering the rift, he disappeared along with it. As he assumed a stance with his arms in front of him, Kakashi exclaimed, damn it. So he can use a Kama rift inside of Kamui. We need to be on our guard as he could teleport in here at any time. With Boruto's power and a lack of morals we might be in trouble. Kawaki looked around, expecting Momoshiki to show up any minute, and he growled. Fuck this, I will keep my word and put an end to Boruto for good if Momoshiki is the one to emerge from the rift. Kawaki gripped his fist angrily and swore to himself, sorry bro, but all Otsutsuki have to die. Shikamaru said, wait everyone. Look at the screen and at Naruto. As Naruto appeared in the window, grinning slightly. I'm sorry, Momoshiki, but you won't be able to escape me that easily. Naruto shook his head and shut his eyes. As Momoshiki staggered out of the rift and landed on his butt, a fresh blue Kama rift suddenly appeared a short distance from Naruto. Momoshiki stood up and swung his sword at Naruto, who was still grinning while keeping his eyes closed. What is this? This is not where I sent the rift. Why am I back here in this damn space? He yelled angrily. With his eyes closed, Naruto countered Momoshiki's swing with his own sword, joking, "Ah, did you miss me, Momoshiki? Maybe that is why you came back." Then, on the spot, Naruto turned and thrust his sword at Momoshiki, who cocked his head to the side, only slightly cutting Boruto's cheek. However, Momoshiki was unable to avoid Naruto's left-handed gut punch before Naruto kicked him away. This caused Momoshiki to hover in midair and take off once more. As his natural healing ability healed the cut on his cheek, Momoshiki wiped the dried blood off his cheek and demanded, "Answer me, you peasant. This ability should allow me to travel anywhere even if I was trapped in another dimension." He glared at Naruto, who opened his eyes, while panting from the gut punch. In addition, Naruto used his arms to demonstrate the size of the dimension. "Oh, sorry I wasn't clear before. Inside my Kamui dimension people cannot escape. You can still use your time-space jutsu inside my space but you cannot escape using them. So you did create a Kama rift but since you were inside my Kamui dimension the rift just redirected you back into the dimension." The group back in Kohona sighed with relief, and Koji sighed to indicate that he understood, while Kakashi tapped his chin. "Ah, I see, so that is what happened. Boruto version of Flying Rajan is truth be told a completely different jutsu than Lord Fourth and Lord Second's. It has almost identical results but it is not the same jutsu. He teleports to metal objects with his chakra but to teleport to long distances he uses metal objects with shapes to accurately go to specific targets." Koji clarified as Kakashi gave him a curious look. "I see. So Momoshiki failed to use Boruto's Flying Rajan because he was trying to teleport outside the dimension to a marker which is sealed away. While the Kama rift was able to open because it doesn't need a specific marker. This is just like Obito's Kamui dimension which only his eyes can enter or leave." Kakashi looked at Sarada with a grimace. Sarada instinctively touched her under her eyes and said, "Wait, does that mean?" Surprisingly, Momoshiki complained, "You damn brat. You were cheating by entrapping me in this place." As Naruto arched an eyebrow. Momoshiki glared at Naruto, his eyes flashing with rage. "Your jutsu still works as long as you don't try to leave this space with them. I don't know why you are complaining, Momoshiki. All I am doing is keeping us here to settle things." Naruto shot back. Momoshiki threw a shuriken a few feet away from Naruto as he approached him. When Naruto flicked his sword once, a noticeably yellow wave of wind chakra emerged from the blade and flew in Momoshiki's direction. Rather than block the wave, Momoshiki made the hand signal before disappearing. When Momoshiki got to the point where he threw the shuriken, Naruto turned his head behind him. Momoshiki pondered, "Ah, I see, so you were not lying, Naruto Uzumaki. The vessel's teleportation jutsu does still work on objects marked inside the dimension. I simply cannot go to anything marked outside of this place. The real question is how to escape this place." He then turned his attention to Naruto's eyes, which had reverted to their Mangekyo Sharingan state with spirals shifting. Momoshiki's eyes narrowed as he pointed at Naruto's eyes, and Naruto explained, "All right, I will give you a silver lining. The only way to leave this place is with my eyes. I can leave here with Boruto once you are gone for good, Momoshiki." Naruto nodded in agreement as Momoshiki shot back, "Or I can simply kill you or pluck out your eyes myself. This vessel should at least have compatibility to use eyes like them even if it's just enough to open the portal back to the normal realm." Momoshiki gave Naruto a mocking, challenging smirk and warned, "That is another option, however I should tell you that if you are going to take an eye you better take the other one as well. 'Cause if you leave with me one eye, I can find you no matter where you go." "All right then. So, The contest begins. Either you somehow beat me or I take your eyes to escape. Since you cannot beat me without killing Boruto, I would say I have the advantage, especially as I can kill you without destroying the eyes I need first. Momoshiki acknowledged that Naruto was just shrugging. Naruto just said, I wonder about that, Momoshiki. After making hand signals, he fired a barrage of wind bullets at Momoshiki, who just flew around them. Before long, Naruto and Momoshiki seemed to be little more than blurs as they both flew and repeatedly collided, sending shockwaves that destroyed nearby pillars. Konohamaru sighed and slapped a hand across his forehead. Why did Naruto tell Momoshiki the only way to get out? Now Momoshiki will be actively trying to kill him and taking his eyes for himself. Konohamaru was frustrated. As Konohamaru winced and quickly apologized, Himawari yelled, "Stop talking like that. Papa won't lose. He promised he would bring Boruto back here and he will. I believe in him, Pa." They watched the two Uzumaki fight repeatedly in the air, appearing to be little more than blurs, and Kakashi insisted. Naruto might act stupid but isn't a fool. He has a plan. It's almost like he is leading Momoshiki on. To what extent has Boruto progressed? Although this is Momoshiki, his powers are derived from Boruto's body. How far are you going to go? As he watched a monster he knew needed to be defeated take control of his adopted brother, Kawaki pondered. These eye powers appear to be different from Sasuke Uchiha's, though I'm not exactly sure how they operate. His eyes most likely send things or creatures in and out of this dimension because we were sent there. As he repelled a blow from Naruto's sword, Momoshiki reflected, so he probably cannot use them against me while in here, as that would only send me back into the real world. Plus, Momoshiki thought as his Byakugan watched Naruto's every move, especially since there was only one of him to watch because he wasn't using any kind of clones. The Byakugan could still be used to analyze a person's fighting style, but it was not as good at predicting movement as the Sharingan or Mangekyo Sharingan. His blows are intended to incapacitate rather than kill the boy because they target non-critical areas. Even if he uses that eye ability to send only portions of Boruto, rather than his entire body, to the real world, he still wants to preserve the boy as much as possible. The whole purpose of saving him would be negated if he had to disfigure the boy by removing his arms and legs, for example. Momoshiki wrote, mocking the notion of saving Boruto by taking him out of the coma, so that jutsu won't work here, or at least he won't use it the way it was intended. Following a frenzied volley of sword slashes, Momoshiki and Naruto slammed their arms together. More pillars were destroyed by the shockwave the impact sent around them, but the surroundings were not greatly improved because the entire dimension was empty save for platforms and pillars. Even though Kawaki and Boruto had improved, Demon still thought he was on a level above them. How lame. They are just clashing normally. Where is the explosions and wow factor? Sure, they could still beat all of you at this level, but someone like me, this isn't very exciting. Demon showed off. Sumair merely gazed warily at the formidable cyborg, while Himawari and Sarada glared at Demon for his remark. To her annoyance, Konohamaru shook his head, preventing Hanabi from slamming her hand onto Demon's head. Kawaki continued to concentrate on the battle itself, ignoring Demon. While Koji paid no attention to the cyborgs, Mitsuki had to take several deep breaths to relax. With the exception of a slight hiccup in her voice, Ada's expression remained aloof. Demon, please be a bit more sensitive to the subject. It is still Boruto and the other Naruto. Either of them getting killed would be heartbreaking. Demon just pouted and remained silent. Shikamaru and Kakashi shared a glance that suggested they both felt something was wrong. This is odd. Even if you cannot see, but Naruto's Kamui dimension should he full of chakra rods and other things he has stored there. Yet Naruto has intentionally avoided using anything to incapacitate Momoshiki and has just thought him using whatever needed to counter Momoshiki attacks. Kakashi noted, remembering Obito's fighting style using Kamui. I agree. Naruto is oddly fighting defensively. If what he says is true and can beat the god trees, then he should still be stronger than Momoshiki even if he in control of Boruto's body. It's almost like he is waiting for something to happen. Shikamaru sighed. As they watched Naruto race around multiple massive Rasengans without attempting to counter or cancel them out, Kakashi added, he isn't using Six Paths powers and yet is still holding his own. No, rather he is controlling the flow of the battle and making Momoshiki play to his tune. Every time they clashed, Sarada noticed Himawari wince, so she comforted herself by holding her hand. I know it's Boruto, and although isn't Lord Seventh, Naruto-san is someone we can trust, so watching them clash is breaking your heart, but I trust Naruto-san to end this without taking Boruto's life. Sarada told Himawari softly but with a confident look in her eyes. Hanabi and Konohamaru grinned at the exchange as Himawari nodded and returned the older girl's hand squeeze. It's the same with you Sarada, but you are being brave for Hima-chan's sake. Sarada noted silently as she watched Sarada breath hitch once in a while when Momoshiki had to use his sword to brace himself from a particularly powerful shockwave. Koji's eyes were constantly moving as he tried to keep up with the speed of Naruto and Momoshiki's battle, and he was staring at the screen with a blank expression. This conflict is unlike anything I have ever anticipated. In all of my visions, Naruto Uzumaki has not shown up. As his 10 directions Shinjutsu proved ineffective since Naruto's birth, Koji thought, so, he really has the ability to alter fate, and I can't help but believe he will lead this world to the most happy future than Boruto and I ever could. Silently, he was happy to be free of the burden of a future he wished to alter and to be able to live in the present while experiencing the next event. Naruto meanwhile had managed to capture Momoshiki's left hand using his right hand as Momoshiki looked at their joined hands with narrowed hands. As Naruto used his free left hand to block Momoshiki's attempt at a counterattack, he made a number of hand gestures with his combined hands. Then, before kicking Momoshiki away, Naruto repeatedly kneed him in the stomach. Naruto collected chakra by using the combined hands in the same way as other hand signs. Gazing at Momoshiki, who had recovered onto a different platform, Naruto leapt into the air. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. Naruto exclaimed, inhaling deeply and exhaling. Momoshiki was encircled by several dozen medium-sized balls of fire that erupted from his mouth. While Momoshiki used his Byakugan and surveyed his surroundings, a dozen fell straight at him. He put Boruto's right hand in front of him since he realized it would be hard to avoid them. He revealed the Kama by opening his palm. As the fire balls fell toward him, he used the Kama to absorb them. Unbeknownst to Momoshiki and the group observing, Naruto's right Mangekyo Sharingan momentarily transformed into its Rinnegan form. Momoshiki was absorbing the fireballs when Naruto abruptly disappeared and reappeared behind him. Naruto was already holding a Rasengan and pointing it at Momohiki's back. Naruto stopped a foot away from Boruto and collapsed, staring down at his chest in disbelief. Cough. How did you? He snapped. Momoshiki somehow inserted Boruto's sword into Naruto's chest as he was running, causing the audience to gasp when they saw it protrude from Naruto once more. When Momoshiki channeled purple lightning through Boruto's sword to increase its cutting power and burn Naruto from the inside, he coughed and heard a sparkling sound. With one hand covering his mouth and the other beneath the blade piercing him, Naruto was compelled to disengage his Rasengan. As he finished absorbing the remaining Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Momoshiki grinned and boasted, surprised Naruto Uzumaki. I would have thought you understood that the back of a human is their most vital spot. I knew you would eventually attack my back, so I sent chakra surrounding my back so my Byakugan could sense it as soon as you approached. It was easy to get Boruto's body to send his sword into your chest as you dash. Putting both hands on the sword guard that was transferring his chakra through the blade, Momoshiki sent even more chakra into Naruto through his purple lightning, causing him to cough and fall to his knees. Why you little, he exclaimed. Before removing the blade, Momoshiki carefully made it as painful as possible by pushing it deeper into Naruto, causing him to bleed more. As Naruto looked feebly up at the cocky Momoshiki, this pushed him to his knees. Naruto appeared to be about to faint, and his eyes had gone back to being blue. As he flicked the blade off Boruto's sword, Momoshiki taunted, now to get those eyes of yours like you suggested, but I don't need the rest of you. I better slice everything above your neck off just to make sure you cannot follow me. Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki. Himawari cried out, Papa, we need to help, he could die in there. As she appeared prepared to leap through the window, even though it was only a screen. Kakashi gripped his fists in rage and resentfully admitted, we can't. No one besides the user of Kamui can enter that place. If only I still had Obito's eyes I could probably get there. Sumair yelled, Naruto-san. Get away, come back, as they saw Momoshiki advance. Momoshiki yelled, die, as he swung Boruto's sword with the intention of severing Naruto's head with a single blow. The blade nearly struck Naruto's head, but he smirked when he opened his eyes and saw that his Mangekyo Sharingan state had returned. Momoshiki persisted in slashing despite this. Boruto's sword was about to reach Naruto's neck when his eyes began to pulse. A reddish-orange shield in the shape of a humanoid figure that materialized as a ribcage stopped Boruto's sword, causing a clang sound to reverberate throughout the dimension. He can use it with his eyes," exclaimed Kakashi, who had learned about the ability from Sasuke's interactions. "What is that? Something is protecting Naruto-san," Sarada shouted in surprise, having never seen a Susanoo. "AN8. Earlier. I don't care what it is. Go Papa," Himawari exclaimed when it became clear that Boruto's sword couldn't cut through an unfinished Susanoo's ribcage. Momoshiki tried to cut into the strange humanoid construct by channeling purple lightning into the sword, but to his annoyance, the construct was unaffected by a full power swing that only made a clang sound when it struck. Thinking there must be a weakness in the construct, Momoshiki snarled as he leapt back and tried to fly behind Naruto. "Damn it, how is he still so powerful? I'm certain that I struck Boruto in the right place with his sword, and I even directly charged his body with a tremendous amount of lightning chakra. Something like this must have been hidden even after his insides had been boiled and fried. Oh no, that annoying blonde." Frustrated, Momoshiki thought. In an attempt to break through the construct in what he believed to be its weak spot, Momoshiki ran behind Naruto and concentrated his chakra to create a massive Rasengan. Despite colliding with the rear of the Susanoo rib cage, the massive Rasengan was unable to demolish the structure. Susanoo and Naruto were unharmed in the rib cage despite the massive Rasengan causing a huge explosion. Momoshiki was grabbed by an arm that formed the construct before he could escape. Momoshiki yelled, "What is this?" as Naruto used the arm to bridge him back in front of him so he could meet his eyes while squeezing the rest of his body. "Sorry Momoshiki, but when someone thinks they have won is also when they are most vulnerable. They think only of victory and let their guard down like you did," Naruto said as he got up. With the orange chakra a different shade than the reddish-orange Susanoo, Naruto created a version 1 cloak with 9 tails behind him. The wound on Naruto's chest hissed and smoke appeared out the wound as it started to instantly heal from the power of Kurama's chakra in version 1. Even though Kawaki, Ada, and Demon were much quieter than the rest of the group, who were openly applauding, everyone in the audience let out a sigh of relief. Kakashi, who appeared to be on the verge of a heart attack from the excitement, sighed with relief and said, "I can never get over how effective Naruto can heal, especially when he uses Kurama's chakra in conjunction with his natural healing." As he struggled in the Susanoo's grasp, Momoshiki yelled, "Let go this instant. I will not be restrained by such a lowly creature." He was able to somewhat wriggle around in the Susanoo's hand because his strength had increased Boruto's post-training strength. "I apologize, Lord Momoshiki, but that won't be sufficient," Naruto said, spinning his Mangekyo Sharingan and letting out a burst of chakra. The Susanoo, which was only marginally larger than Naruto when he was in his ribcage form, suddenly grew to be a humanoid Susanoo, with the Susanoo serving as his shield and Naruto in its head, now functioning as its brain. As he refrained from using a complete body Susanoo, which would have been far more powerful, Naruto remarked, "This isn't its true form, but for you it's more than enough, Momoshiki. You won't be able to escape. It's called the Susanoo, the ultimate shield and sword of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Its ultimate ability." Momoshiki grunted as he tried to focus chakra to teleport away, revealing, "Damn it. I won't let you keep me bound like this. You forget I can use time-space jutsu inside this space. I have a few of Boruto's markers littered around him." Shikamaru angrily remarked, "Damn it. Even in the Susanoo grasp, if he can focus chakra he can escape." Naruto then grinned. With its 9 tomo arranged across the 3 inner rings across the pupils, Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan changed into its Rinnegan form. With his thumb over his pinky and fourth fingers and his index and middle fingers raised, Naruto's right hand made a partial hand sign. Then, as he looked at Momoshiki, who had been raised by the Susanoo's hand to about the same height, he balled his right hand into a fist. Before he could take advantage of the relaxation in the hand holding him, Momoshiki was restrained by silver chains that emerged from Naruto's left palm. The Susanoo hand twisted around Boruto to prolong his servitude after the chains completely encircled his body, preventing him from moving a muscle. As Naruto's Rinnegan stared at him icily, Momoshiki hissed, "What is this? I can't teleport or form chakra." He was unable to form the chakra to get away. Momoshiki continued, "Damn Rinnegan. Those eyes always are a bother." Naruto sighed while holding onto the chain that bound Momoshiki. Naruto sighed wearily before his face became determined. These chakra chains were once used by Obito Uchiha to enslave the tailed beasts and force them back into their former Jinchuriki revived using Edo Tensei. To be honest, I don't like using them, but for someone pesky like you Momoshiki I will make an exception. As his own chakra flowed through his chakra chains into Momoshiki, who was rendered immobile. Naruto explained, the chakra rods I used to control and restrict Code's movements are derived from the outer path of the Rinnegan. These chakra chains are also part of the outer path. The chains can control and restrict a target movement and regulate your chakra. So you won't be able to escape or mold chakra right now. Hanabi and most of the audience cheered, "Go Naruto. Show that creep who is boss." But Kakashi and Shikamaru had worried expressions. With everyone looking uneasy at the actual question, Shikamaru asked the elephant in the room, "The thing is, even if Naruto keeps Momoshiki bound, the fact is how will he remove Momoshiki from Boruto without killing them both? I honestly would leave you alone if you and Boruto could live in harmony like Kurama and I, but I know in your heart that you will never change. I am separating you two for good," Naruto said after displaying a moment of indecision. Then, with a maniacal laugh, Momoshiki gave Naruto a sly grin. Nice words. Sappy words, but words that could change a human's heart. However, the fact is you can no more remove me from this vessel than you can keep Boruto alive afterwards. If you will not kill him, then you will never rid me from this world. Go ahead and bind me. Eventually your chakra will run out and I will grab those eyes from your head," Momoshiki said with a smirk. Naruto placed his right hand in front of him, palm facing forward, and explained, "Human path, it can remove a soul from a body. Normally it's used to extract intel, but it does allow someone to remove souls without damaging the body at all." Since Naruto was still in version 1 mode, a yellowy-red chakra arm spun from him before Momoshiki could add anything more. The arm leapt from his hand and sped ahead until it came to rest on the Susanoo arm. Everyone was taken aback when the arm passed through the arm and entered Boruto's chest, and Momoshiki screamed in shock. As the chakra arm materialized, Momoshiki cried out, "Even if you remove my soul from this vessel, all you will be doing is killing Boruto as well. You cannot remove my soul tied to his." He winced in agony. Naruto pulled his right arm back, grinning at him. Something was pulled out of Boruto as a result of his chakra arm beginning to re-emerge into him. In the shape of a human the same size as Boruto, it appeared to be blue chakra. A Fuger suddenly materialized behind Boruto, and as it peered down at itself, Boruto was shocked. Kawaki yelled, "Is that Momoshiki? Is that his soul getting pulled out?" As the figure of Momoshiki seemed surprised to be manifested in this manner. Shikamaru observed that Naruto was pulling his arm back while the figure of Momoshiki was being pulled along with him. "We can see it. It must be a physical representation caused by the Rinnegan pulling it out of Boruto, they said. As if clinging to Boruto's body in his spirit form, Momoshiki exclaimed, "This cannot be happening. I will not be pulled out of my vessel. I have waited for a vessel like this for so long. I will not let this be the end." Quote, "You lose this tug and war, Momoshiki. I can remove just you and you will be gone forever," Naruto exclaimed, forming a shadow clone that appeared to replace him in using the Susanoo arm and the chakra arm to hold Momoshiki in place. Then Naruto changed from the version 1 cloak into 6 paths Sage mode. He created a second chakra arm and used it to seize the chakra arm attached to Momoshiki's soul. Then, as Momoshiki lost control of Boruto's body and was being drawn quickly in Naruto's direction, he pulled with much more force. "Do it, Naruto-san!" yelled Sarada. "You got this, Naruto-san!" Sumire continued. "Papa, Boruto!" Himawari cried out, her face streaming with tears of happiness. They added, "Come home." Shikamaru and Kakashi. Hanabi and Konohamaru exclaimed, "Boruto!" with fervor. Mitsuki exclaimed, "Boruto!" with a rare display of unadulterated emotion. Koji nodded in agreement, and Demon simply grinned broadly. "Prove that we have faith in you, Naruto Uzumaki." With a faint smile, Ada thought, "Do the unthinkable and wipe the stain of Momoshiki from this world." Kawaki, meanwhile, was staring in shock before feeling guilty after witnessing Boruto's unconscious body being taken away from Momoshiki. After gaining complete control over Momoshiki's soul, Naruto threw it skyward. Then, in the shape of shuriken, he sent 2 of his truth-seeking orbs that hummed and spun. They glowed purple and flew in the direction of Momoshiki's defenseless soul, appearing to be 2 enormous shuriken of destruction. Despite his growl, Momoshiki made the decision to say his final words before leaving. "Naruto Uzumaki, you might have defeated and ended me. I cannot see your fate even with my Byakugan, but I will give you one last warning for defeating me. I can tell deep in your heart that no matter where you go there will always be a hole. Nothing will ever fill that gap no matter which world you go to or how many people you save. Your fate is to be alone. Momoshiki screamed with joy as the truth at him. Before they detonated a tremendous explosion, the truth-seeking orbs cut Momoshiki's soul in three. As Naruto's shadow clone was shielded by the humanoid Susanoo and his true self, who was in Six Paths Sage Mode cloaked form, was shielded, the explosion illuminated the Kamui dimension. As the light faded, the audience had to shield their eyes for a minute. After Momoshiki gave a final cruel cry of agony, it became evident that his soul form had vanished entirely. Naruto nodded to his shadow clone, who disappeared in a cloud of smoke, causing the Susanoo to disappear as well. Naruto's blue eyes indicated that he was not currently using a dojutsu as he powered down from Six Paths Sage Mode to his base form. From Naruto's hand, a bubble of wind chakra held Boruto up gently. There was no sign of Momoshiki possession on Boruto's face, and he was totally unconscious. Naruto nodded to himself after appearing to glance around. Naruto said, grinning down at Boruto, there is no longer a trace of Momoshiki anymore. Momoshiki Otsutsuki is truly gone now. All that is left is. Everyone simultaneously exclaimed, Boruto, while displaying a variety of happy expressions. Naruto surprised the people in the real world by turning to face them through the window. So the X-Blade gave you a viewing window. Likely as soon as I got sent to Kamui's dimension. She sure is playful, huh? I guess that saves me time explaining what happened here if you could see it live. Now I can bring back Boruto like I promised. Naruto grinned and nodded. After giving it some thought, he shrugged and gave the thumbs up. Himawari laughed at his goofy face at this, and Sumair gave Naruto a curious glance. Naruto took Boruto in his arms and allowed him to lie down. He turned over Boruto's right palm, showing the Kama was no longer there as it vanished along with Momoshiki's soul. As the unconscious Boruto appeared to smile, Naruto assured him proudly, "It's okay, Boruto. You don't need the Kama anymore. You have gotten strong without it and you can live without it." Apparently aware that the group in Kohono was still observing him, Naruto looked up and winked. Naruto yelled, "Do you believe me now? I keep my promises and make miracles happen wherever I go." While Shikamaru gave a playful eye roll. Shikamaru sighed while grinning broadly. "Always have to shout things out loud, huh, Naruto? We get it. You are someone to trust and put our faith behind. Sarada-chan, you will need to take care of Boruto for me. He will need you and his friends more than ever when he returns. Especially you. You love him, right?" Naruto yelled, grinning as if he could see Sarada's response. Sarada's face flushed as she screamed, "Baka not Hokage-sama. Don't say things like that out loud." Her face only became more flushed when Sumair, Himawari, Hanabi, and even Mitsuki gave her playful smiles. Sarada firmly but slightly flusteredly said, "I was going to be there for him without being prompted to. He is important to me." Sumair rolled her eyes and put a hand on her hip, cocking it to the side. As Sarada's face turned scarlet and Mitsuki and Himawari's eyes widened at the statement, Sumair continued, "I would say he is important to you, Sarada-chan. As soon as he came back to the village, even though he was considered a wanted criminal, the first thing you did was rush into his arms without a care in the world. If that isn't some sort of love, I don't know what is." Naruto smiled up at them before his face turned sincere and kind. "It's all right, Sarada-chan. People have the right to choose who they love, and I know Boruto cares a great deal about you. You will just have to take to slow and you will both find your way to each other. Only you can decide how that path goes. That's just my advice, of course. It's up to you if you want to be something more than friends or teammates." Naruto responded in astonishment. Ada raised an eyebrow and said, "Wait, you can hear us from this side? I know you can tell we were watching you, but you could hear our conversations as well." "I didn't hear you when I was fighting Momoshiki, but now that I am aware and the X-Blade is not making it a one-way signal, I can hear you as if I was standing next to you despite being in another time-space." Naruto nodded. He knew Himawari was standing there, so Naruto turned his head in that direction. As Himawari smiled and bounced a little on her heels, Naruto said, "Hima-chan. Now that your brother is himself truly and nothing else controls him, you can be the siblings you were before. That means you have to give a lot of hugs, all right? You don't need to hide your feelings anymore." Himawari smiled and said, "Oh, of course, Papa. I promise I will make sure Ni-chan will never feel alone again." Her eyes softened. "You need hugs too, Papa." The Kurama inside Himawari nodded slightly, warming her heart. "I can tell you are feeling alone despite your brave face," she thought sadly. Naruto turned to face Sumair, who blushed at his indirect gaze even though she could only see him in the mist. "Naruto-sama, You did rescue Boruto-kun like you promised, is there anything you can't do? Sumire asked anxiously, her hands behind her back as she peered down at her feet. Naruto gave her a cunning wink after his smile widened at her remark. There isn't anything I can't do to see your pretty smile. It really lights up your face when you smile or even when you blush. Your boyfriend, whoever it will be one lucky guy. He better appreciate how lucky he is. Naruto laughed. Eep, Naruto-sama, Sumire exclaimed, covering her crimson cheeks with her hands. Gazing at Naruto's winking face and playful tone made her heart race, or at least that's how it felt. This time Sarada was the one with a teasing smile as she playfully bumped her hip against her close friend. Asumir appeared to want the ground to engulf her in shame. Sarada observed, you could do worse than Naruto-san. I am just saying he does have some attractive traits. Himawari chirped, I approve Sumire-ne-chan. Which made Sumire's cheeks even redder. Naruto's tone softened and became more serious as he lifted Boruto onto his back and said, you really are rather pretty, Sumire. You shouldn't compare yourself to anyone else. Your smile is something precious to be treasured. He still gave her an eye smile. Now I am about, damn it, I guess we are out of time. Naruto was about to say before his eyes narrowed, seemingly sensing something. Shikamaru was about to inquire as to what was wrong when the group heard a hissing noise coming from the door and letters that had begun to fade away appeared on it. The glow around the door began to flow and fade, and Shikamaru questioned, what the? How is the seal and barrier around this room being undone? It requires a very specific set of hand signs that only the current Hokage knows. While the letters on the door continued to fade, Konohamaru defensively retorted, don't look at me. Even when I was under omnipotence I didn't share the hand signs despite being your aide Lord 8th. As Shikamaru glanced at him momentarily out of the corner of his eye. The village elders appeared irritated and smug as the doorknob opened, undoing the barrier jutsu before anyone else could speak. Honored elders, what can we do for you? I thought I made it clear this was a private meeting and you would not be needed. Shikamaru asked with notable edge of annoyance despite his attempts to look neutral and respectful. How they removed the seals is the true question. I am aware that, in spite of appearances, Lord 8th does not genuinely trust them, and he would not have instructed them on how to reverse the current barrier jutsu. Hanabi's eyes narrowed as he thought. When Kaharu noticed that the group had expanded since she and Homaru were expelled, she said, acting 8th Hokage. We have decided that your judgment has been impaired and thus measures must be taken. She narrowed her eyes sharply. Although his tone suggested he enjoyed speaking down to Shikamaru, Homaru asserted, this brings us no joy to act directly against the current Hokage, but Konoha must be put first, not the wishes of individuals. As Kaharu grinned, Shikamaru asked courteously but with a hint of mockery, how exactly do you intend to punish my so-called impaired judgment? You two are not exactly in your prime anymore, honored elders. As they entered the office with a dozen Anbu black ops, forcing everyone to take defensive positions, Kaharu questioned, who said we are alone? One male Anbu said, in a rather emotionless voice, please Lord 8th. Do not resist. We do not relish having to fight you if we do not have to. Shikamaru sighed after squinting his eyes. As a dejected-looking Ino entered the office, Shikamaru said, sigh. Come out, Ino. I know you were the ones who unlocked the barrier. It is the only possible to undo it from someone. I told the hand signs and you are the most likely candidate. Konohamaru and Hanabi appeared somewhat taken aback. When Ino saw Shikamaru give her a disappointed look, she looked down and said, sorry Shikamaru. This isn't personal. As Ino glared at him and clenched her fists in rage, Shikamaru remarked bitterly, Ino. I thought we trusted each other. I am disappointed you went to the elders instead of talking to me directly about your concerns. You have been acting erratic ever since Boruto came to the village. Do you forget he is a criminal and we should have interrogated him, but you didn't take him down to the holding cells? Ino stated sharply, looked at Shikamaru with fierce eyes. As she approached Ino, who was winning, Hanabi yelled angrily, I heard that Naruto saved your son's life and you repaid him by going to arrest Boruto. Several Anbu appeared prepared to arrest her. Kaharu's hand caused the Anbu to halt them. The mention of Naruto caused some Anbu to look subtly perplexed, but they remained in formation. I am a ninja of the village first before a mother and friend. I can't let my personal feelings get in the way of the safety of the village. Boruto is a threat that needs to be addressed and Shikamaru harboring him will bring misfortune on all of Konoha. Ino explained stiffly as she notably hardened her expression, making Hanabi give her a look of disgust. What took place here? The majority of people here now appeared to be almost protective of Boruto, whereas less than a day ago, everyone wanted to arrest him as well. I am aware that Boruto said something to Shikamaru, but how did he persuade the other people in this room? Was there some way that Naruto, who isn't Naruto, was involved? Despite the contradictions that Boruto had previously brought up, Ino's own thoughts were still being influenced by omnipotence. Ada looked at the corner of her eye but remained composed as she sat patiently, fighting the urge to yawn. Before they broke in, it appeared that the other Naruto had cut off the connection to his time-space. When will he return to this dimension, I wonder? Ada laughed as she thought, it doesn't seem like he is the type to hide away when his friends get into trouble. With Ada and Demon sitting in a corner, seemingly indifferent, the Anbu began boxing in Boruto's family and friends, who appeared quite uneasy as they formed a circle. Demon grinned arrogantly and teased, "Try to capture me or Ne-chan. I dare you. See what happens." The Anbu wisely chose to ignore the cyborg siblings. Despite her reluctance to use the gentle fist against Konoha ninjas, Hanabi noted with a troubled expression, "Lord 8th, I know the situation is dire but to hurt them." Konohamaru said, "I know. They are just confused but still they are our comrades after all," while batting away several kunai that were notably infused with lightning-style chakra using a trench knife. "They aren't trying to kill us. They're still attempting to capture and subdue us. It makes sense, I suppose. Whether we are traitor or not, we are still highly valued ninjas to the leaf. This is really annoying. What made Kawaki's use of omnipotence so foolish?" Shikamaru noted as half-heartedly batted away a few Senbon needles with a kunai. "Kawaki, please get away from them. They are dangerous," Kaharu ordered, knowing that Kawaki was largely reckless but not guilty of any actual crimes due to her altered memories. Kawaki hissed, "Tch. Don't tell me what to do. I do what I want," as he unexpectedly kicked an Anbu away in an attempt to seize Himawari. "Kawaki," Himawari muttered, appearing unsure of her adopted brother, who had made it apparent that he would still kill her biological brother at any time. Himawari turned away as Kawaki yelled, "Stop spacing out. People will not hold back against you forever," with an oddly tender expression in his eyes. Before rushing forward to form a triangle with Himawari against their back, Sumire and Sarada were back to back. In the meantime, Kakashi and an unmasked Koji Kashin appeared to have no trouble using simple taijutsu to defeat 3 Anbu each, demonstrating that they were both cage level for a reason. Ino was just standing there looking guilty about betraying Shikamaru, but she was reluctant to hurt her best friend and former teammate in front of Kaharu and Homaru. Suddenly, there was a tremor in the air that caused everyone to leap back, creating a distinct division in the center of the room, with Boruto's friends and family on one side and Ino, the elders, and the Anbu on the other. As Naruto emerged from the time-space ripple wearing his kamui, he reverted to his blue eyes after a brief moment in their Mangekyo Sharingan form. "Man, I leave for just Abbott and you guys already in trouble. Sheesh. Sakura-chan has called me a trouble magnet before but I feel you guys are the real magnet for trouble," he said. Hanabi exclaimed in shock, "Naruto. You came back," before realizing that Boruto was unconscious in his arms. Naruto smiled brightly and joked, Did you really doubt me? I am here to fix things, remember?" Before turning to look at the elders with a frustrated look. "Oh, you guys again. I guess I should have figured you couldn't stay away and interfere, huh?" Naruto said bluntly, observing the Anbu's perplexed yet composed expressions. Naruto rolled his eyes and Kaharu growled, "Tch. You again. You even brought the traitor Boruto with you. You are really quite the handful and pest." "Lord 7th. No, he is far too young," muttered one of the Anbu, as a few of them appeared unsure of Naruto's appearance. The Anbu saluted the elders, but his expression was unsure. "Enough. He is an enemy of the leaf. He is helping the criminal Boruto and has been shown to ignore the leadership orders," Homaru said. Shikamaru waved his right arm in front of the elders while glaring at them. As the Anbu shook their heads solemnly, Shikamaru screamed, "This is not Lord 7th but he is a guest of the Hidden Leaf under my protection as a guest. I will not allow you speak down at him like that. Sorry sir. Until we know otherwise, we must treat your judgment as compromised despite being acting Hokage. You have shown not following procedure when it comes to the known criminal Boruto. This is not personal but simply procedure," Anbu said sadly. Sarada grinned when Naruto flipped them off, and Himawari and Sumire could hardly contain their laughter at his rudeness. Despite their size, Kakashi and Konohamaru appeared resigned to the elders' indignant expressions. To the confusion of the Anbu, Naruto gently placed Boruto down by Sarada while she, Himawari, and Hanabi fussed over him. I will finish healing him in Abbott. He is just unconscious from exhaustion. It's not quite the same as a Jinchuriki losing their tailed beast, but he did lose a soul that was bounded to him for years. It's best to let him rest for Abbott, but he perfectly fine. Naruto reassured the women who were relieved. Konohamaru exhaled deeply as if his anxiety were leaking out of him. Before turning to Ino, Naruto continued to look at his friends, but it was obvious that he was aware of the glares the elders were giving him. His expression was neutral, if not unimpressed, and Ino winced. Ino, honestly, I am a bit disappointed. I thought you would hold on to your convictions a bit more. Doesn't this seem wrong to betray your friend, or do you not think this whole situation is a bit off? Replied Naruto. Ino gave him a fierce look and hurled a few shuriken, which Naruto quickly destroyed with a hand gesture and the use of wind chakra. You have no idea, Naruto. You are not even the Naruto I know. Yes, it sucked to betray Shikamaru, but I have to think of the village first. The village my son and his generation are living in. Sheltering Boruto is basically a time bomb to go off. If not us, then every other village will be hammering for his head at some point. Shikamaru is putting a target on our head that even the fire daimyo will not be able to ignore. Ino screamed with rage as Konohamaru groaned. The elders nodded their heads, but they appeared noticeably more solemn and smug than before. Yes, it appears that the fire daimyo is pressuring them to produce results in spite of their purported power. Naruto noticed their somewhat agitated expressions and said, they are just trying to shift the burden onto Shikamaru for not finishing it as quickly. Shikamaru carefully said, Ino, it's not what you think. Boruto isn't the man you think he is. She knew that omnipotence would cause her to question anything that contradicted the notion that Kawaki was the unfortunate son of Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga, who had lost both of their parents. Or the notion that Boruto was a nobody who was fortunate enough to be adopted by the Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga, only to murder them and even his adopted brother out of unappreciation. With a fierce and desperate glare, Ino turned to face Shikamaru. Ino begged Shikamaru to tell her the truth, saying, then why don't you explain it to me, huh? Don't give me that Hokage BS. I am your friend first, right? If there is something going on, then just tell me now. Please, Shikamaru, trust me. As Naruto dodged the combined taijutsu of 4 Anbu bobbing and weaving out of their coordinated strikes, Konohamaru and Shikamaru exchanged glances. Even as Naruto continued to dodge and parry the Anbu attacks, Himawari yelled in concern, Papa. As he turned his head in her direction. With an eye-smiling response, Naruto grabbed one of Anbu's arms and threw him into the other 3, causing them to grunt and crash to the ground. There isn't a need to worry. Your papa is strong after all. Me too as well. Shikamaru attempted to clarify as Ino appeared to grow even more irate, saying, Ino, you wouldn't believe me if I told you the truth. Try me, Ino yelled, glaring at Shikamaru while placing her hands on her hips. She is exactly like us. We were too obstinate to doubt our memories. Konohamaru thought sadly, it doesn't matter if we tell her, she won't believe us. With a serious expression on his face, Naruto asked bluntly, what if I told you that Boruto was actually the son of Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga, and that Kawaki was the ungrateful brat who betrayed his adopted family? Would you believe that is the truth? He's just stating it plainly. What bravery. That's pretty hot, Ada thought, blushing slightly as she admired his direct and strong demeanor. While the elders sneered and the Anbu shook their heads, Ino stared at Naruto as if he were insane. Himawari saw the distressed expressions on Sarada's and Sumire's faces as Sarada held Boruto in her arms. When Boruto awoke, his expression was stoic, but it brightened when he saw that Sarada was holding him. Sarada whispered, it will be okay, Boruto. We saw other Hokage-sama free you from the Kama. As Boruto's eyes widened, and then he smiled when he realized the Kama was gone from his palm. Everyone must have given them these looks during the 3 years that we were under Kawaki's influence. As they attempted to give Oni-chan a chance, Himawari thought sadly, making them think they were crazy. This is just too horrible to imagine seeing those looks every day. As Naruto sensed and saw a dark outline of Ada's omnipotence warping her perception along with the elders and the Anbu, Ino said dismissively, that is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. If you were trying to prime sympathy points, you could have chosen something better, Naruto. Naruto shrugged and held up his hands. Well, I tried the talking way, and as long this continues it won't matter. No matter what I said, it will sound like an excuse or lie, so there isn't a chance they will believe me. Naruto said with a smirk. Oh no, isn't Naruto going to do something out of the blue? Even though she appeared more amused than anything at her brother-in-law's counterpart, Hanabi thought. Everybody's eyes widened when Naruto said, I think this place is a bit too crowded for such serious talks. Let's go somewhere else for a bit. Koharu gave the order, arrest him now. Before he can unleash his jutsu. As the Anbu attempted to rush forward and restrain Naruto. Sumire raised a kunai to defend him and yelled, Naruto-sama. Before Naruto's grin grew. Before anyone could react, red chakra arms suddenly emerged from his back and pinned each Anbu to the ground with one hand. His hands held Koharu and Homaru just enough to keep their fragile bones from breaking, but he lifted Ino noticeably softer. His other hands gently gripped the shoulders of others, including Kawaki, who appeared taken aback by his gentle demeanor, even for him. As everyone's eyes widened, Naruto began by making a hand sign with his hands, saying, now then. Let us fly out of here. Don't worry, it will be less than a flash. Naruto concluded as the group abruptly disappeared and reappeared in an empty field. The only indication that he had teleported was a whoosh sound. He let go of his chakra arms, which came back to him as chakra. That was just like, Mitsuki observed, surprising Boruto and Naruto. The Flying Rajan Jutsu. Here is a history lesson you might not hear about in the modern books. The yellow flash of the leaf, aka the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, and my father was the most well-known user for the time-space jutsu, and many people thought he invented it. However, the truth is that it was developed and created by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju decades before. Father merely learned and refined the jutsu, with most people not knowing about Tobirama's usage. Naruto spoke as the younger crowd listened to their other word with intent and curiosity. This Naruto seems like a fantastic teacher as well. He knows how to say what people want to hear. Koji Kashin remarked with a silent smile, he can captivate people with his charisma and words alone. As he and Koharu leaned against some rocks behind them, Homaru remarked inaudibly, so, you can use that jutsu as well. The Naruto Uzumaki here never learned it despite becoming Hokage. Naruto shrugged and shot them a disinterested glance. As his eyes transformed into their Rinnegan form with 9 tomo each, Naruto said, again, I am not the same Naruto. My eyes alone should be proof I went down a different path than the Naruto who became Hokage in this world. This caused Ino to appear disoriented and preoccupied, the Anbu to gaze at him in wonder, and the elders to gaze at him even more weary. Kawaki's fist tightened as he continued to gaze angrily at Naruto and Boruto. When my brother was an evil Otsutsuki who needed to be stopped every time that other him appeared, it was so simple to kill him. Nothing makes sense, damn it. In fact, he was able to get Momoshiki out of bro. He is no longer an Otsutsuki. Now what should I do? As an image of a smiling Boruto and a menacing Momoshiki kept resurfacing in his mind, Kawaki thought in frustration. Kawaki, will he still murder Boruto in light of everything that has transpired? Or is he experiencing a moral crisis because, ever since Naruto entered the world, his entire plan to eradicate all Otsutsuki has been in ruins? Ada pondered for a moment before casting a bewildered glance downward. What would you do, Nei-chan, if they attempted to murder Kawaki after Naruto reversed your omnipotence? When it is shown that he is more of a brat than a knight or prince, will you continue to defend him? Demon saw his sister's upset expression and thought, a brat who doesn't think things through or care about the consequences of his actions. The Rinnegan, the last person to have them have all been traitors or enemies of the leaf. Nagato aka Pain, Madara Uchiha, and Sasuke Uchiha. Now even an alternate Naruto Uzumaki possesses them. Will those eyes bring nothing but destruction to the leaf? Homaru questioned sadly as Naruto rolled his eyes back to their typical blue state. Naruto said, "Tch, my Rinnegan doesn't define me. It merely something a part of me. Like Hashirama was more than his wood style. What made him Hokage was his kindness in an era of constant war, and despite his flaws he was a great man." While dodging multiple Anbu wind and earth chakra barrages. As he created an earth wall with what seemed to be a flick of his wrists due to his rapid hand signs, Naruto questioned, seems like you won't stop till you get Boruto and all the so-called traitors. Do you guys think for yourself at all, or are you like Root who only follow orders? Against his superior earth wall, this caused the volley of fire and water jutsu to collide and be destroyed. Due to their masks, the Anbu kept their faces neutral, though a few appeared to be trembling with rage, and Homaru and Koharu narrowed their eyes at the slight against their former teammates who were part of the less than secret Anbu program. Sumair gazed down at her hands as Shikamaru turned her head away in sadness. Father, Sumair thought sorrowfully, since her father was a member of Root and harbored deep animosity when the identities of Root members were made public after the Fourth Ninja War and the Danzo crimes. Sumair nearly destroyed the village once before because her father had forced that resentment on her when she was a child. Kaharu ordered the Anbu to take stances, saying, "Enough. Restrain him, and if it's not possible, kill him at once. He is far too powerful to take any risks." Shikamaru tried to order them, saying, "Stop. I command you, stand down." But the Anbu refused to comply. As Ino pulled out a kunai, she made the remark, "Sorry Shikamaru, but this is an emergency. You are only acting Hokage and you are helping Boruto. They won't listen to you anymore. This isn't personal." She was visibly distraught and disoriented. After giving Shikamaru a pitying sidelong glance, Naruto drew 4 kunai between his fingers in each hand. When Koji and Boruto realized what the kunai were for, their eyes widened. Boruto can now witness firsthand the actual flying Raijin's strength and terror. The jutsu that made Tobirama Senju known as the fastest man of his era, and Minato Namikaze feared at the yellow flash of the leaf. During a period of clan conflicts, Koji grinned. As Naruto grinned, Homaru ordered, "Fall back now. Don't group up and jump back as quick as you can." As 8 Anbu leapt off in different directions, Naruto said, "All right, you were old man's second students and you lived while dad was the yellow flash. So, you would recognize this. However, you are too late." 4 of them rushed Naruto, who smirked. Naruto used his forearm, which was remarkably uncut, to block one of them's Tonto slashes. Another Anbu entered with a Tonto infused with fire chakra, and that same Anbu flipped upwards. Naruto lowered himself so that his head and back were perpendicular to the floor. Anbu was sent flying with spirals in their eyes after he sent Anbu an elbow with a fire-infused Tano. Then he flipped up, pushing himself up with his left hand. When the third Anbu tried to slash at him while he was on the ground, he kicked him. As a result, the third Anbu was knocked unconscious and crashed into the ground, creating a crater. He used a seal-less body flicker jutsu to appear behind the first Anbu, instantly knocking him unconscious with a chop to his neck. This happened in less than an instant as the Anbu were in mid-jump backwards. About where the 8 Anbu were leaping, Naruto flicked the kunai in 8 different directions. While the rest of the Anbu were knocked unconscious by punches to the gut, Naruto disappeared and then resurfaced in the same location, leaving only a blur and 8 distinct thuds. As he glared at Ino, who closed her eyes and fell to her knees in surrender, Naruto kunai was already back in his pouch. Naruto turned to the 2 village elders, who scowled at him, and asked, "Now will you stop being a nuisance and surrender?" The elders did bow down in submission, but Kaharu resentfully said, "You boy are the nuisance. You clearly are not Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage, and yet you are poking your nose into Konoha affairs. You really are just a brat who doesn't know his place." Himawari, Sumair, Sarada, Shikamaru, Konohamaru, Hanabi, Kakashi and Boruto glared at them for that comment. Naruto simply shrugged and rolled his eyes. "I guess. However, I do find it a bit perplexing you were that gung-ho on executing Boruto without a trial. You clearly have issues with Shikamaru and Naruto, the 8th and 7th Hokage respectively. It's hard to believe you would be that heartbroken that Naruto was missing to the point you would stop at nothing to kill Boruto." Naruto replied with an expression of contemplation. Shikamaru and Konohamaru winced, realizing until recently that they were part of the public opinion. "Naruto, what are you saying? These are orders and the general public opinion on the matter." As Kaharu and Homaru remained silent, Naruto said, "I believe the Fire Daimyo and the other Daimyo are pressuring them to remove the stain of the Hokage killer, at all costs." Ada started to say something, but Naruto's quick glance silenced her. "Not that it matters. Once I rescue Naruto and Hinata, then this can all be put to bed. Of course, I release Omnipotence first before, as it will be annoying to keep knocking everyone out before I can release them." Kawaki looked at the group, his hands clenched in rage. He is the reason why everything is ruined. Boruto is too tender to take the necessary actions to protect Lord 7th, even though I know I want him to avoid becoming an Otsutsuki. Kawaki thought bitterly, demonstrating that his mindset remained somewhat distorted and narrow-minded. The elders and Ino gazed up at Naruto in disbelief. As Naruto sighed and looked at Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan form before turning back to blue, Ino demanded, "What are you talking about? If they aren't dead, then where are they? Kamui is not the only alternate dimension you can store people. Naruto and Hinata are simply another dimension, unconscious and unable to escape. It happened the same time you were told Boruto killed them and he was named as Hokage Killer. But you won't listen, so here. Naruto said as he snapped his fingers. As the elders flinched and Ino screamed, there was another flash of light. Before the light dimmed, even the knocked-out Anbu appeared uneasy for a few seconds. Ino's eyes were wide with shock and regret, while the elders were glossed over. Shikamaru, were you acting to save Boruto because you knew he was innocent? Ino muttered as she glanced up at her best friend and former teammate, who was staring down. Not quite. I took the facts along with Amando's testimony that his memories were being changed into mind. It all made sense when I considered the fact it all fit if Boruto was actually Naruto's flesh and blood child and not Kawaki. It wasn't easy to trust Boruto though, as omnipotence kept trying to change my memories back to trust Kawaki. It wasn't until this Naruto came and released the Shinjutsu on a group of us that I could truly remember and trust Boruto again. Shikamaru admitted as he glanced over at a different version of the blonde man who would eventually become the 7th Hokage, the same man who smiled amiably at her after saving her son's life. Hey Ino, so, you got together with Sai-ha. I could see it as you did have a connection even in my world. I am glad the Sasuke thing didn't get in the way of you and Sakura-chan like it did when we're kids. Naruto said before examining his left hand. As his gaze returned to Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan form, Naruto said, it seems I am getting more used to my powers as it is getting easier to remove omnipotence without too much of a side effect. Now time to get Amando, as I know he has been watching this entire time through Delta and especially Kawaki. Sarada and Boruto turned to face Kawaki, who covered his left eye with his left hand and snarled. Kawaki angrily said, "TCH, that jerk is still using my body like he always has." It seemed as though he was speaking to Amando directly. With his right eye spinning in its Mangekyo Sharingan form, Naruto said, "Found ya Amadou. Sorry, but you are going to be here for this. No hiding in the stereotypical mad scientist way." Using Kamui, Naruto disappeared in a swirl. Then he caught Amado's shoulder, startling him. They disappeared once more in a ripple through the air and then resurfaced in the deserted field before Amado could say another word. Wow, that is certainly a different experience. I have heard stories and read reports that Kara had on Obito Uchiha and Kakashi Hatake. They mentioned multiple times the infamous Kamui ability of Obito-san and Kakashi-sama, but this is the first time I have gotten to experience it personally. Another experience to log that I never thought I would be able to. Amado said quietly as he got up and touched the dust from his pants. Amado turned to face Naruto, who held up a hand to stop anyone from charging at him. Of course, even with all my resources and knowledge, I never knew there were alternative multiple worlds that would have different versions of us. Especially an alternate version of the 7th Hokage who is not only quite a bit younger but has abilities that boggle the mind like the Rinnegan. Even the ability to erase omnipotence, which should not be possible. Amado continued looking at Naruto with inquisitive. Before snapping his right fingers, Naruto arched an eyebrow. Amado blinked in bewilderment and shook my head after a moment of light. "Oh, thank you. I suppose that is you dispelling Atis omnipotence. It's like a fog has cleared. I did have thoughts on my memories being modified or changed, but now that the Shinjutsu has been dispelled, my thoughts are my own again. I am not constantly thinking of Boruto and Kawaki as each other. The discrepancies have been solved now that I can think clearly." Amado observed that Naruto was giving him a side eye. You calmly analyzing and not thinking, or the moral issues or guilt associated with omnipotence. I can see why people like Kawaki and Shikamaru have issues with you. I can also see why Kohona has use for you, Naruto said while Amado sighed. It's hard to be popular. Now what will you do with Kawaki? He has been exposed and his reasons for doing his actions are pretty much void now that Boruto-kun is no longer an Otsutsuki. Please do not kill him if possible. He still has my daughter Data in his coma and he is the only one who can revive her. Amado replied quietly as though he were discussing the climate. Ada turned to face Kawaki, who was clenching his fist in frustration in a soft growl. Hanabi said, "We should just execute him." While Shikamaru let out a sigh. Shikamaru asked Naruto, who gave Kawaki a brief glance before nodding, "I understand how you feel, especially as he is the reason why we hunted Boruto for the 3 years, but he still has Naruto and Hinata in his time-space, correct? That is the only logical conclusion based on everything that has happened and what we do know. They are in a space formed from his usage of Daikokuden. They are unconscious and they are neither aging nor requiring food or water. They are basically frozen in the same state they were when Kawaki formed a rift to capture them. He intended to release them once all the Otsutsuki are dead and let Naruto kill him for killing Boruto. Naruto clarified before raising his hand once more. As his blue eyes seemed to be as frightening as his Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto said sternly, before anyone tries anything. I need to remind you that justice against Kawaki is up to me. I am the one who exposed his crimes and therefore I get to decide how Kawaki is punished. Without me you would all still be chasing Boruto and punishing him. This is my job to punish him. Himawari whispered, Papa, I know Kawaki did something horrible but he is still family. Kawaki gave her a startled look. Naruto turned to face Boruto, who gave Kawaki a dejected look as Kawaki cast her gaze to his feet. Boruto bit his lip and looked down before looking up resolutely. Naruto asked politely, Boruto, what do you think? You were the biggest victim of what happened. Not only were you hunted but your parents were trapped by Kawaki even if it was to protect them. Kawaki was shocked to hear Boruto say, despite everything that has happened. Kawaki is still my bro. I don't want him to die or get punished for what happened. Himawari was grinning at her real blood brother, while most people were staring at Boruto in shock. Sarada sighed, but Sumire and she both grinned as if they had anticipated this. Naruto gave himself a nod. Kawaki, you probably hate me for making this all complicated for you. You had such a simple plan till I got involved. I will let you duel for your freedom. Based on how the duel goes will determine what your punishment will be. How about it? You fight in a trial by combat. It doesn't need to be the death. Kawaki replied with a smirk. Sorry, inside joke. Trial by combat is something from a previous world I went to where the accused had a champion fight to the death against the champion of the accused to determine guilt. If their champion won aka killed the other champion they would be found innocent. If not, they would die. Barbaric, but that world was pretty backwards to begin with. Naruto remarked on the confused expressions. An2. His casual disclosure of secrets like that suggests that he doesn't see the need to conceal the existence of other worlds. Kakashi was proud of Naruto for being himself. I know there are people like Danzo who would do anything to hoard that information for himself. Kawaki glanced at Naruto, then guiltily at Boruto and Himawari. Despite Boruto and Himawari's worried looks, Kawaki declared, okay. A battle is the best way to get this over with. I won't argue with whatever happens at the end. As the siblings approached him, Kawaki raised his hand. Boruto and Himawari reluctantly nodded and stood by Sumire and Sarada, who gave Kawaki a numb look. Kawaki noted solemnly, enough. I put this on myself with my actions. I have no right to pretend I wasn't being a jerk taking it all on myself and hurting you both. Demon asked his older sister, who bit her lip, Sis, are you really okay letting that not Hokage Uzumaki kill Kawaki if it comes down to it? He doesn't matter to me but I will follow your lead. With a conflicted expression, Ada whispered, Kawaki, your actions have come to bite you in the ass. Everyone jumped back as Shikamaru yelled, everyone step back. Let them fight this out. Ino grabbed the elders to help them jump away from Naruto and Kawaki. They began with a series of hand-to-hand taijutsu fights. Everyone could see that Naruto had the upper hand because Kawaki was having trouble keeping up with his panting and irritated expression. Naruto, meanwhile, batted away Kawaki's desperate punches and kicks with one hand while remaining as composed as a cucumber. With his head pounding in agony, Naruto slammed his face into the ground after swiftly overcoming Kawaki's guard. Kawaki was able to roll out of the way of Naruto's attempted drop kick, creating a small crater where Naruto's foot emerged into the earth. Kawaki tried to hit Naruto in the face with his right fist. Let's test Kawaki now. Can he get past this one? He won't die, but he won't realize it, Naruto thought, grinning in private. After successfully locking down Kawaki's right hand with his left hand, Naruto questioned, now Kawaki, what will you do now? Kawaki narrowed his eyes as he swiftly made a hand sign with their joined hands. Kawaki tried to use his sword-like transformed left arm to cut off Naruto's head, but Naruto's arm took the blow instead, and a thump was heard as the arm missed its mark. Naruto used Kawasuki and his joined hands to make multiple hand sighs while grinning. After that, Naruto kicked Kawaki out of the way and inhaled deeply. Naruto shouted, wind style, great breakthrough, as he unleashed a tremendous wind burst that hurtled in Kawaki's direction, giving him little chance to escape the wind's razor-sharp net. Kawaki swiftly made his own hand signals while grinning. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Kawaki responded with a roar and a powerful blast of red and yellow flames. After exiting his mouth, the fireball hurried to confront the wind net directly. As the wind and fire fought to overcome one another, there was a halt. The wind and heat forced the crowd to cover their faces with their hands. Incredible. Usually, fire style has no problem overpowering and assimilating wind style to make itself stronger, but Kawaki's fire style is struggling, meaning Naruto's wind style is on a different level to start with. Konohamaru said with notable amazement. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the fireball's superior elemental nature would still be defeated by the more powerful and expansive wind net. Kawaki clenched his left hand and snarled. His kama covered the left half of his face and emerged on his left arm. His left eye changed into its black eye, or Kokugan, form. This significantly increased his fireball's power, which quickly absorbed and expanded until it overshadowed the wind. Himawari yelled, "Papa, get out of there," in fear for her alternate father, who was now encircled by the expansive wind-enhanced fire net. With his right eye shifting and blinking into Obito Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto turned his head to face the group. The student's counterpart merely grinned when Kakashi asked, "Are you going to blow it away using Kamui Naruto?" Naruto turned back to face the rapidly encroaching wave of wind-enhanced fire. "Amaterasu," Naruto exclaimed as his right eye began to pulse. Suddenly, a hand-sized ball of black flames with several moving, curved branches materialized in front of him. Kakashi exclaimed, "It can't be. He can use other Mangekyo Sharingan abilities. Not just Kamui." After identifying Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha's distinctive Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, Kakashi thought to himself, "I figured the Susanoo was simply due to having the Mangekyo Sharingan in both eyes like I did with Kamui." He knew who possessed the Susanoo. Sasuke Itachi. Both Madara and he had both eyes activated with the Mangekyo Sharingan. When Boruto saw an alternate version of his father with Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan using his master Sasuke's black flames, he was equally astounded. Sarada questioned in shock, "Papa's black flames? Naruto-san can use them too." Kawaki sneered. Kawaki exclaimed, "You think that tiny black flame can match my power, huh? Then burn away," just as Naruto was about to be completely engulfed by the orange-red wind-enhanced fire. As the relatively small amount of Amaterasu came into contact with the wind-enhanced flames, Naruto responded, "You will regret that comment, Kawaki. These black flames are not ones you have had to fight before." With the exception of Kakashi, everyone was shocked to learn that Naruto's Amaterasu flames had actually consumed the wind-enhanced fire and had grown significantly larger as a result, with the black flames now matching the size of the wind-enhanced fire. Naruto-san's black flame managed to absorb and consume that much larger amount of fire. That's amazing. It was only the size of Naruto's hand and it overpowered fire that was hundreds of times bigger. Sumair stated with wide-eyed joy. Kawaki looked in disbelief at Naruto's black flames and leapt into the air. "Impossible. That should have consumed you. Damn you, I won't lose no matter what." Kawaki yelled furiously, his Kokugan pulsating as he fixed his left eye on Naruto's wall of Amaterasu-enhanced fire. "Sukunahikona," Kawaki muttered as he instantly launched hundreds of black rods at Naruto, each about the size of his arm. As the Amaterasu wall moved in front of Naruto, he remained composed. Suddenly, the black flames devoured and destroyed all of the black rods. As the black flames split apart, allowing Naruto to speak to Kawaki directly despite their distance of dozens of feet, he said, "Sorry Kawaki. These flames can consume anything they come in contact with, including other flames. Other users cannot usually burn this quick, but mine are different than Sasuke's or Itachi's." To what extent will Naruto go? Even though Kawaki has the Kama and his left eye, which allow him to absorb or reduce the flames, if you are caught in these flames, it's pretty much game over. What is Naruto doing now that he is undoubtedly aware of Kawaki's ability? With Naruto's Amaterasu wall encircling him like a shield, Kakashi pondered as he watched the two in midair. Kawaki growls, "Your flames must still be made from chakra. No matter what fancy term you use, they have their weakness." As Naruto arches an eyebrow, Naruto shot back, "Is that what you think, Kawaki? Okay, block this then." His left eye changed into the same Mangekyo Sharingan form as his right eye. Kawaki's left arm was suddenly surrounded by a new, tiny black flame that was hovering a few feet away. Kawaki put his left palm where his Kama was toward it and grinned. To his and everyone else's surprise, unlike most jutsu-based substances made from pure chakra, it was not sucked into his Kama. When the little black flames idly flew in the direction of Kawaki's left arm, he swiftly pulled it back and flew back a dozen feet. Naruto's Amaterasu was not sucked into Kawaki's Kama. Why? By all accounts it should be absorbable, Koji asked, looking perplexed. Naruto smirked as he turned to face the group. Sasuke's Amaterasu was sucked in and absorbed by Jigen's Kama, so I can understand the confusion, but like I said, my powers are not the same as Sasuke's or Itachi's even if they use the same techniques. Naruto made the point. Kawaki focused his left eye on the enormous wall of black flames enclosing Naruto, using this seemingly fleeting moment when he was lowering his defenses as his walls. As his right eye pulsated in its Kokugan state, Kawaki thought, Sukuna Hikona. I can reduce them to a size that will prevent them from touching me if I am unable to absorb them. As he used chakra to make the black flames smaller, Kawaki thought. Naruto turned back around, sighing, and was shocked to see that the black flames did not shrink at all despite being in direct visual contact with him. Kawaki growled at Naruto as he asked with a pitying expression, you tried to use Sukuna Hikona to reduce my black flames to a microscopic size, right? That way even though you couldn't absorb them you would make them virtually worthless just hovering in the air. Kawaki yelled in exasperation, why isn't it working? What makes your powers so damned weird? Naruto nearly rolled his eyes at Kawaki's immature behavior. Jigen or rather Ashiki used Sukuna Hikona to reduce the size of Koji Kashin's natural flames which couldn't be absorbed by the Kama. So, I do think using that trick was neat idea but sadly it doesn't work on me. My chakra is special even by 6 paths or Otsutsuki standards. Trying to absorb it or reduce its size just isn't going to cut it. Sorry but your time is up, Kawaki. Naruto sympathized before his face became serious. He's not kidding. Kawaki will do that. Ada's eyes went wide as she thought. Ada whispered, Demon, please, save Kawaki, to her brother, who nodded but appeared somewhat put off. Naruto's black flames changed into what appeared to be a phoenix, flapping its wings and turning to face Kawaki, causing his eyes to spin. What precise use of the black flames! To be able to shape them into such a complicated form and control such a vast amount of it at once. He is truly a master of his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi was in awe. Boruto screamed, hey, you can't use something like that. You are going to burn Kawaki to a crisp. Himawari appeared uneasy as well. Without glancing at his children, Naruto said stoically, I'm sorry, but he must be judged. This will be Kawaki's test on what will happen to him for his actions. Damn it, Kawaki snarled nervously as the enormous black flames phoenix gazed at him through its vacant eyes. Naruto's Amaterasu phoenix roared and flapped its wings as his Mangekyo Sharingan spun, and Kawaki began to take off at full speed. Despite Kawaki's advantage, it quickly flew after him. As the phoenix pursued Kawaki, Naruto exclaimed, you won't get Kawaki. Don't think your body's modified regeneration will save you. These flames will burn you to ash faster than you can heal. As the phoenix pursued him, Kawaki continued to pump chakra into his feet and use the Otsutsuki flight jutsu to fly farther and farther away. Kawaki's left eye, Kokugan, pulsated as he looked up at the phoenix and turned around. Kawaki yelled, Daikokudan, as the phoenix halted its pursuit of him and dozens of enormous black and red cubes materialized overhead. Trying to crush my Amaterasu using sheer numbers and weight. Sorry, won't wake. These flames cannot be smothered by something like that. Naruto clarified. He demonstrated his point by pointing to his phoenix. When the cubes tried to crash into his Amaterasu phoenix, it fired at them. They were immediately engulfed in flames and began to disintegrate in a black conflagration. With his blade-like arm pointed at Naruto's throat, Kawaki took advantage of the opportunity to fly at full speed at Naruto, who appeared to be paying no attention. While Kawaki continued to fly down at Naruto, Naruto's phoenix demonstrated its speed by outpacing him. While Kawaki barely avoided being smothered by the entire phoenix by flying to the side at the last second, Naruto flipped backwards in midair to avoid Kawaki's blade. But even though he tried, the phoenix's wing still caught his shoulder as it passed Kawaki. No, it hurts. Stop it. Put it out. Kawaki cried out in agony as the brief contact caused his shoulder to begin to burn and catch fire. Shikamaru shouted, Stop Boruto. This is Kawaki punishment. As he saw Boruto begin to climb, only to have Kakashi catch his foot and give him a stern look. Himawari begged, Auntie Hanabi. Please stop Papa, this is too cruel. Hanabi shook his head, looking hurt. With his Mangekyo Sharingan staring at Kawaki impassively, Naruto said, Kawaki you. Demon suddenly materialized beside Kawaki, as if he had leapt out of the sky. Despite his disgusted expression, he put his hand on Kawaki's shoulder. Immediately after Naruto raised his eyes, the black flames and even the phoenix surrounded him entirely instead of remaining attached to Kawaki. As he appeared to lose his balance and fall to the ground, Naruto was engulfed in his own black flames. As Kawaki coughed and gazed in wonder at his no longer on fire shoulder, Demon angrily told him, "Tch. Don't think too much into this, Kawaki. I am only doing this because Ne-chan for whatever reason still holds some affection for you and asked me to intervene. Don't expect it again." Demon activated his reflection shinjutsu by touching something with his palms of his hands which happened to be Kawaki's shoulder. This transferred the ability to Kawaki which automatically pushed back the flames and phoenix back to the caster Naruto. Kojo gasped. Shikamaru exclaimed, "Naruto, damn it, can anyone get the flames off of him? He is going to be consumed." With far greater care for Naruto than he did for Kawaki. Even though Boruto and Himawari were worried about Kawaki, they were still taken aback when they saw the jutsu that had been used against Kawaki consume the alternate form of their father. When Sumair attempted to rush to the fallen Naruto, Sarada stopped her. Sarada had to fight to keep her friend from getting hurt. "Don't. You will only be caught up in it. The fire seems to catch based on contact," it said. "Naruto," yelled Hanabi and Ino in alarm as Kakashi and Konohamaru squinted at the fire, which appeared to be limited to the vast region surrounding Naruto. From the black flames, Naruto casually said, I knew about the reflection ability but I honestly was a bit caught off guard to be on the receiving end of it. Congrats Demon, that is certainly a nifty ability you got there." There was no trace of pain or injury in his voice. Kawaki screamed in exasperation as Naruto slowly rose from the ground despite the black flames all around him. "You have got to be kidding. No, this is not fair. Just sit there and be burned away," is what Kawaki said. Naruto sighed and slapped his forehead in frustration. "Were you always so whiny, Kawaki? Did my other self never teach you to not whine during a battle? Imagine if you have that attitude towards the god trees when they don't simply trip and die." Sheesh. Jigen said something when Sasuke's Amaterasu. He mentioned how marvelous the black flames were but how they simply would not work on him. "I am not Jigen but I will say no matter how they are used, Amaterasu simply won't work on me no matter what is done. Not even a vastly increased reflected black flames will work on me," Naruto said with a firm hand. The wave of black flames broke instantly, exposing Naruto in his base form. After glancing at the flames, Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan snapped his fingers. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and cracked his knuckles, and the black flames instantly disappeared. "Well, now how should we proceed? I should consider this a forfeit on Kawaki part as Demon did interfere and by all rights as soon as the Kawaki got my Amaterasu on him he was incapacitated," Naruto murmured. When they saw Naruto unfazed by the unexpected reflected black flames, the great majority of the group grinned broadly. While Demon yawned indifferently, Boruto and Himawari were also grinning, but they did show concern for Kawaki, who was retreating in terror. Ada's terrified eyes were always darting between Naruto and Kawaki. Shikamaru asked gravely as Naruto turned to face him without his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, "Naruto, I am glad you were not burned, but what are you going to do? What is your justice?" With an easy smile, Naruto asked, "What should I do?" Himawari and Boruto exchanged glances and nodded. They leapt multiple times until they were in front of Demon and Kawaki, who appeared taken aback by their appearance. "You guys, what are you doing?" Kawaki asked, looking surprised and hurt when he noticed Boruto glancing at his wounds. As he ignored Kawaki's question, Boruto said, "Are you okay, Kawaki? I don't think other dad was trying to kill you, but it does seem you were pushed to your limits." Now that the Amaterasu was off of him, Kawaki's enhanced regeneration began to take effect. His burns and bruises started to heal as his skin and bones repaired themselves due to Amato's modifications to his cyborg body. Boruto turned to face his best friend neutrally, and Mitsuki screamed in rage, "What are you doing next to that man?" Sarada placed a hand on her old teammate, who continued to growl. "Mitsuki, you," said Kawaki indifferently as Mitsuki scowled at him in spite of Boruto's headshake. "It's all because of you this happened. You tried to kill Boruto. You modified all of our memories so our friendship with Boruto was transferred to you and all your crimes was put onto him. You even convinced us that hunting Boruto was the right thing to do. You deserve to die for your crimes," Mitsuki screamed while Kawaki simply. As Himawari stared at her adopted brother, Kawaki said icily, you can hate me if you want, but the fact, I am not your son, or whatever nonsense you thought Boruto was, is not my problem. Memories or not, I have never pretended I was your friend, let alone your savior. That is your own problem, Mitsuki. Baka, you are making it extremely difficult to provide any justification for your survival. Ada pondered angrily. As Sarada and Sumair gaped at his sense of forgiveness, Boruto said sadly, Mitsuki, you have every right to be angry, but Kawaki was simply acting in his own sense of justice. To protect Dad is all he has ever wanted, and to be honest, I was a danger to Tu-chan. In his mind, getting rid of me with every mean, including Konoha, was the only thing he could have done. Kawaki murmured, staring at Boruto with a noticeable sense of guilt. Boruto, you. He is actually the son of Naruto Uzumaki, isn't he? That annoying forgiving attitude is definitely a Naruto thing. Naruto thought proudly and amusedly, a tiny smile creeping at the corners of his mouth, even though he had grown up with Sasuke's traits. Papa, please, don't kill Kawaki. Just make him give back Mama and Papa, and then we can be his family. That is what Kawaki needs. Not jail or death. He just needs people to show him that life is worth living and people are good. Himawari appealed to Boruto. Kawaki looked at his left palm, where his dormant Kama was staring back up at him, and muttered, you guys. After all of this, still think of me as family. You think it's that it can go back to being that simple, huh? As everyone turned to face Naruto, who had crossed his arms and closed his eyes, Koji questioned, what do you want to do, Naruto? It is up to you after all what Kawaki faces for what he has done. I guess I still get the final call, huh? I can assume that my other, me, would still want to forgive Kawaki after all of this, right? He forgave him after he actually killed Boruto, and he was always a forgiving sap according to Sasuke. Shikamaru probably would imprison Kawaki after he released Hinata and Naruto, as that is something an advisor who was like Tobirama would do. Naruto was thinking as he closed his eyes. When Boruto regarded him with disbelief, Shikamaru shrugged. Don't give me Boruto. I already distrusted Kawaki from the beginning, and his rash actions when it comes to Naruto have proven he is a flight risk. Who's to say he wouldn't do it again if he was given a choice? However, if the Naruto I know forgave him, then I could swallow my objections like I did before. That is what it means to be advisor to me means. Shikamaru said bluntly, because Kawaki didn't seem what he said. After closing his eyes for a minute, Naruto opened them to reveal that his blue eyes had been resolved. As everyone stared at Naruto with varying expressions of acceptance and caution, Naruto declared, okay, I decided what happens to Kawaki. I have thought it over a lot, and there really is only one course of action left at this point that makes sense to my heart. As Boruto and Himawari continued to refuse to leave his side, Kawaki angrily told him, just say it. I know a lot of people want me dead, so if you going to kill me, then don't beat around the bush. Kawaki, adopted son of Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Hyuga Uzumaki. You will release your adopted parents from the Daikokuden dimension. You will tell them what you did. You will beg on your hands and knees for their forgiveness, and regardless of their forgiveness you will never raise a hand towards Boruto ever again in your life. That is what I decreed as winner of this fight and the person who revealed your crimes. Naruto said with a wide gazes. The first person to express surprise at Naruto's unexpectedly light punishment for Kawaki was Amato. That is all. You are okay with him walking free after he releases the Hokage and his wife? Amato asked. Naruto nodded and gave a slight smile to the relieved Boruto and Himawari. Yeah, I think that is enough. I never wanted to kill Kawaki, and seeing their resolve to save him despite what he did showed me that this was done with his own warped sense of justice rather than any real sense of malice. Himawari smiled at Naruto. Himawari rushed at him, putting her arms around his waist and burying her face in a tight hug, which Naruto gladly returned. I knew you were the best, Papa, she exclaimed. Though he appeared happy to see his counterpart's daughter so content, Naruto sheepishly acknowledged, hee. I guess I might be a bit too kind like the other, Naruto, but I feel in my heart this is the real choice. The choice that a Hokage who believes in people would do. Boruto smiled broadly as he gave Kawaki a light shoulder punch. Boruto scolded his startled adopted brother, saying, I guess that is that, bro. Don't waste this chance, Kawaki. Yeah, I guess I won't, bro. Kawaki responded, still visibly shocked by this unexpected turn of events. TCH. I personally find this distasteful, but I guess I did make a promise that it would Naruto's justice on what happened to Kawaki. I do owe him that, so I will keep my word and not demand any more punishment for Kawaki after he releases Naruto and Hinata. The elders, Konohamaru, Hanabi, and Mitsuki all shared Shikamaru's stern admission. Naruto nodded slowly when Kakashi said, "Hey Naruto. This is what you wanted from the very beginning, right? To get to this point with Kawaki." As he gently stroked Himawari's long, dark blue hair, Naruto said, more or less. "I wasn't exactly sure how everyone would react, but I wasn't looking to kill Kawaki." Kawaki shuddered in fear as Kakashi pointed out with a dry expression, "You do know from our view the fact that you used something like Amaterasu, which is normally something that is unavoidably a kill shot, right? You really gave off the feeling that you were going to roast Kawaki alive." Kawaki turned to face Naruto, who laughed. "Maybe it seemed that way, but I can assure you I had everything under control. I just wanted to put the fear of death into Kawaki before the end of the fight. I would have deactivated Amaterasu once he was lightly burned even without Ada and Demon jumping in at the last second." Naruto reassured the group with a bright smile. "He has a great sense of humor, don't you think? Did he really have it all planned out from the start? Whoa, this guy wasn't even concerned that Kawaki might beat him in any situation." Demon chuckled as he realized that even his intervention was only a minor detour from Naruto's original plan. Boruto and Sarada exchanged a disbelieving glance as Sumire smiled femininely and giggled into her hand. Shikamaru and Konohamaru merely sighed, but Kakashi flashed a trademark smile. In spite of herself, Ada smiled a little, and Ino laughed nervously. Hanabi and Mitsuki both nodded their heads, although Mitsuki still had a rather sullen expression. Amando and Koji Kashin appeared relieved by what had happened. Kawaki inhaled deeply several times in relief. "Papa, that is mean. If you were going to forgive Kawaki-kun, you should have said it up front." Himawari pouted, taking a few steps back and then batting her chest playfully. Before he smiled, Naruto laughed at his daughter, his alternate self, scolding him. "That was pretty tame compared to what I think anyone else would do. How else would Kawaki learn without a stern hand once in a while? Plus, he has pretty impressive regeneration abilities due to Amado's modifications, so it wouldn't last unless I was getting serious, which I wasn't." Naruto said with a stern face. "I would do the same if you were dating a boy and some brat actually thought they could get your first kiss or ask for your hand for marriage all willy-nilly. They would need to prove themselves for a chance to be part of the family." Naruto added playfully as Himawari's face turned scarlet. Himawari demanded, her face steaming, "Papa, I am still too young to be thinking of things like that. Plus, if you hovered over me, how would anyone get enough courage to think of dating me?" With everyone picturing a boy fleeing at the mere idea of attempting to ask Naruto for permission to date Himawari, Naruto simply laughed with the group. "Haha, I would say it would be a joke, but I dunno, I feel I would be a pretty overprotective father to any daughter I would have. It just feels like something I would do. Sorry Hima-chan, but keep in mind that is your parents' role in the future." Naruto acknowledged with his eyes softening in the conclusion. Himawari muttered, "Papa," as she realized once more that, despite his seemingly fatherly qualities, Naruto wasn't actually her father. Sumire muttered, "Naruto-sama," as she cast a sorrowful glance at Naruto, who seemed to share Himawari's realization. Before he shook his head, everyone saw Naruto's dejected expression. Naruto looked expectantly at Kawaki, who swallowed, and said, "I guess I got carried away a bit. Now Kawaki, I think it's time for you to keep your end of the deal and bring Naruto and Hinata back." As his left eye reverted to its Kokugan state and his kama spread across his arm and left side of his face, Kawaki muttered, "Tch. I guess I don't have a choice. Time for some harsh words. Currently in the world but in a different time-space. The leader of the sentient god trees and direct incarnation of the Ten Tails, Jura, it seems our creator code was killed. I can no longer sense his chakra anywhere and new claw marks have stopped popping up." The other god trees exchanged glances before turning to face their leader with a variety of facial expressions. Matsuri, the god tree that had evolved from Moegi, grinned arrogantly and said, "Tch, that loser. He deserved to die if he was weak enough to be killed by anyone besides us." Mamushi grinned and grunted, "Hee that wannabe Otsutsuki poser bit the dust, huh? Good we didn't need him snooping around. It was so annoying him going on and on about them like they were cult leaders." The god tree developed from Bug, an unwilling companion and accomplice of Code. Who did him in? Code may have been a wannabe, but he was not weak. It would take someone who was close to an Otsutsuki strength to kill him. Hidari said quietly, "He was Sasuke Uchiha's evolved god tree." Jura appeared to ponder for a moment before opening his eyes. Jura looked directly at Hidari, who appeared to wince a little at the sound of Sasuke Uchiha, and said, I don't know. This chakra feels similar to the Hokage Naruto Uzumaki, and Himawari Uzumaki, and I do sense the Kyuubi inside. However, this chakra also in a way feels like Sasuke Uchiha. Hidari's eyes shifted slightly, first to his arms and then to the air. That name again, the one who Sarada Uchiha wants, the one makes me feel uncomfortable even hearing his name, he said. While Mamushi smiled malevolently, Matsuri inquired curiously, oh, now that is interested as it was surprising when you felt Kyuubi inside that little girl and now you are saying someone feels like that guy. The one who helped create Hidari. Mamushi and Matsuri giggling into her hands said evilly, oh, is this guy strong then? I wonder if little Ada is being protected by this unknown ninja. I would love to see her expression as I kill this new person before I consume her myself. Jura watched as Hidari covered his left eye with his hand, seemingly experiencing a phantom pain. Jura gave Hidari a nod, then smiled amusedly and crossed his arm. As the gathered god trees turned to watch, Jura said, this new person. The feel of his chakra makes me rather excited. Something that the Kyuubi Jinchuriki Himawari Uzumaki and the Otsutsuki Kawaki and Boruto have not made me feel. Whoever this person is very strong. The issue is besides code death is that I cannot sense a single one of our claw grime brethren or a claw mark anyway near Konoha now. Whoever this new player is somehow destroyed them all including the marks on the ninja and the ground itself. That will be somewhat annoying as we cannot go directly back into Konoha. Jura said as Mamushi and Matsuri grumbled continued to appear confused. As Mamushi smiled, Jura nodded, and Hidari sighed, Matsuri declared, it doesn't matter. One of those Otsutsuki will come here one way or another, and we can get chakra fruit from that planet. Fate will deliver what we need for our continued evolution one way or another. That is our destiny and destiny finds its way eventually. Naruto and the group are back. To everyone's surprise, Naruto changed his left eye into the Kokugan and said, oh by the way. If somehow you refused to release them, I had a backup plan. His right eye twitched momentarily, almost as if he was annoyed, but no one could see it. Those god trees, TCH. I feel like they're finally recognizing that I'm here. I suppose there is no way to prevent a confrontation between us. At the very least, I should make sure that these guys are not in the line of fire first. Before turning back to the group, Naruto reflected, it's probably best to fight them in their dimension or my Kamui again. That's impossible, that eye is exclusive to Ashiki Otsutsuki. The only reason that Kawaki can use it is because of the Kama developing and evolving with the perfect vessel Kawaki. Amato yelled with an uncommon look of disbelief. While complaining, Kawaki narrowed his own eyes and glared at Naruto's with his own Kokugan. When Ashiki in this world was near death, he took over Jigen, a nearby monk, using Sukunahikona, taking over his body to heal his wounds from Kagaya. Then he placed a Kama onto him later on as a failsafe. You are all aware of this, correct? Naruto asked with a nod. Himawari and Sumair wanted to console Naruto as he said, however, my world has some ripples, so to speak, that the X-blade influencing fate, so to speak. The most notable is that my mother had twins with Kairi not being my sibling in any other world. The big change however was Kagaya had the X-blade to whisper in her ears about the danger of Ashiki coming back to life using the Kama. This empowered her to kill him so fully he had no chance to put a Kama or use Sukunahikona. While this did make it so Ashiki and by extension Jigen never survived past that day, it also increased the strength of Kagaya as a ripple. Meanwhile, before Ashiki fully faded away, the X-blade took a sample of his chakra and saved it to implant in me later on. I awakened Ashiki's Kokugan along with my Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharingan on that day, revealed. However, unlike Ashiki, I don't like using this eye very much. Although I suppose I am not a fan of using the Rinnegan or Mangekyo Sharingan constantly. I like to keep my options open. To get Hinata and Naruto, I will bear my distaste for this eye for Abbott. Naruto crossed his arms with noticeable annoyance. It's like how Amaterasu doesn't cause my eyes to bleed unlike Sasuke and Itachi. It does feel like a bit of a cheat, but even if they did cause my eyes to bleed, my body would naturally heal it, so I suppose it's not a big deal. Naruto said with a sigh. Before he could look at an empty space in front of him, Naruto's Kokugan spun as it maxed out its 8 spokes. As its power came on, Naruto's eye hummed and pulsed like a bell. Naruto uttered the simple words, Daikokudan. As a purple ripple appeared in the atmosphere. The ripple bore a striking resemblance to the Otsutsuki teleportation, which for Naruto appeared as a purple rift as opposed to the blue of Momoshiki or the red of Kawaki. When Hinata and Naruto from this world returned wearing the same attire they had worn when they were sealed inside, the ripple quickly grew. They didn't even appear to be physically different, proving that Kawaki's claim that they were stuck in time was true. Shikamaru was the first to yell, "Naruto! Hinata!" as they blinked and slowly opened their eyes. Naruto yawned and muttered, "Hinata! What happened? Wait, I remember Kawaki." He instinctively put a protective arm around Hinata, but they were perplexed to see what appeared to be older versions of the people they knew. Himawari squealed, "Papa, Mama, you are back," as she bumped into her parents, who gathered her in an embrace. With wide eyes, Naruto remarked, "Hima, you look so much older. You grew up," to his much older daughter. Himawari was enjoying being held by her parents when Hinata whispered, "You grew up so pretty, Hima. How long were we gone?" As Naruto and Hinata looked up to see a much taller, more mature version of their firstborn son, Boruto responded emotionally, 3 years. "Dad, Mom." Naruto remarked, "Boruto, you look so tall now, Dadbeo." While Boruto laughed at his father's utter tick. Boruto cheerfully replied, "I missed you both. I am glad you are back." Hinata and Naruto then got to their feet. They gathered Boruto into a huge family embrace with Himawari. As Kawaki bit his lip, Demon said, "Why don't you join them? I am sure if Boruto can forgive you then his goody two-shoes parents can too." After a few minutes of the embrace, Shikamaru started coughing. Kawaki nodded rigidly as Shikamaru ordered, "Let me explain what happened over the 3 years. Kawaki remember no funny business." While Hinata regarded Kawaki with suspicion, Naruto cocked his head in their direction. But she also nodded in response to her husband's and kids' entreaties. The 5 of them soon gave each other a long overdue embrace as Shikamaru began to clarify. As Naruto and Hinata returned to them unharmed, Konohamaru and Hanabi were sobbing with happiness. Unnoticed by everyone, Naruto gave the family a longing glance before disappearing and resurfacing on a distant tree. He appeared to be giving the family their time. The disappearance of the Naruto from another world appeared to be noticed only by Kakashi and Koji. As the pair of cage-level ninjas nodded, Demon and Ada cocked their heads toward the direction that other Naruto had gone. Ada sighed and Demon muttered, "Nei-chan. Let's just see where this goes, Demon." It appears since the 7th Hokage and his wife were already inside the Daikokuden dimension they were unaffected by omnipotence and hence they remember things as they were. It seems that the Naruto from another dimension felt like he was trespassing on the happy reunion. Ada stated with a slight sadness in her deep blue eyes. Demon scoffed and reprimanded, "Baka. He doesn't get it, does he? If anything, he is more a hero in this world than anyone else." Soon after, Kakashi discovered Naruto, or more accurately, the Naruto from the other worlds, sitting far from the others, leaning against a tree branch. Kakashi leapt up to sit on a branch across from Naruto and asked, "What's wrong, Naruto? Why did you choose to vanish now of all time? I can tell Himawari really wants you to show you off to her parents. I know they would be delighted to see you and talk to you in person." With his trademark eye smile, Naruto glanced at the joyfully reunited family for a moment before his eyes darkened, which alarmed Kakashi. "Naruto?" Kakashi inquired anxiously, and Naruto smiled sadly at him. "That's just it. Himawari's real parents are awake and so happy to see her. What right do I have to intrude on the happy reunion? Hanabi got her sister and brother-in-law back, Konohamaru got his sensei back, Shikamaru got his friend and Hokage back, Ino got her classmates back, Sarada got the Hokage she wants to become, Sumire got her hero back and Boruto and Kawaki got their parents back." With a little bitterness in his voice, he laughed. As Kakashi and Naruto looked up to see Koji standing on yet another branch to gaze down at the two of them, Naruto said stiffly, "I am just some guy who doesn't belong here who happens to look like the 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. I am not the him you guys want to be with. That isn't my family or my friends. I just don't belong." Koji reached out to Naruto, who continued to smile sadly. "You really think you are the only one who feels that way, Naruto? I am just a clone of Jiraiya-sama who doesn't have his memories and yet I still found somewhere to belong." Kakashi and Koji appeared shocked by Naruto's outburst as he panted with his raw emotions, saying, "I know however you belong in this world. I don't. I am just a traveler hopping from world to world trying to solve the problems in that world before moving on. I don't have a home I can go back to right now." As Naruto glared at them, Kakashi pushed, "Naruto, you might have to move on from this world eventually but you are here now. You surely must feel something for them and you should reach out before it's too late. TCH, that family over there, reminds me of what I gave up to travel from world to world. I gave up my chance to have happiness in my Konoha when I chose to travel across the multiverse all for the sake of everyone else and Kairi's happiness. Naruto broke down in tears. Naruto expressed his intense loneliness as Koji and Kakashi looked down helplessly. The instant I saw how happy Himawari and Boruto were to see Naruto and Hinata alive and awake, I remembered that I am the fake one here to everyone in this world. I don't really make an impact because I have to leave. I am not anyone in anyone's heart besides a passing memory once I leave. Naruto said. Naruto, I might not have been your teacher personally, but I still think of you as one of my students. After Minato-sensei, what I thought Obito death and Rin's death, my students were my deepest bond. You might think of yourself as some sort of fake because you didn't grow up here, but you are not a fake. Kakashi said with conviction. Kakashi jumped onto the same branch as Naruto and embraced him before he could speak. Before he relaxed and rested his chin on Kakashi's shoulder while tears streamed down his cheeks, Naruto winced, appearing truly bewildered. Sensei, thank you, Naruto muttered as Kakashi gave him a hug that was obviously helpful. When Koji glanced down from the branch, he saw that everyone on the ground was shocked and wearing a variety of guilty expressions. Koji said, it seems that hearing Naruto's words makes them realize that their tearful reunion made Naruto feel like he was just a tool that could be discarded as soon as the real Naruto and Hinata were awakened. He then turned to Himawari, who was crying and had her hand over her mouth. In particular, Himawari Uzumaki has acknowledged that she also views Naruto of the other worlds as her father, but she seems to have cast him aside after the release of her real father. Koji nodded to Boruto, who sighed, and continued, I never want to see the guilt of an innocent child again. I guess from his point of view, despite what we intended, we were kinda jerks just forgetting he was standing right there when we forgot about him to focus on you guys. Shikamaru said as he rubbed his head. Hinata and Naruto from this world exchanged glances as they noticed Himawari's appearance of guilt. Naruto asked his wife, who nodded, I guess we should get to know the guy who saved us and our children, Hinata. That's right, Naruto-kun. I am not sure about the other me, but I have a feeling that she is waiting for him no matter how many worlds he is going through. Hinata said with conviction. As Naruto from this world appeared ashamed at his wife's remark, Hinata continued, any version of me who is like me would fall in love with the same guy as long as his core was the same as Naruto-kun. As their parents were embarrassed, Boruto and Himawari smiled and giggled, respectively. Himawari's teeth suddenly became more like fangs, and her whiskers grew larger. Himawari's Kurama cautioned, Naruto. Just remember the other me still exists inside that other Naruto. They have had different experiences than you have and his motivations are different. Keep that in mind when talking to him. Naruto grinned at his lifelong partner, who was now inside his daughter. I will try to remember that, Kurama. Try to not be a stranger, okay? I know we aren't partners anymore, but Hima will be your friend too. Naruto said as Kurama laughed. Soon after, Himawari regained control while looking guiltily at Naruto and Kakashi. I was so happy to see Mama and Papa back that I forgot about my promise to introduce them to other Papa, Himawari admitted with sadness. Sumair blushed slightly as she looked at the younger 7th Hokage and said, I think we all got caught up in the moment. It was so sudden that from Naruto-san's point of view it almost like we didn't want him to be anymore. Hinata watched Sumair with a slight raised eyebrow out the corner of her eye. Oh, Sumair-chan appears to be infatuated with the alternate Naruto-kun. He does seem closer to her age than Naruto-kun, seemingly to be his early 20s at best, while she 16 now, I think. Hinata chuckled to herself. Since Naruto's tears had stopped and he appeared to be relishing this unique opportunity to simply find solace in an older brother or uncle, they allowed him and Kakashi a few more minutes. You are certainly very strong, Naruto, and will likely continue to take on even more burdens as you go along. It pains me that we, or rather everyone, has put on all these burdens onto you when you don't seem to be in your 20s yet. Kakashi said sorrowfully to him as Naruto began to walk. I was born to be the savior one way or another. Plus, if this is to save everyone or at least as many different people as I can, it's worth it. This is the path I chose to follow, so my sisters as Xian and Namin are my sisters as well, even though Ka-chan did not birth them, will not have to suffer their fate. Declared Naruto, who received a small, proud smile from Kakashi. Both Kakashi and Naruto gave the Hokage Naruto a frustrated look as Naruto yelled, Oi, Other me, what is our sister like? Or I guess yours is I never had a sister before. Hinata sighed at her husband, who appeared sheepish, and said, Naruto-kun, that is a bit inappropriate. It was evident that Kakashi-sensei and other Naruto-kun were having a heart-to-heart. Himawari complained, yeah papa. You just got out of a sleep but you need to read the room. While Kawaki and Boruto both nodded. With a sly smile and tone reminiscent of his younger self, Boruto said, yeah, old man. You got to work on that. This caused Sarada to exhale in relief. It's good that he is expressing his feelings once more. Sarada thought happily, thank goodness the world has driven away or rather buried his good heart. In a rather spectacular display of speed, Naruto leapt to the ground and emerged in the center of the group, standing beside the Uzumaki family. He was standing beside Himawari, who had bright, innocent eyes staring up at him. He received a look of pride, so Naruto turned to look at him. She is a sweet young girl who is actually roughly the same age as Sumair-chan and Sarada being 16. Before you ask the reason why she is not the same age as me despite us being twins is that time works differently in the different realms. Especially outside the realm of light, darkness and in between like our two worlds. She grew up in the realm of light while I grew up in a version of Earth that ninjas live in. Naruto told them prior to turning his gaze toward their form of Mangekyo Sharingan. As everyone turned to face the Anbu and the village elders, Naruto said, I think now that the Hokage and his wife are back I will return everyone here to Konoha. We are all on the same side, correct? Together with Homaru, Kaharu complained, yes, we were wrong again. As the rest of the group bowed their heads in shame, one of the Anbu spoke for them, saying, yes sir, if you wish to punish us we will happily take the punishment later. As his Mangekyo Sharingan Tomo spun, Naruto said, alright then. Since the group is pretty large I am going to try to open a portal using Kamui using then linking everyone together using a single usage of Kamui. Naruto focused by placing a hand on his chin. Now let's see. Obito made a portal from Kagaya's various dimensions by using his left eye to open a ripple aka long range, and then using his right eye to expand and solidify the open ripple into a portal. This was an application of short range, right eye ability of Kamui. Naruto was thinking to himself. He is as familiar with Kamui as Obito and I were. Kakashi thought proudly, seeing him with both of those eyes reminds me when I temporarily had them both due to Obito's remaining chakra. Ino teased, when did you become a walking encyclopedia Naruto? I mean you were pretty frankly dumb in the academy. The younger generation was surprised by Naruto's humorously embarrassed expression, which even caused Naruto from the other world to temporarily deactivate his Mangekyo Sharingan. Before blinking, both Narutos simultaneously yelled, isn't that getting a bit old Ino? As his Mangekyo Sharingan reactivated and he concentrated on the task at hand, Naruto coughed in the other world. Kawaki's brazenness and directness were evident while everyone was letting Naruto think it over. You have that jerk and scum Ashiki's abilities right since you can manifest his eye. Why not just create a rift instead of all this roundabout stuff? As you can have people walk freely through the rifts without any trouble. Kawaki was getting impatient. Himawari slammed a hand across her forehead as Naruto and Hinata sighed at their adopted son. Boruto sternly told Kawaki, who crossed his arms in a childish manner, bro, come on. Read the room. Other 2-chan is helping us out over and over again so you can at least wait instead of complaining. With a smirk, Amato observed, once again Kawaki has shown how he sets people off with his bad attitude. Still angry at being made to constantly emit charm, Ada shot back, like you were one to talk old geezer. With his Mangekyo Sharingan still in use, Naruto turned to face Kawaki. Kawaki looked away but nodded rigidly in agreement as Naruto shot back, I am guessing the same reason as you haven't made a rift using your Otsutsuki teleportation. Just because we have their abilities doesn't mean we get joy from using them. Before turning to face Sarada, who blinked at the attention, Naruto said, at least these abilities came from hard work and sweat. I am still getting opportunities to use them more and more creatively. Just to let you know if case no one told you, the Mangekyo Sharingan will cause the eyes to go into blindness the more you use them, so use yours sparingly Sarada. Mine won't since they are evolved, but unless you swap your eyes out with a blood relative the more you use them the closer they come to losing their light. Naruto warned her as Sarada turned her back. When it was revealed that Sarada had Mangekyo Sharingan, most of the group appeared shocked, but Sumair went straight to Sarada and looked into her eyes with concern. Sarada whispered to Sumair, who nodded, don't worry, I haven't used them since that day I awoke them. They haven't gotten fuzzy or anything. Before she could react, Naruto put his hand on her forehead with a quick smile. After a brief moment, he withdrew it with a flash of golden yellow chakra. Okay, I cheated just a bit, but I made them essentially eternal Mangekyo Sharingan like Sasuke's and Madara so they won't lose their light. Consider this a gift, but don't get overconfident, Sarada. That was the true weakness of the Uchiha clan. Naruto explained to the beaming Sarada. And 3. As the group appeared to agree, Shikamaru summarized, I don't think I will ever get over what powers this Naruto does or doesn't have. It will make my brain less stressed trying to think of his limits. Hinata bowed her head and said, thank you, Naruto-san. I know Sakura-chan and Sasuke-kun would be happy to know their daughter won't go blind for having such a power. After a brief glance at the Hokage's wife, Naruto nodded his head. No worries. I know the only reason she had to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan was due to Boruto being hunted down and the thought of losing someone she loves. I know she won't abuse her eyes, so this is insurance that she can protect herself in the future. Naruto replied by smiling knowingly at Sarada. As she glanced at Boruto, who appeared slightly agitated, Sarada turned scarlet. While Shikamaru and Kawaki appeared guilty of causing Boruto to be pursued for 3 years, Himawari and Sumair squealed at their interactions. With his Mangekyo Sharingan staring at an empty space in front of him, Naruto said, now then, I think I have the ratio of chakra for the Kamui portal. This should work pretty easily as it's the same dimension and the distance isn't that far. As he concentrated on the area, Naruto's left Mangekyo Sharingan whirled. Kamui, Naruto exclaimed, his eye pulsing as he concentrated chakra. The time-space began to ripple shortly after. Then, as he directed chakra toward his right eye, his right Mangekyo Sharingan pulsated and spun. The ripple quickly grew until it was about 3 adults wide and taller than Naruto. All right, the portal is formed. It's set to the office of the Hokage so we can enter 3 at a time. Please keep your hands and feet in the portal at all times. Naruto giggled. As he gently but firmly forced the village elders to accompany him through the portal, Shikamaru rolled his eyes. Himawari was having a pleasant conversation with her parents when Naruto and Hinata entered. After that, Boruto, Kawaki, and Mitsuki entered, with Sarada nodding to Mitsuki. After Hanabi gave the agitated Naruto a wink and a kiss in the air, Konohamaru, Hanabi, and Ino intervened. Ada and Amato entered next, glaring at Amato Demon. Did Ada really swing her well-developed hips at me and lick her lips, or was it just me? As she entered the portal, I swear her butt was trembling from side to side. After watching Ada walk in front of him for a moment, Naruto thought to himself, yeah, it feels weird, even though she is 19 and everything. The 12 Konoha Anbu made 4 journeys to enter the portal in groups of 3. Sarada waved to Naruto, who waved back, followed by Kakashi, Koji, and Sarada. When Sumair realized she was by herself with Naruto, she blushed and swayed on her feet. AN4. With a smile and wink, Naruto complimented her, saying, you sure do look pretty when you blush, Sumair-chan. I am almost honored I get your beautiful company to myself for a bit. With red cheeks, Sumair muttered, Naruto-sama. I enjoy this too, as she looked down. As they entered the portal, Naruto noticed how soft and warm her hand was and smiled as he took it. When he put his arm around her waist, Sumair's face became even more scarlet. As he held her hand, this brought them close to each other. Naruto appeared amused, and Sumair's face was steaming. As soon as Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan turned off to deactivate the portal, they emerged. By the time they reached the portal, Naruto had moved a few feet away from Sumair and let go of her hand. Sumair pouted at the lack of interaction with Himawari, blushing as he gave her a knowing smirk. One of the men from the sensory team worriedly said, Lord Eighth. Your chakra just vanished suddenly but came back with all the missing chakra. Are you all right, sir? Yes, everything is perfectly fine. No need to raise an alarm or anything. There is nothing hostile happening. Shikamaru responded with calmness. Sir, we sense the chakra of Naruto Uzumaki and Hinata Uzumaki. They match them exactly and they just appeared in your office, sir. Exclaimed a female ninja. With his Hokage voice on, Naruto calmly said, it's all right. Thank you for reporting into Shikamaru, but I am here to say I was sealed away along with Hinata but I was released. I will do a public addressing later so everyone knows Hinata and I are all right. The first male sensory corp ninja asked clumsily, as if unsure of whom to defer to, Lord Eighth. After giving Naruto and Kakashi a nod, Shikamaru glared at the village elders. Despite their complaints, the elders and the Konoha Anbu bowed to Shikamaru and Naruto before leaving the office. As they left, Konohamaru and Naruto nodded their approval, and Shikamaru told them sharply, "Consider this earlier to be honest very late retirement." Hinata sighed at her husband, and Naruto appeared rather sheepish. "It is all right, I was only supposed to take the Hokage position on a temporary and am more than happy to relinquish on Naruto's return. Konohamaru and I will return to being Naruto's advisors and you can defer to him directly or through us," Shikamaru said while Konohamaru grinned. The second female member of the sensory-type ninja corps said, "Yes sir. Then we will just continue to track the village's chakra as usual. Okay, now for the rest of the village. Now that I have practice undoing omnipotence on small groups, I can undo it on the rest of the village at once. Just be prepared for a lot of yelling. Kawaki, you might want to hide as I have a feeling you will not be very popular in the village," Naruto said with a smirk as Kawaki. Himawari and Hinata appeared concerned, though Hinata did glare slightly at Kawaki, while Boruto and Naruto sighed. As thousands of people simultaneously screamed in agony, Naruto clapped his hands together as a bright light suddenly engulfed the entire village and the land of fire. After a few seconds, the light disappeared. Naruto thought to the seventh Hokage, who scowled but nodded, "You might want to address them Lord Seventh. Or else you will probably get a lot of angry people trying to storm in to kill Kawaki." Seventh Hokage Naruto said to Naruto, who blinked, "Got it. Thanks, other me. I know this won't mean much but I am grateful you took care of my family when we were incapacitated." It's a bit weird to get thanked by another me but sure no problem. Himawari is the sweetest little girl that any dad would be proud to have as a daughter. Boruto has grown up to be a fine young man and well Kawaki is a brat but I suppose he had decent reasons. Naruto responded with a wide grin. Boruto smiled, Kawaki snorted and crossed his arms, and Himawari blushed as she swayed on her feet with her hands behind her back. Hanabi swerved until she was standing beside Naruto from another world before the seventh Hokage Naruto could say anything more. Her big breasts were compressed against his side as she playfully put her hand on his shoulder and put her arm around his waist. Hanabi teased, batting her eyes and winking at her brother-in-law's counterpart, "Are you forgetting someone other Naruto? I am part of this family too. What do you think of the me standing here? You mentioned how I was still little in your world but I am definitely an bit older." Once more, Boruto and Himawari appeared uneasy about their aunt's flirtation with their father, even though he wasn't actually their biological father. The jaws of Hinata and 7th Hokage Naruto fell open, and Naruto blushed at the alluring Hyuga. "You really going to make me say it again huh? Fine Hanabi. You are a fine mature woman who would make any man drool with desire to be with you. Your last name isn't the only thing that would make guys line up to be your boyfriend or husband." Naruto told the truth. As she turned to face Hanabi, she squealed. She gave Naruto a tight hug, pressing their chests together, and then joyfully planted a kiss on his cheek. "Hee hee, you sure know how to make a woman feel special Naruto." Hanabi sighed. Everyone in the room tried to look away, but the display of affection caused everyone to blush in different ways. Sumire looked down at her own chest, which was not nearly as developed as Hanabi's, and her eyes narrowed in envy and jealousy. Ada appeared amused, but there was a competitive look in her eyes. "Oh my, does love really feel like this? My heart is beating faster and faster all the time, and it feels good, even though it's nothing like how I felt for Kawaki." Perhaps Mitsuki was correct when she said that I was so in need of true love, that I forced myself to fall in love with Kawaki because he wasn't enamored with me. But this for that other Naruto feels so genuine and nice, Ada thought to herself, covering her heart with a hand while trying not to blush. I naturally steal other people's hearts, but I wanted someone to truly earn my heart, someone who could love me for who I am rather than my skills. I assumed that meant it had to be an Otsutsuki, but perhaps it's him instead. Ada smiled dreamily. "Nei-chan, that's a look of genuine affection rather than that puppy dog look she had for Kawaki." With a pout that eventually turned into a smirk, Demon thought, he is at least better than Kawaki and Boruto. He glanced over at Ada and Naruto out of the corner of his eye. Hinata was more than shocked when she whispered, "Hanabi. You really?" Her little sister had experienced a growth spurt a few years prior, and as a result, had numerous male and even female admirers competing for her attention. From what Hinata believed, Hanabi had never shown the slightest interest in any of them, and based on her remarks during the 3 years that she was asleep, that was accurate. As of right now, it's obvious that she has feelings for this other Naruto-kun. Hinata was a little conflicted about her sister's interest in her husband's opposite. It's pretty weird, but I am happy for her. Rubbing the back of his head, Naruto the Hokage summarized, I know he isn't really me, but watching my sister-in-law flirt with another me is kinda creeping me out, Datbayo. In a tense smile, Sumair complained softly, Sheesh Hanabi-sensei. I am closer to his age than you are. Before blushing as Sarada and Himawari appeared to hear her and gave her teasing smiles. AN5. As she moved past Naruto to stand in front of Sumair, Hanabi appeared to hear her too. The majority of the men turned away in embarrassment as her much larger breasts bounced during this brief walk, and Sumair pouted at the size of Hanabi's breasts. Brightly, as though the problem had been resolved, Hanabi said, I don't mind sharing Sumair. You were my student and it's clear you were interested in him. Hanabi, sensei, exclaimed Hinata and Sumair simultaneously, their cheeks flushed, while Naruto averted his gaze, appearing somewhat agitated. Shikamaru caught everyone's attention by coughing. As fun as watching other Naruto cough, get the attention here. I do think we have bigger concerns right now. We need our Hokage and his wife to address the crowd outside before there is riots or people demanding Kawaki's head. It will be chaos and anarchy that only the 7th Hokage can settle. Shikamaru reminded them as Kawaki clenched looked ashamed. When Boruto put his hand on Kawaki's shoulder to console him, he looked up. Boruto firmly said, It's all right, bro. We are by your side and will stand with you no matter what. Kawaki nodded, looking surprised. Though with noticeable restraint, Kawaki could still see Mitsuki, Sarada, Sumair, Konohamaru, and Hanabi sneering at him. Koji Kashin and Kakashi simply smiled politely and nodded. I suppose it's too early to win back the affection of Boruto's teammates and extended family. In realization, Kawaki thought, not that I blame them. Hinata and Hokage Naruto nodded to one another before waving to the throng from the window. It's the 7th Hokage, Hinata-sama, you are back. It's the real Naruto Uzumaki. While Hokage Naruto and Hinata waved and grinned, the crowd was yelling and a few young ladies were swooning over Hinata. Hanabi clenched her fist, and Naruto winced ethereal, remark that everyone this time heard. As chakra poured into her hands, Hanabi hissed, her Byakugan activated. Reel my ass, I will show those ingrates who is real or not when I jam all their chakra points at once. Hanabi, I can't allow you to just hitting civilians, especially in a crowd. Shikamaru shot back, his hands clenched, but his glare was maintained without losing control. Ada tilted her head toward the throng and asked with a knowing smile, even when those people down there deserve it. Both Konohamaru and Shikamaru winced noticeably but were unable to react. As the elder generation, which included Kakashi, Shikamaru, Hanabi, and Ino, flinched, Konohamaru pondered, is that how Grandpa felt when the village used to hate Naruto Ni-chan and he was unable to stop them despite being Hokage? AN6. With a sigh, Naruto took hold of Hanabi's wrist and gently forced her to deactivate her Byakugan and halt the chakra flow in her hands. Hanabi let out a sigh but gave in after Naruto squeezed her hand affectionately. Guys, I appreciate this, I really do, but it's not needed. I came to this world to save it, not be worshipped. I can understand why to these people I am just some fake wearing his face. I didn't become Hokage and change the way the villages thrived in peace. I didn't sacrifice myself to save them from Momoshiki attack 3 years ago. To Konoha, I am a person who just happens to have the same face as their beloved 7th Hokage and I don't care. Naruto said with a firm smile. Most people scowled and nodded grudgingly, but Himawari maintained her blue gaze fixed on her alternate father's eyes. Himawari questioned, but don't you get lonely then? As Boruto raised an eyebrow in his sister's direction. Himawari scowled and bit her lip softly as Boruto asked, Hima. You are watching us have so much fun and reuniting with our loved ones while yours are back in another world. Doesn't that get lonely watching everyone else be happy while you try to hide in the background? Himawari replied with a serious face. To everyone's surprise, Naruto was shocked and his eyes widened at the announcement. Ada recalled how bitter he sounded in the training ground when he believed no one would listen, and she thought to herself, he always seems so strong, but it seems even this Naruto Uzumaki has his soft spots. After a moment, Naruto looked down and his eyes softened. You really are a pure child. I am envious my other self found happiness and had you in your bother. It is a bit lonely to be traveling from world to world. Himawari gave him a quick hug, and Naruto gave her a soft hug in return. Himawari looked up at him tearfully and begged, you may have to leave, but please don't hide yourself before then. You are part of my family too. You saved us all and you deserve happiness as much as any of us, she said. Naruto's eyes widened a little before his smile and eyes heated up. Himawari sighed and he used his thumb to gently wipe away her tears. Thank you, Hima-chan. You really are such a sweet child. You are a source of happiness for me just being able to be with you right now. Naruto said softly to her. But remember, I am not alone. Just as you are never alone, Hima. We got Kurama inside of us. Naruto told the child about his other identity. Kurama Jinchuriki smiled and simultaneously placed a hand over their chests. Everyone grinned at the endearing exchange, but Sumayor's smile vanished as she briefly appeared upset. Oh right, he's going to leave at some point and he might not come back, Sumayor thought sorrowfully, her heart torn. Ada was the only one who noticed, and she gave her a sly smile. Oh, little one, you must speak up before he leaves if you want to say something before he does. Otherwise, he will just vanish forever, and you will always regret it. Perhaps you could even forfeit your first kiss so you have a memento of him. Ada crossed her arms over her chest and thought smugly. AN7. I want to see someone. I know you are all confused about your memories from 3 years ago, but I assure you as Hokage he is my son and one of us. Boruto, please come on out. Hokage Naruto said, and Boruto nodded when Sarada and his mother gave him encouraging looks. Thank you everyone for your patience. These last 3 years have not been easy for anyone, but thanks for everyone, peace has been kept. It's Boruto. Boruto's back. Boruto has gotten so tall. Boruto nodded to the audience while maintaining a composed and courteous demeanor despite the enthusiastic yelling of the crowd. Kawaki sneered in notable disgust before wincing at the glare he received from Sumayor and Sarada. TCH. Those people are the same one who wanted to string him up and execute him even after he helped push back Code. And whose fault was that, Kawaki? It was yours and Ada's actions that made Boruto a criminal and your lie that kept him from returning. Hanabi nodded approvingly at her former pupil, while Sumayor scoffed at him. Demon arched an eyebrow but remained silent as Ada shook her head. As Kawaki looked down in frustration, Ada maintained a composed demeanor, although there was a tinge of regret and guilt. Himawari begged, her blue eyes ready to burst, Sumayor Ne-chan. Sumayor Ne-chan, I know Kawaki feels bad, so could you please stop bringing it up? The two young women nodded and sighed. As the crowd began yelling obscenities at the mention of Kawaki, Boruto began, everyone, I know things have been confusing and I know there is a lot of hatred and resentment towards Kawaki. Shikamaru appeared prepared to signal the crowd for some security, but Hokage Naruto shook his head and cocked his head in Boruto's direction to allow him to proceed. Despite scowling, Shikamaru nodded in agreement with Boruto. I won't say these last 3 years have been fun or pleasant, especially as my master is currently a tree, so I was pretty much alone for a majority of it. However, I understand why Kawaki did what he did. I was a danger to Dad that he thought needed to be taken care of. I am no longer that danger, but Kawaki could have known that back then. So, I am asking for you to look inside of yourself for your better nature and forgive my bro Kawaki, not for him but for me, Dad, Mom and Hima who consider Kawaki family. You don't need to love him, but I am asking you to forgive him like we have. The bow of his head, his expression was serious. The audience began muttering to themselves, but when Hokage Naruto and Hinata bowed their heads as well, they reluctantly nodded. HMPH. He inherited the Naruto talking, huh? I still need to rescue Sasuke from his tree form. I guess that can be next on my list as I don't sense the god trees anywhere close. They must still be in their hideout so Sasuke can be rescued. Naruto said while looking at Koji with curiosity. Oh, in all the futures I have seen someone who has been turned into tree to feed the god tree's evolution can only be restored using their own thorn soul bulb, so how you will restore Sasuke without Hidari? Koji asked with a smirk. Hehe, I guess you will have to wait and see. I told you I don't exist in visions of the future due to the X-Blade power inside of me. So, you can see something I guess would be a miracle happen in real time. Naruto replied with a grin. You have been doing nothing but miracles since you got her, so I suppose one more is not out of the ordinary. Koji said. Sarada looked expectantly at Naruto, who nodded warmly, and asked, You can save Papa, Naruto-san. With hope in her eyes. I am probably the only one who can, and even then, I am kinda breaking the rules of world order. However, world order doesn't really apply to someone like me. Even if Sasuke isn't my brother in this world, I still consider him someone I would fight to save the world side by with. Naruto laughed nervously. After being pulled to the window, Kawaki stood with Hokage Naruto and his family and sent a message despite receiving multiple sneers. For the benefit of the Uzumaki family, it appeared that the people of Konoha were prepared to tolerate his presence. Hokage Naruto yelled, "There is one more person I would like to introduce to you properly. He is a hero of Konoha and the entire world. Any insults to him is the same as insult to me or the name of Hokage itself. Please come forward," as his family turned to face him expectantly. As he sent them a puzzled look, Naruto heard the crowd whispering excitedly. "That is not part of the deal. I am not here to make the world see me as some sort of savior or get me confused with you. I am here to fix things enough so the people here can move forward without worrying about a worldwide ending crisis like the Otsutsuki or God trees. That's it. Now if you can stop looking at me like that, I am going after Sasuke," Naruto announced as his Mangekyo Sharingan activated in the shape of Obito Uchiha's. Hokage Naruto swiftly shook his head when Shikamaru appeared prepared to use the hand signals for the shadow possession jutsu. "Don't be a drag. The 7th Hokage already announced your arrival, so just go there and wave for a few minutes. Sasuke can wait a bit longer so we don't have a civil war while you are gone," Shikamaru murmured to himself. Naruto gave him a look that made it obvious he didn't give a damn, and his swirling eyes indicated that he was going to activate Kamui. Looking at Naruto and Hokage Naruto, Sarada had a conflicted expression. Sarada looked unsure as she thought, "I want Papa back as soon as possible, but Shikamaru-san is right that by not showing his face again, it makes Lord 7th look bad." Himawari put her hands together and stepped forward before Naruto could teleport away, her own sky-blue eyes gleaming as she looked up at Naruto. "Papa, would you please just wave to the people for me?" Himawari asked with a cute pout, her eyes shining like a cute puppy, and her lip bit. "I know it doesn't matter to you, but I want them to know about the hero who saved our family." There was a tense moment as Naruto, wearing Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan, stared down at Himawari with an unreadable expression. His eyes turned back into the 3-Tomo Sharingan as it deactivated to a weaker form before his blue eyes returned. Other than the excited crowd, the room was silent as everyone looked at Naruto expectantly. Really, how is the world not under this child's control? I mean, she can force me to do what she wants without even having Ada omnipotence. He didn't even seem to struggle much, if at all, when Himawari used her smaller hands to drag his wrist forward. It's ironic that the one person who can never be affected by mind-altering jutsu like genjutsu or omnipotence can't say no to this child, Naruto complained, letting out a dramatic sigh as he allowed Himawari to drag him to the front of the window. Despite this, everyone could see the faint smile at the corner of his mouth and his mostly amused expression. While Ada, Sumire, Sarada, Hinata, and Hanabi appeared arrogant, the majority of the guys laughed. "My girl is that," Hinata gave a cheer, "my niece is that," as they clapped their hands in the air in celebration. Hanabi and her older sister cheered simultaneously. "I suppose the other version of myself is also unable to refuse Hima." As Hinata grinned at him and Sarada and Sumire perspired while supporting Himawari, Hokage Naruto said, "Hee, I guess we aren't that different at our core." Fortunately, with Shikamaru and now Hokage Naruto's assurance that he was not a threat, no one seemed to be glaring at him. Naruto, wearing a slight pout, went to the front as the crowd pointed at him and gave him curious looks. Naruto sighed but nodded as Himawari pulled him to the window. Hokage Naruto and Hinata clapped him on the back as Boruto approached them and began to clap, causing everyone else to turn around before continuing. "As I previously stated, this man is a Konoha guest and is deserving of all praise. Allow me to address the major issue. Although he is not our 7th Hokage, this man is Naruto Uzumaki. There are many similarities between his world and ours. He is the one who brings our Naruto and Hinata back, brings Kawaki to his senses, kills Code, who is a threat to the world, and saves Boruto." Naruto frowned and crossed his arms as Shikamaru declared, "If you portray me as some kind of savior, how does this keep me under the radar?" As the audience began to applaud and give him admiring glances, Naruto asked Shikamaru, "Other Naruto-kun, that is incredible. My earlier attack on you and Boruto-kun was immature. I'll make amends by running 1,000 laps around Konoha." As Shikamaru and Naruto both started to perspire at the strange taijutsu master, Lee yelled, "That's all right, Lee-san. We shouldn't put ourselves under undue stress because today is a day to celebrate. Lee-san, don't you agree?" With her eyes closed, Hinata spoke to him gently, but she exuded a sense of death that made everyone in the room and the crowd tremble. with the notable exception of Koji, Ada, Demon, and Naruto. This Hinata is more like Ka-chan than I think Tu-chan knows, and it seems like marrying the other me has really given her the confidence she has always had deep inside. Naruto thought, I wish that Tu-chan could have seen this Hinata to give his approval during the Fourth Ninja War. He was impressed, but he also felt sad when he recalled his Edo Tensei father fighting alongside him during the end of the war. After coughing into his hand, Naruto quickly made a hand gesture that attracted everyone's attention by creating a tiny whirlwind in front of him. To keep things simple, just call me Naruto. Lord 7th, Naruto-san, or whatever you typically refer to him as the guy you know. Don't worry, I'll move in or something to avoid confusing us later. I'm leaving once I've completed what has to be done to save this world. The crowd gasped as Naruto's eyes transformed into their 3 Tomio Sharingan state, demonstrating the renowned dojutsu of the Uchiha clan. Aside from the physical age thing, if you need to tell us apart, I can do this while the Naruto you know can't. Sarada smiled reassuringly at Sumire and Himawari, who appeared dejected when Naruto abruptly announced his departure. Was a Uchiha the victim of his theft? Before he flinched when Hokage Naruto and Sarada revealed their killer intent to them, an uninformed civilian asked. You dare, you question the honor of a man who has done more for the village than you could ever imagine. Sarada screamed, seemingly prepared to strike him, but Konohamaru and Shikamaru stopped her. That's enough, Sarada, that individual is illiterate and unintelligent. Even though he appeared irritated, Konohamaru reminded her that we couldn't just be hitting civilians aimlessly. With a sigh, Naruto vanished in a body flicker, appearing in the middle of the crowd with his Sharingan activated, causing them to gasp in terror at his speed. Like any chakra source I was born with, these eyes are a natural part of who I am. Let me clarify, my past was changed before I was even born by the X-Blade, a power that enables me to travel between entirely different worlds and dimensions. They implanted the chakra I needed to activate these innate abilities, but I had to use the pain of loss, or more accurately, the thought of loss, to do so. As you can see, my timeline was altered in a number of ways, which caused me to travel to different worlds, unlike Naruto Uzumaki. I guess the biggest impact was that, in contrast to other me's, I have an older twin named Kairi Uzumaki. Everyone gasped when Naruto revealed, she isn't on my world anymore, but she was my true sister in blood. Naruto, do you have a sister? Naruto nodded before becoming dejected as Choji asked, his eyes wide. Yes, but unlike me, she was taken from my world the moment she was born, and because of the X-Blade's power, my world forgot she had ever existed. We only knew that I was born on that day, and it was believed that I was the only child of Hokage Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. We were unaware of her, and she grew up in a different world, well, a different home, without knowing anything about ours. When Naruto's Sharingan turned off, the entire village fell silent. After the Fourth Ninja War, our memories were restored, and now I am traveling between worlds to get her back and save as many worlds as I can, Naruto explained sadly. Sakura unexpectedly emerged from the throng and embraced him tightly. Sakura. When Naruto saw the Sakura he knew as his teammate in a more mature, maternal form, he gasped in shock. Baka, you still have his heart even though you're the same Naruto I grew up with, who I think is the closest brother I could ever have. No matter how you try to hide it, I can tell how lonely you are, so please don't hide your suffering, okay? Sakura closed her eyes, smiled warmly and kindly, and held him tightly in her arms as she spoke. Naruto put his hands on her waist and gave her a hug in return after a short while. Thank you, Sakura, I'm glad you're happy here. Naruto responded with equal warmth. The Sakura I know is waiting for Sasuke to be able to forgive himself, which since he could do it here, I know he is going to be able to. Even though they weren't from the same world, everyone was happy to see their teammates reunited. Sarada smiled at her mother, Himawari and Sumire swooned over the scene, and Naruto released Sakura after a minute of embrace before grinning at her. She blinked in shock as Naruto said, speaking of Sasuke I am going to get him now. Is it really that simple to locate him? Knowing deep down that her husband was still alive despite being wanted for aiding Boruto in leaving the village, Sakura asked. The crowd gasped as Naruto blinked and his eyes changed into Obito Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, teasing, Hee I can say as much as these eyes are kind of annoying, they do have their uses. Those are Obito's eyes. As Naruto nodded, Sakura took note. As his right Mangekyo Sharingan spun, Naruto said, Hee, I already revealed it to the guys over there and used it for a while, but I can sense Sasuke's chakra and can teleport directly there. Using Kamui from his right eye, Naruto entered a ripple and momentarily entered his own Kamui dimension before reappearing on the hill where Sasuke was unconscious. Sasuke, you seem to have grown older. Naruto observed that Sasuke was unconscious, with only his head and left arm protruding from his best friend, brother figure, while the rest of his body was changed and stuck like a tree. It's time to rescue you. Despite your own memories deceiving you, I'm glad you remained loyal to Boruto based on your daughter's words and tears. As his blue eyes returned with a proud smile, Naruto said, you truly chose your family first and became a better man because you followed your heart and not your brain. Hi, Sasuke, I am aware that it has been roughly 3 years since you last saw the me of this world, but time isn't that easy for me. Based on my original dimension, which in this world would be a few months after, Naruto Uzumaki saves Hinata Hyuga and the entire world from Tonari, I only really count time. Nevertheless, I have repeatedly spent time in countless worlds, living days, months, or even years in their dimension. You don't change, but those around you do, so it's almost like living multiple lives. Looking at the tree-bound Sasuke with a sorrowful grin, Naruto remarked, it's not immortality but rather, lonely I guess. With a playful smile, Naruto turned around and faced the other direction. I assume that you all find my story to be quite depressing as well. I don't need to explain because the X-Blade is projecting whatever is going on to Konoha at the moment. If you are listening to Hima-chan, everything makes sense. No matter how long it takes, I don't regret the path I'm currently on. I am grateful that this path has allowed me to meet each and every one of you in this moment. After bringing your family back together, I'm going to save Sasuke. Knowing that they were listening on the other end, Naruto said firmly to the air, someone who is a brother to me just as he is your Hokage Naruto. Himawari began to cry a little, and Hinata and Hokage Naruto put a hand on her shoulder. Baka, you are also a member of my family. How many times must I say it? You are still very valuable to me even if you are not my papa. Himawari screamed in exasperation as she watched Naruto speak on the cloud-like screen, acting as though she was regaining her real family. Kakashi let out a sigh and then smiled. I believe he loves us just as much, but he views us differently than the world he was raised in. By acting as though he doesn't matter, he is merely attempting to shield his own feelings when he must eventually depart. As the group scowled and Hokage Naruto let out a deep sigh, Kakashi proposed, in his own foolish but heroic way, he is trying to protect us by distancing himself again. I think my other self is a little envious of the life we lead here, Hinata. He left his world to help others for what must have been years, while his Hinata has been waiting for him the entire time. As Hinata sighed and covered her heart, Hokage Naruto confessed, I kind of wish there was something we could do for him. The other me will be waiting for him no matter how long he takes, that much is certain. His path is different from yours, Naruto-kun, but let's show him that this place can also be his home if that's the only thing we can do, Hinata concluded as she surveyed the group. Everyone nodded, including Kawaki, who gave a stiff nod after Boruto bumped into him. Or I'll give him my virginity if he simply accepts my heart. I will offer myself to him if he wants me because I have determined that he is a better fit for me than Kawaki. I don't mind if he has more than one woman, Ada said bluntly, causing the group to blush and give her offensive suggestion a frustrated look. Nei-chan, Ada gave him a forehead pat after Demon whimpered. Keep in mind, Demon, that I am free to choose who I love and give my heart to. He is my perfect match, and you will have to come to terms with that eventually. Demon pouted as Ada reminded him, he is both powerful enough and makes my heart flutter for real. TCH as if I'm interested in your partner. In fact, it might be beneficial for you to stop swooning over me and expecting something that I won't provide. Boruto rolled his eyes as Kawaki remarked, genuinely amused if not pleased, I honestly never understood why you were interested in me in the first place. Ada-san, what's the point of sharing the man you say you love? If you are willing to simply not have the person's whole romantic heart to yourself, isn't that defeating the purpose of love? Hanabi gave Sarada a tisk as she asked angrily. Sarada-chan, it's really easy. Like Ada over there, I've already expressed interest in the other Naruto. Heck, if she had to, I believe little Sumair-chan would be open to sharing as well. After all, love is love, and if we can accept our feelings for him and he accepts ours, then there isn't a problem, in my opinion, Hanabi said, putting her hands beneath her enormous breasts, which caused them to slightly bounce. Sumire looked down and swayed on her feet, blushing red when people turned to face her, but she made no attempt to refute Hanabi's accusation. As there were a few snickers, Hanabi teased, "Plus, unlike my brother-in-law, this Naruto doesn't seem so vanilla, so he might be willing to take a risk or two." Hokage Naruto lowered his head. Hinata's eye twitched and her forehead pounded before she let out a few soothing breaths. "Sister, I will take that as a compliment. It is likely a distinction between the Hinata that Naruto-kun is familiar with and me." As Hanabi and Hokage Naruto perspired, Hinata uttered a menacing tone, "I would not accept being second fiddle to anyone else for Naruto-kun heart." Hokage Naruto raised his hands in surrender and repeatedly shook his head, denying any interest in anyone else. Koji put a hand under his chin and grinned a little. "Perhaps it's pleasant to have no idea what the future holds. I haven't had any visions since this timeline split off in this manner with the arrival of the other Naruto Uzumaki." With a satisfied tone, Koji Kashin observed, "This may be the best case scenario in which my abilities are ineffective because other Naruto Uzumaki is always altering things and pursuing his own path." "Enough. Let's keep watching." The Naruto next to him seems ready to act and save Sasuke. Shikamaru coughed to draw viewers' attention back to the screen. "Yes, Master Naruto, move on." Hokage Naruto smirked as Konohamaru cheered, sounding like his younger self. "I know you can do it, Naruto. Please bring Sasuke-kun back to me." Sakura, who had joined the group in the Hokage Tower, cried as she asked, "Mama, when Naruto-san returns home, he will. Please just make sure that, for once, Papa says, thank you." As Sarada approached her mother, who laughed nervously, she reprimanded her. "If he doesn't, I'll give him a forehead smack." Even as a genin, Sasuke-kun has always struggled to show gratitude. "I'm here to correct him, though, my love." Sakura chuckled and rubbed her head in response. Yes, without a doubt. Even Kakashi-sensei was never treated with much respect by him. While Hinata and Shikamaru gave Hokage Naruto a deadpan look, Kakashi smiled. Hokage Naruto stated, "Naruto, you weren't much better. You found it difficult to show the Hokage the same level of respect as Lady Fifth or Lord Third." Shikamaru reminded Hokage Naruto, who shrugged as though he were discussing something unimportant. "I heard you even called Lord Second Hokage rather informally," Shikamaru said. Tsunade, who had joined the group after her memories of Boruto and Kawaki had been reversed, remained silent and simply crossed her arms beneath her 106 cm bust. AN2. Tsunade was more interested in watching the screen where the alternate Naruto was staring at the tree-bound Sasuke. She remained silent, but her expression conveyed both worry and affection as she gazed at Naruto. "Sasuke, are you lonely? Right now, can you hear my voice? Since you are connected because your chakra has been siphoned off to improve his abilities, it's possible that Hidari, the God Tree version of you, can hear me through this tree." The God Trees would have seen Boruto here with his marker, but perhaps he doesn't notice. "He might notice when I save you, but I'm going with the latter." Naruto put a hand over Sasuke's left arm that protruded from the tree and remarked, "You are still connected to Hidari and Sasuke, but you are not listening to what is happening." AN3. As he gazed at the tree, Naruto's eyes momentarily transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan state before reverting to their blue hue. It seems that Sasuke's chakra is being directed as soon as it is created, keeping him in a daze and on the verge of death. That tree is probably constantly leaking that chakra into Hidari. As long as Sasuke remains in the tree without his thorn bulb, he will never wake up. "Before I can hear," Naruto said, indicating that he was prepared by putting his right fist into his open left palm. Then Naruto tapped his chin with a look of amusement. Being imprisoned inside the infinite Tsukiyomi, where you are placed inside a tree cocoon and have your own chakra used to keep you in an infinite dream, is essentially the same. At least until you become a white Zetsu and someone absorbs your chakra. I apologize for the offensive language, but I couldn't help but notice the parallels. Naruto pondered as he gazed into the invisible area where he knew Konoha residents were observing. With the exception of Koji Kashin, Kakashi, Hokage Naruto, and Sakura, Kawaki observed that every senior Konoha ninja shuddered at the mention of the infinite Tsukiyomi, while Demon and Ada appeared intrigued. That jutsu, only Sasuke and Naruto's efforts were able to break the infinite genjutsu that trapped the entire world. With Sarada, Mitsuki, and Boruto looking worried, Konohamaru told the younger ninjas that it had become clear that its true goal was to use the chakra that had been gathered to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki and transform everyone into white Zetsu in a few years. So, we would eventually become those white monsters, huh? Boruto muttered that they had battled a remnant of a mutated white Zetus when they were younger. With a black longsword emerging in his hand, Naruto said, "Let's see if I can cut you out first and what happens if I try." With his sword in hand, he charged forward, making a series of slashes that barely made out the metal. He cut through the god tree until Sasuke was freed, looking unconscious but unharmed, demonstrating that the final male Uchiha had not been struck by any of his slashes. Everyone's happiness was short-lived, as Sasuke was ensnared once more by new branches that appeared almost immediately from the partially destroyed tree. After flipping over and slashing multiple branches in midair, Naruto moved well away from the trapped Sasuke. It seems the tree is instinctively drawn to Sasuke through his chakra. Any attempts to free him will cause the tree to ensnare him over and over again. This so-called god tree is so tedious. It must have been what the reanimated Hokage felt trying to free anyone caught up in the divine tree branches after the infinite Tsukiyomi. Cutting through branches only to fail to wake up the victim and have them ensnared over and over again. Tch, what a drag, Naruto observed as he once more examined Sasuke in the same spot he had been before. As he continued to slash through the branches seemed to perceive Naruto as a threat because he kept hurling branches at them and growing back just as quickly. As Sarada approached him and held his hand, Boruto confessed, "I tried to free Master Sasuke and the same thing happened 2 years ago. I eventually stopped trying, it wouldn't stop coming back no matter how much I cut or slashed." AN4. A tiny smile appeared on Boruto's face as Sarada comforted him, saying, "I am sure Papa understands, Boruto. You both did what you had to do." Naruto flipped over and landed dozens of feet away, with the words, "Matabi. I am going to borrow some chakra. Same with you, Saiken. Lend me your powers." Matabi purred as a chakra tail, with the same blue flame design as her body emerged from Naruto's back. "Naruto-kun, you know you don't need to ask, our chakra is your chakra after all. Ever since the war against Madara and Kagaya you seem to refrain using our chakra as much as possible." Another tail emerged from Naruto's back, a slug-like shape leaking toxic gas, and Saiken added, "She's right, Naruto. We gave you a piece of us to use as you wanted, but you still hesitate as if you are committing a sin of sorts using our powers." With a look of wonder and longing, Hokage Naruto exclaimed, "The tailed beasts. They are forming out of other bodies and communicating through those tails." Matabi is the 2 tails and Saiken is the 6 tails. As he watched the tailed beast chakra emerge from his counterpart's body. Even as Matabi and Saiken's tails brushed aside the tree branches that attempted to protect Naruto, Naruto remained silent. Saiken's chakra seemed to be corrosive acid that melted the other branches, while Matabi's chakra burned every branch she touched. "I am not Madara, Obito, or Kagaya. I know you guys are your own people and to use your chakra like it's mine by right is wrong. It's no better than when I demanded to use Kurama's power as brat like I deserved his chakra. You guys are not 10 tails split chakra to me. You are my friends," Naruto shouted while the tails kept batting away the nearby branches. The branches surrounding him were destroyed in a circle by Naruto's sword swings, Matabi, and Saiken's chakra tails, which effectively created a perfect area of destruction and prevented the branches from absorbing Naruto's chakra. Hinata, Sakura, Ino, Konohamaru, and Hokage Naruto all exchanged a pitying glance as Kakashi remarked, "Naruto. You really are quite the kind child, aren't you?" As the tails worked alongside Naruto and were controlled by other chakra sources, Himawari, Sarada, Boruto, Sumair, and even Kawaki looked shocked and in awe. Himawari took a moment to comment before reversing course. "Tch, other me sure is lucky to be sealed it into someone like him. I know you and Naruto feel the same way, but it is nice to hear a human to openly say how much individuals as tailed beasts are. We are not simply massive chakra monsters." Before his eyes became serious, Naruto grinned as he sensed the warmth of the tailed beast chakra. As branches tried to swarm him from the ground, he flipped over them. He threw a hand forward after flipping in midair. Naruto yelled, "Take this new one. Wind style. Blue fire acid release Rasen Shuriken." As he quickly combined the Matabi and Saiken chakras with a standard Rasen Shuriken. The yellow Rasen Shuriken became a fluttering blue fire and acidic white as a result. When they arrived without a foot of the spinning orb of chakra, Naruto threw at the tree, literally burning away all of its branches. He entered base chakra mode quickly, which increased both his running and slashing speeds. With a sudden burst of speed, he vanished as little more than a yellow blur and reappeared a considerable distance away after rushing forward and severing Sasuke from the tree once more. When the Rasen Shuriken reached the main part of the tree, from which all the branches originated, it hissed loudly before exploding. Konoha residents had to shield their eyes from the intense light as the explosion appeared to engulf the entire region. As the three distinct chakras expanded and exploded, the branches instantly vaporized, melted, and then burned all at once. After a short while, the light disappeared because Naruto had fully recovered from his chakra mode and had put his sword away, allowing him to grasp Sasuke with his left arm as if he were a bag of potatoes. As the group watched the dust settle, Shikamaru questioned, "Did that do it? So much chakra released at once." As the earth itself was carved out from Naruto's last attack, a huge area surrounding the tree was vaporized, leaving nothing but a giant crater. Before anyone could rejoice, the god tree appeared from the ground as what appeared to be a brand new tree, or at the very least, a mutated, angry, version of the original tree that grew from the tree's remaining roots. Sarada questioned impatiently, "Will this never end? Even after all that, it's still after Papa." The divine tree, or more accurately, the claw grime that had once ingested and assimilated Sasuke, attempted to recapture him, as Naruto witnessed. Naruto turned to face Sasuke, who was still unconscious in his left arm. He gestured with his right hand for a moment before turning to face the area where he knew Konoha residents were observing. Naruto closed his eyes and then opened them, noting solemnly as his chakra tails retreated back to his body. "So, I can't end it this one, huh? I guess there isn't a choice." To everyone's confusion, Naruto apologized, saying, "Sorry, Sasuke. This might hurt a bit." When Naruto put his right hand to Sasuke's chest, a sudden gust of wind propelled him several feet before he landed roughly on the ground. This, however, made it possible for Naruto to be ensnared by the branches and assimilated, as a new tree entirely grew around his body, concealing every single part of him. Instead of absorbing Sasuke, the tree had absorbed Naruto. However, after absorbing a target, the branches ceased to form. Himawari looked terrified at what had happened, and then there was silence before she started crying. After saving Sasuke, Himawari cried out in horror as she saw a different version of her father dissolve and change into a tree. "No, this can't be happening," she exclaimed. With his eyes downcast in grief, Kakashi muttered, "No, not again. He did it again, sacrificed himself to save a comrade like Obito and like that time before." Hokage Naruto shouted at the screen, "Other me. Say something. This can't be the end of you, right? Is this nothing we can do?" Hinata muttered, clenching her fist in sorrow and rage. Sarada gave Sasuke a fleeting glance before concentrating her melancholy gaze on Naruto, who had been consumed by the tree in order to save her father. Naruto-san. "No, please no," Sumire muttered to herself as she sat down and hugged her knees. Ada said sourly, but her typical bite was gone, and even as she attempted to play it off, she was filled with sadness and bitterness. "Tch, right after I find a nice guy he gets turned into a tree. Go figure, that is how the gods play a joke on me." As Shikamaru and Konohamaru held her arms restrained despite their own evident grief, Sakura screamed, "Cha! Let me at that tree. I will smash it to pieces and take that idiot of a teammate out. How dare he play a hero like that? Let me go." As everyone was in different phases of denial and grief, Boruto made a sign with one hand while Kawaki turned to face him coolly. As Boruto's eyes narrowed, Kawaki questioned, "What exactly are going to do, Boruto? Use that teleportation jutsu to fly to that space and then what?" As Kawaki looked down and clenched his hand, Boruto asserted, "Flying Rajan is our only option. I don't know what I can do, but I won't leave him behind after everything he has done for us. It's not right." With a neutral expression instead of one of grief, Demon said, "Wait, something is happening with that tree." Even Himawari and Kakashi, who were looking down in despair, were drawn to the screen by this. The tree was clearly leaking red chakra and glowing, indicating that it had been feasting on Naruto's chakra. But now it seemed like branches had grown and spread out, almost as if they were swinging in random directions and forming wildly. Koji Kashin remarked, "It's almost like that tree is in pain. Something is happening with Naruto." As the tree branches appeared to thrash in agony, Naruto's voice reverberated from inside the god tree, "So, you like the taste of my chakra, huh? Feel free to eat as much as you want. In a cheerful tone, Naruto exclaimed, however, "Don't blame me if you get a stomach from absorbing it all." The god tree soon began to swell and, to everyone's surprise, began to turn to stone, even its branches. With a roar of triumph, Naruto punched through the rock-turned god tree with his fist before a kick broke enough of the tree's main structure to allow him to jump free. The god tree appeared to contract as soon as Naruto leapt out before blowing up entirely. As he bowed to the hole where the god tree once stood, Naruto remarked mockingly, I see. So, it chose to destroy itself rather than passing on the effects to Hidari through the link. It's almost honorable in the sad, wild, feral kind of way. He stamped his foot and lifted Sasuke off the ground. This caused a rock pillar to rise out of the earth, allowing Naruto to gently press Sasuke up against it. Naruto grinned at the unconscious Sasuke and said, "Sometimes the body reacts before the brain can catch up. Right, Sasuke?" Sakura yelled, "Naruto, you freed yourself. How?" As Naruto grinned and turned to face the group. When Shikamaru and Hokage Naruto saw Naruto's face, they both gasped. Hokage Naruto exclaimed, "That's Sage Mode," as he saw the orange pigmentation surrounding his yellow toad-like eyes. Naruto grinned and said, "Hee, glad you recognized it, Naruto Uzumaki. It is quite the ace in the hole, so to speak." On behalf of himself and Ada, who appeared quite interested and smiled slightly in satisfaction, Demon yelled, "Can someone explain what happened? It seemed to me that the other Naruto was swallowed by that tree, it ate his chakra but got sick and exploded." Naruto nodded and raised his right hand in the air. In every world and realm there is something in air, ground and nature itself called natural energy. As a sage we can gather that natural energy with our chakra to create a new fusion called sage chakra. Keeping up, if you are not trained to actually handle the natural energy, then you turn into a toad statue or whatever animal you trained in sage mode. Even the Rinnegan's Preta path, which can absorb all forms of chakra, cannot properly absorb sage chakra unless the user can already use sage mode. Naruto observed as his gaze briefly shifted to the Rinnegan statement before switching to sage mode to demonstrate his point. Hokage Naruto nodded and said, "Just like that time against Pain and that one Pain who absorbed jutsu. He turned into a toad statue when he absorbed too much of my sage chakra back then. You can use sage chakra if you are not a sage, if you use it indirectly like Madara did through that Hashirama cell implant on his chest. As old man first Hokage was a sage, but sadly for that god tree he was not a sage. So, I entered sage mode while I was inside of that thing, and when it was sucking up my chakra it took in sage chakra as well. Since it absorbed too much sage chakra it turned into a stone, and before that chakra leaked into Hidari it self-destructed, which was the smart play, I have to say." Naruto concluded with a sigh. When he released the natural energy back into the air, Naruto's sage mode disappeared because he was no longer in need of it. As the younger group trembled, Mitsuki remarked, "I did not know about that weakness of natural energy, but I must admit it would be scary turning into a stone statue." Hinata grinned at her husband's counterpart, who noticeably averted her gaze, causing her to frown in pain. Boruto and Himawari were smiling up at Hokage Naruto as he put a hand on his wife and shook his head, causing Hinata to sigh. Himawari exclaimed, "You are so cool, Papa. You have a solution for everything." While Boruto grinned. As Sumire blushed but nodded, Sarada continued her compliment, saying, "You certainly are very strong and wise, Naruto-san. I don't think the rest of us could turn being turned into a tree to our advantage. Hee, I guess liking you as my first real guy the first liked wasn't a bad decision after all. You really do pull through when things get tough, huh, Naruto?" Hanabi said as Naruto laughed. Konohamaru smiled as Shikamaru remarked, "That was a very smart on-the-fly choice indeed. I don't think I could have planned anything better myself." As he buried his sword in the ground beside Sasuke, allowing both of his hands to be free, Naruto said, "Hee, thanks everyone. Now it's time to wake up Sasuke. The thorn bulb is still inside of Hidari, so Hidari won't devolve even without the god tree supplying him with Sasuke's chakra, but that also means that Sasuke's chakra is still mostly gone and will not regenerate very quickly. I will have to make up the difference to wake him up." With her father still unconscious after everything, Sarada worriedly asked, "How are you going to restore Papa's chakra, Naruto-san?" Sakura put a consoling hand on her daughter's shoulder while continuing to cast a worried glance at her husband. Naruto looked in the direction he knew the Konoha residents were observing. Tailed beasts can freely transfer chakra to anyone on Earth. They can teach Jinchuriki how to use this skill, although Jinchuriki rarely use this tactic. I can turn what I call Naruto chakra into Sasuke chakra to restore his fully and reboot his system, allowing him to start producing chakra normally even if the thorn bulb is outside his body. The link connecting him to Hidari is severed as I forced that god tree to explode so Sasuke's new chakra won't leak into Hidari anymore. Naruto investigated when his hand began turning gold with pure chakra that was powerful. While Kakashi, Sakura, Hinata, Tsunade, and Shikamaru's eyes widened after receiving and witnessing that chakra technique used during the Fourth Ninja War, Hokage Naruto nodded to his counterpart and remarked, "That is the same during the war." As he pressed his glowing right hand against the unconscious Sasuke's chest, Naruto explained, "That's right. Both of us used it on thousands of different ninjas when we fought 10 Tails, but I am tweaking this version. Instead of forming a chakra cloak that enhances one's power multiple fold, I am converting the cloak into pure Sasuke chakra so his body can restore himself." As Sumair and Himawari's eyes appeared to light up with wonder, Sarada remarked, "That is amazing, that sounds like something from a fairy tale." Himawari smiled, "Other Papa is amazing." While Hokage Naruto smiled at his daughter's happiness. After a while, Sasuke's body was imbued with a golden yellow chakra cloak that mirrored Naruto's Kurama mode. As he inhaled deeply, Sasuke's chest began to move once more as the cloak appeared to melt into his body. Sasuke blinked and woke up, complaining, "What happened?" Where his left Rinnegan had been, he pressed his lone left hand against the eye patch. With a casual smile, Naruto said, "Welcome back, Sleeping Beauty. Did you enjoy your sleep, Sasuke?" When Sasuke saw what seemed to be a younger version of someone he thought of as a brother, his one and only eye widened. Before Sasuke's trauma-infused brain briefly saw Naruto with 2 Rinnegan and a form resembling the human god trees with slightly altered body parts, he asked, "Naruto, how did you? What is happening?" As Sasuke hurried to his feet, his eyes narrowed in disgust and rage. "No, you are not Naruto, you were just using his form. You were one of those disgusting trees," he exclaimed. With apparent bewilderment, Naruto said, "Huh? What are you talking about, Sasuke? I'm Naruto. Quit talking. Keep his name out of your dirty mouth." Sasuke made a one-handed hand gesture and yelled angrily. "Fire style. Jutsu with fire balls." As he exhaled and hurled a massive ball of fire toward Naruto, Sasuke yelled. Sasuke's Sharingan was activated when he saw the sword sticking in the ground near him and grabbed it in his lone hand. Sasuke began to swing and slash with expert swordsmanship, and Naruto jumped back as the fireball exploded where he had been standing. Naruto easily avoided the swings but continued to back up, seemingly unwilling to fight back. Naturally, even if you were a tree for a while, your abilities would not deteriorate. As he continued to sidestep and avoid Sasuke's enraged swipes, Naruto thought bitterly, "You are too stubborn to let your muscles wither away or get rusty. Stop talking. I'll find Boruto and destroy you. I must keep him safe," Sasuke exclaimed in a hysterical manner, as if he didn't understand what Naruto was attempting to convey. For several minutes, they kept up this slashing and dodging routine while the Konoha group could only stare in shock at Sasuke's abrupt transformation. "What's going on? Why is the other Naruto-san being attacked by Papa?" Naruto-san came to his rescue. Frustrated, Sarada asked. He is unaware of the amount of time that has gone by. Perhaps his mind is filling in the blanks because Boruto had just escaped, and his only thought is the instinctive need to locate his student. As the group's eyes widened at the logical explanation, Koji Kashin made a suggestion. "Master is being short-sighted, tch. Boruto made the one-handed hand sign for Flying Rajan and said, "I will have to use Flying Rajan to go there in person to explain and calm down Uncle Sasuke." Before continuing to dodge Sasuke's lightning-fast slashes, Naruto turned his head to shake his head, seemingly mouthing the words, "Do not interfere. I got this." Sasuke then made a series of one-handed hand gestures, apparently realizing that this was not going anywhere. Sasuke released a burst of purple lightning style to increase his speed and appear as a blur. He dashed forward, stepping on Naruto's foot to stop him from moving away, and he placed the blade of Naruto's sword against his throat, holding it right next to his throat. Suddenly, a cliff rose from beneath Naruto's feet, lifting that cliff high into the air with Naruto in it. A wall also popped up from the cliff behind Naruto, preventing him from jumping back. "I have one last question for you now. Why do you resemble Naruto, and who are you?" Sasuke glared at Naruto with his one eye and demanded. Sasuke, who appeared much younger, widened his eyes in surprise at the familiar face staring back at him, and Naruto looked down and sighed as a puff of smoke replaced him. That's the Sasuke of old. Prior to him leaving the village, Kakashi took note of Naruto's change. Just stop talking. How on earth are you aware of it? Naruto spat out in the voice and appearance of Sasuke in his younger form, saying, it's not like you ever had a family in the first place. AN5. Those words, that is, muttered Sasuke, recalling the scene from the Valley of the End's first battle instantly. You were by yourself right from the start. What gives you the impression that you are knowledgeable about it? Having those ties has caused me to suffer now. How in the world could you know what it's like to lose everything? Naruto transformed into Sasuke's younger form and spat out an angry spit at him. Both Naruto and Sasuke flipped over in midair and landed a small pillar that rose from the ground to catch them before they landed, but Naruto pushed Sasuke off of him as they fell off the pillar with multiple smoke bombs left in Naruto's ninja pouch, causing a series of smoke explosions. Is Papa there? When he was younger, did he say that? Looking at Sakura, who looked at Kakashi, Sarada asked in disbelief, and both of them were equally stunned. After that, Naruto changed into his younger self rather than Sasuke, and his thicker Kyuubi markings indicated that he was using a tiny bit of Kurama chakra. That's accurate. As Hokage Naruto and Hinata turned their heads away from the candid admission, Naruto said, I have no idea what it's like having parents or a brother. The extent of their father's childhood loneliness astounded Himawari, Boruto, and even Kawaki. Before turning to face the astonished Sasuke, Naruto said, but when I'm with Iruka-sensei I wonder if that is what it feels to have a father. He smiled slightly. With a genuine smile, Naruto said, and when I am with you, I wonder if that is what it feels like to have a brother. Naruto reverted to his younger self, a frustrated yet moved Sasuke. Why Naruto? Why would you go to such lengths for me? Naruto looked down as Sasuke asked. After that, Naruto reverted to his younger self. Because I have never experienced a bond like this before. For this reason, I'll stop at nothing to prevent you. Naruto the younger said. Naruto reverted to his younger self, Sasuke, who closed his eyes and gazed down before opening them to reveal Tsutomu Sharingan. Naruto, it's too late. It's simply too late. While younger Sasuke tapped his foot and split the pillar into pieces, Naruto said, I can't turn back now. Naruto then threw a thin, sharp piece of the pillar at Sasuke's pillar, causing it to split into pieces. Naruto had reverted to his normal form, and both he and Sasuke flipped and landed on their feet on the ground. Naruto turned to face Sasuke, who was stunned and had confusion and hope in his eyes. Sasuke, do you recall those words? It happened at the Valley of the End during our first battle. You kept that conversation to yourself, so nobody else knows about it except for us. I didn't even tell Sakura or Kakashi-sensei about it. Do you truly believe that I am a fake once more? Even as Sasuke began to tremble, Naruto asked kindly. Naruto, you were the one. You were the only one who knew. Why do you appear so youthful? What took place? Sasuke questioned as he let Naruto's sword fall to the ground with a clang. As he ran forward and covered the eye patch where Sasuke's left eye once was, Naruto teased, let me show you instead of telling you jerk. After a moment, Naruto placed that same hand over the stump where Sasuke's left forearm used to be, and as the arm regenerated with the eye patch blew off, another chakra pulse was sent over Sasuke's missing left eye, causing him to gasp. He then hesitantly opened his eye, revealing his missing left Rinnegan reformed with his 6 tomo as before. With shame, Sasuke said, Naruto, I understand everything, you even restored my arm and eye after I attacked you, as he slowly moved his left hand, seemingly adjusting to having a left hand once more. I always planned to repair your arm and eye, but I didn't anticipate that you would attack me. You will eventually learn to stop blaming yourself and to forgive yourself. You deserve to be whole again because your actions since the war have redeemed you, Naruto said, panting a little and wiping away a small amount of perspiration with his left hand. I apologize, I can restore limbs and even eyes, but when I restore other people's limbs, they seem to require more chakra than I would like to acknowledge. Sasuke paused before laughing heartily, and Naruto grumbled, it's probably because I am making new cells from old cells and I need to use my own chakra to make up the difference and transform the chakra into usable chakra for you at the same time. Naruto grinned back at Sasuke, who said, only you would take something incredible like restoring missing limbs and restoring them completely and complain about chakra usage. After everything you've been through, I'm glad you still have a sense of humor. To be clear, I had family far away, but I was unaware of Kairi at the time of my fight with you. Sasuke simply nodded his head, and Naruto corrected, I'm still going to find her one day. It's time to return to Konoha. Are you prepared to meet your family, Sasuke? Naruto put a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and asked, his gaze shifting back to Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. Yes, I still have my true memories. While restoring his limbs, Naruto also released the omnipotence on Kawaki, which Sasuke demonstrated by saying, I want to slug him in the head, but since you are willing to let him keep his head, I will just glare at him. Sakura and Sarada were crying with joy at seeing their family alive and well again, while Boruto was grinning and appeared pleased. Our hero has won again, huh? If only I could just jump him to show my appreciation. Hanabi complained as Sumire blushed while Hinata gave her younger sister an incredulous look. When Hanabi openly admitted that he wanted to bed Naruto right now, Konohamaru, Shikamaru, Tsunade, Ino, and Sakura slapped their hands over their foreheads. Mitsuki appeared intrigued, Kawaki was uninterested, Kakashi and Koji appeared amused, and Ada and Demon were solely focused on Naruto. Hanabi, Aunt, Himawari and Boruto whimpered as if they were becoming ghosts, their faces going pale. Are you all right? The siblings shuddered and Hanabi asked in amusement. Hearing about our aunt's desire for our father is still really strange. It's still really strange, even though I know he's not Papa. Himawari grumbled. Boruto shuddered and agreed, tell me about it. Sasuke blinked both eyes and then looked down when Naruto told him, Sasuke. Just to let you know, people from Konoha have been watching us from an invisible portal created by the X-Blade. So, they heard what I said about our conversation from back then in the Valley of the End. I see, so my daughter and wife heard me saying how much you didn't understand me back then, huh? Despite the fact you were probably the only person our age who any idea what I was going through, I still chose to leave the village. Sasuke was ashamed when Naruto nodded. Naruto remarked, your Sharingan went from 2 tomo to 3 tomo, allowing you overpower me once again. The Sharingan, or eyes that reflect the heart, is dubbed by Tobirama Senju. Old Man Second noted how the eyes evolved not just from harsh training by strong emotions. Positive or negative seemed to make them stronger in response to a need. By severing our bond, your eyes matured from the negative emotions. To support his statement, his own 3 tomo Sharingan momentarily activated in his eyes, before changing back to Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. From Naruto's Sharingan, Sasuke couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. As Sarada and Sakura grinned proudly at their family's mature demeanor, Sasuke declared, it is still a little unsettling to see a version of you with my clan's eyes, but I am no longer the man who considered anyone who would use the Sharingan without my clan's suffering as unworthy, and I know you would never use those eyes for evil. Himawari sighed at her adopted older brother, while Kawaki scoffed, drawing a frustrated look from Sarada and Boruto. With a hint of impatience, Boruto said, what's your problem, Kawaki? I know you were never a fan of Master Sasuke, but he is safe. That is a good thing. I just find Sasuke as a child intolerable. From what I understand, this entire village hated Lord Seventh and he had no one to care for him. Yet Sasuke pretends him losing his loved ones while still having the village on his side is somehow worse than Lord Seventh's suffering. What a child, Kawaki said quietly. Before Sarada and Sakura could slug Kawaki for his remark, Hokage Naruto grabbed their wrists. As her husband nodded, releasing Sakura and Sarada, Hinata reprimanded him, saying, that's enough, Kawaki. Suffering isn't some contest which can be measured. Sasuke-kun was wrong to think that, but it doesn't mean he wasn't also suffering. Okay everyone, let's calm down. The other Naruto has been working hard to fix our mistakes and help this world. The very least we can do for him is show him that we appreciate his work and not be bickering like children every time he isn't here. Kakashi suggested with a grin on his face. After sulking at one another, the Uzumaki family nodded, their Himawari smile expanding to a megawatt once more. Himawari exclaimed, yes, I am going to give my other papa a super hug when he returns. He deserves it. As Hinata and Hokage Naruto grinned at their daughter's continued sweetness. Then, Himawari's eyes narrowed and her whisker lines widened, revealing the first stages of transformation, and Kurama chakra began to seep out. Himawari proclaimed, however, Uncle Sasuke needs to be punched in the face. How dare he attack other papa when he saved him? Maybe not a punch but definitely a glare. Her expression was so dark and furious that even Boruto and Hokage Naruto took a nervous step back, as if they were suffering from PTSD. With pride and frustration in her eyes, Hinata said to her daughter, sigh yes sweetheart. We will talk to Sasuke-kun when he comes back, as he was definitely being rash. Naruto teased Sasuke, whose left Rinnegan had been restored, along with its visual jutsu, by saying, "Sasuke, are you ready to take the express way back to Konoha? I know there are people already ready to hug you when you get back. Unless you want to flex your Rinnegan and create a portal back instead." Sasuke said bluntly, "Very funny Naruto, although I suppose testing out my powers to see if they are actually fully restored is a good idea." However, Naruto's eyebrow twitched in frustration, giving Sasuke's smirk a hint of teasing. Naruto crossed his arms and said icily, "Oh, are you saying my healing abilities were not able to restore your visual prowess as well, jerk?" Focusing his left Rinnegan on the area to Naruto's left, Sasuke simply shrugged. Sasuke ducked as Naruto slugged where his head was with his elbow, saying, "I am not suggesting anything. I am just saying that a Rinnegan isn't easy to create. Even Black Zetsu had to rely on that single set that Madara produced despite being alive for over 1,000 years. This eye could just look like Rinnegan but failed to have all my powers in that eye." The encounter between the alternate Naruto and Sasuke from their world caused the Konoha residents to perspire. With a warm smile, Kakashi said, "Sai, it seems that other Naruto has the same sort of relationship that you and Sasuke have. It brings me back to when you were kiddies before you became Hokage." Hinata and Sakura both sighed simultaneously, and Hokage Naruto appeared somewhat embarrassed. Sakura rubbed the back of Hinata's head and said, "Our husbands are sometimes idiots when they are together, aren't they, Hinata?" As Sarada and Himawari gaped at their mother's remarks, Hinata added, "Hee, they are the idiots we chose though, so we still love them no matter how silly they are." Sumair whispered, "That is pretty sweet, quite the romantic story." Her longing gaze on Naruto revealed the target of her romantic story. "Rinnegan!" Sasuke exclaimed, a burst of chakra pulsating in his left eye. A black circular portal appeared abruptly to Naruto's side. He nodded after examining it with Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto shrugged, and Sasuke smirked and said, "Looks like we won't need your eyes for the portal after all, huh, Naruto?" Naruto dryly replied, "Mine are available if you are out of practice and don't send us back to Konoha correctly. A backup, so to speak, if something goes wrong." Sasuke's smirk disappeared, and then they both laughed. Sasuke appeared pleased as Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan deactivated as a symbol of trust. Walking side by side through the portal, Naruto and Sasuke put their hands on each other's shoulders. When they were gone, the portal closed and disappeared. Hidari, meanwhile, gasped as he realized that Sasuke's chakra had been lost because the god tree that connected them had been destroyed. Mamushi and Matsuri were furious, but Juro was merely amused. "We shall continue to watch. Their chakra has already left that area and returned to Konoha. Hidari is in no danger as the Thorn Soul Bulb still exists inside of his body. He will not revert back to a claw grime and retain his current abilities. There is no reason to worry. They will come to us one way or another." Juro laughed. Another black portal appeared from Sasuke's Rinnegan's time-space jutsu, and Naruto and Sasuke returned to the Hokage office. The group from Konoha nearly jumped up from how sudden the portal appeared, but nobody seemed as happy as Sarada and Sakura when they saw Sasuke alive and well. Sakura ran into Sasuke's arms and exclaimed, "Sasuke-kun! Your arm and I." Naruto moved aside. Sarada ran into her father's arms and exclaimed, "Papa! Thank goodness everything is okay again." With one arm wrapped around Sakura and Sarada, each holding them close to his body, Sasuke said simply, "I am back, I am glad to be home again." Before coughing into his fist, Naruto nodded, allowing the family to reunite for a few minutes. As Sasuke's eyes cooled and he nodded, Naruto said, "Sasuke. I hate to be rude, but isn't there something you wanted to do when you got back after getting a few hugs in?" To everyone's dismay, Sasuke asked gravely, "Yeah. You okay with it, Naruto?" Naruto smirked and said, "Sure. I know a lot of people thought I was soft and you did actively oppose him even with your memories mixed up. So you deserve one hit in." Sasuke nodded appreciatively. As he disappeared and reappeared behind Kawaki, with a Susanoo arm emerging from a ribcage, Susanoo poised to strike Kawaki in the head, Sasuke's left Rinnegan pulsed. Before Kawaki could be bopped on the head, Naruto appeared in a red version 1-foot cloak without tails and a chakra arm that caught Sasuke's Susanoo arm. Kawaki could only look up in amazement at the speed of the teleportation. Hokage Naruto screamed angrily, "Sasuke! What are you doing?" as Sakura clenched her fists and squinted. Sasuke seemed to ignore them as he stared at Naruto with a frown. Sasuke accused Naruto, who scowled as his chakra arm flicked and pushed Sasuke's Susanoo arm aside. Disciplining that brat Kawaki like he deserves. After that stunt he pulled on the world, a single hit is very lenient in my mind. Now why are you stopping me, Naruto? You just agreed a single hit and yet you still protect Kawaki. With a cautious glance at his master, Boruto stood in front of Kawaki as Kawaki leapt away. While Shikamaru and Konohamaru appeared disappointed that Naruto had stopped Sasuke, Kakashi simply sighed as if anticipating this. I meant one hit with you regular hand Sasuke. Not Chidori, or Amaterasu, and definitely not your Susanoo. Something to let Kawaki he was being an idiot without caving his head in the process. You should know better, Sasuke. I get to decide what is too far for Kawaki, and that was too far. Naruto explained sternly as Sasuke frowned, crossing his arms over his chest. Sakura let go of the tension on her shoulders and sighed with relief when she saw this. As Naruto's own chakra arm retreated into his body, Sasuke's Susanoo deactivated. Sasuke sighed and said, "You really are just as soft as the Naruto I know. You both do not the stomach to give Kawaki any real punishment, so he thinks he can say and do whatever he wants." Naruto's eyes briefly widened in pain, which everyone saw, before his expression returned to its usual joyful one. Sakura intervened as Sasuke turned to apologize, but Naruto shook his head and sighed. Sasuke-kun, Naruto is having isn't a fake. I know you didn't mean it like that, but he is hurting, Sakura said. As he looked over at the stone statue of the fourth Hokage, Naruto confessed with a longing expression, "It's okay. I am getting better at accepting it. I don't know exactly how many other worlds I will need to go to reach Kairi at that moment, but I have a feeling this won't be the last. Konoha, I will need to go to. I am sure in those worlds I will be the outsider or a counterpart to their Naruto in AN2. Anyways, Kawaki, just stand there for a minute and let Sasuke swing a blow at you. I promise it won't be vital hit and it will just be your regular arm, right, Sasuke? Besides, if it does hurt a bit too much I will heal you afterwards and everyone can move on." Naruto asked, looking between Sasuke, who nodded, and Kawaki, who looked annoyed. Looking around, Kawaki grumbled, "Isn't anyone going to stop him? I already lost to the not Hokage and he spared my life. Isn't that enough humiliation for a lifetime? Just suck it up, Kawaki ni. Papa has already made the parameters pretty fair and you did make Uncle Sasuke a missing ninja with your actions. So, him getting to slug you once seems pretty tame, especially as he was the one who helped Ni-chan escape when no one else was able," Himawari said with an air of seriousness. The rather direct statement from the charming Himawari, with Hokage Naruto and Naruto looking rather proud, had everyone staring. Hokage Naruto and Naruto simultaneously exclaimed, "That's my girl Datbeo," with pride. Naruto said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to," but Hinata and Hokage Naruto looked at him sympathetically. While Naruto sighed in frustration with a faint smile of satisfaction, Himawari reminded him smugly and giggly, "Hee hee, you can't escape it. You are my family too, no matter how much you try to distance yourself." Demon turned to face Ada, who was staring dreamily at Naruto without even glancing at Kawaki. As Kawaki only arched an eyebrow at her admission, Ada said bluntly, "Just suck it up, Kawaki. You are not being much of a man complaining about one hit from one of your victims. I wonder what I saw in you in the first place now." She is finally letting go of Kawaki. Shikamaru was pleased to think, "At least we know she won't do something crazy to make Kawaki happy again. I'm not sure if having a crush on that other Naruto is a good thing or not." With a stern expression, Sasuke nodded as he approached Kawaki, clenching his fist and extending his recently restored left arm. Hokage Naruto and Hinata nodded and sighed, and Boruto and Himawari left. Kawaki looked defiantly at Sasuke as he raised his left arm to his face, seemingly about to punch him across the forehead. Kawaki gasped in agony as Sasuke smirked and moved forward a foot to drive his fist into his stomach. As the blow caused him to cough up spit in agony, Kawaki gasped and asked, "Why did you? That felt good after all this time. You were expecting a blow to the head, so hitting your stomach instead hit harder as your guard was down. I missed using my left hand, so this felt oddly right, hitting you in your ungrateful stomach for once," Sasuke said, taking a step back and returning to a contented Sarada and sighing Sakura. With simultaneous nods from Konohamaru, Shikamaru, Mitsusuke, Hanabi, Ino, Koji, and Tsunade observed, "Can't say you didn't deserve that, brat. It was kinda funny for Sasuke to change his punch at the last minute. Hokage Naruto sighed and said to his wife, I guess I have been a bit too lenient, right Hinata? Himawari smiled at the suggestion, and Boruto and Kawaki smiled slightly. Hinata said, Naruto-kun, dear. Perhaps we need a balance. I was very harsh with him after he admitted failing to kill Boruto made him frustrated. I can see now that both boys are a balance of each other. Perhaps this is a fresh start. As Hokage Naruto glanced at Ada, who blinked, Shikamaru reminded them, sorry for being the sour milk as usual, but what about those human god trees? What will happen now that Sasuke is revived? Will that Sasuke look-alike Hidari cease to exist? Will Jura and the others come here for revenge? As Ada scowled and put her hands on her hips, Hokage Naruto firmly asked, I hate to ask this of you, but can you check on them using your Senrigan Ada? Shikamaru palmed his face at the somewhat patronizing honorific that was added to his name, and Ada yelled angrily, I already told Shika-chan that I am not going to use my Senrigan in real time. That human god tree can't see me, somehow when I look at the present. Following that, Naruto touched Ada's shoulder, causing the 19-year-old to flush. It's all right, I can sense them from here without being sensed. I appreciate what you have done, Ada. I can tell you aren't used to helping people when you don't have to, but when you do try you are very helpful. Naruto gave her a grin. Ada looked away, her cheeks flushed down to her neck, and whispered, you really know how to worm yourself into a woman's heart without trying. The worst part is, unlike the countless men who try to praise me to get into my shorts due to omnipotence, you actually mean what you say. Stupid charming blonde. When Hinata stared at Hokage Naruto, he simply raised an eyebrow in amusement and turned away. Demon sighed after humming to himself. As Ada began to fan herself adorable ally, Demon concluded, anyone is better than Kawaki. He treated sis badly even when he knew she would do anything for him. At least this not Hokage seems genuine enough and strong enough to protect big sis. Demon, you shouldn't say things like that out loud. Not that you are wrong or anything. It's just awkward with both Kawaki and the cuter Naruto-kun in the same room. Ada grumbled to herself. When Sasuke and Boruto both gave him the same smirks or looks of amusement, Kawaki scoffed but became irritated. Naruto focused while closing his eyes. Seems that the human god trees are still in their own dimension. It seems Mamushi and Matsuri aka the god trees of Bug and Moegi are annoyed at the current situation. Hidari is exhausted but otherwise fine and Jura is keeping everyone calm. It seems Jura doesn't really care if I free the people trapped in those mutated claw grimes. I am not sure if it's because I don't take the soul thorn bulb or he is just amused at the situation. Naruto observed as he opened his eyes with a breath. When Konohamaru, Tsumaru, Sarada, and Shikamaru heard the name Matsuri, they all flinched. Naruto saw their reactions and held up a hand. As Konohamaru in particular gave him a hopeful look, Naruto exclaimed, it's all right. Now that I have confirmed I can do it with Sasuke with no issues besides chakra exhaustion and even that I can easily restore with my own chakra. I can free Moegi easily as the claw grime cannot get rid of their weakness to natural energy and I can even do it without being swallowed up. With a sigh, Naruto gestured to Hokage Naruto and Hinata with his thumb. Well, I will do it now. That puppy dog look doesn't really look with older you but you are still my apprentice in a way. Just make sure to give her time to adjust and you have to explain why they and I are both here, okay? Naruto extended his hands, and his Rinnegan came to life. Naruto exclaimed, that reminds me. I am taking these back. Almighty pull. As a chakra pulse appeared. Sasuke quickly put the sword back in its sheath on his hip after Naruto's sword returned to his right palm. A moment later, Boruto's left hand was drawn to Sasuke's sword and sheath. With haste, he resheathed the sword and hurled it towards Sasuke, who managed to catch it with his left hand. If you want a sword of your own you can just ask someone from Konoha to forge you one. I am sure this world's 1010 would be more than happy to get you in contact with someone. There is a lot of guilt-ridden people down there who owe you alto, so a sword is hardly too much to ask. Naruto said as his Rinnegan was deactivated and eyes widened. Before putting the sword back in its sheath, Sasuke nodded and practiced a few swings with his left hand. Boruto grinned a little, and Hokage Naruto and Shikamaru nodded. As he leapt out to the window and then across the rooftops, Naruto said, now to get little. I mean Miss Moegi back to normal. She is in the village, right? I will run to her, free her, and bring her to the hospital. There, she can rest from the chakra exhaustion, and later you can have your heartfelt reunion, Konohamaru. With the Hyuga Uzumaki family looking down, Konohamaru said with a somber smile, I am glad he is here. He really is solving all the issues we have had the last 3 years one at a time. I am not sure we could ever pay him back if we tried. In the meantime, Naruto swiftly reached the claw grime that had taken in Moegi. Naruto focused for a moment before launching into Sage mode. Taking his sword from its sheath, he cut the god tree in two. He put his sword back in its sheath and used one arm to pull Moegi out. Naruto sprinted ahead as the god tree regenerated and tried to swallow Moegi and, by extension, Naruto. He touched the main portion of the god tree with his hand. Naruto shouted, Frog Strike, as the single blow sent a powerful pulse of Sage mode natural energy through the entire tree from his palm. The tree froze in its tracks and trembled as the branches began to jerk uncontrollably, striking the ground and even the main trunk. Still in Sage mode, Naruto taunted the tree, saying, Oh, does it hurt? You don't like my Sage chakra very much. Do you want some more? You can eat as much as you want. I have a lot more where that comes from. The tree began to swell, then began to blot, and finally collapsed on itself. HMPH, I guess all these god trees turned claw grimes cannot handle my Sage chakra. Must be some survival instinct to destroy itself rather than be transmitted back to those human god trees. Naruto thought as his Sage mode disappeared. Moegi began to wake up abruptly and coughed. Moegi blinked in bewilderment and whispered, What happened to me? Lord Seventh, is that you? Naruto grinned down at his apprentice's teammate's older alternate form. He restored her chakra by pressing his palm against her forehead. Moegi felt her muscles and chakra return to normal, and her eyes grew wide. As he allowed Moegi to stand up again, Naruto said simply, I did promise Konohamaru I would lead you to the hospital. I will send him your way later. Please get some rest and don't worry, things will work out. While several young children applauded the show, Naruto put a hand on her shoulder and used the body flicker jutsu to vanish in a puff of smoke. Avoid the hospital staff who wanted to check on Moegi after you've dropped him off. Naruto reappeared in the Hokage tower using Kamui. As Hokage, Naruto and Sakura blinked and then nodded. Naruto teased, all done. Don't worry, just like Sasuke I restored her chakra, but I think she deserves a day of rest, right? Lord Seventh and head of hospital Sakura Haruno. Along with Himawari, Sarada, Sumair, Ino, and Sakura, Konohamaru exhaled a particularly joyful sigh of relief. So now that 2 members of the god trees whose victims are back to human form, although I guess since their soul thorn bulb are still inside of them, they are not dead. Koji answered with a nod. Other than Boruto, Ada, Amato, and Demon appeared perplexed. Naruto responded, besides their head boss Jura, who was the Ten Tails' true form manifested, the only other victim is Bug, whose god tree is named Mamushi. Kawaki and the rest of the room looked truly perplexed as they asked, who the heck is Bug? Is he one of our people? Boruto said, cough. Bug was Code's former associate. I guess it doesn't really matter either way since Code is dead, so it's not like freeing Bug as a favor to him. Ada's expression changed to one of disgust. Bug, just like every other man I met, was enchanted by my unconscious use of omnipotence, but I could tell how much he hated me under the surface. I wouldn't mind if he stayed as a tree if I never have to talk or look at his disgusting face. Ada stated as the group blinked at her harsh remarks. Demon cracked his knuckles and grinned. Just to let you know, if Bug hadn't told Code my weakness of my reflection ability, I would have smashed Code's face into the ground after he got his limiters removed. If I killed Code back at that time, Kawaki might not have gotten into his stupid head to kill Boruto. Sis wouldn't have fulfilled Kawaki's selfish desire to swap places, and Code would not turn that stupid 10 tails into those god trees. Demon continued while grinning broadly that Bug displayed. I will collaborate their stories. I was there to remove Code's limiters, remember, and based on Demon's strength he would have killed Code if he wasn't on his guard due to Bug's information. It only follows the chain of events after Code was allowed to live and leave as a result of Bug warning him. Amato said with a stern face. Naruto turned to observe the disapproving looks on everyone's faces. In contrast to Sasuke and Moegi, Naruto cheerfully remarked, okay, so I guess I don't need to worry about restoring Bug to his human form or not. If Mamushi dies and Bug isn't restored, no skin on any of our backs. Good to know I don't need to make the effort. With a sway of her attractive, well-formed hips and waist, Ada appeared pleased as she approached Naruto. While Demon simply sighed, Hokage Naruto gawked at this, with many of the women casting suspicious glances at the other men who had sensibly chosen to turn their heads away from the alluring cyborg. Tell you want Naruto Uzumaki from another world. That god tree Mamushi gives me the same creepy vibes as bug, which makes sense as he was formed from his body. If you destroy Mamushi or at least neutralize him for me, I will give you my first kiss in gratitude. How does that sound, Mr. Hero? Ada purred as she blinked her eyes and licked full of desire. Ada put a hand on Naruto's cheek and walked until she was just a few inches away from him, gazing at him with desire and affection. The majority of the group turned away as if to interrupt, while Himawari's eyes narrowed and Sumire and Hanabi pouted as if to condemn Ada. Himawari asked, much to her parents' amusement, is she worth other papa? Hokage Naruto was a little taken aback by Himawari's response. With his eyes clear of curiosity rather than lust or desire, Naruto gazed into Ada's. After giving her a brief glance, he gently grasped her chin with his left hand and stroked her cheek, causing her to blush. Naruto said firmly, Ada, there is something I need to ask you this before anything can happen between us. Ada nodded enthusiastically, then sighed as he let go of her hand and cheek. Ada looked agitated and desperate as she begged, anything Naruto-kun. Do you need my measurements or my preferred positions or what kind of things I would want to do on a date? Sister, don't tell him your measurements. Or at least out loud. Do it in private, pouted Demon. Given that Ada was a fully grown woman with a noticeable figure at the age of 19, the men were taken aback by her shyness, particularly by her willingness to disclose her measurements. Sarada's and Sumire's eyes twitched with jealousy as Ada's 3-year age increase gave her a more mature bust and figure. Naruto shook his head, his eyes widening momentarily before his smile deepened. As Ada's eyes widened to the point of looking like pies in shock, Naruto asked her solemnly, nothing like that. My question is much simpler. I want to know, do you like me because I am immune to your omnipotence so I am not instantly attracted to you, or do you like me for me? Because they were immune to omnipotence and could therefore form accurate opinions about her, Boruto, Sumire, Sarada, and Kawaki exchanged glances, knowing that Ada felt something similar to them. Naruto-kun, what are you talking about? Of course, I like you because of who you are. How could you ask me that? Ada asked, shocked and hurt as Naruto's eyes softened and he made a sympathetic gesture with his left arm toward Kawaki. I have seen this world's history and I know you liked Kawaki because he was enough Otsutsuki so he wasn't entranced by you like everyone else. I also know you were both so incompatible that any dating site wouldn't have paired you up if you were the last 2 people in the polls. So, I need to know, am I just a replacement for Kawaki since I too will never be entranced by your charm? Naruto clarified calmly and kindly. Knowing that he was being honest about her feelings for Kawaki, Ada looked down in embarrassment before turning to face Sumire, who nodded encouragingly in spite of her own feelings for Naruto. Ada said, you are right about Kawaki and my feelings being more out of desperation rather than true affection. I know he would never love me the same way I loved him and he would use my feelings when he needed something. Kawaki looked down for a moment, recalling his threat to tell everyone that Boruto killed Lord Seventh and his wife, in order to turn the world against Boruto. Ada put a hand over her heart and looked at him honestly, saying, but this is different with you, Naruto-kun. I have seen what kind of hero you are and I know you wouldn't use anyone you are with as a tool or convenient ability to discard if needed. I know in my heart my feelings for you are true and I can accept being part of a harem or whatever if I got to at least share your heart. Sumire put a hand on Ada's shoulder after looking down and witnessing her confession. Sarada reassured her friend, who nodded and smiled, saying, Sumire, you will have your chance before he leaves. Just tell me and express yourself. I know you will be able to show him your true feelings through your actions and words. Sarada grinned and Sumire said, thanks, Sarada. I like our friendship especially when we are not going after the same guy. Naruto nodded and grinned as he saw Ada's resolve. I can see you're honestly and truthfully, I am flattered. I won't promise anything to anyone as I don't know what will happen when I have to leave this world. I am not sure if I can return once I leave as I yet to truly return back to a world after I leave, but perhaps after I save Kairi my powers will mature so I can truly travel the multiverse instead of leaping from place to place. Naruto admitted while staring at his right hand achingly. AN3. Sakura struck him in the head with her fist as Sasuke rubbed his head with both hands and asked bluntly. So, you don't want to get too attached in case you are unable to return to the world after you leave. Sakura yelled, Sasuke-kun. Don't phrase it like that. Naruto shook his head and grinned. As his alternate teammates, Hokage Naruto, Hinata, and Kakashi all smiled with the same eye, Naruto exclaimed, it's okay. I guess I have been treating it that way. Although I vow if I can return, I will return someday. That is my promise of a lifetime to this world. So, Ada, I won't stop you if you want to kiss me after I deal with the human god trees and specifically Mamushi, but I won't promise anything like an engagement or boyfriend status, understand? Naruto replied with a grin and a nod. As Naruto rubbed his head and Sakura, Ino, and Tsunade cooed at the sweetness, Ada exclaimed joyfully, anything is good with me, and if I have to wait for your return you are worth it, Naruto-kun. Hokage Naruto sighed, but Kakashi and Koji nodded in agreement. Shikamaru observed pragmatically, seems healthier than that attachment she had to Kawaki, and as long as she doesn't use omnipotence again on the world, I see no issue with it personally. With a curious glance at the otherworldly version of himself, Naruto then turned to face Hokage Naruto, who had come to sit on the Hokage desk. As Hokage Naruto and the residents of Konoha gaped at him, Naruto declared, now then. Please call a 5-cage summit. I want them to hear it from me how this all came to be. Hokage Naruto shrugged and asked gravely, are you sure? If anything happens, Konoha stands behind you, other me, but is this really needed? The majority of the room shivered at Naruto's reasoning, and Shikamaru sighed openly. I don't need their approval or anything, but I would be interested in seeing how the current kage are. Kakashi-sensei is still Hokage in my time, along with Gaara as Kazekage, Mei-chan as Mizukage, Old Man Onoki as Tsuchikage, and Old Man A as Raikage. I think it will be fun to see the new Kage's reactions to see well me. Naruto said with a mischievous smile. Then, as if recalling something, Naruto tapped his forehead. Alright, before that though, Hokage Naruto. There is something I want to give you. I restored Sasuke's Rinnegan and arm, rid Boruto of Momoshiki, got Kawaki to come to his senses, gave Sarada a Mangekyo Sharingan that will never lose its light, and planned to train Himawari in using Kurama chakra effectively. Naruto began as Hinata, and Hokage Naruto gave Himawari a worried look before she shook her head. As he leapt forward to stand beside Hokage Naruto, Naruto said, I think you deserve something to help keep the balance of power and the respect of the Hokage before you, Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata giggled into her hand as Hokage Naruto rubbed his head against the back of his head. As Himawari smiled up at her father, Hokage Naruto humbly acknowledged, you have done more for me than I could ever repay. You brought my family back together and saved my dearest friends. I am just happy to be alive and knowing that Kurama is a good place right now. Naruto grinned slightly and said, hee, that is something I would say too, but consider this a gift to protect your family. His hand was glowing with golden yellow chakra. Inside Himawari, Kurama remarked with narrowed eyes, Hima. This feels like, as he sensed a familiar chakra. Then, as chakra began to pour into Hokage Naruto's body, Naruto laid his glowing right hand on his left shoulder. Hokage Naruto gasped as Naruto made a one-handed hand gesture with his left hand while keeping his right hand on his shoulder. This feels like, Hokage Naruto exclaimed. As enormous amounts of chakra continued to pour out of him, Naruto said, consider this a once-in-a-lifetime gift. I am not doing it again, and I don't think anyone else is going to be able to. While Sarada and Sasuke activated their 3-Tomo Sharingan while observing Naruto's chakra, Himawari, Hanabi, and Hinata activated their Byakugan. Hanabi remarked, Naruto is transferring a large amount of tailed beast chakra from himself to the Naruto we know. It's kinda insane how much chakra he is pushing into Naruto. While the dojutsu users nodded in agreement. Sakura examined Hokage Naruto's body after he had returned from Kurama's death, and asked sharply, wait, is my teammate Naruto going to be a Jinchuriki again? Is Naruto splitting up Kurama back into him? After a few seconds, Hokage Naruto was quickly transformed from 1 tails to 9 liquid-like tails flowing from his back by a version 1-foot Kurama cloak. Hokage Naruto remarked, this is just like before, as the air trembled due to the volume of chakra he was releasing. As he proceeded to channel his chakra into Hokage Naruto, who was invisible except for Sasuke's Rinnegan, Naruto hummed and a little perspiration formed on his forehead. Just keep moving forward, it's still insufficient, just a little bit longer. Naruto thought to himself, I can do this, as he blinked briefly in fatigue before pushing forward. Naruto, this reminds me of the time you transferred chakra to restore mine, but now you're attempting to transform all of Kurama's chakra back into the Naruto I know. If this occurs, how will you fare? As Sasuke noticed the minute signs of Naruto's fatigue, he worriedly thought. A golden-orange chakra cloak formed as the markings on Hokage Naruto's chest appeared, and the version 1 cloak abruptly retreated back into him. This is my chakra mode when I first defeated Kurama. It's still growing, Hokage Naruto observed as the nine-tailed version 1 cloak's chakra output exploded. Before releasing Hokage Naruto's shoulder, Naruto roared as he poured more chakra into his body. Since Hokage Naruto was experiencing the chakra itself manifest on his body, the dojutsu practitioners decided to deactivate their eyes because they were no longer necessary. Then, as the chakra solidified and grew larger once more, Hokage Naruto's chakra mode created a coat that resembled his Hokage coat. This is Kurama mode. I feel just as strong as when I fight Jigen. I can probably even use it with 6 paths mode as well, just like before, exclaimed Hokage Naruto, who had grown accustomed to not having tailed beast chakra. Surprisingly, despite her thin appearance, Ada was able to hold Hokage Naruto onto her shoulder as the group congratulated him. As Hokage Naruto shut down his Kurama mode cloak, Ada questioned, "You are foolish. You are hiding it well, but you are clearly exhausted, Naruto Uzumaki. Was this really necessary to transfer all of this chakra at once to the Naruto in this world?" After blinking wearily, Naruto dozed off, his face in Ada's long hair, causing her to flush as his gentle breath touched her neck. Is this how true love feels? It feels so warm and right. Being held, and being able to express your suffering and weariness to another person in this way. Happily, Ada thought to herself. Sakura instantly transformed into a doctor, his hands glowing green with medical jutsu. Naruto, hold on, I will heal you right away. Put him against the wall and I can start treatment. He probably has chakra exhaustion, Sakura exclaimed. Despite her pout, Ada moved away and gently pressed Naruto's unconscious body against the wall. Naruto appeared to be sleeping soundly, but he had a pale face and perspiration running down his hair as Sumire and Himawari watched in concern. Sakura approached Naruto and attempted to press her hands to his chest in an attempt to infuse him with chakra, but she and the others were taken aback when Naruto flipped in midair to avoid her contact. Naruto stood up and closed his eyes, but he was still unconscious. Himawari briefly closed her eyes to speak with the Kurama inside her body, and then she said, "Kurama says that other Kurama is in control of other Papa's body right now. He can sense his chakra animating Papa's body." Naruto's fingernails became sharper, almost like claws, and his whiskers became bigger and more noticeable, almost as if in response to that statement. Naruto grinned toothily at the group, his eyes opening to show that they were now red and slitted. Kurama pointed to the younger generation of Himawari, Sumire, Sarada, Demon, Ada, and Kawaki and said, "Hey brats. You are older than the brats my Naruto knows, but you are still brats to me. There are even brats of brats here that simply do not exist possibly yet in Naruto's world. I guess since this is an alternate world to his own that is further along its history, it only makes sense." He appeared somewhat amused, but as he looked at Himawari and Hokage Naruto, his eyes did soften a little, as though he was recalling. The majority of the room appeared indifferent to Kurama's control over Naruto, but Kawaki, Demon, and Ada appeared irritated and offended at being called brats of brats. While Hokage Naruto appeared to be about to extend his right hand before stopping with a frustrated expression, Himawari was beaming broadly to see Kurama outside. With a gentle smile, Hinata took her husband's left hand and gave it a gentle squeeze. But when Kakashi waved at Kurama, his right eye closed in a patented eye smile that resembled a playful wink. As Kurama snarled and crossed his arms, Kakashi said, "Hello there, Captain Kurama. It's been a while, hasn't it? I guess it's relative due to the differences in time between dimensions, but you and Naruto are looking well." Kurama responded, "TCH hello there too, Kakashi brat. Unlike everyone else here, you seem to be virtually the same after over a decade of the Fourth Ninja War. I would almost assume you are Senju or Uzumaki due to their strong life force if I didn't know better." However, Kakashi simply laughed as if Kurama were a close friend, indicating that he was a little impressed. Hokage Naruto extended his arm once more, pausing midway as he looked at Kurama with a happy and pained expression. Kurama's eyes softened in response. Hokage Naruto told Sakura, "Kurama, I can feel your chakra inside of me again, but you're not there. Not even a fragment like the other tailed beasts." Sakura was shocked by what he said. Rinnegan and Sasuke Sharingan nodded after glancing at Hokage Naruto, particularly his chakra. Sasuke added on his right Sharingan, "He's right. I can see a massive amount of chakra sealed inside of him, but I don't sense the will of Kurama anymore despite the size of the chakra being massive like before." HMPH. It's because this fool truly believes using tailed beast chakra without explicit consent is abusing the tailed beast. He is fine when we combine our chakra for chakra modes and 6 paths modes as it's a combined effort, but even the thought of taking my chakra and giving it another version of himself is unbearable to him. Kurama let out a sigh and crossed his arms. As Hokage Naruto placed a hand over his chest and blinked multiple times, Kurama disclosed, so instead of simply taking a part of my chakra and transferring it over like the other tailed beasts did during the 4th Ninja War and creating Amini, tailed beast inside them both, Naruto instead used his chakra, transformed it into something like Kyuubi chakra, and transferred an equal amount of it to that Naruto to give him his strength back. As Kurama nodded and gestured to Himawari with his thumb, Hokage Naruto remarked in realization, I see, so this is like the chakra I took from Kurama after tug and war when I first obtained chakra mode without his will in it. Just pure power without a tailed beast to go along with it. That's right, the Kurama in this world is inside of Himawari and pure chakra is inside of the Naruto of this world. I will warn you though, since Naruto only brought pure power, chakra to give to you, that means the chakra will take longer to regenerate if you use it all at once despite the power being on the same level as if I was inside of you. There will be no Kurama to actively build up chakra, so if you want to use tailed beast mode after burning through it all, you will need to wait longer than if I was inside of you and just let it passively restore itself. You will also need to build sage chakra by yourself or a clone, as the tailed beast chakra cannot build up naturally energy by itself due to lacking a will and consciousness. Kurama clarified the hazards and power the Kurama chakra is contained within Naruto. As Hinata, Sakura, and Sasuke held his hand and clasped his shoulders, respectively, at his restored power, Hokage Naruto nodded and grinned appreciatively. Referring to his regenerated arm and eye, Hokage Naruto said to Sasuke, I am very grateful for that, Kurama and Naruto. I promise I won't you both down with this second chance. Right, Sasuke? Sasuke nodded after examining his restored arm and covering his restored eye with his hand. As her father and role models regained the abilities they had lost during the battle with the Otsutsuki, Sarada was beaming broadly. While Sumire was amazed to see Naruto's body under the control of his tailed beast, she was also concerned about the unconscious Naruto. As Shikamaru and Konohamaru were talking silently with their eyes about Hokage Naruto regaining his tailed beast abilities while he was unconscious, Himawari appeared to want to go give him an embrace but refrained. Everyone looked at Kurama and Naruto in concern as Koji Kashin frowned and asked, Is Naruto okay? I know just how much chakra tailed beasts having to convert an equal amount of human chakra to tailed beast chakra from one person to give to another is pretty astounding. Kurama told them, TCH. Naruto is an idealistic idiot and fool who can't help but help everyone he can. However, despite being exhausted, his health is no real risk and he just needs to rest for a bit. With me still being inside of him, our chakra restores incredibly quickly, and unlike using something like the Geto art of Rinne Rebirth which would nearly kill him, this is not life-threatening. Kurama also revealed that he could survive using the Geto art of Rinne Rebirth, but at great risk. AN4. Instead of giving Naruto a hug, Himawari bowed, raising Kurama's eyebrow. Thank you, Kurama, not inside of me. I can tell other Papa did the transfer to Papa without telling you. Despite how grumpy you try to sound, I can tell you would have donated your chakra to give to Papa if other Papa asked you. You only are grumpy because other Papa is now exhausted and you have to take care of him. Despite complaining, you secretly enjoy taking care of other Papa, right? Himawari suggested with a broad grin as Kurama at her with a blank face. To the surprise of everyone but Hokage Naruto and Himawari, Kurama turned away, frowning, but Naruto's cheeks were slightly flushed. TCH, cheeky brat. I can understand why Naruto can't say no to you even if you aren't his kid. There is something truly special and unique about you that has nothing to do with your bloodlines, tailed beast chakra or potential. Kurama grumbled before a grin appeared on his face. You have that light inside Naruto Uzumaki. A light that can keep looking forward with hope and inspiring others to look forward to a happy future. HMPH, I suppose if the next Jinchuriki had to be someone besides Naruto Uzumaki, you Himawari Uzumaki would be the best fit. Kurama praised Himawari before frowning and crossing his arms when he received teasing smiles from Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, Boruto, Koji Kashin, Hanabi, and Naruto. Sarada and Sumire smiled at Himawari, who flushed and rubbed her head similarly to her father, while Ada and Demon gazed at the Kurama-controlled Naruto with interest. Hinata bowed as Hokage Naruto begged, he embarrassed Kurama. I missed this. You are just like the Kurama I knew and I am glad he is inside of the other me. Please take care of him like you did for me. Help him get his dream like the other you helped me get a family. In response to Himawari's glance down at her stomach, Kurama nodded his head and said, "TCH, you don't need to ask. As long as I am here I will protect this Naruto. That is why I am here after all. We continue this journey to his sister and the Keyblade War together no matter what happens or what hardships we will have to face." Kurama remarked, "It seems the other me inside of you approves." HMPH still weird to talking other versions of the great and powerful Kurama the nine-tailed fox. Himawari heard her Kurama laugh in agreement. Before Sarada coughed, drawing everyone's attention, Naruto and Hinata grinned at the interactions between Kurama and Himawari. Sarada asked cautiously, "Excuse me. Kurama-san is it? Can I ask, what are you planning to do while Naruto-san is asleep?" Kurama tapped his chin and then raised an eyebrow. Interesting. I suppose short of gathering a large amount of natural energy at once, it should take at least several minutes for Naruto full chakra to be restored. It would be better to let him rest rather than pump in natural energy. Kurama thought as Shikamaru began to sweat. Shikamaru said, "Naruto transferred chakra equal to the strongest of the tailed beasts and he will restore it in a few minutes. He is still a chakra monster like the fourth ninja war and with his other powers like the Rinnegan makes him impossible to calculate true countermeasurements or a true measure of his strength." Hinata and Hokage Naruto sighed, accustomed to the former 8th Hokage having plans for plans, while Sasuke and Sakura glared at him for suggesting that he was a threat. Shikamaru went out of his way to avoid her critical stare as Ada added dryly, "I can see why people don't like you very much, Shikamaru dear. You are a bit hard to swallow when promoting trust." Kurama seized the chance to leap across several rooftops and out the window. As he, Sakura, Kakashi, Hinata, Shikamaru, Sasuke, Sarada, Sumier, Kawaki, Himawari, and Boruto leapt out the window after them, Hokage Naruto yelled, "Hey, come back. We didn't say you could go on your own yet, Datbeo." Ada shrugged and Demon eagerly asked, "Nei-chan, are we going to follow?" As Demon stretched and yawned, Ada spoke languidly, "Nah, don't feel like it. If anything, someone will tell us if something happens and if there is an explosion we would hear about it from here." As Hanabi and Koji strolled through the door, Konohamaru and Ino exchanged glances. With a sigh, Tsunade crossed her arms beneath her enormous breasts. Ada gave Tsunade a knowing smile as she complained, "Even when he is not in control, Naruto in every dimension brings so much trouble. I swear retirement isn't really retirement with him being so random all the time." Tsunade kept her arms under her chest and closed her eyes as Ada yelled, "That is why he is like family to you, right? From all I have heard you let him get away a lot while you were Lady Hokage and you seem to be amused at him calling you, Ba-chan. If that is not what a grandmother would allow, then I don't know what is." Tsunade closed her eyes and smiled warmly as she said, "Family, I suppose that is one way to look at it." Ada grinned appreciatively as Demon said, "Nei-chan. If you want to pursue that other Naruto Uzumaki then that is fine with me." As Ino and Konohamaru exchanged a relieved glance that quickly disappeared, Demon said bluntly, "If we are being honest, I would rather have that guy as a brother-in-law than Boruto, let alone Kawaki." Ada scowled as Ino and Konohamaru swallowed, and Demon said ominously, "However, if he does prove to be a threat to you in any way, I won't hesitate to get rid of him like I would do anyone who is immune to your charm. It won't come to that. I know in my heart he won't hurt me unless I push him too far. He is not like Kawaki where everything sets him off or like Boruto who has someone who has captured his heart fully," Ada said with a grunt. Kurama, meanwhile, had pulled over in front of a barbecue stand and was waiting for the others to catch up. Himawari was shocked to hear Kurama simply grunt and said, "Wait, we are at a barbecue restaurant. That is where you wanted to go, Kurama. Humans don't really understand tailed beasts that much. We don't require food or water due to being split pieces of chakra from Kagaya and her 10 tails," Kurama said with a sigh. AN5. If I asked to Naruto would freely swap so I could experience the human or rather living joy and pleasure of consuming food, but I don't do that. It's ironic that I spent all that time trying to take over his body, but now that he would freely swap control, I have no intention of abusing that privilege. Maybe I have gotten soft because of him," Kurama thought as Hokage Naruto and Himawari hugs to Kurama. As Kurama grunted as he entered the restaurant and motioned for them to follow, Hokage Naruto muttered, "Kurama, you." "Hello, sir. How many for your Lord Hokage, Lord 8th. So many famous people. The male maitre d' stammered as he saw the group behind Kurama as the restaurant began to point and whisper at the well-known group entering. As Hokage Naruto and Hinata rubbed their heads at the attention, Kurama crossed his arms and appeared rather impatient. Himawari cheerfully bounced on her feet while Boruto simply grinned. After speculating about the possibility of additional people joining the group in the future, Shikamaru asked, "Could you give us a private grill with I guess enough for about 24 people just to be safe?" The male maitre d' yelled, "Of course, Lord Eighth. Right this way. Please make way and go back your meals and conversations everyone." As people reluctantly returned to their own tables after appearing to have gathered to speak with Hinata and Hokage Naruto, who had been absent for the previous 3 years. Kurama sat down at the head of the enormous grill as soon as the group entered the back, but not before snatching Himawari to sit to his right. Himawari gave him a knowing glance as Kurama said, "Feel free to have your family next to you, but you are sitting next to me. I know if Naruto does wake up midway through his meal, he would want you to be his side." Kurama rolled his eyes as Himawari sat next to him, teasing, "Other papa is the one who wants me to sit to him." Following Himawari's seating, Hokage Naruto took her place, followed by Hinata, Boruto, and Kawaki. When Shikamaru noticed that no one was keen to sit next to Kawaki, he sighed and took a seat beside her. Kakashi took a seat beside Shikamaru. The group began to take seats on Kurama's opposite side. Sumair, who sat to Kurama's left, blushed profusely. Kurama hardly raised an eyebrow, but Sarada and Himawari's playful smiles made her blush even more. Sarada sat next to Sumair, followed by Sasuke and Sakura, with a few gaps between them in case more people arrived. The same maitre d' showed up, bowed to the group, and then picked up a notepad and pen. "If you need some time or need me to tell you the specials, feel free to ask. Can I start you off with anything to drink?" the maitre d' asked politely. Kurama grunted, drawing everyone's attention before they could speak. In response to the wide-eyed stares he received, Kurama grinned broadly and said, "Just bring us some of all the meats and vegetables and tons of bowls of rice. I want to try everything. I am paying, so bring the bill afterwards. We are sharing the meal, so just bring in some plates for each person." Kurama flicked his wrist. "Everything, sir. Surely you jest good, sir. Even for the Hokage family and friends we cannot give that much food. Even at highly discounted prices, the bill would be incredibly large, sir." The maitre d' reminded him. Bundles of Ryo soon landed in the maitre d' after flying from a hole in the air. Kurama impatiently said, "That enough. Please send the food and we can start eating." As the maitre d' gazed down at the bare bundles of cash in his arms before nodding enthusiastically. With a bow, the maitre d' hurried out, saying, "Yes, sir. Please enjoy the meal and we shall bring our finest drinks and non-alcoholic drinks." Kurama simply waved him away before observing the stunned and astonished looks of the other members of the group with amusement. As Hokage Naruto pointed his finger at Kurama with an accusing expression, Kurama teased, "What? You guys don't like barbecue?" According to Naruto's memories, his age group loved to go out to treat themselves after success missions. I would consider the things Naruto has done since coming to this world as a success, so consider this his treat. Hokage Naruto exclaimed, "How in the heck do you or other me have so much money to spend all willy-nilly? That is like months' worth of rent all gone in one meal." Himawari and Boruto both appeared somewhat shocked but not overly dramatic. "You are dramatic. Perhaps having children makes humans more stinging with money when it's not just supporting yourself but your loved ones. To answer your question, the Naruto I'm inside is not Hokage yet. It's still that Kakashi brat from my world. He doesn't have children and made sure to take tons of missions while he went on his training trip. He didn't let peace be the final end goal but rather another stops to mastering his abilities." Kurama thought as he pointed his thumb at the chuckling who smiled as he took the sake bottle. While Boruto and Himawari sighed but also patted their father, Hinata rubbed her husband, whose head dropped at the very slight that suggested Hokage Naruto had become careless due to enjoying peace. As soon as dozens of plates of steamed rice, meat, and vegetables were arranged on a portable table next to the grill, Hinata chastised him, saying, "Still, that is a lot of money to spend all at once even if the Naruto-kun from another world is living for himself. Especially if you are the one who is eating in his body, Kurama-kun. TCH, Naruto's mate, I mean Hinata. I will lend chakra to Naruto when he returns home and he can take dozens of missions through shadow clones across the land all at once. That will make us even and I can make an annoying situation like his chakra exhaustion both a lesson and a fun experience." Kurama responded in a bored voice. Kakashi grinned and gestured to the food after clapping his hands. As Kurama nodded and picked up a piece of beef to place on the grill, which hissed with cooking meat, Kakashi said, "Now, let's not get too caught up in the details. Naruto and Kurama are adults, so if they want to spend their money on a feast then that is their choice. I am assuming since our worlds are ripples of each other the money from our worlds are exactly the same so there is no conversation rate or fake money from a perspective. Yeah, it's better than the silly realm of light that most Keyblade wielders reside in for some reason using the same currency across the entire realm of light called money, despite there being probably thousands if not millions of different worlds in that realm itself with different cultures, different times and different people. It's just one of those things we have accepted as probably a result of how Kingdom Hearts set up the worlds and let them flourish on their own paths." Kurama speculated about the worlds beyond the current universe or dimension. Shikamaru sighed as he began to cook his own meat pieces, complaining, "Shishu and Naruto just blabbing on things that would sound ridiculous if you didn't prove your abilities and the fact that it's Naruto who is the one revealing these truths." While Kurama gnawed on his own meat and vegetables with his sharpened teeth, he watched from the corner of his eye as the Uzumaki Hyuga family prepared and shared their food like proper families. Family, huh? To think this set of circumstances all started because of this guy family. Kairi being brought out to be a princess of heart and her, the ex-blade revealing the truth after letting him suffer and live through his life without interfering. In some ways fate and destiny are so cruel even to the savior. Kurama sighed, receiving worried looks from everyone. As he tried various food combinations for the first time, seemingly experiencing constant hunger, Kurama's eyes went back to being bored with bursts of excitement. As Kurama appeared to eat endlessly, Sarada questioned, "Are you sure other Naruto-sen isn't going to be bloated from all the things you are eating and the rate you are hobbling food down?" As dozens of new plates of food continued to replace the ones the group was eating. As more plates continued to arrive and old plates were returned to the kitchen, Kurama simply shrugged and continued tossing more bundles of ryo at the salivating waiters, who gladly took the money. Kurama dismissively said, "Even if he does get bloated as you say, I will simply increase his metabolism rate when he is back in control. That will burn off anything that isn't necessary. I will not let my first chance of consuming food for humans be stifled by something as simple as that." He waved his hand as wind chakra began to flip nearby pieces of meat and vegetables, essentially marking them as his own. As they began grilling their own food, the group appeared to accept this response, with Himawari casting a curious glance at Sakura and Sarada. Himawari asked, displaying her remorse and responsible side, "Auntie Sakura. Is Inojin okay? I know I healed his major wounds and he was sent to the hospital, but I am still worried about him. He did get hurt trying to protect me after all." Hinata and Hokage Naruto smiled at their daughter. Kurama complained in frustration as Himawari once again grinned broadly at a different version of her tailed beast attempting to act tough, as she put it. "TCH fine. If you are going to look all mopey I will show you so you don't leave. I told you I don't want Naruto to wake up to have you leave him for another brat." Kurama waved his hand as a cloud-like ripple appeared above the grill, solidified, and changed to reveal Inojin in the hospital room. Inojin was playing cards with his teammates Chocho and Shikata while lounging in his room in the traditional white hospital gown. Moegi was sitting on her bed across from him, looking happy but exhausted as she proudly observed her students. The team jumped in surprise as Himawari yelled, "Inojin! Everyone! At the window!" Chocho exclaimed in shock, "Himawari-chan! Wait, is that barbecue?" Before becoming somewhat irate, Shikamaru sighed as Hokage Naruto bowed his head in apology, saying, "Sorry, I am sure Hima will make time in the future for another outing. This was a bit sudden so we didn't have time to invite many people." Kurama appeared unconcerned with what was going on with the Inojin team as he continued to chew and munch on different cooked foods. When Moegi saw Boruto with his family, she looked guiltily and exclaimed, "Thank goodness Lord Hokage and Lady Hinata you are okay. Everyone is there, even Boruto-kun, is there." While Inojin, Shikata, and Chocho looked down in embarrassment, Boruto simply nodded curtly, displaying little more than courteous interest in the group. Boruto really has gotten so tall and powerful looking. I guess it is a bit too naive for us to think we could just cry, hug and make up right. We did try to capture you that time and the entire village did want your head on the platter. Thanks for to Kawaki. Shikata apologized and then turned to Kawaki. When Kawaki appeared prepared to get up and respond, Boruto calmly put a hand on his shoulder and said, "You are looking well." Fortunately, the charming and naive Himawari swiftly altered the atmosphere once more. His smile made Inojin blush as he rubbed his head. Thank God you are okay. I was so worried, and even Moegi-sensei is okay. Other Papa really kept his word and healed everyone, Himawari said. With her lovely smile a little difficult to look at directly, Inojin muttered nervously, you were worried. That is sweet, Himawari-chan. Oh my gosh, so that is the other Lord 7th. Or is it other Lord Naruto? He is so handsome. He is like an 11/10 and not even that much older than us. Those whiskers and fangs make him look like even more a bad boy than Lord Hokage. Exclaimed Chocho, while her sensei and teammates sighed and bowed their heads at her strange behavior. Kurama chose to ignore the girl, but his attention was drawn to Inojin's anxious gaze on Himawari. As Inojin felt the fear of death engulf him, Kurama growled and stopped his meal. Brat, eyes forward, you do not look at Himawari like that. She is far too young and innocent to be courted in such a manner. If you need to fulfill your desire for companionship, then go after that girl next to you or even a woman older than you, for all I care. Just stay away from Himawari, she said. Inojin bowed his head quickly and pleaded, I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything, just stop that presence. While Hinata and Hokage Naruto appeared amused, the majority of the group stared at Kurama in surprise at his protective tone. As Hokage Naruto rubbed the back of his head with his hand, Hinata smirked and teased, it seems that your former partner is protective of our daughter Naruto-kun. As Himawari turned to Kurama, who attempted to continue eating as though he hadn't had a protective outburst, Hokage Naruto remarked, it seems even Kurama is not immune to our daughter charm, drawing everyone near. Is it strange that someone my age is infatuated with someone else? With a drop of perspiration, Hokage Naruto thought, I know he is only a few years older than my son, but it's weird to see. As everyone stared at Himawari, he exclaimed, Kurama cares for me. That makes me so happy. It's weird that the Kurama inside me is laughing right now. I think it's sweet that Grandpa Kurama cares for me too. Grandpa, what are you talking about, child? I am the great Kurama, the nine-tailed beast. Most powerful of the tailed beasts. I am not your grandfather. Kurama said, frowning and crossing his arms with pride. Himawari insisted, Nah. You are like a parent to my other papa, and other papa is my father, so that makes you Grandpa Kurama. Kurama appeared somewhat shocked before scoffing and turning his head away. With Sarada and Sakura laughing, Sasuke remarked, Himawari might be unique like Naruto. He made Kurama blush at her bashfulness. In the meantime, Sumair was wobbling beneath the table. Sumair-chan, what's wrong? Are you not feeling hungry? You grilled a lot but haven't eaten much. Sarada inquired, pointing out that Sumair had consumed the least amount of food, despite the fact that no one had eaten nearly as much as Kurama. Oh, it's nothing. I swear I am totally fine. I am actually really fine. Boruto-kun is back, Code is dead, and Kawaki is no longer my enemy. What could I have to be sad about? Sumair replied with a chuckle. Sarada scowled and then nodded. Hanabi pouted that both of Naruto's, or rather Kurama's, sides were already taken when Ino, Konohamaru, Tsunade, Hanabi, Ada, and Demon soon arrived. Even with Kurama in control, Sumair's open blush at being so close to Naruto made Ada smile broadly. Ino congratulated her son and his team on their speedy recovery and waved to them.